patterns. These prayer beads are a divine artifact of the Buddha, capable of communicating across vast distances and also possessing various divination, calculation, and recording abilities. Even those separated by great distances can communicate with each other. It is obvious that Qin Hong used the snail shell of the mechanical snail clan and modified it into a Buddhist rosary using demon refining techniques. After receiving the prayer beads, Xi Niang handed one string to her brother. Xi Ying took the prayer beads, channeling his spiritual energy into the personal computer. He instantly felt as if he had discovered a new continent, exclaiming, This is a Buddhist or Taoist ritual implement?" He was deeply moved. He had seen the personal computers of the Kingdom of Austria. Now that I think about it, it was probably the Kingdom of Europe. The exploration of ancient ruins and the acquisition of knowledge about ritual implements led to the invention of high-tech tools like computers. It's called technology, but it's actually a magical artifact. The Kingdom of Austria is utterly shameless. We shall part ways here, Xi Niang said after a moment's thought. Welcome back to Buddha. At this moment, several Buddhas nearby shouted. Meanwhile, in the distance, the strongest individual soldier of the Yudo dynasty was almost defeated, covered in blood and unable to move. However, before losing consciousness, Pirk pressed the walkie-talkie under his ear and shouted, "Tell Yuri to retreat. Turn off the mind control tower. The enemy is too terrifying. Even if we deploy mind control units, we can't win." The Arhat who subdues Tiger kicked him and frowned, saying, "They must have some strange trump cards. They seem to be some special forces. But even his strongest individual soldier is dead. No matter how many small fry come, they will just be sent to their deaths." His decision to retreat was a wise one. The true immortals of the Buddhist realm were too lazy to pursue them. After all, what does the war between secular nations in the mortal realm have to do with them? As for Yuri's troops, we don't care. Welcome back to Buddha. The Arhat subduing tiger pointed one finger to the sky. Boom. Hundreds of thousands of lotus platforms appeared, wriggling and descending from all parts of the sky. It quickly transformed into a crystal lotus platform, which continued to expand, growing larger in the wind, until it became a 2-meter-wide Buddha seat. "Buddha, please take a seat." The princess's eyes shone with wonder. Such magical powers truly existed in this world. It had grown so large in the blink of an eye. She sat on the lotus platform. In the sky, thousands of novice monks danced, showering down streaks of golden divine light. In the distance, hundreds of Buddhas of the true immortal level were escorting them from all directions. The sky was filled with dazzling golden light, and the immense aura and pressure of immortals enveloped the princess, surrounding her and making her appear incredibly sacred, as if she were a true immortal descended to earth. "I'm leaving now. The world of mythology is so dazzling and captivating." Xi Ying's eyes burned with anticipation. He touched the Buddhist beads in his hand and watched the procession gradually disappear down the street. He felt a strange sense of disbelief. What was supposed to be a near-death crisis turned out to be, because my sister was so well hidden. She saved me and even transformed into Buddha, departing amidst countless divine lights. On the street, everyone watched the Buddha leave. Song King stared in disbelief and secretly said to Li Jihao beside her, "This is the big shot you were talking about?" No wonder, even the emperor himself wasn't considered a big shot. He's actually Buddha. The princess of this era is actually the reincarnation of Buddha. Li Jihao's mind went blank as well. However, he was more receptive than others. After all, He had seen the Heavenly Emperor and experienced 2 lifetimes in the land of Shu Mountain. He honestly said, "The great person I am talking about is not. The princess is the reincarnation of Buddha." What? Upon hearing this, Song King was completely stunned and frozen in place. He had just barely recovered and accepted this terrible fact when he realized that the reincarnation of Buddha, who appeared at this moment, was not a big shot at all. Then what kind of person is considered a big shot? Song King couldn't help but ask. Li Jihao thought about it seriously. The important person I mentioned is not higher than this one, but seems to be a step above him. After all, the Heavenly Emperor and the Buddha are of equal status. But now he is indeed a step above, because Buddha is a reincarnation, not the return of his true form, and has lost all his magical power, so he is naturally not as powerful as the current Heavenly Emperor. Who is this person? Someone even a level above them. Song King couldn't believe her ears. It was truly unbelievable. The real big shot hasn't shown up yet. Hurry, hurry, hurry. Song King grew anxious, his eyes blazing with excitement. Go to hell, stop hiding it. Don't you consider me a brother? Tell me. Which mythical figure, a god, even higher than Buddha? When will they appear? Li Jihao was speechless. He scratched his head and said, I hope that being never appears. Otherwise, things will get tricky. If we are forced to take action, then the Buddha's return will be in danger. Even we great shamans in Duguan town may be affected and face a life or death situation. Song King wanted to kick this bastard to death. What a riddle. Li Jihao remained honest, saying, It's not convenient to inform mortals about such beings, lest they become angry. Bring me my big cleaver, I'll chop you to death. Song King cursed. However, things seemed to be developing in the worst possible direction for Li Jihao. Click! A sudden clap of thunder streaked across the sky. Everyone in the entire town of Duguan stared blankly up at the sky. The once clear blue sky was now rapidly gathering a large amount of black clouds. What is that? Someone exclaimed. In the cafeteria, Bai Yu and Xiao Laba both stared in surprise at the dark clouds outside the window. Only Fu Qingjun remained calm and composed as she ate her meal, unfazed by the impending doom. Everyone was stunned. The once clear sky was now filled with more and more dark clouds. No, that's not cloud. Li Jihao gazed at the sky, tilting his head back as he murmured, I never imagined it would actually happen. In the sky, it was as if an invisible giant had splashed dark red ink onto the canvas of the sky, instantly turning it into patches of vibrant blood red. That spirit. Zi Ying raised his head, his face showing an unprecedented solemnity. That is not what our eyes see. That is our soul, like a lone boat in a tsunami of power, a neurological illusion caused by the immense power of the true God. Influenced by the aura, I saw mountains of corpses and seas of blood. The martial will I saw in the other party was a terrifying power possessed only by beings of the fourth realm. A Grandmaster's aura can only influence an area up to 100 meters wide, within which everyone becomes an enemy. Bai Yu murmured, but this aura, several thousand meters? Even 10,000 meters, enveloping an entire town. What kind of creature is this? Isn't this normal? Fu Qingjun was still eating when she leisurely replied, otherwise, why would it be called a god? Fu Qingjun put down her chopsticks, finished eating and drinking, looked out the window, and said calmly, they are supersonic creatures. With a light leap, they can jump to 2 adjacent continents. They can even walk in the universe as long as they have enough oxygen. They are even species that have begun to travel through interstellar space on their own. Interstellar travel? Little Trumpet was puzzled. Yes, walking in the universe with a physical body has already met the most basic requirements, Fu Qingjun said. But in terms of specific operations, the feasibility is still very low. Replenishing oxygen, food, and water are all huge problems. However, for an ordinary true immortal ant, it is already quite powerful if its aura can cover a distance of 100 meters. Only a god whose size is countless times greater than an ant, that is, a true immortal of normal human size, can reach this terrifying pressure of a true god. The entire town of Dugwon was gripped by fear. The wind howled, blood-red clouds churned, and the entire earth was plunged into darkness and endless cold. In the sky, countless blood-red clouds rapidly condensed, forming a giant, grotesque face that twisted and contorted, depicting old people, children, women, like a constantly changing portrait of all living beings. A giant ghost face? Is this still an illusion caused by the aura? Song King asked incredulously. No, that's not an illusion. That's a real creature. It's an evil being formed from the aura of the dead and the spirit of ghosts. Li Jihao's voice was hoarse. He's a demon, floating in the air. He's devoured hundreds of millions of people, countless fourth realm loose immortals. Ghost. All the grandmasters were stunned for a few seconds by the ghost, which was over 100 meters tall. Buddha, you didn't expect this, did you? In the sky, Moro's voice was neither male nor female, carrying a strange, demonic quality. His eyes gleamed with bloodlust as he surveyed the ground, searching for something, before finally settling on the princess protected by countless Buddhas. He looked at Xinyan and said, "You know that I am not a living being, but an energy being, but without a powerful vessel to contain my soul, I cannot unleash even 1% of my power. Therefore, the Heavenly Emperor used the myriad transformations true God to create the Great Witch Giant, which was able to defeat me in one blow. You have bodies to bear power, but I don't. We are different species. But now..." He looked down calmly at the earth, his gaze falling on the dead pilk. Although he was a crippled great shaman, he was still enough for me to put up a fight. Everyone looked at the mangled remains of the cloned god. He cursed inwardly. The Kingdom of Austria has ruined us. Moro was likely observing from the shadows, but due to the unique nature of his soul, he couldn't find a suitable vessel to possess. Perhaps they never intended to take action in the first place, but what's happening right now? The Kingdom of Austria has brought forth a cloned god, the size of a great sorcerer. Its enormous size can accommodate his vast soul and allow him to unleash considerable power. The next second, Pierce's skeletal body slowly stood up, and the flesh and blood of the corpse gradually returned to normal. Boom! The bones shattered, like bursts of thunder. He couldn't help but swell up, and dense red fleshy growths sprouted from every pore of his skin. 2 huge fleshy growths bulged on either side of his temples, and suddenly burst open, expelling pus, from which grew a pair of pale white bony horns. Moro transformed into a 5-meter-tall, red, fleshy monster with white bone horns and sharp points, standing tall on the street, calmly staring at its surroundings. The grandmasters of the surrounding streets had only ever seen humans. They had never seen such a deformed, demonic face. Everyone was stunned for a moment. How vicious! The Arhat subduing tiger looked somber. No wonder I felt something was off when I first saw this Pirk. I'm afraid that Moro had already secretly possessed Pirk the moment he appeared, and was secretly modifying his body. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been possible to do it so quickly. Pierce never knew until his death that he had been corrupted by demonic forces from the very beginning, and he was still enthusiastically hunting down the Emperor. He was nothing short of a clown. They were ignorant of their own limitations. In the distance, Song King was horrified. Mara, a famous enemy of the Buddha in Buddhist scriptures. Within the Ten Knives Society, disciple who was a Buddhist recited a passage from a Buddhist text. It can kill those with the potential to attain enlightenment. In the sixth heaven, there is another heaven where Mara resides, under the jurisdiction of the paranormative Vasavardhan heaven. The demon's name is Mara. Mara Tangyunli is another name for Mara, the demon king in the paranormative Vasavardhan. Such ghosts and gods have great divine power and can make things difficult for those who cultivate the dharma of liberation. They are called Mara. The name is derived from power, and the word luo is omitted. Many people looked panicked. Duguan town is in grave danger. How can a reincarnated Buddha, who has lost his magical powers, withstand such a powerful demon? Song King looked bitterly at Li Jihao and said, "Is this the big shot you were talking about who's going to arrive? This person is indeed big and scary enough. We're all doomed." Song King was cheering and jumping for joy. Immortals and Buddhas have appeared in the world. There really are immortals in the world. So, we are the great shamans. The real mortals have gone extinct and are only now reborn. They are far too small. But wouldn't I be able to cultivate immortality, roam the martial world of immortals, and live a life of chivalry and vengeance? I am from the great witch town Duguan town. Countless tiny mortals come to our Duguan town, leaping across rooftops, upholding justice, and slaying demons. Couldn't I make money off them and exchange it for cultivation resources? He's already thought it through. In the town of Duguan, we also come into contact with the mysterious world of immortals and gods. We build some tiny restaurants, nightclubs, and casinos so that real humans can come to our great witch town and experience the wonders of our great witch world. But now all that beauty has been shattered. Song King shook his head and sighed. My business acumen hasn't even been put to use before I die at Moro's hands. But then Li Jihao stammered, "Boss, the important person I'm talking about isn't Moro," but he paused, his expression full of respect. "The current head of all immortals in heaven, the king of all gods, the strongest heavenly emperor of today." Boom. As soon as he finished speaking, on the distant street, a young man with rosy lips and white teeth stood up from a fortune-telling stall. Under the old fortune-teller's stunned gaze, he shrank the ground with each step and walked towards the stall. He appeared on the street, exuding a magnificent and awe-inspiring aura of immortality, so sacred and ethereal that it seemed to subtly distort the void around him. A 5-meter-tall, grotesque, horned, and skeletal figure stood on the street of Duguan town, shrouded in black mist. Its immense oppressive aura rendered all living beings immobile. In the distance, the beauties from the martial arts world whom Fu Qingjun was on a blind date also saw this scene. Their beautiful eyes widened, their faces full of disbelief, and their worldviews were turned upside down. I'm going to die? Princess Xinayang's mind went blank. She hadn't expected that this monster was someone who had come to kill her. If even a part of my own evil thoughts that I split off is so powerful, then why haven't I awakened any memories at all? Damn it! Overwhelmed by the immense pressure, Xinayang nearly collapsed to the ground. This intelligent and sensual Eastern beauty cried out in her heart, "Wake up! My memories!" Bang! 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 One by one, the Buddhas at the true more mortal level were swiftly knocked down, just like a human swatting a fly in mid-air. We're doomed. Moro has transformed into a powerful witch, and we are no match for him. Countless true Buddhas felt despair in their hearts. At this moment, Everyone had already seen a young man with red lips and white teeth walking leisurely to the center of the street. Moro, I never imagined that the world of the mortal great witch would still have the remains of a god, allowing you to live on it by chance. Admittedly, you have absorbed the resentment and spirits of the world, and your energy level is comparable to that of us celestial giants who have cultivated diligently. However, how much power can this raw and simple fourth realm rogue immortal body allow you to exert? You don't have much of a foundation. Given time, you might become a challenge even for us. But unfortunately, you've met me today. The Emperor shook his head and sighed softly. So what if he's the head of all the gods in heaven? Moro turned around, his gaze cold and sharp. As expected, the Supreme Emperor was still relentlessly pursuing him, chasing him all the way to Duguan town. The Heavenly Emperor? Could it be the legendary Jade Emperor? Everyone around was completely dumbfounded. What merit or ability do we, Duguan town, possess to warrant that even the Heavenly Emperor, who resides in the Heavenly Palace, descends to Duguan town to kill this demon? So you've come after all. Let me test whether you're all talk and no action. In an instant, Moro's soul parasitized this body, and the DNA of his soul modified the structure of the body, transforming it into a creature of his kind. Up! Up! Moro swayed his body continuously, his size rapidly expanding as if inflated, transforming into a 5-story giant standing on the street, looking down at the Supreme Emperor below. Moro transformed into a giant and slammed down with one hand. Get out of the way. The Grand Masters who witnessed this scene, though unable to keep up with the movements, could barely keep up with the speed of sound and couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. But the young man remained motionless and slowly uttered a single word, "Disperse." The next second, the boy collapsed like a building block. They transformed into thousands upon thousands of tie-dye, each the size of an ant, and each tie-dye was actually a true immortal. This is the power of the chief of the gods. By utilizing the characteristics of flatworms, such as mitosis, and cultivating endless avatars, the number of true immortals that the Supreme Emperor alone could produce far exceeded the number of true immortals born in the heavenly court over the years. Thousands upon thousands of true immortals stirred and converged once more, transforming into a single figure. This is the way. The great Tao is formless. My body can transform into countless forms. I am the Tao ancestor, secretly in harmony with the heavenly Tao. Moro is quite strong and has grown wildly, but his foundation is still too weak. Behold the god-slaying sword of my heavenly court. The Emperor Tai writhed and transformed into a long white jade sword. This sword strike contained the essence, energy, spirit, and power of the surrounding beings, as if each Tai Emperor had unleashed a completely different Taoist technique, all converging into this single sword strike. Sword severing the Milky Way. In an instant, it was as if a thin thread had sliced through Moro's body, severed his head, and carved a vast trench into the ground. Moro exploded and turned into mincemeat. The dark clouds in the sky seemed to have been cleaved open by this sword. The sky has been cleared for thousands of miles. The world was clear and bright. The bloody oppression was gone, and standing on the street gave one the feeling of a vast, desolate wilderness. Ah! Moro let out a heart-wrenching scream. Heavenly Emperor Buddha, you rely on your age and my short life. In the future, I will surely seek justice again, and you cannot stop me. Moro transformed into a wisp of black smoke and vanished into the world. I've finally figured out your true strength. You've cultivated so fast that you've already reached the great perfection of your cultivation realm. No wonder your combat power is so exaggerated. But so what? You'll never break through in your lifetime and will only die of old age. Sooner or later, I'll catch up with you. The Emperor Tai's expression remained unchanged, neither hot nor cold, as he silently gazed at the sky. On the street, all the grandmasters stood frozen in place. This supreme deity descended from the heavenly court, unleashed a single sword strike, instantly restoring the heavenly emperor to a clear and bright world. Is it just the daily struggle between the heavenly court and the demon realm, supreme immortals and gods, overlords? For us ordinary mortals in the mortal world, the various sects and martial arts schools, the fistfights, the muscle building and stance training are simply not up to par. Only now, when these great shamans see it, do they realize how terrifying the combat power of this fourth realm is. To them, the entire earth is just a large village. They can easily leap to nearby continents, and the impact of their fall is comparable to that of a large artillery shell, enough to collapse half an island. Their imposing presence could engulf half the town, rendering tens of thousands of people in the vicinity immobile. This is already a super-enlarged version of the strongest creature on Earth, and it can indeed be preliminarily called a celestial being. "Is this even human?" said the chief eunuch who practiced the heavenly gangboy technique. "How could this be human?" "This is an immortal." Although Zi Ying was still seriously injured, a smile appeared on his face, which gradually widened, and he felt an endless sense of exhilaration. He had never smiled so heartily since he began ruling the dynasty. It was as if he could see a brand new future. The current mortal sorcerer pays homage to the current heavenly emperor of the heavenly court. Zi Ying bowed and clasped his hands in a gesture of deep respect. "The world of great witches has fallen. Are you the current witch king of the mortal realm?" The supreme emperor turned around, transforming from a long sword into a human form. His black hair flowed over his shoulders, and he was enveloped in endless radiance, exuding an aura of supreme power. It's hard for anyone to describe what kind of spirit this is. A glance at him seemed to emanate an endless power, as if the boundless sky trembled and the vast land was contained in his palm. Zi Ying, however, knew what kind of spirit this was. If he speaks of the spirit of a human emperor, then above humans is the spirit of a god. The aura of a god is even higher, naturally becoming the aura of a god emperor, the god among gods. Countless celestial deities, through their shared spirit, revered and worshipped the supreme spirit. No need for formalities. The Great Witch Tribe was a powerful force in ancient times, producing ancestral witches such as Gong Gong and Yai. The Grand Emperor said calmly, "However, none of the Great Witches can break through to the fourth realm, become the primordial witch, and lead their Great Witch clan into the realm of immortals and gods." Zi Ying nodded, knowing that this was all true. "We have lost our tradition. Although the tradition has been interrupted, it has not been completely severed." This heavenly emperor, who came from the heavenly court, spoke with a majestic voice. "Our human race was originally extinct, but because of Her Highness Nua, one of the great witches who recreated humans from clay, our human race on this earth has been revived." Nua? Did Nua create humans? These words sent shivers down the spines of the entire town of Duguan. Nua really existed. Unexpectedly, among our group of humans, there is a hidden Nua who recreated mortals. This news is quite astonishing. Even Emperor Ziying, who came from Yin ruins and ruled over most of the martial arts world, found it amazing. He wanted to pay homage to the ancient goddess Nua, but Emperor Tai made no comment. As for you, Emperor Tai looked at Xinjiang, knowing that the real Buddha was not her. But since that one had made such a choice, He could not interfere with the Buddhist realm's plans. Just follow the normal procedure. Yes, I'll go back and become a Buddha, Xiniang asked hesitantly. She was still somewhat incredulous at this unexpected opportunity, especially since she was completely bewildered as to why she hadn't awakened the memories of Buddha. However, at this moment, the Emperor Tai already vaguely understood the meaning of the Buddha and that ruthless man with overwhelming killing intent. The Buddhist realm is very special. It emphasizes cause and effect, dividing the world into past, present, and future, with 3 Buddhas each in charge of matters in these 3 time periods. The Buddha of the past lit a lamp. The Buddha now is Dipankara Tathagata, the future Buddha Maitreya. He wants to abdicate, as a Buddha of the past, support a Buddha of the present. This princess, of illustrious status and resembling her, could gain the full support of the mortal Yin Ruins dynasty if she ascended to the throne as Buddha, ensuring the flourishing of Buddhism. The princess, having grown up with the means to govern the world, possessed exceptional cultivation and talent, making her a perfect and flourishing talent within the Buddhist community. That guy. The emperor looked towards a certain house and thought, he's too lazy to manage Buddhism. All he knows is how to enjoy himself and settle scores. Does he just want to be a killing Buddha? However, Mara has become increasingly powerful. The Supreme Emperor said calmly, disasters are raging across the land, and your Buddhist sect must hurry. To recover? Yes, Xiniang said. Then, it's not convenient for me to stay in this mortal world any longer, the emperor said calmly, and quietly departed. Respectfully seeing off the heavenly emperor. Respectfully seeing off the heavenly emperor. The entire town of Duguan immediately knelt down. This scene was like a dream to them, a mythical movie. They watched with rapt attention, which gradually unveiled their understanding of the truth of the world. So, we are the Witch Clan, a race of giants, with long lifespans and the strength to move mountains and rivers. They are the only mortals. It stirred the hearts of countless people. The entire street was a scene of devastation after the battle. Even during the previous battle against Pilk, many grandmasters were injured or even died in order to save His Majesty. Soon, they began post-war reorganization and bandaging wounds. Miao Chuntang, the Ten Naibs Society, and the 2 major powers in Duguan town began to send various medicines to treat the patient. At this time, the current Emperor Ziying simply bandaged his wounds and gathered his thoughts. I never imagined that a sect of immortals could exist in this world. He sat on the roof, put down the longbow that had shot down the plane, looked up at the blue sky, and was deeply moved. At first, I thought I was going to die. In this era without the 4th realm, no matter how talented I was, I couldn't fight against the general trend of the world. Who knew that the heavenly emperor would descend, display his divine power, and slay demons with his sword? He recalled the power of the heavenly emperor just moments before and felt an overwhelming sense of longing. Ziying turned his head and looked at the chief eunuch beside him, saying, "Our princess is the reincarnation of Buddha. This is the great fortune of our Yinshang dynasty. I originally planned to travel around for a while and then take Qinhong back to Chaige, back to the emperor's feet, but I did not expect that there would be such a great opportunity here, so I plan to stay here. This is immense wealth." As the current mortal sorcerer, he naturally had to pave the way for the future of his people. "But your majesty, your safety," the chief eunuch hesitated beside him. "Only when humans appear can we, the great shamans, break through to the 4th realm." Ziying's eyes shone brightly. According to prehistoric records, if there were no mortals in the world, then we great shamans would also have fallen from being immortal mythical giants to being mortals. To break through to fourth realm, a grandmaster needs the help of 10,000 other grandmasters to temper their spirit. However, the human species has a very long lifespan. As a higher mammal, it has one of the lowest reproduction rates in the animal kingdom. Even in the most prosperous martial arts world, there were never more than 10,000 grandmasters. Even if everyone practiced martial arts, the number of people practicing martial arts would still be at least 3 billion, making it almost impossible to break through on one's own. However, the human race appeared. The great shaman can rely on the terrifying reproductive power and sheer number of humans to condense divine energy and achieve a breakthrough. Your Majesty, what are your plans? Beside him, the diviner said, could it be that we also need to shave our heads and become monks? To cultivate the Buddhist cycle of reincarnation with a root of wisdom in our heads, to be reborn as mortals generation after generation, everyone around looked embarrassed. The Buddhist followers from King Shi Town also arrived. They all had jet black curly hair, but the sight was really hard to accept. The thought that I might end up like that makes me uneasy. However, if this is the only way to cultivate and reach the fourth realm, then one can only enter the Buddhist order. Zi Ying shook his head and said, Taoist cultivation involves countless transformations in one lifetime, while Buddhist cultivation involves countless reincarnations. This is the first time I've ever heard of such a thing. He couldn't help but marvel at the wonders of the world. Surprisingly, they were destined to be opposed to each other by fate. The Tao is the cultivation of countless incarnations in one lifetime. The Buddha is 1,000 incarnations who cultivate for one lifetime. The two, one bright and one dark, resemble the yin and yang symbol of Tai Chi. This forms a perfect world of immortals and heroes, the fourth realm of the Tao-seeking civilization. Beside him, the head eunuch, well-versed in classical texts and possessing vast knowledge, also exclaimed in surprise. It aligns with the philosophies of Buddhism and Taoism. Taoism emphasizes not cultivating for the afterlife, but only for this life to live freely in the world. Buddhism emphasizes cultivating for the afterlife and stresses cause and effect. Is this the ancient truth of Buddhism and Taoism? It's truly fascinating. I wonder what kind of great being created it. Upon seeing this, Fu Qingjun answered truthfully, without a trace of exaggeration, it is indeed I, hair. The diviner standing beside him couldn't help but ask, So, Your Majesty, are you implying that we don't need to cultivate Buddhism to enter the fourth realm with the help of mortals? Zi Ying nodded. According to our records, we didn't achieve this breakthrough using either of those systems. The cultivation systems of Buddhism and Taoism are indeed something I've never heard of before. Perhaps with the changing times, it has been overlooked by the ancients. But we do have our own method of breakthrough. He spoke calmly. Our method of breakthrough, perhaps, can be called the way of witchcraft. Beside him, the great emperor of the heavens pricked up his ears. Although his true form had departed, a single hair of his secretly fell, transforming into a tiny immortal figure that remained hidden in the shadows. After all, he can transform into countless forms. This is not difficult for him. Listening to the conversation on the rooftop, he thought coldly to himself, the world of contemporary great shamans still has some traditions. I stumbled upon the Taoist system using the breath soil and outwardly proclaimed it as the orthodox tradition of heaven and earth, but only I know that I am a half-baked practitioner. The Buddhist sect is real, but my Taoist sect is something I created myself and lacks foundation. The current shaman clan's techniques can be learned by analogy. On the other side, Qin Hong secretly pricked up her ears. Also listening to the emperor's conversation on the roof. By chance, I used the mark given to my head by an unknown god to revive the Buddhist system, but only I know that I am only half-baked. That sect is the real one. This breakthrough method can be used as a reference. Those two old foxes are both secretly learning. Fu Qingjun found it both funny and absurd, and he continued listening to Zi Ying's speech. Our method of breakthrough is different from that of Buddhism. Zi Ying spoke calmly to the surrounding officials. For us giants to break through, it requires the convergence of the spirit of 10,000 grandmasters of the same size. But for mortals the size of ants, it only requires hundreds of millions of ant grandmasters. However, hundreds of millions is too many, and the incense offerings are too mixed, which will inevitably drive people crazy. Therefore, Buddhism chooses not to accept the worship of sentient beings, but to reincarnate again and again to accept their own worship. The ministers nodded. This is also a feasible way for their great witch and Buddhist sect to break through. Zi Ying said, however, we have a direct solution to refine the impure incense of the soul. We can accept the worship of hundreds of millions of beings without being harmed. Upon hearing this, Fu Qingjun seemed to be deep in thought. Both Buddhism and Taoism were pioneered in their respective eras. The method of breakthrough at Yingsu was probably developed during the reign of the Xia dynasty, directly refining the mixed incense offerings in a dignified and unpretentious manner, which has spirit and style of the Xia dynasty. Thus, Buddhism, Taoism, and shamanism have become the three major religions in opposition. Fu Qingjun hesitated in his heart. While Fu Qingjun was pondering, Na Ziying had already written down the cultivation technique in a dignified manner, titled 9 Revolutions Refining God Technique, and handed it over to the other ministers. This technique involves the subtle application of one's inner strength, creating a vortex of the soul in the brain to refine and purify the impurities of incense offerings. This cultivation method is indeed wonderful and worth learning from. Is this the method used by the ancient witch clan to break through? Qin Hong and the Emperor Tai were both satisfied with what they saw, and then they left. Fu Qingjun couldn't help but shake her head when she saw this. This emperor was exceptionally talented, but unfortunately, he was still too naive and lacked cunning. He couldn't outmaneuver those two cunning old foxes. So simple, the entire technique has been written out. It was evening. Night had fallen. While in the inn room prepared by Miao Chuntang, Zi Ying secretly summoned everyone. He didn't speak, but wrote with a pen. During the day, I revealed the Great Witch technique, a technique that allows mortals to break through. There are actually two kinds, but I only revealed one of them. Beside him, the diviner, puzzled, also wrote a letter. Your Majesty, why not reveal it all at once? Because I believe that someone is secretly coveting it, we must be careful. Zi Ying wrote down these words. The ministers suddenly realized what was going on. I'm afraid that's why His Majesty is now using written communication. Upon seeing this, Fu Qingjun silently felt that this person was also a cunning old fox. Zi Ying continued, writing, one should always be wary of others. Now, I will write another piece with my pen. This one is even more important and domineering. The previous chapter was the Righteous Path chapter. This is the Demonic Path chapter, the Devouring Man to Godhood technique, which uses the residual souls of mortals after death to eat ghosts, and is a great evil sorcery to temper one's spirit. Upon hearing this, the minister's eyes widened in surprise. How meticulous Your Majesty's mind is. Our Shang dynasty is indeed incredibly powerful. We have two different techniques for breaking through to the fourth realm. And this skill, which allows one to cultivate one's spirit through devouring ghosts, isn't it? the nemesis of Moro? No wonder His Majesty wanted to hide it. Their minds were immediately shaken, their eyes burned with fervor, their faces filled with excitement, and they looked at His Majesty with great anticipation as he wrote down this classic text. In a room where candlelight flickers, only the rustling sound remained. Soon, an article was gradually written. Zi Ying dried the ink and brush and placed them on the table. "My lords, turn your heads and look over here." The officials gathered around the table, gazing down at the papers on it. But all I saw was a blank sheet of paper. "Your Majesty, what is this? Where is the cultivation technique? Why is it just blank paper?" The surrounding officials were puzzled. "No rush." Zi Ying smiled slightly. "You can look at the papers again." Strangely colored watermarks appeared on the paper, like splashes of ink. "This is the divine test paper, used to examine the aura of other beings that secretly spy on it. Anyone who peeks at the paper will leave a mark." With his hands behind his back, Zi Ying spoke eloquently. "You think I am imparting martial arts techniques, but in reality, I am secretly preventing others from spying on me. What the world doesn't know is that the 100 divine weapons on the Diyanghu weapon ranking are said to require generations of grandmasters to nurture them, so that divine spirit can be attached to them. But our royal family's ancient technology can easily forge them. This piece of paper was specially made by me in a whole day. If any other being discovers this paper, even a true immortal, it will leave a mark." Everyone was alarmed. "Your Majesty, what is this?" The diviner was still puzzled. "This is a scheme." By announcing the technique during the day, they were already setting a trap. Zi Ying explained in detail. "During the day, I revealed a complete great witchcraft technique. This was to lure the snake out of its hole and give the other party a taste of sweetness. Then, I took advantage of this daytime to urgently manufacture the divine test paper. By night, the divine test paper was successfully manufactured, giving us a trump card for inspection. We then secretly gathered everyone, pretending to be vigilant during the day, revealing half of it, and wrote a second cultivation technique on the divine test paper, guiding the other parties. Spiritual power onto the paper. If there really is someone lurking in the shadows, the other party will surely be less vigilant after gaining a great advantage during the day. If I then use the war between gods and demons, a technique that can target ghosts, it will surely stir the hearts of those lurking in the shadows. Whether they are Buddhas, immortals, or ghosts, they will all focus their attention here, impatiently starting to investigate in an instant. The ministers were dumbfounded. Your Majesty is quite the schemer. This is on the 3rd floor. Each step is interconnected. Cast a long line to catch a big fish. Upon hearing about the ghost-eating technique, even these ministers were drawn to it, let alone those hidden beings. This psychological tactic is very difficult to guard against. Your Majesty, judging from your expression, I fear there are already remnants on the examination paper, the chief eunuch said. It allows us to know who is secretly spying on us. Fu Qingjun stared in disbelief. Good heavens, he's really something. Is this the power struggle, the scheming of these bigwigs? The emperor, who has reached this position, is indeed the most cunning old fox in the world, frantically fishing for other cunning old foxes. The heavenly emperor and Buddha have probably already peeked at this. Fu Qingjun sighed inwardly as she ate her late-night snack in the kitchen. Although he was peeking, luckily everyone was just my hair, so they couldn't notice me. Whoever gets caught will be embarrassed. The other party did indeed leave a mark. At this moment, Zi Ying laughed and said, according to the reaction on the divine verification paper, there is a being that left its divine sense on the paper and took the opportunity to secretly spy on us. Oh? The head eunuch was surprised. Which one is it? Only one? I thought there were several auras. Ziying's smile faded, and his gaze swept over the people in the room. This aura. It's neither Buddhist nor Taoist, but a demonic aura soaring to the sky. I'm afraid it's Mara. Moro? The surrounding ministers were astonished and looked horrified. Yes, Moro, Ziying said solemnly. The head eunuch was dumbfounded, then suddenly realized, this is truly the demon of demons. He was crippled by the heavenly emperor, yet he secretly returned and is now hiding in Duguan town, spying on us? The surrounding ministers got goosebumps upon hearing this. Still here, spying on martial arts techniques. They looked around. The ministers in the room were filled with unease. No, Moro has not returned. Ziying revealed an even more terrifying speculation. Moro is extremely insidious. I'm afraid that when he possessed that pilk, while fighting with others, he also parasitized the other half of his demonic power onto them. Why? The head eunuch asked, puzzled. Ziying said, because Moro knows that he is most likely no match for the heavenly emperor. If he can win, that would be good. If he can't, he can still test the heavenly emperor's strength. But I'm afraid he has made a backup plan, hiding another part of his demonic power in another person. Openly repair the plank road while secret crossing the Chenkang Pass. The head eunuch was surprised and asked again, what? So cunning? Is this his real goal? After all, who would have thought he had a second trick up his sleeve? Yes, it would be hard for anyone but him to have thought of it, Ziying said. So, I tested him with the divine test paper as a precaution. Sure enough, my guess was right. After Ziying finished speaking, he smiled slightly and said, but I was surprised to find that the other party was not using divine sense to remotely spy on this piece of paper, but was spying on this piece of paper right here in this room. Boom. He suddenly turned violent and struck the head eunuch who had been talking to him. The surrounding ministers stared in disbelief. What has gotten into His Majesty? But the next second, the entire eunuch's body was covered with countless large fleshy tumors, which rapidly swelled up, and he sneered, ha 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 ha. The current witch king of the mortal world actually has such methods, and he's been chatting with me all this time? Boom, he swelled up. Moro chuckled repeatedly. If it weren't for the emperor's aura, pure and holy, making it difficult to parasitize and easy for those two to discover, I could have just parasitized you without so much trouble. But you little emperor brat, you don't know what's good for you. You actually exposed my identity. Do you want to die? He burst into wild laughter. But the next second, Ziying's aura suddenly swelled up, and he laughed instead. You're only at the 3rd level of the parasite realm, which means you only have the combat power of the 3rd level. Do you think you can beat me? Moro was stunned for a moment, his face full of sarcasm, showing no sign of weakness. Even though I am parasitizing a body of the 3rd realm, I still possess the knowledge and vision of the 4th realm. You are merely... Bang! Moro was sent flying backward, smashing through several rooms in the inn. What are you? Moro got up, stunned and stammered, unable to utter a single word. Although his cultivation level was limited by his body, in order to prevent the heavenly emperor from discovering him, he used very little demonic energy to hide it in this mortal. Even some demonic thoughts, the mighty king of 10,000 demons, who should be able to sweep across the world in the same realm, was not a match for a mere 3rd realm grandmaster. The ministers nearby were stunned. I am very annoyed, you know that? Ziying walked forward step by step, his expression expressionless. I am the strongest, the most powerful overlord in the world. the strongest genius in the entire Yin dynasty. During the day, that guy Pirk was simply trash. Yet he relied on his cultivation level to suppress me, making it impossible for me to breathe. Now that you're in the body of the third realm, I can finally kill you and vent my anger. His eyes were fierce and domineering. Don't worry, I will cherish you. He breathed a sigh of relief. It wasn't in vain that I spent so much money and used such a secret technique to lure you out. Bang, bang. Several rooms in the inn were breached, and Moro was brutally beaten without any resistance. How dare you kill me? Moro's expression was ferocious, but before he could utter any harsh words, he let out a scream. Muscles, bones, blood vessels, and internal organs were all smashed apart by punches, turning into bright red flesh and blood. This gruesome scene completely shocked everyone present. I won't let you get away with this. Moro roared, his entire body exploding into a bloody mist. A dark, ethereal figure floated out and shot rapidly into the sky. Immortals are one thing, but even mortal heroes and martial arts masters from the mortal realm dare to be so audacious. Another escape using a soul? Emperor Ziying of the Yinshang dynasty, with his hands behind his back, said calmly, of all lies, the most deceptive are those that are 9 parts truth and 1 part falsehood. There are indeed 2 methods for the inheritance of dynasties. One is the 9 revolutions refining God technique, which is upright and righteous in absorbing the incense offerings of mortals, and the other is the evil and vicious man-eating God transformation technique, which devours people's souls. Moro suddenly sensed something was wrong. Ziying's aura enveloped everything, instantly transforming into a vortex. Whoosh! Arranged in a special way, they transformed into a gate to the abyss, drawing in the silent thoughts of Mara. Bang! Moro's demonic thoughts were instantly absorbed, and his soul was scattered. Stunned, my mind went blank. The ministers and martial arts generals from Cheyuj were all stunned and stood there dumbfounded. This is none other than Mara, the infamous demon who shakes the 3 realms of heaven, earth, and man. Your Majesty, you actually killed one of his demonic avatars with a mere flick of your wrist. A murder trap was set under the moonlight, and the demon king was annihilated with a smile. Using the paper for verifying divine powers as a medium, the interconnected events lead to the exposure of a great demon. Even if they possessed such exquisite cunning, strategy, and intellect, having witnessed the terror of their opponent during the day, they would never dare to ambush this celestial demon god at night, assuming the identity of a mortal emperor. That's Moro, the lord of the demonic calamity who caused great calamities to the world, is a troublesome being, even the heavenly emperor and Buddha of the heavenly court. Moro was also an extremely cunning and treacherous person. He openly plotted against the heavenly emperor and secretly entered the ship's cabin to plant a spy in front of their emperor of Yingsu, but the emperor exposed him. It is evident that their emperor, Ziying, was even more intelligent. Your Majesty, Moro is retaliating. What should we do? Moro's true form will certainly not let us go. The diviner's legs went weak with fear. That's a god. Killing us would be as easy as turning one's hand. So what? Ziying's gaze was indifferent. The glint in his eyes faded, and he said meaningfully, if we don't oppose him, Moro won't kill us. He's a demon of all living beings. He planted spies among us, intending to attack us from the start. Hesitation leads to trouble. Why not eat a piece of his dead soul first? It's a great tonic. After refining it with the devouring humans and transforming into God's technique, I feel my strength has greatly increased. After eating it a few hundred more times, I will break through to the 4th realm. What is there to fear then? I have built my spirit, and become a god by eating ghosts. I should be able to gather a divine spirit similar to Zhang Kui, the celestial master, to be the natural enemy of ghosts. I can even build the underworld and Fengdu ghost city, and send out the great witches and ghost messengers of the world to cleanse the souls of the human world. Everyone else was horrified. This is probably a meticulously planned scheme by His Majesty. He was probably testing whether Moro existed from the very beginning. If it exists, lure it out, devour it whole, and refine a part of its demonic thoughts. That's absolutely, terrifyingly daring. However, it is precisely this kind of person who can become a powerful and influential figure. Ruthless and decisive, that is what makes a martial emperor who dominates the world, suppressing other martial arts families, and is far beyond their reach as the overlord of the world. This plan is more perfect than I imagined. Zi Ying spoke calmly, his words carrying a profound meaning. If we rise slowly, who knows when it will take? It's better to rise while the tide is blowing. Since the mortals of the world are afflicted by disaster, let us seize the opportunity to rise up, raise the banner of slaying demons as the righteous path, establish a great witch tribe, and guide all living beings to seek refuge here. The ministers were stunned. I will proclaim to the world that our lineage of great shamans is a ghost-eating clan of the underworld who detain all demons to cleanse the human realm, Zi Ying said. Brilliant plan. Immediately, everyone felt a sense of longing. The two major techniques complement each other. The 9 revolutions refining God technique is a great shaman who absorbs the offerings of all living beings to become the true god of incense offerings. The man-eating divine skill is a demon-exorcising giant that consumes the souls of the dead and kills and eats ghosts. As long as the great wizard giant protects a large number of mortals in a region, there will be endless incense offerings. However, as the number of people increases, both mortals and the strong will perish and become monsters, which will then be able to devour the souls of the dead. Both techniques are perfectly suited to this land. Your Majesty, your vision is profound. I cannot wait any longer. In this way, perhaps we can rebuild the mythical world. We can then enter the 4th realm again and become martial immortals. A minister stroked his white beard and exclaimed, "At this time, if we kill Moro and spread the news throughout the world, we'll surely become famous. The mortals who have suffered disasters on the Shu Mountain will all flock here. We will naturally be able to form a powerful force in the mortal world, and the great witch tribe will prosper again. That is indeed my will," Zi Ying said. Slay the demons to establish authority, guide all living beings across the land, rebuild the mortal kingdom, and we will become the sorcerer gods. I, the emperor, will seek happiness for all. Mortals under heaven. He strode to the window, gazing at the vast moonlit sky, the twinkling stars, his eyes filled with grand ambition. Then thank you for bringing me good fortune. I am just an ordinary person in this world. Fu Qingjun touched her thick, black hair, her words carrying a hidden meaning. But one could be quite surprised by the domineering aura of this ruthless man. Really, that's incredible. The schemes of that night were absolutely brilliant. Never underestimate the geniuses of this world. They possess extraordinary intelligence and astonishing talent. If you underestimate them, you'll be devoured, leaving not even bones behind. Who would have thought that a mortal emperor would have such audacity and ferocity? Fu Qingjun also didn't expect this. Even Fu Qingjun felt that this person was simply an unparalleled hero of the ages. The saying that every chaotic era produces extraordinary talents may be true. In this World War period, it seems that there are many extraordinary talents and monsters everywhere. But then again, Moro is still too inexperienced, being born so recently. The other two cunning old foxes didn't fall for it. Otherwise, if they were discovered that Buddha and the heavenly emperor were secretly spying on a mortal emperor, where would they put their face? But Fu Qingjun's expression turned strange. With this group from Yin ruins arriving, the important figures from the capital, Cage, have already begun to get into character. I've been completely stunned by that epic war between gods and demons in the movie. I've started analyzing the war's structure and trying to infiltrate it. These real humans have already begun acting as high shamans, working for the benefit of my and demon kingdom. Well, but if it happened elsewhere, that would be fine. Why did it have to happen in my Duguen town? And they even ran into a big shot like the emperor. Fu Qingjun felt that the days ahead would not be so peaceful. Their enthusiasm and excitement for fighting for his demon kingdom might affect him, an ordinary leader of the Miao Chuntang gang who just eats and goes to work every day. Your daily routine may be affected. Fu Qingjun pondered in her heart and continued to secretly observe their conversation. These people are really bold. It seems they're planning to quickly build a new city next to Duguen town, establish a great witch tribe and a giant town to entertain these martial arts heroes, immortal disciples, and Buddhist followers, and then fleece them. Looking at the emperor and his ministers secretly plotting again in the room, Fu Qingjun shook her head and sighed. Alas, these people are truly wicked. It should be noted that although the emperor of the Yin dynasty had declined, he still ruled over a large part of China. Such an important person was someone Fu Qingjun had never even been able to meet before. At that moment, he actually believed that he was an emperor in the human world, and that there was an ancient celestial court and ancient saints in the heavens. I even want to find my way to immortality here. They began their fierce attack on Moro at night, devising a plan to infiltrate the Shu Mountain region under the guise of the Great Witch Tribe. I got into character. This means that building a mythical demon kingdom civilization, one would receive a massive influx of funds from the entire Chinese land during World War II, all dedicated to the research and development of this project. It completely transforms the martial arts world of the Third Realm into a fantasy world of immortals. This earth will uniformly enter the civilization of those who have attained enlightenment. Fine, you can harvest these mortals, and I'll harvest yours. Fu Qingjun ignored them and watched the scene of the Mayan civilization on the other side. They are still clearing out the dark forbidden zone and venturing deeper into the fog, but it seems that the deeper they go into the no man's land, the more difficult it becomes. He observed one side for a while, and only after confirming that there weren't many changes did he turn his attention back to this side. I began to rethink things. The Fourth Realm is now at its peak, and it seems that the Supreme Emperor has reached the same level as Grace did back then. The speed is undeniably fast. But how do we proceed to the next level? Will I die of old age again? My head hurts. Fu Qingjun narrowed her eyes again. He looked at the moon and the night sky and seemed to vaguely see the buildings on it. It was a celestial palace, with towering pavilions and buildings, almost fully completed. Heavenly palace, it's really going to be established. He tilted his head back, his expression strange, and finally sighed. There were no myths in the world originally. As more hairs were inserted, myths came into being. However, the reason why the people of this world were able to accept it so quickly is because I traveled through the footsteps of Jiaxia from hundreds of thousands of years ago, which allowed me to eliminate the resistance of this world. Fu Qingjun even wanted to bend down and say something to the void. Praise be to the great goddess of wisdom Gasha. The next morning, Zi Yingying indeed took action. He summoned the Ten Knives Society, Miao Chuntang, and various other forces. Even the women from the major clans of the New World happened to be here, so there was no need to send out invitations. The room was now full. Having witnessed the incredible, mythical scene of that day, they were surprised but quickly accepted reality without needing further explanation. However, many women from wealthy and powerful families came to the matchmaking event, and the bizarre and surreal sights excited them instead. He instantly forgot about his marriage to Fu Qingjun. After all, people only consider marriage after reaching the third realm. Now that the fourth realm has emerged, who wouldn't be busy improving their martial arts level? Who would still be thinking about getting married and having children? Fu Qingjun and Song Qing, the leaders of the two major gangs, were also sitting here. Meanwhile, Little Trumpet shouted, "This is amazing. Sister Qin Hong is a princess, and the princess of Yingsu is actually the Buddha. I want to cultivate immortality. I want to cultivate immortality." She was in high spirits and full of enthusiasm. Fu Qingjun felt it was time to get her brain checked. In reality, most of the people present were reserved, but just as excited as Xiao Baba. After all, the fourth realm was right in front of them. They just didn't show their emotions as genuinely as she did. This is a once-in-a-millennium event in the martial arts world. Ancient immortal sects have emerged. Although they are all ant creatures, it does not diminish their passion. We are the great shamans, aren't we? This is how I explain and comfort myself. At this moment, the current leader of the Martial Arts Alliance, who also belonged to the largest martial arts family, the Imperial Dynasty Zi Ying, sat high above and spoke. "This place is Duguan Town. Since this is a crossing point, let's turn this place into a gate to hell. I want to build a new town in front of the crossing point, named Fengdu Ghost City. Fengdu Ghost City is a great witch tribe that shelters and suppresses all demons and monsters and protects all living beings." Zi Ying said, "The construction of this city will begin today and is expected to be completed in 3 days. Only 100 houses for the great shaman need to be built. The rest can be expanded later. Anyone want to join? We're in. We'll join too." Women from prominent families spoke on behalf of the powerful clans behind them. In fact, there are quite a few such martial arts alliances, and this is not the first time. They are all led by royal families of martial arts alliance leaders who reach various agreements. What we are facing now is clearly a tremendous opportunity. Everyone wants to build a city, and it would be the best idea for all the major martial arts families to join forces and contribute their manpower and resources. Originally, small gangs like Miao Chuntang and the Ten Knives Society, which didn't even have many grandmasters, weren't qualified to join. However, they were able to enter due to their advantageous location. According to the information relayed back by the current reincarnation of Buddha, there are wandering immortals in the mortal realm. Only true immortals can ascend. The entire land is divided into high-grade sects, mid-grade sects, and low-grade sects. This land also possesses demon refining techniques, as well as various secret methods for transmitting sound over long distances. Furthermore, once we step inside and reside there for a long time, we will receive the initial infection of divine blood, and the flow of blood in our bodies will increase tenfold. After all, those infected by Fu Qingjun all had this baseline flow rate. As for higher speeds, which are only attainable in the fourth realm of true immortals, one must rely on their own diligent cultivation. Also, these are Buddhist prayer beads. Zi Ying continued. Everyone can come closer and observe. As the crowd drew closer, they were struck by the incredible power of the Buddhist prayer beads. Owner of the ritual implement, Ziying realm, perfection of the third realm, everyone was amazed by this. But the other functions were even more amazing. Tiantong, 1. Number of the reincarnation of Buddha. 2. Number of the Arhat who subdues the tiger. Isn't this a dial telephone? Hiss. This kind of magical artifact is truly worthy of being from a land of immortals and Buddhas. It even has the power to transmit sound over thousands of miles. Humph. When I first arrived in the New World and saw those foreigners' telephones, I found them amazing. They vaguely resembled the long-distance communication systems in my homeland, China. They really did copy us. An old relic from the Yin ruins, as if he had found irrefutable evidence. Cursed. The Kingdom of Italy must have found the magical artifacts of ancient gods and Buddhas, reverse-engineered them, and that's how they invented the modern telephone. It seems that airplanes and cannons are also plagiarisms of ancient Chinese magical artifacts. The entire Industrial Revolution was a conspiracy, a theft of ancient divine artifacts from our Chinese civilization. Everyone discussed it, and seeing the telephone, they felt it was confirmed. Fu Qingjun was eating nearby when she nearly coughed up blood, unsure how to even begin to complain. They looked at the next feature. Real-time battles. It even has this function, allowing you to gesture within a certain mental space. This Buddhist artifact is simply divine. After all, we should not underestimate the power of development. They've built a mental network around the mechanical snail, making it even more sophisticated than modern cell phones and computers. It's normal for these ancient people to find it bizarre. Otherwise, Fu Qingjun wouldn't have been so engrossed in the game these past few days, because it's genuinely fun. Could such magical artifacts be widely used? One of the martial artists couldn't help but ask. They also want to have it. It's said that some weapon refining sects can mass-produce them, which is also one of the goals of us martial arts families, Ziying said. Besides, we have many other resources that we also need. Of course, our ultimate goal is for a giant great shaman to break through and pass on his divine blood to other great shamans, so that all the martial artists in our world can also enter the civilization of those who have attained enlightenment and usher a new era. One day, a year. Countless people were thrilled by what they heard. Fu Qingjun yawned as she listened, but could only listen to their long-winded discussion and the various matters they were discussing. The matter was quickly settled. Miao Chuntang also participated in the construction of the neighboring Fengdu ghost city. Fu Qingjun finally escaped the boring meeting. On the way back, Bai Yu was full of praise. Mythical Jianghu. Mythical Jianghu? Cultivation. We're going to cultivate immortality. We'll become the colossal natives of the great witch tribe, welcoming disciples and chief disciples from all the major immortal sects to visit our city. Clearly, those conversations and plans had influenced him. Hide. The enemy, the Kingdom of Europe, must not know. They didn't even let their neighboring ally, the Kingdom of Hawks, know about it. We ourselves come into contact with the world of immortals and heroes and explore various treasures within it. They want to launch the Industrial Revolution during World War II, and we want to launch the Immortal Revolution during this World War II period. Bai Yu, why are you so excited? Have you been infected by the loudspeaker? Fu Qingjun was both amused and exasperated. After all, he was the only ordinary person in Miao Chuntang, and they needed to be cherished. Yes, Brother Bai, you've been corrupted by that little loudspeaker, Qin Hong said calmly. Although she was also in that room listening to the plan, she felt a strange sense of satisfaction. Who could have known that she was the real mastermind behind everything? I am the Buddha of today. Although she joined the Miao Chuntang family and felt the warmth of home and a sense of belonging, she also felt a vague sense of pride and even had a certain idea. In simple terms, don't worry, I'll take you flying, it's just a revival of mythology. In the midst of the dramatic changes of the times, everyone is but a wave in history, but I can lead you all on a great ship, riding the waves in the mythical world of this era. Ancient, the great witch tribe, with the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, I will certainly strive to compete and reach the top. Brother Bai was corrupted by me? What do you mean by being corrupted by me? Little Trumpet was dumbfounded. Little Trumpet was just as excited and happy, he just showed it, unlike you quiet types. Bai Yu inwardly praised, it's all because of the gang leader. Who could know? Not only is it that the Buddha statue is actually a princess of the current dynasty, deeply hidden, and a reincarnation of the Tathagata Buddha, but our leader also has some background. Get to know the descendants of Nuwa. He had known for a long time that the world of immortals and martial arts was about to revive. Don't rush. We are great shamans, not the protagonists of heaven and earth, and our combat power is very low, Qin Hong earnestly advised. After all, the great witch humans can only rise to prominence at the 4th realm. Even if there is a breakthrough method, it will take a long time to complete. Yes, Bai Yu smiled, then suddenly said, who can know what the world of the 4th realm is like? The 4th realm is terrifying. Sonic creatures, their sense of time and movement are 360 times that of us. In their eyes, a day is equivalent to a year. What kind of world is that? This taciturn man suddenly became as excited as a child, which shows how happy he was inside. Bai Yu continued, from their perspective at the speed of sound, we're practically stationary, right? To be honest, one sound speed is Mach 1. We can see some afterimages, but if a day is lived as a year, wouldn't that mean 6 months of daylight and 6 months of night? Such a creature is simply unimaginable. Indeed, Fu Qingjun smiled. It's a magical world. That's the realm of immortals. The higher the level of life, the faster the nerve reflexes and the faster the movements. Isn't that just natural? Perhaps, only after breaking through can we truly sense the beings of that dimension. In Marvel animation, monsters, and even in various martial arts, fantasy, and scientia worlds, creatures with supersonic speeds and speeds exceeding Mach 1 are everywhere. But upon closer reflection, this means that your perception of time is different from others. Perhaps your day, it can be a year that belongs to someone else. Comparable to the speed of sound, it's easy to say in those stories, but in reality it feels quite terrifying. Yes, that's when a new world begins. Fu Qingjun accompanied a few people as they walked in the sunset along Miao Chuntang's path. 4th realm, civilization of the hearers of the Tao, times are changing dramatically, and reforms are underway. Frankly speaking, if it weren't for the crisis, Fu Qingjun wouldn't have planned to go to such lengths, advancing the civilization of this World War II-era Earth in such a radical and violent way. He considered himself the driving force behind Earth's unsung civilization. Unfortunately, his true home, another Earth, is shrouded in mist. Moreover, Fu Qingjun had a bad feeling that this Earth might also be shrouded in mist in the future. Who knows what the future holds? Fu Qingjun looked at the sky. Soon, Fengdu was established. Currently, it is just a simple tribe connected to the Shu Mountain region. With the help of the reincarnation of Buddha, many ordinary people from all over the land, carrying their bags and riding in carriages, began to settle in this new city of the Great Witch. That's the Great Shaman? My God, we're barely bigger than a single hair on their heads. One of their toes is the size of a small house to us. Their movements were far too slow, like a vast mountain range of giants, unimaginably sluggish, like demented giants. That's only natural. They have very long lifespans. It's said that the lifespan of every great shaman who has never cultivated is comparable to that of a true immortal in heaven. On the earth, ordinary people carrying bundles and shoulder poles were heading into the city. Merchants who were somewhat wealthy also brought their families and drove the mythical beasts to fly in, just for a peaceful place. Haven't you heard? The cultivation methods of the Great Witch include a method for devouring ghosts. That's why we came here to become apprentices, hoping to meet an ancient shaman and learn his techniques. I have come here for the outer sect trial, which is said to be held once every 10 years. I am determined to enter it to avenge my parents and kill all those ghosts and demons. The grand competition of the witchcraft sects. Many ordinary people rushed over upon hearing the news. After all, everyone knows that the Fengdu Great Witch sect has only just been established, and it is likely that in the future, it will be comparable to a top-tier sect. Everyone wants to seize the opportunity to be the first to succeed. After all, the competition with other major sects is too fierce. In an instant, the fame of killing Moro spread throughout Fengdu, attracting more people than anyone had imagined to become its residents, who in this world can tread the path to immortality. This realm is extremely difficult. Countless cultivators are eager to seize even the slightest opportunity. Fengdu is located right next to Duguan town. Although it is far less bustling than Fengdu, ordinary people, like ants, occasionally come by to observe the world of the great shamans. The two civilizations began to live in peace and integrate with each other. However, they are also two completely different worlds. For ordinary people, a day is a year, and the whole land can undergo many changes. After the Great Witch began to integrate into the extraordinary world created by Fu Qingjun, even more dramatic changes occurred. Soon, these great shamans discovered that they were merely mythical mountain giants of longevity and immortality, and that they could only reach the third realm at most, far from being able to interfere with the course of the entire land. This world remains a place where prodigies, geniuses, and top talents from various sects dominate their era and write their own glorious chapters. However, the Great Witch God Seed did indeed bring about a new method of cultivation for this land, witchcraft. Among them, the devouring humans and transforming into God's technique does not require the offerings of sentient beings, but instead consumes ghosts to cultivate one's spirit, which coincides with the great calamity of this world and can reach the level of Mara. Buddha, immortals, and shamans. The three paths gradually took shape. A shaman is someone who enters a great shaman tribe and becomes an apprentice of an ancient great shan. Time flies, and countless days and months have passed. Zi Ying and a group of grandmasters from various sects, who arrived possessed terrifying teaching abilities. These mythical giants actually nurtured several true immortals. They dominated the world, were invincible, swept away all major sects, and even devoured monsters everywhere. They even made Moro feel troubled, and finally ascended to the heavenly court. Gradually, people began to call this kind of powerful being the Witch Emperor. Several years later, the land of the Wu tribe reached its zenith. Not only did the most outstanding immortals ascend to heaven, but some of the lesser geniuses who failed on the Emperor's road could only become wandering immortals, guarding the Wu tribes as supreme. Reclusive elders, thus becoming a solid foundation of strength within the sects. Seeing this, Ziying couldn't help but feel delighted. If these rogue immortals were to reach the front lines, they would probably sweep across the land. They would be a formidable weapon. However, they are small in size. If it were us, large human beings, even one of us could force the kingdom of Odili to surrender. When they accept disciples, they always examine their character and temperament. This will teach these mortals to be grateful and to protect these great shamans. Even the appearance of numerous wandering immortals in Fengdu City made Mo Luo wary of him, because their cultivation techniques were effective against formless ghosts. Moreover, Moro is a monster and has been unable to find a suitable body to parasitize. At most, he could assassinate a true immortal the size of an ant and reside on it. But he could only exert the combat power of that one true immortal. True strength is extremely rare, less than 1 in 100. He cannot cultivate the myriad transformations scripture like the Supreme Heavenly Emperor, expanding his physical form to accommodate his enormous soul at this time. On the streets of Fengdu Ancient City, small, indistinct shadows were visible on the ground as people walked by sparsely. There were actually 2 peerless geniuses on the path to immortality. A fierce battle raged in the streets, drawing countless onlookers. It was truly a grand spectacle. This move is the sun and moon in the palm technique of the Sumeru Buddhist school. Is this man planning to declare himself emperor? Great talents emerge in chaotic times. The prodigies and heroes of this generation are terrifying. They have defeated many young supreme beings. Could it be that an extraordinary true immortal has emerged in this era? Bang, bang, bang. Many protectors of the surrounding immortal sects were shaken. This battle was truly unexpected, and it was one of the most significant battles fought across the entire land in recent years. Fu Qingjun walked down the street, accompanied by a loudspeaker, directly across the battlefield beneath her feet, chatting idly as she went. Your elder brother Bai Yu is quite serious. He serves as a great shaman instructor here and has trained many disciples. Although no true immortals have emerged from him, he has a rogue immortal disciple named Yaoshi Xian. He is very famous in the immortal world. Many people who are seriously injured seek his treatment. Unfortunately, this rogue immortal has a strange quirk and can be called an eccentric doctor. Little Trumpet nodded. I also want to take on disciples, to take on dragons, and to teach them to breathe. Clouds and mist, but unfortunately they are too weak, and they have all developed concussions from their cultivation. Fu Qingjun chuckled, but offered no explanation. Not everyone has a mutated brain like yours. The two chatted as they walked casually down the street, completely unafraid of the mortals they stepped on or the battles between disciples of various immortal sects. Because, in the eyes of those beings, we giants move slowly, like a hill moving at a snail's pace. It would be a miracle if we could even step on them. The perceived speed was different. Although we were on the same street, it felt like we were in 2 different worlds. The slowly moving giants of the Great Wushan Mountains are generally ignored and left alone, forming a beautiful scene in the mythological world. Occasionally, towering giants, moving slowly, will walk by. The Great Witch is also a rare and endangered species that lives a long and immortal life. Its numbers are small, and it is recognized as a first-class endangered protected animal by the sect. Hunting it is strictly prohibited by the Buddhist and Taoist Environmental Species Protection Association. Moreover, the Great Witch clan did not decline very early. They still had Nuwa backing them up. Tap, tap, tap. There were countless afterimages of ants and humans underfoot, but no matter how hard I tried, I couldn't step on them. However, recently, those women who went on blind dates have been frequently communicating with my brother again. The little trumpet hummed. At first, they were full of confidence, determined to make a name for themselves in the great witch world, and vowed to enter the fourth realm. But after the most powerful ones trained a few disciples of the loose immortals, they got bored. After all, everyone wanted to be a great witch teacher, a long-lived and immortal giant. The martial arts aptitude and talent of those women are beyond question. It's a pity that even the emperor's son, Ying, is stuck, and it will be difficult for him to enter the fourth realm in a short time, let alone them. Due to years of war, most of the male grandmasters went to fight, leaving more women than men. As a result, they frequently came to take care of Fu Qingjun and strengthen their bond. After all, since one can't even cultivate to the fourth realm in a short time, it's better to get married and have children first and enjoy the pleasures of love. Of course, the most popular one is still the Emperor Ziying, but that one is clearly not someone an ordinary woman can get close to, so she has recently been besieged. It's even slowing down my eating speed, Fu Qingjun said helplessly. Let's go see your elder brother Bai Yu and his clinic. Fu Qingjun now occasionally comes here from Duguen town to watch the high priests teaching their disciples. Soon, Fu Qingjun and her companion arrived at a house and pushed open the door, but then they discovered that Qin Hong was also there. Qin Hong was communicating with a mortal man on the palm of her hand, who seemed to be a prodigy from the witch clan, known as Bei Feng. Beside Qin Hong were more than a dozen stunningly beautiful women on blind dates. It was obvious that Qin Hong, the new princess, had been getting very close to these women recently. I believe she still loves me. Bei Fengmin was pale. He looked at the female shaman teachers around him and said, "Elders, you must understand how girls feel. She's just too embarrassed to say it, so she's been keeping me hanging on." The beautiful young martial arts women around them were all moved to tears. This disciple is very devoted. But I ran into a jerk. She cheated on him with many men and even got pregnant. She was utterly despicable. Some even began to suspect that she was an evil woman from the demonic sect's love-stealing cult, who specialized in draining men's vital energy. Clearly, they weren't practicing cultivation. They were simply working as spiritual mentors at the sect's medical clinic, experiencing the bittersweetness of love. "Senior Qin Hong, what do you think we should do about this?" a woman asked, somewhat moved. It's clear that Qin Hong is in charge of providing emotional support. "You still love her, until death do you part?" Qin Hong hesitated for a moment. Bei Feng nodded emphatically. "She's very innocent, she was just deceived. She said we're not suitable, she still loves that man, and asked me to give her time." The women nearby, hearing the atmosphere, waved their little fists. "I've been providing psychological and emotional counseling here for a long time, and I've seen all sorts of people. Based on past experience, this kind of person is indeed scum." As a woman of the martial arts world, she dared to love and hate, and was full of heroic spirit. Even they thought that woman was disgusting. "No, I agree with your approach," Qin Hong said to the man. "I think you did nothing wrong, because I once had a friend who had the same experience as you." Qin Hong said, "He said he didn't care about the outcome, he felt joy every second he saw her." Bei Feng felt as if he had found a kindred spirit, and he said excitedly, "Yes, that's it. When you love someone, why would you care about whether you get her or not? Just wishing her well is enough." Qin Hong remained calm. "Yes," he also said, "so what if she's stringing me along?" "Stringing me along means she likes me, so why doesn't she string other people along?" Bei Feng's expression stiffened, looking rather unpleasant. Qin Hong said, "But it was with this belief and will that he finally won her over." Bei Feng's face immediately lit up with joy. "Indeed, where there's a will, there's a way. I will certainly do the same." "Thank you for your encouragement and guidance, teacher," Qin Hong added, That girl was heavily pregnant, lying in bed, when she chose to marry him, and she held his hand tenderly and said, "Darling, help me pay for an abortion." "It's not your child, I don't want it." The other party was completely dumbfounded. When Fu Qingjun saw this, she stood at the door and was immediately stunned. "So here you are, the Buddha, leading a bunch of girls in a boxing match. This is outrageous. The scene is too beautiful for me to look at. Is this your alternative way of saving all living beings?" Finally, after seeing the other party off, the women around them cheered excitedly. "Ha ha ha." Look at the look in his eyes as he left. It was like he'd swallowed a fly. He must have been completely desperate. Princess Qin Hong is absolutely right. It's useless to reason with someone like that. We need to use drastic measures. We need to disgust him by going along with his wishes. Next time, if it's a woman instead, I wonder if I could use this method to comfort her? Those around couldn't help but start discussing it. Cough, cough, cough. Qin Hong coughed twice and looked at everyone seriously. Everyone here is a chosen one, with great talent. You have also witnessed countless tragedies. There are scum among men and women. So-called love is not necessarily so beautiful. Why be obsessed with the mortal world? How about following me to enter the Buddhist order? So you've been waiting here, call. Fu Qingjun gasped, realizing that Qin Hong was indeed ruthless. No wonder she could scheme against old schemers like Tai Di and Zi Ying. Qin Hong had clearly been plotting this for a long time, intending to target their hair. Turns out, you're the most terrifying and devastating threat. Qin Hong continued, "You're all tired of being high shamans here. Rather than cultivating the path of shamanism and never achieving transcendence, why not cultivate the path of Buddhism, enter the mortal world, and experience reincarnation?" The other women hesitated. At first, they were absolutely unwilling to practice Buddhism. After all, he was balding on the top of his head, needed to be free from worldly desires, and had to reincarnate for 10,000 lifetimes. By the time was right, he would have almost reached the level of a sorcerer and was about to break through. Since both sides have a long time frame, why lose hair? But now I am indeed somewhat tempted. After all, cultivating the great witchcraft path only allows one to observe the world from the sidelines. It's better to cultivate Buddhism and be reborn as one of those tiny mortals to compete for the Emperor's throne. Cultivating Buddhism allows one to experience the power of the fourth realm ahead of time, even if it's just like being an ant, but it's not so boring anymore. Perhaps. The women around hesitated. Don't be afraid. Buddhism is a practice for men. Our lineage can be called a nunnery, Sihang Jingzhai, Qin Hong said. Everyone here is a Buddha in every lifetime. Qin Hong plans to build her own loyal faction. These women were indeed tempted, and they all exchanged glances. As a race of giants, we can at most teach our disciples to cultivate and enable the giants' physical bodies to have combat power, but that takes far too long. Watching the world struggles makes me itchy to participate. We converted to Buddhism and cultivated ourselves there for a lifetime, which is quite fulfilling. Why would we still want a man? I used to have high hopes for that, but now I realize it's nothing special. Besides love, there are many other things in this world, such as the dream of martial arts. These stunningly beautiful women, each with their own unique and exceptional qualities, became resolute. Soon, a message was released. In the ghost city of Fengdu, 27 women decide to enter the world to cultivate Buddhism. This is a truly astonishing decision. After all, many martial arts men are unwilling to shave their heads and become monks, let alone women. Of course, they were also influenced by Zai Ying and were not allowed to become monks. Otherwise, many devout martial artists would not care about such things. After all, these are all great witch tribes. How could they abandon their own tribal system and cultivate other practices? In particular, Ziying himself should set an example. Bai Yu was also surprised to see this scene. Our Fengdu is populated entirely by martial artists. Excluding ordinary people, the population is only a little over 100. Fengdu is almost entirely populated by grandmasters or young talents. The sudden defection of nearly 30 people to Buddhism is indeed a significant event. Fu Qingjun nodded. Qin Hong certainly played a clever game. She had completely won them over. These were all highly qualified talents. Ziying was dumbfounded but couldn't say anything. These 27 people, through repeated reincarnations, could already become her core team. The Buddhist sect on the other side was handed over to Zi Niyang for development, and she was going to develop another branch. This person is a master at harvesting the, a metaphor for exploiting others. Fu Qingjun narrowed his eyes, watching Qin Hong, the mastermind behind the scenes, secretly stirring up trouble here. Both political acumen and military prowess are essential qualities for becoming a powerful and influential figure. Fu Qingjun glanced at the pretty girls. They have all undergone baptism. Their 3,000 afflictions have been continuously shed, and their 6 senses have been purified. At this moment, they were all sitting cross-legged on the ground, with their hands clasped together and their eyes lowered, as if they had entered meditation. In reality, they had already begun to control a body and reincarnate. Fu Qingjun couldn't help but sigh. Qin Hong, we are born of the same root. Why are you so eager to harm each other? While it's true that you're a devout follower of an anonymous god, aren't you being a bit too eager to recruit people into your church? Suddenly, I felt a strange emptiness inside. Fu Qingjun walked out of Sihang Jingzhai and onto the street. The ants beneath her feet swarmed and blurred into afterimages, as if she were in another vast and extraordinary world, and herself was a mythical giant within it. They looked at themselves with admiration, surprise, and amusement. It's like watching Mount Everest slowly move past your eyes. This harem used to be so close to me, but in the blink of an eye, he chuckled, feeling a strange sense of loss. However, everything is about to get back on track. Fu Qingjun knew she could start planning the next step. Back then, there was only one true immortal-level powerhouse in the world, the Demon Lord Grace. Although this was due to the limitations of the era, she went to explore the mist in the sky, but fell down and her body was never found. Fu Qingjun's expression became sharp. Grace's death remained a thorn in his side. Now that things have developed in my mind, perhaps it's time to test the waters. That unknown adversary on Earth. This is a true racial war. All civilizations that have deduced their own extraordinary cultivation systems were conceived and born for this purpose. Moro has disappeared recently. He's probably gone to the kingdom of Odili. Fu Qingjun's lips curled into a strange smile as she walked back to Duguan town. Moro lacks a body that can unleash his full power. Therefore, the body of the god Pilk that he had been hoping for was naturally the one he had been looking forward to. Moro secretly went to the kingdom of Odili to steal their technology, and even to bewitch and win over that kingdom. After all, the Buddhist realm now possesses its own mortal kingdoms. How could Mara not be tempted? Fu Qingjun continued to smile, ignoring Moro. In Fu Qingjun's eyes, Moro is currently just a small-time character with great potential. There are far too many so-called geniuses who die before they can fully develop. But if that's the case, how can the remaining kingdom remain unscathed? I am going to the kingdom of Hawks to bestow this opportunity upon you. The noble British aristocracy, the ancient British dynasty, judging from their hairstyles, is the country that I, the nameless god, have visited the most on this earth, Fu Qingjun muttered to himself. On Mount Nuwa, Fu Qingjun controlled a fourth true immortal that he had secretly cultivated over the years and flew to the autonomous region of the neighboring Hawks dynasty. Since the Eastern immortal civilization has been revived after hundreds of thousands of years, how could my Mayan civilization not be revived? Boom! The wind howled. The figure gradually transformed into a small, elegant gentleman with a Western appearance. That Anunnaki, who descended from the heavens, my aunt friend, once ruled the entire earth. It traversed towering mountains and ridges, traveling through the sky at supersonic speeds, creating bursts of sonic booms. In the East, he is known as the Xia Emperor, who created the Chinese civilization. In our West, he is the god of wisdom Jiaxia, who created the great Sunflower dynasty. Both of us are civilizations that believe in ancient gods. Now that they have been revived, it is time for our Mayan civilization to be revived in this great era as well, Fu Qingjun said calmly. The world is ignorant and has long forgotten the glorious history of the Mayan civilization, the battles between angels, demons, feathered serpents, and dragons. The first angel emperor, Leona, the demon lord Grace, all the deeds from hundreds of thousands of years ago. How tragic is this? Hawks Kingdom Autonomous Region. Ancient British buildings stand tall on the land, with a white, domed cathedral in the distance. Nuns walked by, while tall, white medieval knights in armor patrolled the streets. Noble gentlemen carrying canes walked by, chatting and laughing with some noble women. It was late at night, inside a residential community, in a red-roofed building. A middle-aged man was sitting on the bed, reading a book in front of him by the dim light of a yellow bulb. The delicate paper exudes a unique ink fragrance. It is the latest mythological history, the Chronicle of Mayan Civilization, just printed by the publishing house, with the author Nasika's name on the cover. Ding, ding, ding! The deep, resonant tolling of the clock tower came from outside the window. Isaac glanced out the window as the last rays of dusk faded. Is it already 6 in the afternoon? I can't believe I've been reading this book all day. He stretched, lay back on the bed, put his hands behind his head, and stared at the ceiling. How wonderful! According to the latest archaeological history, it is a truly magnificent myth. The angel civilization, the prehistoric Great Flood period. As Isaac flipped through the book, it was as if he could see mythology flowing through his fingertips. That vast war between gods and demons was a tragic and moving historical epic. In his writing, he appears to have witnessed everything firsthand from a first-person perspective, or perhaps, as Professor Nasika, the historian, did. It doesn't feel like something from archaeology. It evokes a sense of immersive joy and sorrow. The Sunflower dynasty, the birth of Gasha, the great flood that submerged the world, the birth of the Mayan civilization after the flood, the extinction of the great martial world, the rise of the Witch dynasty, and the devastating overthrow by the demon lord Grace. In the end, where will the train of civilization go? When he saw the chapter on the decline of martial arts, he remained silent. Empress Leona swept across the world, her combat powers still unparalleled, yet there was no one left to cultivate martial arts with her. He vaguely felt that immense sorrow. Invincible, so what? One person can uphold the dignity of martial arts, but cannot uphold the inevitable trend of the times. In this world, there are actually things that even an invincible being cannot solve. The historical torrent swept in like a dark, deep sea constantly engulfing Emperor Leona, a feeling he deeply empathized with. Aren't we the same? Human joys and sorrows are interconnected, at least in the present moment. Martial arts have declined in this era. These martial arts knights, warriors who uphold the chivalrous spirit, are easily defeated by firearms. From the jeers, they felt the same great lament. As long as she lives, she is an era. This the assessment given by the first witch of Eudora, the new overlord of the Mayan civilization who held royal power, respecting the last flower of the martial arts era. This sentence touched him the most. As a tall and strong knight, he was moved to tears as he read this passage. If others saw it, he would be utterly humiliated. But he was precisely the one who offered the least resistance to it. That awe-inspiring and majestic aura, suppressing the world and sweeping through forbidden zones, once made him a martial arts emperor who single-handedly protected all living beings. That was a hero king with a strong sense of individualism. Such an existence, having broken its own snow-white wings, planted its spear in the blood-soaked battlefield, and uttered the words of abdication to the countless angels in the sky. How heartbreaking. Does the end of a hero's life mean they are no longer a hero? Damn it! She was once the hero who protected you. Is martial arts truly gone? Our era has declined, yet we cannot produce an Empress Leona to write a final chapter of glory. He smiled wryly, then couldn't help stroking the pages again, as if he could feel the history within. The English letters. Looking at the past and present through history, the world is a cycle. We were once known as the empire on which the sun never sets, but martial arts also declined. One was replaced by the Industrial Revolution of World War II, and the other was replaced by the Witches' Revolution. Even the more powerful Yin ruins next door, once known as the Celestial Empire, has declined, let alone them. He kept flipping through the book. It was Professor Nasika's favorite first edition. Myths are all false, but is this myth really false? He couldn't help but feel a strong, vague feeling inside. That's not a fabricated story. Rather, it refers to real experiences that actually occurred in history. Those vivid stories, the cries of heroes, and the lamentations of the times, were not fabricated. But if we really believe in those archaeological myths, wouldn't that be believing that gods really existed in this world hundreds of thousands of years ago? The small room had worn-out mahogany floorboards, and an oil painting of King Arthur riding a warhorse into battle hung on the wall. As the clock chimed at the window, gusts of wind kept blowing in, making a faint whooshing sound. Compared to the rings of history flowing through our fingers, we are nothing more than dust in history. He felt as if he had just finished reading a serialized book, and a strange, itch-like feeling welled up inside him. I really hope that Professor Nasika can quickly travel all over the New World to ancient sites and unearth the mythological and historical documents that follow, so that I can see where the last Empress Leona, who placed her hopes on the witch Eudula hundreds of thousands of years ago, is leading civilization into the mist, and whether martial arts can rise again. He looked helpless. This is a situation where you're watching an anime or TV series and suddenly, halfway through, you encounter a thrilling counterattack plot. The once retired hero king returns and is about to reclaim the throne. But then you get stuck. Ugh, I feel so awful. He went to the window and looked down. The passion of youth lies in constant struggle. Even if the era is gone, I will still do my best. That's the promise I made to Hathaway. I haven't done my 10,000 push-ups yet. However, I recently heard that the Kingdom of Europe is making some big moves. The emperor of neighboring Yin ruins in China actually came to the New World and was supposedly assassinated by people from the Kingdom of Europe. Although I heard he escaped unharmed, he used to be indifferent to war because the charge of battle was the glory of a knight, but now he is terrified of war because he doesn't want to die under gunfire. In his view, that was not how a knight should die. it was the greatest insult to a strong man. My teacher once said that the ultimate fate of true heroes and knights is to be martyrs. They should be killed in front of powerful opponents, and their comrades should surround their corpses and welcome them back to their homeland. He thought about many things, holding the book in his hands as if it were a precious treasure. His depressed mood was unusually cheerful. Tomorrow, I will recommend this book of historical mythology to other people. Even if they don't like reading, they will definitely fall in love with this book and become Professor Nashka's loyal fans. As he was thinking this, he suddenly sensed a strange movement behind him. He turned around. I was surprised to see the book on the table moving on its own without any wind. Turn the pages one by one. Above the book, a tiny angel with white wings looked down at it and said calmly, "I never imagined that the mythical species from over 100,000 years later, the golden behemoth of this era, would still remember the glory of our Mayan civilization. This size, these wings." Nasak's stunned face gradually revealed a myriad of emotions: joy, excitement, shock, and finally, tears welled up in his eyes again, without his noticing. When did I become a crybaby again? The tall, strong commoner knight wiped away his unstoppable tears. I made a promise with Hathaway when I was 8 years old that I would never, ever cry again. The angel knight, flipping through the book, turned around in surprise. After a few seconds of astonishment, he chuckled softly, "Child, believe in the light, believe in the light." The middle-aged commoner knight cried even harder, as if the emotions he had just witnessed in history had been reopened, and tears streamed down his face. How could I not have believed in the light? As a member of a knightly order who upholds the code of chivalry, one naturally adheres to the chivalric code, to be as ardent as the sun, illuminating the earth with fiery blood. My idol is King Arthur. He looked at the painting of a knight hero next to him. He was hailed as the man closest to God in martial arts throughout Hawke's history. He was the leader of the Knights of the Round Table, a legendary figure almost mythical. He led the Knights of the Round Table to unify the British Isles and is a hero admired by all knights today. A knight? Fu Qingjun smiled. As a traditional Western feudal dynasty that ruled by martial arts, much like the English kingdom in my memory, they governed the land through a hierarchical system of knightly families, barons, viscounts, dukes, and so on. "Are you an angel from the Mayan civilization?" Isaac couldn't help but say. He was overwhelmed with mixed feelings and didn't know what to say. Professor Nasika's archaeological work revealed that the Mayan civilization actually existed hundreds of thousands of years ago. This experience was truly surreal. A flying angel. It turns out that angels and demons, as described in Western folklore and even the Bible, do exist. He suddenly felt an indescribable sense of pride and honor. We have gods. Don't be nervous. Fu Qingjun's expression was extremely gentle. He gently flapped his wings and came to the window. Outside the window, a European-style cathedral and bell tower stood in the night. I never imagined that in the distant future, they would still remember the history of our prehistoric Mayan civilization. Isaac suddenly became excited, his hands clenching involuntarily. I remember. How could I not remember? No matter how distant history may be, it will never allow us to forget our heroic ancestors. To betray the history of our forefathers, we will lose everything. Professor Nasika is such a respectable person, dedicating his life to archaeology and bringing ancient sites buried in the sands of history back to the world. He had a strong premonition that this was the beginning of some kind of myth. The scene he was watching gave him a sense of similarity to those Western myths and legends, with an epic atmosphere. The gods bestow missions upon mortals, thus beginning their legendary journey. A legend like that of King Arthur begins, with an ancient knight pulling the sword from the stone and divinely granted kingship. This world is changing. According to the Mayan prophecy, our world will face annihilation. Fu Qingjun looked out the window, and her first words sent a shockwave through the Western knight's heart. A catastrophe? Catastrophe that will destroy the world? Isaac's pupils dilated. Like the fog after the prehistoric flood, those man-eating monsters keep appearing? The dark forbidden zone will return to this land. This is a cyclical disaster. In history, this scene has appeared more than once on this life-bearing planet under the vast starry sky. The prehistoric fog from more than 100,000 years ago will invade this era again. As he recounted the story, Isaac vaguely saw scenes from hundreds of thousands of years ago. That was a lament of the earth. Where time and space intersect, an indescribable entity shrouded in mist feeds on the lives of the people of this planet, constantly corrupting the species of this land. It was an extremely tragic, dark, and hopeless prehistoric era, with corpses scattered everywhere. Hundreds of millions of people died in the mist, swallowed by darkness, and fed to evil creatures. He saw heroes and martyrs, tears streaming down their faces, letting out bitter laughs, roaring to the sky, and charging towards the monsters in the mist. He saw the most respected Empress Leona, covered in blood, stubbornly moving forward through the fog, searching for hope in a future where none seemed to exist. A silent surge of emotion welled up within Isaac. This is the greatest resistance of prehistoric humans in the fog and darkness time and time again. Isaac's heart was filled with excitement. He couldn't bear to join in. The chivalrous romance hidden in his blood and the chivalrous code he upheld were completely ignited. The Mayan spirit is what our unbroken dynasty, our knights, has continued and passed down to this day, Isaac said in a deep voice. The fog is coming, and this land may soon be covered by darkness. Fu Qingjun gazed at Isaac. This disaster also needs someone to resist, to save everyone on this land, and to protect all living beings. Isaac seemed to realize something, and his heart pounded wildly. My whole being was almost consumed by the frantic pounding of my heart, as if I had lost the ability to think. Their ancient civilization has been revived in the Yin ruins of the East. Nuwa created humans, and they set sail on you, about to resist the fog. But how can we, the great British Empire of the West, be content to lag behind those Easterners? We must also get back on our feet. Fu Qingjun's gaze was intense, her eyes seeming to spark. Isaac, would you be willing to become my third disciple? To revive the Western Mayan civilization of this era and fight to protect humanity under the stars? I do. Isaac knelt down with a thud, his face full of piety and fortitude, in the manner of knight. Therefore, I will crown you. Uneasy lies the head that wears the crown. Fu Qingjun spoke calmly, took a strand of hair, and with an extremely solemn expression, gently pierced it onto the top of Isaac's head. Whoosh! Isaac, this tall and handsome knight, had a thick ring of golden hair in the center slowly fall out, leaving the center bald except for a single ahoj, cowlick, swaying gently in the wind. I bestow the fire upon all living beings, and you will rule over all living beings on earth as a god. With a wave of his hand, Fu Qingjun sent a group of mortals, witches, angels, and demons from the Mayan civilization into this room. This technique is the divine code of the crystal wall system of our Mayan civilization, used to cultivate the faith of all living beings. After bestowing the human race upon all living beings, Fu Qingjun also granted them a cultivation method. Although it is said to be the Mayan civilization, It was actually secretly modified from the 9 revolutions refining God technique of the Yin ruins Emperor Xtor. After all, this cultivation method involves absorbing billions of incense offerings from all living beings, refining the impurities within, and cultivating oneself into a great shaman who is a true god of incense offerings. Fu Qingjun thought about it. This must be the path pioneered by Jiaxia. If it works in the East, why can't it be used here? After all, Western deities also receive offerings of incense. Let him cultivate this. As a god, it would be perfectly feasible. After giving her instructions, Fu Qingjun decided to say goodbye. Master, at this moment, Isaac suddenly raised an eyebrow, looked at the mysterious being who was about to leave, and couldn't help but ask, "Could you tell me what happened to Empress Leona after she entered the mist in the prehistoric Mayan civilization?" Fu Qingjun was taken aback. "Good grief, you're asking me to follow the updates." Fu Qingjun simply smiled and said calmly, "That history from over 100,000 years ago, why don't you go and see for yourself? If you become powerful in the future, I can let you travel through time and space to the past to witness the distant history from over 100,000 years ago and fight to change the past. Travel through time and space, back hundreds of thousands of years to the past." Isaac got goosebumps all over and was completely shocked. "Master, what kind of great deity are you? God? Jesus? It can actually travel through time." "Master, who exactly are you?" Isaac couldn't help but ask. "Who I am?" Fu Qingjun smiled, slowly walked away, and her figure disappeared into the night. "Over the past 100,000 years, I don't remember much anymore. I witnessed the overwhelming flood and guided the rise of the Mayan civilization. Gasha is my old friend, Nua is my friend, Wuzu is my first disciple, and Tiandi is my junior. I connect with heaven and earth above and suppress 9 netherworlds below." Isaac was speechless. He knew little about most of these great figures from ancient and modern mythology, but he did hear one sentence from them: "The witch ancestor is my first disciple. Udura, the progenitor of witches?" He recalled the history from hundreds of thousands of years ago in ancient texts, and one page seemed to record such an origin. "Master, could it be?" He hurriedly flipped open the Chronicle of Mayan civilization, frantically trying to find traces of a certain being. Isaac finally focused his gaze on a line of words. "There can't be any mistake." His hands trembled as he looked at this page in the history book, where it clearly stated, "The rise of the witch culture in the Mayan civilization originated from the witch ancestor, Udura. The power of the witch progenitor, Udura, came from his mysterious master angel. It is said that it was an extraordinary god, an ancient being who once shook the heavens and the earth, possibly from the Great Flood era before the Mayan civilization. Having witnessed the earliest era of gods and demons, during the reign of Jiaxia in the Sun Golden Pagoda dynasty, it is very likely that a god or demon born from that dynasty has survived to this day. According to the description, he is a handsome and strong angelic man with white wings and a single hair on his head. So, in other words, Master is from hundreds of thousands of years ago and has lived to this day." Isaac took a deep breath and looked down at the buildings from the window. The cathedral in the distance was still lit up. Perhaps the eldest disciple was Udula, the shaman of the Mayan civilization, and the second disciple was perhaps a great figure in the Mayan civilization at some point in time. "My third disciple is me, who helped me revive the glory of the Mayan civilization." The more he thought about it, the more his heart pounded and his blood boiled. In other words, his master belonged to the Western Mayan civilization and had intricate connections with this civilization in every period, and was even the Mayan ancestor. Each of his disciples had a direct connection with the Mayan civilization and lived hundreds of thousands of years ago. This already spans a scale of time. The master left his mark in various eras, reigning supreme over heaven and earth, sweeping across the world, and had connections with many deities. Even though many eras have passed, the master will always be praised by all living beings on earth in myths and legends, and his divine name will resound for eternity. The more Isaac understood, the more horrified he became. This night was magical. The opportunity was as unbelievable, even unbelievable. Taking another breath, Isaac calmed down again. His gaze fell upon the small creatures on the ground, and he knew in his heart that this was not a dream. I also want to develop the mortals on earth as great gods. He flipped through the Mayan Codex of Gods, stroking the English letters as he deciphered it. I see. As a titan in the void, he created a fantastic continent, developed his own church, established faith, and nurtured all living beings. When believers reach the level of Grandmaster with hundreds of millions of followers, they can use this method to purify impure beliefs, temper their essence, energy, and spirit, and step into the fourth juvenile god realm, the fourth minor god. This is a lower-level god. Isaac rubbed his temples, looking troubled. The fifth realm, perhaps a mid-level god, isn't recorded here. It must be a test from my master, something I need to explore myself. However, this is different from the history I saw in the Mayan civilization. Witches did not practice faith. This code is clearly a technique created for titans and behemoths. He hesitated. Indeed, the history I saw was of the early Mayan civilization. Tens of thousands of years from now, has the Mayan civilization already developed a code of divine beliefs? He kept organizing his thoughts. Since it's a god, he began to struggle with the name of the god. He remembered what his master had said to him when he was in tears. Believe in the light. Yes. Light sun. This is a phrase of utmost significance in the chivalric code of Western knights. However, since the code of chivalry is to believe in the light, to believe in the sun, to be as fervent as the sun, illuminating the earth and bravely moving forward. Then I am the god of light, the sun god, Isaac. He waved his hand and looked into the distance. To build a continent, even for a small person to live on, would require at least several hundred acres. I have no land at all, but this new continent is so vast and sparsely populated. Our autonomous region is also close to the coastline. He had already made up his mind. He knew some sailors who frequently went to sea. There are still a few uninhabited small islands nearby that we might be able to secretly occupy. He was so excited that he didn't sleep all night. According to my teacher, I am a newcomer. He led me to believe in the great nameless God. In the future, I will also have a feast of gods and demons. I need to prepare for my first life. But for now, we still need to create a new continent. My first task is to collect the knight's martial arts techniques. The new continent needs to establish a professional system, a magnificent system like that of the Mayan civilization. Professional guilds, mercenary groups, wizard towers, knight academies. First, we need to propagate the mechanical species from the Mayan civilization. They are the key to communication, allowing me to remotely monitor that continent. One night should be enough to propagate them. He continued writing until dawn. Secondly, there's the possibility of being discovered. The Hawk's Kingdom, if it expands, has a very high probability of being discovered. Ding ding ding. The distant, somber tolling of bells heralded the start of a new day. It's time to set sail. He pushed open the door and started riding his bicycle out of the city. This bicycle, made of reinforced steel, traveled faster than a motorcycle on the streets under the power of this grandmaster's feet. Splash! The sea breeze blows along the coastline. The golden sun rises along the coastline, a magnificent and beautiful sight. That's where I'm most close to the light. I am determined to build a passionate, enlightened, and valiant Mayan civilization. An angel flew in the sky above the Hawks Kingdom Autonomous Region. This is the new world, where 3 major nations have used this land as their battlefield, constantly fighting each other. Thus, the autonomous region has become a fortress on the front line. He did not leave, but instead observed the landscape and architecture of the land, the tall iron tower, the ancient bell tower, the cathedral, and even the Knights Club. Elegant gentlemen in black suits, carrying canes, strolled along the street, while tall, blonde beauties also attracted considerable attention. This guy has a good understanding. He suddenly got a stroke of luck and directly inherited all the racial heritage of the prehistoric Mayan civilization and started to develop it anew. Fu Qingjun smiled with satisfaction. It can be considered as finding a good home for the hard work of Liana and Yudula. He knew that seeking out a master from among the common people was definitely the right thing to do. After all, without the upbringing of a powerful family, relying solely on one's own efforts requires a sufficiently strong character and certain talents to achieve this. The ability of such people is undoubtedly due to their moral character. After traveling around, Fu Qingjun finally chose this virtuous commoner master. As the creator of the Mayan civilization, he was quite pleased to see that Hawks chose to revive the civilization in the Hawks Autonomous Region. In this way, there is a powerful Nuwa in the east who created humans, and there is also a prehistoric Mayan civilization in the west that bestowed the spark of civilization more than 100,000 years ago. The 2 ancient giants stand in opposition from afar. Both giants are connected to ancient civilizations from over 100,000 years ago. In the West, they are known as Anunnaki or Gasha, the god of wisdom. In the East, they are referred to as the progenitors of humankind, the Xia Emperor, and the divine beings of the Great Xia dynasty. They believed that prehistoric myths really existed, but who knows, everything was created unintentionally by me in this era. The Earth they traveled through was just a parallel universe, my home Earth, which is just suffering from disaster. Fu Qingjun fell from a great height and landed on the hair of a blonde beauty. He sat with his legs crossed on top of the girl's head in an extremely relaxed posture, watching the scenery of the street ahead. However, it really is prehistoric, right? Jiaxia really went back to the past. He and I are separated by hundreds of thousands of years, facing each other from afar. That stubborn man. Fu Qingjun's gaze seemed to look back to the past, and he could still hear his familiar words, go to the next future. But now that I'm here, it's time to visit another old friend who lives here. Fu Qingjun remained calm. He used his mental perception to locate Boxer University from the head of the woman beneath his feet. A smile played on his lips. The autonomous region of the Kingdom of Hawks is built along the coast. As expected of the most famous university, it has a uniquely advantageous location, occupying the best sea view. Whoosh! Amidst howling winds, Fu Qingjun ascended on a cloud, surrounded by sonic booms. After a while, Fu Qingjun fell and landed on a street. The streets are lined with low green trees on both sides. In the distance is a huge archway, and in front of it stands a white square stone monument on the sidewalk that reads, Boxlove University. Those walking through the main gate were all young men and women. In the guardhouse next door, an old man wearing glasses sat by the window. examining a pocket watch with a magnifying glass. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be a clock produced by Miao Chuntang. After reading that Mayan book yesterday, I feel even more strongly that Professor Sika is still a knowledgeable talent worthy of attention. Fu Qingjun floated lightly past the gatekeeper, and in the distance, all she could see was a vast blue seascape. At the edge of the sea view is a huge fountain plaza with a white statue in the center. It is a mermaid with a graceful and beautiful figure, clearly a masterpiece by a Western master craftsman. Arriving at the History Department building, I entered the third-floor corridor, and with a thought, sensed a familiar soul fluctuation. At this time, "Good morning." "Good morning?" The tall and slender Professor Nasika greeted the teachers beside her as she walked. "Professor Nasika, congratulations. Your newly published book, The Chronicle of Mayan Civilization, is selling like hotcakes. In just 2 days, it has already sold 70,000 copies. Yes, I heard that the word of mouth among the buyers has exploded. Many of them are knights and warriors with extremely high purchasing power, and even nobles. Everyone has a set. Empress Leona, she is truly a mythical figure with extremely strong personal charisma. A middle-aged, overweight woman with freckles and holding a textbook laughed. Obviously, like Isaac, that period of Mayan history resonates deeply with warriors. The decline of a great era of martial arts. One person is a martial arts era. Isn't it just the decline of martial arts in the martial world right now? The historical weight and sorrow between the lines touched everyone. Moreover, there's a twist in the final scene. The witch Eudora was defeated by the demon lord, and Empress Leona rose again, fighting her way through a bloody battle, carrying the last glimmer of civilization's glory. As we venture deeper into the fog, will martial arts rise again? There's a reason why it's selling so well. It aligns with the trends of the times and resonates with the audience. Walking around campus, many of the martial arts department's knight descendants have been discussing it lately. They say that Empress Leona, who single-handedly suppressed an entire era and turned her back on all living beings, is already their dream goddess. The plump woman, holding the students' textbooks, smiled and said, "You really are a big shot in our history department. You flatter me. You should go to class now. The bell is about to ring." Professor Nasika smiled, walked past the fat woman, and returned to her office. "Pooh." The fat woman spat out a mouthful of saliva and said to the professors beside her, "This woman, relying on her husband Morton's status as our college's honorary vice dean and a corps commander on the front lines, fabricates stories to boost her book sales. She's a disgrace to our history department. A liar, she should be hung on the cross in the church and burned at the stake." Several history professors nearby chimed in. "I think so too. There are too many suspicious points. What are the chances that it would happen to fit the mindset of those martial arts practitioners and lead to the discovery of this piece of Mayan history through archaeology? I haven't seen her go on any archaeological expeditions recently, so where did she get such a historical record? It's so real and detailed and so vividly written, it's really suspicious. Witches, angels, demons. This is clearly adapted from mythology. The Mayan civilization is a real ancient history, but it has been distorted into this way." The fat woman shook her head. "This is too obviously fabricated. Using a witch as the villain is ridiculous. Witches are indeed an unclean symbol of the church and should be burned at the stake. He used this kind of villain to resonate with the knights." "How cunning," Fu Qingjun frowned. "Indeed, wherever there are people, there is an arena for fame and fortune." After listening for a while without paying attention, I continued flying forward. Suddenly, a history professor pointed to the sky outside the corridor and stammered, What is that?" "Heaven, an angel? Praise God, I saw angels." This professor was clearly a believer in the church. Everyone was stunned and instinctively looked over, but there was nothing there. "You bastard, you really have been brainwashed by that bitch Sika too," the fat woman cursed. Fu Qingjun bypassed the noisy corridor and arrived at Professor Nasika's office. The office was filled with all sorts of manuscripts and documents, piling them to the brim on the bookshelves. Despite the density of the materials, it gave people a very fair and impartial feeling. Professor Nasika was sitting in a chair organizing manuscripts. Over the past few days, those scenes have remained vivid in her mind: the lament of the era, the bloodshed on the land, the wailing of the people, and the stubborn Empress Leona riding the feathered serpent, ultimately disappearing into the depths of the dark mist. Finally, what exactly happened? She cared about that period of history more than anyone else, and couldn't sleep at night. Effort will be rewarded. But is that really the case in reality? Empress Leona, the people fought their way out for her. She gave everything to restore the golden age. She's going all in, but can she really succeed? She had studied too much history and knew that reality was incredibly cruel, and that hard work didn't always guarantee a reward. For example, today's knights, who train their bodies from a young age and shed endless sweat, cannot withstand a single gun from an ordinary person. That era, like the martial arts curse we face today, has fallen. Everything has fallen. Empress Leona, she couldn't help but murmur, as if she were grasping at a spark of hope within her. Whether Leona can rise to power seems to represent a glimmer of hope for them in this era. Suddenly, she heard a clear, melodious voice. "Nashika, it's been hundreds of thousands of years. It's been a long time." Professor Nasika's attention was drawn by the sound. She put down the historical documents in her hand and looked up in this direction. "Who are you?" Nasika looked at him with an expression of extreme complexity. Having traversed hundreds of thousands of years and witnessed the rise and fall of countless dynasties, you are still alive. Professor Nasika didn't know how to describe the scene before her. "I have seen this being before." The scene of the mysterious master of the witch ancestor appearing in the witch's palace in Udula remains vivid in my memory. He descended on divine light, radiating boundless light, exuding various sacred auras, encompassing all things, and possessing a magnificent and awe-inspiring presence. Nasika opened her mouth and suddenly said, "Hundreds of thousands of years have passed, which is an endless period of time for us mortals, yet you still look exactly the same." It's just that, with a lifespan of hundreds of thousands of years, the scene you present now is much simpler. Fu Qingjun was speechless. "I've always been this simple, okay? Now I know it's my good disciple Udula. I added entrance effects and background music for him back then. However, now that I think about it, that absurd scene seems like a myth from yesterday. Yet it seems quite distant now, with countless eras having passed. The perception of time varies. For Udula, that was a relatively distant period of time. But it has traversed hundreds of thousands of years. I am a person from this time and space, so how could I have traveled such a long distance?" Fu Qingjun chuckled. "Are those things we saw real?" Professor Nasika suddenly couldn't help but ask. Fu Qingjun pondered for a moment. "What you saw was real. It was a journey through the misty past. It truly existed in the history of the past. In other words, when we went back, things had truly changed. The fate of Empress Leona." She became somewhat agitated. "Is time travel really that easy for you?" Professor Nasika cut straight to the point, asking the most crucial question, "Are you God?" I can't think of any other figure in our mythology who could travel through time. It would be difficult for an ordinary person to sort out these thoughts in this situation, but Jessica is indeed not simple. God, why do you say that? Fu Qingjun retorted directly, throwing the ball back at him. I can't think of any other figures. Nausicaa shook her head. Besides, you fit the bill quite well. What's in a world ruled by God? Angels, demons, witches, giants, mortals, dragons, feathered serpent god. The Mayan civilization has all of these elements. You ruled the Mayan civilization, which is no different from God. God? Perhaps some mortals have called me that before. Fu Qingjun was stunned for a moment. Then, after thinking about it, she didn't deny it, but instead answered with a smile. It's all right to tell you. With my abilities, I am far from being able to arbitrarily travel along the timeline of this planet, but only jump to important nodes in a certain life era. I recommend a Mimi reading app. It's really good and worth installing. After all, it has many book sources, a wide selection of books, and fast updates. Even when Professor Sika faced the legendary strongest god of the West, he was only surprised before regaining his composure and pondering, can we only travel through famous historical moments? If we compare time to a tree, then we can only jump on important branches that are about to fork? Fu Qingjun laughed. Professor Nausicaa was as formidable as ever, instantly understanding your meaning and applying it to other situations. Professor Nausicaa lowered his head and said, in other words, the Mayan civilization era that we encountered, which was born from the mist, was a point of destruction and transition between the solar ages. That's exactly right, Fu Qingjun said, landing on the table. Professor Nausicaa said, in other words, our current era is also one of the nodes. Because we can only jump between nodes, our era is very important. She murmured to herself, then suddenly realized something. Could it be that we too will face the destruction of a solar era, and the mist will descend? Fu Qingjun was stunned for a few seconds. You are very smart. It's really easy to communicate with smart people. There was no need to say anything more. Sika understood my intention. Fu Qingjun repeated what Isaac had said earlier. The world is changing. According to Mayan prophecy, our world will face annihilation. This is a cyclical disaster. In history, this scene has appeared more than once on this life-bearing planet under the vast starry sky. The prehistoric fog from more than 100,000 years ago will invade this era again. What Fu Qingjun is about to say is half true and half false. Although it's not the prehistoric and present-day Earth, but two completely different parallel Earths. But in his eyes, this Earth may also be shrouded in mist. If Earth over there is under attack, can Earth here escape? There's a high chance they can't escape it. That's why I want the two Earths to help each other and form a united front. Let the people here go over there to help, rescue, fund, and build the extraordinary world so that we can prepare in advance. Fu Qingjun thought so and said so. What you experienced was an attempt, hoping that people in the future could go back to the distant past and change some tragedies. But can we really change things by trying to save the past? Professor Nausicaa asked. I don't know, but I'll still try. Fu Qingjun spoke earnestly. Furthermore, I am not the first. In the past, there were descendants of Nua from the east in the Nanzhao kingdom who tried to send a genius through time to change the past when the Great Flood occurred, but they ultimately failed. It seemed like fate. Nua? I didn't expect the myths of the Yin ruins to be true. Professor Nausicaa was surprised, not expecting that they also had such ancient beings who could travel through time. However, it seems that this time it was a success. My help in getting you back this time did change some things, Fu Qingjun said with a smile. But to completely change the tragedy of the past and save that prehistoric era, we need to have enough power. At the same time, rather than trying to change the tragedy of Empress Leona and others, it is more important to worry about the devastation that is about to befall this era. Professor Nasika was startled and asked, "What should we do?" She had personally witnessed the darkness and terror of that mist. "No need to worry. In this era, I have taken on a new disciple. The Mayan civilization is reviving to resist the future apocalyptic catastrophe. Fu Qingjun stated her goal for the trip. I hope to provide some support. This academy might become a Golden Behemoth Academy, a God Academy, a re-establishment of the Witch Department, and even other extraordinary powers." Professor Nasika paused for a moment, then said, "I know this is the best way, but it may encounter considerable resistance. I will try to do it." "That's fine then," Fu Qingjun said with a smile, and slowly walked away. Professor Nasika has enough standing to push for change. "Wait, can you tell me what happened to Empress Leona after she entered the mist hundreds of thousands of years ago?" Professor Nasika asked, looking at Fu Qingjun's retreating figure. Fu Qingjun paused for a moment. "Are you also following the updates?" "Some things, you can just go back to the distant past, to that history covered in blood, and take a look, can't you?" Fu Qingjun said softly, her figure somewhat forlorn, before disappearing into sunlight. Inside the room, Professor Nasika looked at the empty space and remained silent. A huge amount of information. Is our era really going to be turbulent? She pressed her temples, troubled yet calm, pondering the information and its meaning. She was a devout historian who preferred to organize useful information rather than be surprised. Thud knock knock. Suddenly, a clear bell rang out from outside the window. "The students have already finished class." "I see." Professor Nasika seemed to have thought of something. She suddenly went to the window, looking down at the school buildings and the vibrant, youthful students below. "I finally understand why that being was able to endure such long periods of solitude and live to this day, hundreds of thousands of years later. Because he wanted to change the tragedy of the past. As he said, one cannot travel through time easily. One can only travel between two nodes. So he waited for hundreds of thousands of years and arrived at the next node, using it as a springboard to return to his past. That was a tragic and dark era. A fog blankets the land, and the people suffer greatly. It is even more despairing than the current situation during World War II. His own disciple Udula was suppressed, and the people of his civilization suffered greatly. The dark mist era that followed might be even more tragic, a more despairing apocalypse of mist. That's why he's unwilling to talk about it. They were unwilling to say what happened next. Perhaps, contrary to her own expectations, Empress Leona did not rise up like a great hero and reverse everything. Instead, the era faced an even more tragic fate. Empress Leona is dead. Udula, the witch ancestor, is also dead. The entire world was plunged into devastation and darkness, with countless lives lost. That is the dark history of more than 100,000 years ago, the lost history text. Thus, this ancient god waited for hundreds of thousands of years, hoping to reach the next turning point, to return to the past and change everything, and today, he has finally waited for it. To reverse the tragedy of my apprentice Udura, to reverse the ancient extinction of humanity, Professor Nasika seemed to see an ancient god. This lonely old man, draped in a white cloak, stands at the pinnacle of the ultimate path. This ancient mythical emperor remained silent amidst the corpses and blood scattered everywhere, silent in the face of his disciples' fall, and finally silent as he watched the world crumble. But how did this being before us survive? That's hundreds of thousands of years. It's worse than death. Having endured countless hardships, as a solitary observer of time and a traveler through countless dynasties, God's name was finally left behind after countless ages. Loneliness. Endless loneliness. Finally, he has arrived at this point in time. In the next solar era, when the gray fog descends, will this change the tragedy of the past? To alter everything, to save friends, apprentices, and all living beings. What happened to you in the past second has been like hundreds of thousands of years of torment to me. Professor Nasika remained silent, and several chimes and bells rang afterward. Knock, knock, knock. There was a knock on the door. Professor Nasika, it's time for your class. The students are still waiting. Nasika suppressed her grief, a resolute glint flashing in her eyes. She slowly stood up and quickly went to the classroom, looking at the students below who were looking very serious. Dear students, she suddenly looked at the sun outside the window, smiled slightly, and turned to write on the blackboard. Today, we will not talk about the history of the British Isles, nor about the situation during World War II. We will temporarily change the topic and talk about the prehistoric era, a hymn to human civilization. We're talking about God in the Mayan civilization. Teacher, in the academy, the students in the classrooms listened to this in astonishment. According to the teacher, there is an ancient, immortal myth in Maya that has survived to this day through the vast river of time. As the story unfolded, everyone sensed a vast, dark world where a white-haired, god-robed old man, filled with loneliness and solitude, walked this planet, living for hundreds of thousands of years. Is this God? An ancient Mayan mythological scroll slowly unfolded before the audience. The dusty years have been unveiled. On the other side, half a day has passed. Isaac walked on the golden beach, watching the creatures rapidly multiply across the land. After all, the Mayaman queen ant system was no joke. As Fu Qingjun's evil god's followers, and as a catastrophic force, their population has already reached several million. However, these queen ants, just as the legend says, have begun to produce mutated species and have started to differentiate, Isaac exclaimed in surprise. They actually began to adapt to the ocean and try to survive in it. The queen ant was so bright that Fu Qingjun called it a natural disaster. If natural disasters cannot adapt to the environment and constantly mutate, how can they be called natural disasters? As mentioned, the queen ant system is a system of insane mutation, a system of natural selection. However, Isaac soon discovered the bloodline is being diluted. Standing in the sunlight, he keenly sensed the change. Sure enough, without the witch progenitor Eudora, these queen ants are gradually weakening as they reproduce. After all, sufficient variability means that their genes are extremely unstable. After several iterations, the bloodline begins to weaken rapidly, turning into countless inferior products, aberrations, and deformities. This is why Tianzai Ming must possess a bloodline progenitor to ensure the purity of the original bloodline. This is what the witch ant queen progenitor, Eudora, is like. Following this example, Tang Meng, the progenitor of the splitting of the breath of earth, also did so. The existence of a mother ancestor is essential for insects to cope with natural disasters. With a sigh, Isaac realized the seriousness of the situation. In other words, if it continues to dilute like this, the Miamian will eventually dissipate. Unless, in this era, a progenitor of the Miamian bloodline is also born. The master also provided a solution to this problem. He went to the first world of the gods and demons' night banquet, created a creature, and became the first ancestor. But Isaac took a deep breath. According to the rules of the banquet of gods and demons, we can only reincarnate into different worlds and timelines, and cannot appear in two eras at the same time, because each era does not allow two versions of ourselves to exist simultaneously. This is a space-time paradox. What are some solutions to this? It's very simple. Since we cannot have two selves, let us merge ourselves into one. He directly reincarnated the extraordinary creature he created into himself in this era. This is what my master meant by self-improvement. Isaac said, the followers of the night banquet of gods and demons, after acquiring extremely advanced technology, will reincarnate many times. Before creating the most satisfactory creature, reincarnating it into their own era, and merging it with their original body. After all, the modification of the original body is irreversible. However, this was the only way to restore the glory of Mayamin. In the first lifetime, he began his self-transformation. Hathaway, I have no choice but to become inhuman. Isaac thought of his childhood playmate, watching the sunset gradually fade on the beach as dusk fell. Thump. He knelt on one knee and performed a solemn nightly salute to the sun. Like Leona as recorded in ancient texts, she loudly recited the ceremony of ascending the throne as the ruler of Mayamim. The long night is coming, and I now begin to rule the world, and I will not rest until I die. Boom. A patch of darkness. He had already entered the night banquet of gods and demons. Early morning. Isaac slowly woke up. He discovered that his skin had become soft, like a human-shaped crystal coral. His entire body was constantly secreting and growing hair, which spread like seaweed, covering his body. He was transforming into a strange, transparent, crystalline coral-shaped ancient tree, his body secreting sweat that resembled crystalline coral gel, which was turning into hard coral. It's a success. This is the result of his continuous research on Mayan creatures over the past few days. I can only be considered a beginner. This species is a creature that combines the characteristics of Nua, seaweed, and coral. It is probably a branch of the Mayan shaman Udura. I essentially made a second modification based on what my predecessor, Udula, did. He chose seaweed, of course, because it was more in line with the sun god. Seaweed is a plant that can perform photosynthesis, absorbing carbon dioxide and converting it into oxygen. Plants are undoubtedly the species closest to the sun. Organisms that use light as their energy source. Coral, naturally, increases hardness and serves as a skeleton. After all, snail people don't have bones. The sun god of the sea? Isaac was at peace. After all, the ocean is a forbidden zone for humankind. Even warships and fleets find it difficult to encircle and destroy it, making it arguably the safest and most transparent direction. In my next life, I was reincarnated into my own body, which is simply bizarre. He smiled, looking at the angels, demons, mortals, mechanical beings, and dragons that multiplied across the land. You will begin to be transformed along with me, becoming the new Sun Sea Witch clan. If Udura is the progenitor of witches, then he is a new branch of this lineage. As a Grandmaster of the Third Realm, his combat power underwent a terrifying qualitative change as his body transformed into an extraordinary being. We are a branch of the prehistoric Mayan people, hundreds of thousands of years ago. He began. Boom. He leaped into the sea. The whole person was like a fish leaping, needing no breath. It even absorbs carbon dioxide from seawater and releases oxygen. In the shallow sea, he was like a coral seedling, constantly secreting mucus and growing wildly. In the blink of an eye, he transformed into a giant ancient coral tree that was over 10 meters tall. Boom! The ancient coral tree broke through the sea surface, with half of its body exposed to the sun. The ancient trees in the sea sway their branches, their crystal-like leaves sparkling like diamonds in the sunlight. Before long, this ant queen, which looked like a tree, began to reproduce and produce an army, but it looked completely different. Glug glug. It was as colorful as bubbles in the sea. He conjured insect eggs, which hung on the trees in fruit-like shapes. The fruit vaguely resembles an embryo, with a tiny baby inside, having pointed ears and lush, ocean blue hair like seaweed. You are a resurrected race on the Mayan continent, and your race is called the Sun Elves. You are a species that can live in the sea, in the sky, and on land. Each sun sprite fell. They cheered in the tree as time went on. Some of them stood on the treetops, spreading their angel wings and flying into the sky. Some of them gradually wriggled their snail-like soft bodies, transformed into fishtails, leaped from the trees into the sea, and became nimble swimming fish. Ick! The ancient coral tree gradually melted, revealing a small palace room. Isaac took a deep breath. The coral giant was quite satisfied with the scene. Next, the Mayan sea people multiplied to countless numbers, and hundreds of millions of grandmasters helped me break through to the fourth realm, worshipping me the tree of life of the sun. What's wrong? At the dinner table, Little Trumpet was surprised. Fu Qingjun put down her chopsticks and a smile appeared on her lips. Another civilization has developed. Sun spirit? With the population explosion and rapid death of the fourth realm in recent years, I am about to enter the next transformation. He didn't say anything, but just smiled. Little Trumpet, the world may really be going to be in turmoil. You need to cultivate diligently. The world of mortals is about to descend. Our world only has a population of over 2 billion. Compared to them, we are so rare that becoming a true immortal myth species is extremely uncommon. Similar to another region during World War II, this place had a population of just over 2 billion. I don't quite understand, Little Trumpet said, scratching his head. What's so hard to understand? Qin Hong laughed from the side. See that Shushan land next door that has just started to develop? It has 20 billion people and has only occupied a few mountains, yet it already surpasses the current population of all mankind by 10 times. Can't we even imagine the future world? Just to cover this new continent, they would need at least tens of trillions of people. According to their population ratio, we would be at least 1 in tens of millions. We humans are truly like the dragons in the deep forests of mythical worlds, the immortal giants, and the adventurers who are rare to encounter, perhaps only once in 100 years. The little speaker scratched his head, still finding the scene hard to imagine. After all, their current numbers of over 20 billion, while seemingly enormous, don't seem to come from all around them, making them feel somewhat unreal. Just focus on your cultivation, Fu Qingjun instructed. Boxlow University. Several white-robed priests from the church sat in front of Professor Nasika, a history professor. We will take you back to the church on charges of spreading rumors about God. A solemn, wrinkled old man in white looked at Professor Nasika before him. Outside the door, the obese woman let out a smug laugh and looked at her companions beside her. Spreading rumors about the Mayan civilization is one thing. Even God talks nonsense. Do they really think the church is a fabrication? Professor Sika, you're dead meat. The obese woman uttered the most vicious curse with smug satisfaction. Inside the house, Professor Nasika frowned, her face full of piety, and said, I am not lying. God has sent down a divine decree that a new great flood will come, the era of the prehistoric mist will reappear, and the world will face destruction. If God were to descend, why wouldn't he come to our church? A middle-aged man with a sharp and mean-looking face sneered. The great Lord would not bypass us to send divine pronouncements to outsiders who do not believe in him. Who knows, Professor Nasika shook her head. The Church of Light may have been corrupted by too many parasites, to the point that even the Lord despises it. You? The middle-aged man was furious, staring at him as he spoke, clearly a veiled reference to him. Yoka, stop your rude behavior. Beside him, an even older man stood tall, his back straight, his edged appearance exuding an extremely sacred aura. Your Excellency Sika, are all the things you told your student true? Please answer me seriously. The old man's gaze was firm, exuding immense pressure. Yes, Archbishop. Professor Nasika gave a firm answer. Traveling through ancient times, returning to the past, I believe this is the power that our Lord should possess. The old man, his face stern, prayed, but what proof do you have of all this? Are so openly spreading the story of God in the classroom, which will inevitably attract our church. I'm sure someone as smart as you knows what the consequences will be. You must be prepared, right? The old man remained calm. I've also read the Chronicles of Mayan civilization. I have great admiration for the characters in the story. I believe that someone as clever as you might have even deliberately lured us here. Professor Nasika smiled and raised the corners of her mouth. Who knows? She paused, then said, however, distinguished guests of the church, I am about to set sail, following the instructions left by the Lord, to lead my students to a nearby island to give a vivid history lesson. Would you like to come? The small bookstore that book lovers used before. Please be sure to wear our masks. The old man dressed as a white-robed priest said with a smile. Soon, at the port, a massive ship was ready, billowing steam. A group of students boarded the boat with great excitement, preferring outdoor activities to the dull classroom, the Sun Elf civilization. In the blink of an eye, several years have passed. Near the island, the sea creatures tame crabs and fish as mounts, riding the wind and waves. With seashells as street surfaces and cone-shaped snails as houses, a magnificent underwater city begins to emerge. With the books Isaac brought, they began to fully understand the world. They came to understand that they were a branch of the prehistoric Mayan civilization, and gradually came to know that the world was in the midst of World War II, with war breaking out on this new continent. The Sun Elves feed on sunlight, occasionally eating meat, and live a carefree life, multiplying in large numbers along the coastline. They worshipped the ancient tree of the sun spirits and practiced witchcraft and martial arts, and their population gradually reached hundreds of millions. In the blink of an eye, powerful beings of the fourth realm appeared, bringing civilization into the high-speed realm of the fourth realm, where life was born in the morning and died in the evening, rapidly iterating on the ground. As Fu Qingjun stepped onto the beach, she saw the golden sand being melted down and transformed into sturdy, exquisite, and magnificent buildings. They call the land where the ancient sun tree is located the Sea of the Sun, a sacred place that nurtures countless lives. In the blink of an eye, Isaac's offspring have multiplied so much. Fu Qingjun was struck by the terror of the civilization of those who had heard the Tao, and she also came to understand the power of her own hair. It can easily create countless civilizations and of those who have attained enlightenment. But so what? Live and die. It seems to be a curse. If one cannot break free from the class of those who seek the truth, then no matter how many appear, they will only be fleeting phenomena. However, we never expected that they would invent the sun meditation method, which uses photosynthesis to absorb the sun while tempering the soul, imbuing the soul with the color of the sun, and forming a special attribute. The seawater was unusually clear. Like a mirror, one can vaguely see a new world below. The buildings are made of coral, shells, and snails. Fish bones serve as towers, and red crab claws are stuck in the ground with words written on them, forming street signs and notices for the city. They even modified the mechanical species, turning it into another shape, a brain that absorbs sunlight. Fu Qingjun smiled. Now, this mechanical snail has become a mechanical plant and is actually doing photosynthesis. Initially, this computer used bioelectricity, but now it uses light energy? Fu Qingjun asked in surprise. In the Coral City, he picked up a round mechanical snail and examined it closely. Is this solar charging? It is indeed much more convenient. Even Fu Qingjun had to admit that photosynthesis is the cleanest way for organisms to obtain energy. All living organisms need energy to maintain their life activities. Animals obtain energy through their flesh and blood, while plants obtain energy through sunlight. Have faith in the light. Fu Qingjun recalled this sentence. He said it back then because he had read the Knight's Code and believed in the blazing sun, passion, and light. But who knew that guy would actually worship the sun? To be honest, there are very few traditional, old-fashioned, and serious knights like that anymore. Sun god, photosynthesis is disrupted. A spirit of dedication to nature, greening, and environmental protection. Fu Qingjun walked through the ocean town, looking at this magnificent and fantastical world. Many powerful individuals even inlaid mechanical snails into their scepters, recording and storing some mental pathways within them for charging and spellcasting. Fu Qingjun had naturally witnessed this scene before, because a wizard's brain can store mental energy and release spells. The mechanical snail's brain can naturally store mental energy, and even use it as a basis to store spells, like storing programs, and then releasing them. As a result, many wizards killed the mechanical beings, inserted their brains into a wooden stick, and used them as their own spare living brains, storing some of their spiritual power within them. During battle, their combat power will naturally increase exponentially. It wasn't just the Mayan civilization that did this. Even the neighboring Shu Mountain region used the brains of those mechanical beings as magical artifacts. After all, once a living person dies, their brain can no longer store their soul and spiritual power. But the brain of a machine species retains 50% of the function of a living brain even after death. Fu Qingjun felt that while mechanical planting was convenient, some aspects were just too tragic. However, what surprised me was this civilization's new application of the brain to mechanical beings. Generally, one uses their mental energy to power magical artifacts, but what about this coral civilization? Charge it in the sun. Because the most difficult problem of charging is not taken into consideration at all, this left Fu Qingjun speechless. The entire underground city is a world of magical artifacts, a perpetual motion machine. The magical artifacts recharge themselves and then illuminate the entire world. This is a civilization at the pinnacle of magical artifacts. Fu Qingjun even heard various sounds coming from the side of the street. Selling magical items, the Flame Scepter Skull of Volk comes with 3 level 2 spell charges per day. Mental shock. It's a super rare item, a beautiful mermaid nearby called out. Her skin was moist and radiant, like that of a snail, and it appeared even more delicate and beautiful after being cared for underwater. Can I take a look? Fu Qingjun stopped in her tracks. Of course. The woman smiled, looking at Fu Qingjun with curiosity. After all, his appearance was different from other life forms, and he looked somewhat like the ancient ancestors of the prehistoric Mayan civilization. Fu Qingjun picked up the flaming scepter. Splash! A line of words appeared right under my eyelids. Flame charging, 33. Automatic charging, 100% complete. Good heavens! Fu Qingjun took a deep breath. Solar-powered brain. At first, Fu Qingjun was developing a very simple and crude, extraordinary world, but now the scale has been completely upgraded. The extraordinary worlds of those mythical stories were fully formed. It seems I need to upgrade my snail earrings. Fu Qingjun returned the scepter to the stall owner. The other party smiled and said, "How about it? My craftsmanship is very good, isn't it?" The magic rune modification and engraving, as well as the magic engraving logic, are very ingenious. It will automatically absorb the surrounding light to recharge, and even in a darker environment, it can absorb the free energy in the world. Fu Qingjun neither confirmed nor denied it. The race and civilization that possess the attributes of the sun have indeed mutated. Fu Qingjun pondered to himself, realizing that they could all perform photosynthesis to recharge their heads. They collect free-floating energy from heaven and earth, and they call themselves magician. Fu Qingjun suddenly became interested and asked with a smile, "Do you know about the ancient wizarding era?" "Of course I know." Seeing that there were no other customers, the woman began to talk to Fu Qingjun in detail. They cultivate the mental power within their brains. They are wizards. After casting spells, their recovery is extremely slow, and they need to replenish their energy through food to gradually recover. We cultivate the energy to travel between and earth. We are mages. Our spiritual power can cover a large area around us and absorb the energy within it. Our combat strength can be restored very quickly, and our endurance is extremely strong. Moreover, each of us mages carries more than a dozen fully loaded charging items. They can be killed by us in a single phase. That makes sense. Fu Qingjun shrugged. This contrast is like an ordinary martial artist encountering a martial artist wielding a Gatling gun. They have absolutely no sense of martial ethics. How did guns end up here? Sigh, the martial arts world is gone again? Fu Qingjun chuckled. But he still became serious. Magicians who rely on external things and become obsessed with them will find their mental foundation far less solid than if they cultivated it themselves, which is ultimately not a good thing. That's true. The woman smiled, but seemed to have no intention of giving up. Fu Qingjun bypassed the magic artifact stall and walked through street after street, looking at the dazzling array of goods, feeling that the scene was too prosperous. The extraordinary civilization of magical artifacts. The advantages of photosynthesis are indeed quite significant. This world has become a world where true magicians have emerged, and it has begun to completely detach itself from reality. He continued wandering. The ship sailed for half a day. The sun at sea was exceptionally scorching, with no shade from trees, making it even hotter than walking on bare concrete. The sunlight reflected off the water, making it feel as if your skin was about to be burned. This sun is so hot. This iron steamship is practically a giant iron furnace that absorbs heat, still bubbling and gurgling out hot steam. That's true. But a group of historic boys stared intently at a group of blonde, fair-skinned beauties under an umbrella on the deck next to them, wearing swimsuits and tank tops, showing off their fit and youthful bodies. Damn weather. Archbishop, why are we forced to come out to sea with these students? A middle-aged man next to him wiped the sweat from his brow, full of dissatisfaction. The old man with the cane looked into the distance and said firmly, "Wherever there is a possibility that our Lord may appear, we devout believers will spare no effort to confirm his footprints." The sun reached its zenith at noon, becoming even more intense. Some students who were fishing couldn't resist any longer and ran down to the deck, which was completely empty. The deck was empty, with only a few people around. Professor Sika was not there. He was still gazing into the distance. She didn't believe that ancient being would lie to her. Since the address was given during their previous meeting, it must be in this sea area where there were traces of the Mayan civilization's revival. The island is getting closer. Suddenly, Professor's eyes widened, and he slammed the ship's alarm bell, shouting, "Get out here! Everyone, get on deck!" Countless people came to the sweltering deck to enjoy the sea breeze. They could also vaguely see a huge, desolate island in the distance. It was originally a small, uninhabited island, but it seemed to be covered by countless crystals and corals, transforming into a beautiful and dazzling ice and snow kingdom at sea. What is that? The ruins of the Mayan civilization? Impossible. If it were a ruin, it would have been discovered long ago. It must have just appeared, all the students shouted excitedly. Telescope. The old man's gaze suddenly sharpened, unleashing an unimaginable martial arts spirit. He took the binoculars handed to him by his subordinate and looked into the distance. He could vaguely see the coral island. There are countless tiny, miniature buildings, European-style towers, streets, towns, clock towers. Countless ultra-fast afterimages flashing through the city, coming and going. It's like a movie sped up hundreds of times. Is that speed really achievable by a living being? The old man's mouth dropped open. He was a devout church believer who recited the Bible every day, but when the miraculous scene he had longed for actually appeared before his eyes, his mind suddenly exploded, as if all his energy and spirit had been drained away. Beside him, a martial arts-trained physical education teacher leading the group also stared blankly, put down his binoculars, and uttered, "Ah!" Not just on the islands, but also on the sea surface, the shallow waters beneath those islands seemed to be covered by a gigantic, magnificent underwater city. The middle-aged man in the church suddenly knelt down, shouting, "Praise God! Praise God! May God forgive the sins of the world." Professor Nasika was also deeply moved, but she glanced at him beside her and said, "You don't want a merciful God to forgive the sins of the world, but rather to forgive your own sins, do you?" Splash! The ship was slowly approaching. As you get closer, you can see a city in the shallow sea not far from the ship, so exquisite it's hard to imagine, and a beam of light slowly flew out. It was a feathered serpent the size of rubber, and on its back sat a beautiful girl draped in a golden magic robe. She had pointed ears and a pretty, crystalline fishtail, and held a scepter. She exuded the vibrant, youthful charm of a typical upperclassman. "My name is Vivian, a graduate of the Department of Light at the Academy." She waved her magic wand. "The world is about to be invaded." The fourth-year magicians are said to be traveling hundreds of thousands of years into the past to save humanity and return to the Mayan civilization. It's a trial. Everyone's minds were jolted. Go back to the past. To think it's actually possible to travel through time. What a mysterious and extraordinary mythological world this. Almighty and all-knowing Lord, the old man couldn't help but sing praises to the teachings of the Bible. Vivian brandished her cane, gazing at the colossal figures on the deck, their massive forms indeed comparable to mountains. And you, the unknown invaders, are the exchange students from Boxer University in the Hawk's giant behemoth kingdom that His Highness the World Tree mentioned, who came to our magic academy to study. Magic? A hidden kingdom of mortals amidst the secular world? Are we the giants from mythology? The history recorded in the Mayan chronicles, dating back hundreds of thousands of years, is the lost truth of the world. The students looked at each other, their youthful and imaginative expressions filled with excitement. This could be described as the most important outdoorsy lesson in history. Exchange students, Professor Nasika asked with some confusion. She was the calmest of the group, having already had contact with them before. Yes, Vivian said earnestly, this is a prophecy from His Highness the World Tree, who bestowed upon us the ancient tree of the sun. As exchange students, we will also have a group of students who will go to your giant academy to learn knowledge. And you can send a group of giant students to the Civilization Academy to learn magic. Of course, I don't think you long-lived creatures can achieve anything in a short period of time, Vivian said, with a grin. Beside him, the elderly archbishop, with utmost solemnity and deep respect, asked, we can learn magic, for example, holy light. Is this an ancient civilization initiated by God? No comment, Vivian replied earnestly. In fact, even she didn't know the top-level intelligence on this matter. The archbishop clenched his fists, his mind now made up, and looked at the Crystal Tower Island with a sense of anticipation. The church's power has been declining day by day. The papacy, which was based on the divine right of kings, lost its authority with the advent of the mechanical age, and the supporters of the noble council, which was established in the Middle Ages, have become extremely scarce. If the Lord truly returns to the church, then they can gain enough support from the members of the noble council to regain a powerful voice throughout the kingdom of hawks, and even extend that influence to the entire human world. Divine magic, mythological elements are reappearing. Please let us bring back the glory of our Lord to the whole West. The archbishop looked at the young mage before him and said, we remain deeply rooted in the kingdom of Hawkes. Our support will be incredibly strong. We will find all the experimental materials, metals, oil, electricity, firearms, and funds that mages desire throughout the continent. Who knows? What you consider precious might not be important to us at all. She stretched out her hand, making a gesture as if grasping the sun in the sky. What you call oil, electricity, are utterly laughable resources to us. We magicians can absorb elements that travel between heaven and earth. She reached out and grabbed it. Splash! The space within a few meters suddenly darkened, and the golden sun shining down from the sky seemed to be covered with a veil, with most of its sunlight being absorbed. This is the energy source for us magicians. It is inexhaustible. We worship the sun. Vivian laughed and said, I'm leaving now. You can sail there yourselves. To be honest, it's really difficult to communicate with you. You're as slow as giants, like an ancient tree. I have to keep up with your pace. Oh, right, this is a gift. Vivian flew away, leaving behind a flaming scepter. By infusing it with the spiritual power of your soul, you can use it. Oh, for you martial artists, spiritual power is the imposing aura generated by the soul. The entire ship fell into complete silence. The archbishop picked up the short needle, which was set with a mysterious gem with swirling eddies. A line of mysterious words popped into my mind. Flame scepter, skull of Volk, crafted by Vivian, flame charging, 33, automatic charging, 100% complete. What is this? The archbishop used his master's aura to slightly stir it. Boom! A beam of intense light pierced through the wooden barrel, revealing a hole a few millimeters in diameter. This is a magical item. The archbishop held the staff in his hands. A spell with 3 attack charges, it can automatically regenerate by absorbing sunlight that travels between heaven and earth. What a magnificent world this is. Splash! The sunlight gently rippled the seawater, and ships slowly sailed above the underwater cities. A group of people began to study this staff with great enthusiasm. Holding a magnifying glass, he studied the texture, and his spirit, or mental energy, began to flow into it, studying its structure. They discovered that the initial source of all energy was this swirling spherical gem inlaid on the scepter, which, like the head of a living being, could store spiritual energy, Atlantis. Professor Nasika suddenly said, "What do you mean?" The old archbishop asked, puzzled. "I vaguely remember Plato mentioning something like this. Yes, Atlantis is recorded in various ancient civilizations," Professor Nasika said. Atlantis is said to have made its most remarkable scientific achievement in terms of its energy system, which is based on the magnetolith and can absorb energy from the sun. Legend has it that Atlantis was an incredible civilization of light, highly advanced, but it eventually sank to the bottom of the sea, and it seems that what we see now is extremely similar. As the professor spoke, everyone seemed to recall that distant and fragmented period of history. The core of Atlantis, the magnetic stone, as an energy core, can it absorb solar energy? Everyone looked at the swirling gem, which resembled the description perfectly. Was Atlantis actually a civilization of magicians? Upon closer examination, the description is indeed quite reasonable. "You mean Atlantis was actually a branch of the Mayan civilization in history?" the archbishop asked. "That's very likely." Professor Nasika gathered her thoughts. "I've always believed that there weren't that many incredible civilizations in ancient times. It can only be considered that a civilization was a continuation of itself at different times, given different names by the world." The other history students thought it made perfect sense. The archbishop thought for a moment. "So, from beginning to end, there has only been one civilization standing tall in the West, just different developments at different times. The civilization before us belongs to both the Maya and Atlantis, and is actually a civilization of magicians. Perhaps it's some kind of branch," Professor Nasika analyzed. "After all, the Mayan civilization used shamans, and now it's magicians. Based on my impression of the two, there are significant differences." As the conversation unfolded, everyone felt as if an ancient myth had been unveiled. So, the Anunnaki, the three ancient gods symbolizing the order of the universe, and Gasha, the goddess of wisdom, are real beings, someone said. "Yes, it really exists." Professor Nasika gave an affirmative answer. "Now that things have come to this, I'll tell you anyway." She thought for a moment, looked at the people on the deck, and said seriously, "Just now, they said that the fourth-year student's magic trial is to travel to the distant past and save something." Why am I so sure? I even wrote it in a book because I was once fortunate enough to ride a forbidden spell that travels through time and space, enter a time wormhole, and come to the past hundreds of thousands of years. Go. Everyone gaped in astonishment. The Chronicle of Mayan Civilization is everything I have personally witnessed in the past. No wonder the description is so detailed, it's as if you were there yourself. Even in the midst of destruction, I saw the Creator who created all things, Amiro. Therefore, I am certain that the arrival of Gasha and the Anunnaki era truly existed. Everyone's heads were buzzing as they saw the Creator God. Professor Nasika, however, was lost in memories. "You are awestruck by the incredible mythical sight before you, but you can't imagine the awe that was tens of thousands of times greater back then. I was fortunate enough to witness the scene of Amiro's descent. It was a cosmic phenomenon that was almost a rule. He had mastered the rules of truth. At that time, the entire world, the sun, moon, stars, and the solar system were all manipulated at will. Heaven and earth and the entire fog were distorted and formed a vortex. Everyone who heard those incredible adjectives was deeply shocked and trembled. What kind of existence, so close to the reality of the universe, could be so powerful? But there's no point in saying more. Professor Nasika looked into the distance. Let us witness the history of prehistoric mythology. There are many things I only know a little about myself, but the new world is indeed about to change. The ship gradually came to a stop, and they disembarked. Only then did they realize that this was actually a small mythical continent, half coastline and half island. The people along the coastline were incredibly astonished to see these enormous giants, but as if they had received prior notice, they did not act rudely and simply watched from a distance. At this moment, the scepter in his hand conveyed a message: "Don't be too surprised, my fellow giants and long-lived species. The flow of time in our world is 1 day to 1 year. The cane is talking," they exclaimed in surprise. "Otherwise, why would I give it to you? It's a communication tool between magicians." An impatient voice came from inside. "Go to the giant library that has been prepared for you and start studying. Every minute and every second, war is raging on this land. Although everyone worships the sun god, several gods are now fighting each other for followers to break through and become true gods. This is like walking the imperial path in the east, on the path to becoming a true immortal. This mainland is indeed very chaotic. After all, where there are people, there is war. Moreover, to break through to the fourth realm, one must crush other powerful figures of the same era. These people were quickly settled in. After several days, they felt as if they had witnessed a myth. The world is changing rapidly, and they are seeing powerful forces rise one after another. The magicians established divine kingdoms and pantheons and even used magnetic stones, like base stations planted in the ground, to replenish their own sunlight, forming a huge automatic magic network that coalesced into a spiritual plane. In the divine realm, a colorful ocean of elements floats, and magical trees stand tall. One after another, the gods are fighting for their faith, hoping to ignite the divine fire and become true gods of the fourth realm. After all, if they fail, they can only become false gods subordinate to true gods, and their lives will be stuck at that level. At this time, there were 13 true gods on the entire earth, who divided the faith of the whole world among themselves. Even other later true gods were bound by them, requiring them to belong to their own factions before they would be given the support to ignite the divine fire. Faith, power, godhood. In the eyes of the public, it's simply unbelievable. Only a week has passed, equivalent to a short trip for research, yet countless eras have already changed. Some of the 4th grade students chose to undergo training in prehistoric civilizations, but shrouded in mystery, one can only wander through countless prehistoric buildings. Quick! That's incredibly fast. Born in the morning and dying in the evening, their civilization developed at a speed as fast as a fleeting shadow. It's as if we've witnessed the development of a historical era. Were we really long-lived, immortal giants? Someone sighed. Everyone who has lived here for a while knows that our world is about to undergo a dramatic change. Soon, some martial arts prodigies from Western aristocratic families also arrived on this island as exchange students, beginning to consume the new plant snails and learn magic. And the entire continent has been completely transformed. New World, the 3 major powers, each kingdom, have placed war spies in the upper echelons of the other. They all knew about the changes happening throughout the world. They've recovered too, in a near-modern autonomous region, in front of a bulky computer with a hunched back. An intelligence officer stares dumbfounded at the photographic intelligence. Islands. Underwater civilization. Magician, god of light. It must be reported. The intelligence officer printed out the intelligence report on his computer, pulled his hat down low, and left the room. Here, every household already has a television mounted on the back of their head, but old-fashioned computers mounted on the back of their heads are also gradually becoming more common. Unlike Hawks and Yingsu, the civilization of the kingdom of Eurytus was highly developed, with computers becoming commonplace, a stark contrast to the other two countries, which were like a rural village and a modern city. It's already resembling a modern 21st century city. Hee. I didn't expect that not only our Eastern civilization, but also the Mayan civilization in the West has been revived. The world is really becoming very lively. The ancient myths of this planet from hundreds of thousands of years ago have reappeared. A sinister voice came. It was Moro. It must be said that the idea of human modification and cloning giant gods made this land very attractive to him. Moro, Buddha's nemesis, the ancient lord of the demon realm. But to overthrow this great being of this planet, even mortal emperors would humiliate him. He even said that the heavenly emperor in heaven could kill him once. But couldn't the emperor in the mortal world kill him? Ridiculous. This grudge must be avenged. This new continent is indeed extraordinary. Various ancient civilizations are gradually reviving. A young, hook-nosed general sighed and said, "Your Highness, war may be about to break out again." What should we do? Just support my massive army expansion. I also want to create a population of tens of billions. Your ideals are very similar to mine. Survival of the fittest, the supremacy of the human race. You hate Jews, and I also want to unify the world. You are a mortal emperor. Annihilating any race would be a piece of cake for you, Moro said. I've also heard that you are very interested in the Eastern civilization's Nuwa, who created humans from clay. Moro's gaze sharpened as he surveyed the map of the New World. 3 great civilizations, 3 kingdoms, they will expand sooner or later. I'll strike first. I don't care how the giant tribes of the world will view me. The world is going to return to mythology. Giants are few in number, so they should stay obediently deep in the mountains and be a rare species. On the enormous military map, he picked up each marker and placed it on the various autonomous regions, constantly organizing his thoughts, occupy the rivers and plains of the New World. The hook-nosed general paused for a moment. Perhaps World War III is about to break out again. The previous World War II resulted in approximately 70 million deaths and injuries, a record high, affecting 1/10 of the planet's population. Now, there may be deaths and injuries. It's probably tens of billions of people. World War III was actually orchestrated by the ancient divine civilization behind them. A demon descended upon their military base, and the events of the past week seemed like a bizarre and fantastical dream to him. Provide resources and military rations like crazy. If someone dies, they can reproduce and replenish the ranks. Fight your way to victory. The pinnacle of civilization is achieved through battle, not through stability. War. War. Moro stood with his hands behind his back and said, "Throughout history, people's weapons of war have always developed rapidly when major wars break out. Our demon realm, though we are not afraid of Atlantis in the west, nor of the Shu Mountain region in the east. We are blessed with unique soul forms, but being attacked from both sides is still troublesome. Atlantis has only been under development for a little over a week." Lacking sufficient resources, Moro knew this was the best time to strike, then just go and attack. With the support of the Great Witch Kingdom, why worry about resources? They'll provide the money, and we'll just focus on increasing the population, that's all. The mind control system built by one of Yuri's scientists is rather strange. Moro glanced at the great sorcerer giant, looking down at the earth from the rooftop. I have developed a civilization of enlightened beings with a population of tens of billions. If we continue to study along this line, perhaps something interesting will emerge. After all, a country capable of single-handedly instigating World War II must possess a considerable amount of advanced technology. Moro felt a chill in his heart. The world order is divided into three major factions. The chessboard has been set up. Three mythical and extraordinary civilizations have revived on the earth. Let's see who will emerge victorious. These great giant kingdoms, the emperors of the giant kingdoms, are merely the backers behind our wars as mortals. Meanwhile, while Atlantis was developing, next door, the population of the demon realm had already grown to 500 or 600 million. And it's doubling every day. Time flies, and several years have passed. We're just missing a catalyst. The entire demon realm has now gathered a population of tens of billions. Meanwhile, significant progress has been made in the research of dark magic for mind control. 17 years in the demon realm, several more years have passed. In the autonomous region of the Shu Mountains, the heavenly court is developing rapidly. The reincarnated form of Buddhism returned and also made great strides, rising to prominence in the world. Only in the demon realm, although many geniuses have emerged, there has never been a prodigy comparable to the Supreme Emperor, making Moro feel that there is no one in his demon realm. But on this day, in a tribe called the Liu clan, a baby was born amidst a horrific scene of bloodshed. The baby was born with extraordinary abilities. Those who saw him felt as if they were looking into countless abysses, their minds in a daze, and they found themselves involuntarily obeying the child. In the blink of an eye, he gradually transformed into a teenager. In the blink of an eye, the entire village became his puppets, obeying his every command. At the same time, their spirits gradually deteriorated, leading to their souls being scattered and absorbed by the children. Even ordinary cultivators passing through this village were so frightened that their souls were thrown into disarray and their cultivation levels plummeted. The aura of a demon? Moro smiled slightly, sensing some of the mutated characteristics of the soul. This boy was as infected by some evil entity, and due to the combined effects of the spirits of those cultivators who studied mind control, he underwent an unimaginable and rare mutation. Our demon realm has finally produced some talented individuals, Moro exclaimed with exhilaration. This is an opportunity to disrupt the heavens and the earth. His appearance is enough to give me the chance to rule the entire earth and recreate the glory of the hundreds of thousands of young Xia emperors of yesteryear. Moro smiled, approached the boy, and said with a smile, "You are quite good. Since my surname is Liu, why don't you take my name and call me Liu Luo? I have the prototype of the scripture of the dead here, which is the culmination of the blood and sweat of countless people. I will pass it on to you, hoping that you can carry it forward. Dead people? Liu Luo loves them the most." The boy's face was innocent and pure. Looking at the grotesque figure with its horned bones, he felt no fear whatsoever. He took the scripture and began to peruse it, delighted. Big Brother is such a kind person. I love Big Brother the most. I am not a gentle older brother, but the reincarnation of the evil, powerful, and dark Buddha's wicked thoughts. The great Mara, the demon king. Mara looked at the child and said with some displeasure, "Also, call him master. Big Brother, you really care about saving face." Liu Luo smiled, licked her lips, and a hint of tyranny flashed across her face. I like gentle people the most. Big Brother, let's become one. He suddenly opened his mouth. Glug! Moro was sucked in hard and instantly swallowed into his stomach. Ah, this world is so wonderful. I really want to be happy with everyone. The boy walked out of the desolate village and headed towards the distant horizon. Knowing I am the demon lord, you still eat me? Another demonic thought descended, silently gazing into the distance. So young, yet already possessing the cultivation of the third realm. Not simple indeed. Previously, he was furious that a portion of his true form had been eaten by a mortal emperor, which weakened his strength. But now, he wasn't angry at all, instead he laughed. He even killed his own master. This is the true disciple of Moro. He was very satisfied with such a genius. This is the kind of demon he wants: darkness, tyranny, and a collection of resentment and lingering hatred. Little one, you are a ghost who has been reborn as a human, a rare and precious physique. You must live a long life to usher in a new era for our demon realm. Moro knew that this might be the beginning of a great war. As time went by, the boy grew up completely. Having made contact with the rulers of various kingdoms, civilizations began to develop rapidly. Previously, people lived densely on a few mountains and islands, but now, the population has dispersed. Soaring between heaven and earth, they spread their branches and leaves across this entire land. They were afraid of being attacked before, but now that they are fully armed, why should they be afraid? The level of civilization of a mere great shaman has already been left behind. At this time, the New World was too vast. Apart from the Native Americans, the other human autonomous regions and towns were all stationed on the front lines of the war, and their combined population was less than 1 million. 1 million people live on this land, but it is only a few dozen autonomous regions, scattered in some key locations. Meanwhile, in the gaps between these autonomous regions, there were already many footprints of ordinary people. This Earth, with its rear strategic position, has begun to fully enter the fourth realm of the Tao-seeking civilization. Fu Qingjun sat in the cafeteria, continuing to eat, gazing at the sky outside. The window. The speed at which the natural disasters are erupting is acceptable, within reasonable limits. Currently, they have finally begun to take action against the American continent. If it weren't for the limitation of my hair, at this rate of reproduction, I would be like those zombies and aliens. In the movies, able to take over the entire Earth in the blink of an eye. However, despite its apparent strength, it is far from enough to face the unseen enemy. The civilization of the fourth realm Tao Seekers is already this terrifying. What will the next level of civilization be like? You have to deduce it yourself, otherwise it will be difficult to have enough power to protect yourself. In the cafeteria. It's best not to go out recently, Bai advised. My true immortal disciple told me that it's already very dangerous outside, and it's safer for us to stay in the town of the Great Witch. There was a murmur of discussion around them. What is all this? Ancient mythology has completely revived. The reproduction rate of mortals is terrifying. We really are a mythical, long-lived species with pitifully small numbers. Even sows can't reproduce as many times as these mortals. They're not mammals at all. They give birth to more than 10 babies at a time and can only conceive 7 or 8 times a year at most. Everyone knows that the world outside the town has changed. A myth has descended. The land of Shushan, the demon realm, and Atlantis have begun to border each other as they expand. The American continent has gradually changed, with countless tiny plants and buildings beginning to cover the outside of the Great Witch Town. Things have changed, but people are no longer here. Walking through it, you feel as if you are a giant, stepping into a miniature world of plants, buildings, and animals. At this point, Liu Luo was already terrifying. In the past few days, they have marched from the demon realm to the edge of the Shu Mountain region, slaughtering 13 sects and destroying all living beings in 1 month. The entire cultivation world of the southern region was completely shaken. The cultivation world of the southern region has a population of over 100 million. In just 1 month, he swept through towns and sects one by one, slaughtering so many people alive. His murderous aura was overwhelming, more terrifying than ghosts and gods. The martial artists from Miao Chuntang were completely dumbfounded. We fought for so long, for decades, and only tens of millions of people died. What about them? One person killed more than 100 million people without even causing them serious harm. Many of the martial artists in Miao Chuntang were completely dumbfounded. They originally thought they were going to the battlefield, but who knew that the 3 kingdoms were secretly funding those mortals to fight? The fighting army changed in an instant. They all wanted to become emperors in the mortal realm. The heavenly court ruled the mythical world, and they, as great shamans, ruled the entire mortal realm. They could also use their advantages to cultivate and become shaman gods. This person is not a ghost. How could he kill like this? Eating the souls of the living is the act of demons. How can they eat the souls of the living? He is a true demon and deserves to be executed. Although it sounds tragic, the mythological world is terrifying. Under the gods, it's as easy as hundreds of millions of people dying. But for us, it's also an opportunity. The martial arts world is back. This battlefield is beyond our imagination. At this rate, I think it could last 100 years. I doubt it. It might be over in a few years. Speed is of the essence in war. Perhaps the heavenly emperor or Buddha will refrain from taking action. There was a lot of discussion in the cafeteria. However, he secretly thought that he was indeed worthy of being a mythical giant. The reproduction rate of those mortals was truly terrifying. As long as they were given enough food and resources, their frenzied reproduction could keep up with the rate of death. Everyone chatted and were still in high spirits until nightfall, finally falling asleep. The next morning, as soon as I got out of bed, I heard some terrifying news. A day in heaven is equivalent to a year on earth. In the time it takes for them to sleep at night, half a year has already passed in the mortal world. Atlantis has suffered a devastating blow. Atlantis, Year 11. The demon Liu Luo, unlike the countless true immortals of the Shu Mountain region, who could not withstand his attacks, slaughtered 300 million people, enraging the entire world. This demon invaded the magical continent, slaughtered the gods of various pantheons, destroyed the magic network, caused the goddess of love to fall, and all the other gods fled into the water. Atlantis, having just risen to prominence, has been dealt another heavy blow. Even countless god-level mages, using countless magical items and forbidden spells, are no match for him. Professor Nashka? At this moment, Liu Luo stormed into the Magic Dynasty library. This man, whose face was filled with the aura of bloodshed and ruthlessness, had eyes as sharp as an eagle's as he looked at the giants working inside. He chuckled and said, God and Nuwa, the 2 ancient gods, are not involved because this is a war between mortals, not involving the few great shamans. So naturally I will not kill you. Liu Luo walked away calmly, hands behind her back, scoffing, the Hawk's giant kingdom, huh? The Mayan civilization chronicles are quite interesting. You could write me a history of murder by the demon Lord Liu Luo, praising my grand ambition of slaughtering the world and attaining enlightenment through killing. Professor Nasika remained silent, her gaze fixed on him. The archbishop next to him was so frightened that he became completely uneasy and frantically recited the Bible. Liu Luo is simply a crazy and morbid person Who actually wants to develop both civilizations at the same time? Even Moluo was caught off guard and could only start small-scale skirmishes. Countless children cried because of this, and this demon was now synonymous with death. Amitabha Buddha, Mara's followers have descended to earth, and they are even more tyrannical than Mara himself. At that moment, in the sky above, the Buddha of the current dynasty wore a compassionate expression. Princess Yinshang has already become a reincarnated Buddha, having reincarnated dozens of times. She has cultivated herself into a true Buddha and gradually integrated into Buddhism. Although she is not as powerful as the current heavenly emperor, she is still a powerful figure in her own right, and is gradually getting on the right track. Hundreds of millions of people, towns and sects have been destroyed. Only the mortal world could achieve such an exaggerated destruction. If it were the great witch giants, they would have been wiped out long ago. The Buddha of the time sighed, saying that this was a monstrous demon who killed, without hesitation, a source of calamity. Beyond the three realms, if he was not killed, the chaos in the world would never end. You are the Buddha of today. At this moment, a tall, slender young man dressed in black slowly descended upon the world riding a ferocious black dragon. Contemporary Buddha's pupils contracted slightly. Such a murderous aura is tens of thousands of times more terrifying than those killing gods and generals on the battlefield, or even the killing god Bai Qi, who embodies the spirit of slaughter. He can be called the most terrifying murderer in history. Surrounded by endless, unyielding vengeful spirits, it felt as if one were standing in the abyss. You're furious just because hundreds of millions of people were killed. Liu Luo smiled coldly, holding a Buddhist book and reading it like a scholar, nodding his head and swaying his body. The Buddha said that all living beings are in a sea of suffering, enduring endless grievances. Isn't it a great thing for me to send them out of this sea of suffering? Liu Luo sneered and pulled out another book. Holding the Sutra of Salvation from Calamity in his left hand and Darwin's Theory of Evolution in his right, he spoke eloquently, although I did not go to kill people in the world of the great shamans. There were not enough people to kill, but I did go to their world. This book on biological science theory is quite interesting. Survival of the fittest. Nature is the true law of the wild. Humans are also beasts. Our ancestors survived millions of years of slaughter to reach this day. Killing is their nature. So-called compassion, kindness, and retribution are all fakes fabricated by human society. Liu Luo burst into laughter. In his view, kindness and rules are nothing but shackles imposed on human beings. It's all hypocrisy. He releases his most primal instincts like a wild beast, with the true goodness and beauty of the world. Bold, you devil! Buddha roared in anger. Unexpectedly, even the most insane martial arts sects in their world are far less insane than this person before them. I killed the demon King Moro and countless mortals. Now, I'd like to kill a Buddha and see what happens, he laughed. He has already cultivated the devouring heaven demon art, using a human body to walk the path of ghosts, relying on eating the souls of the world to cultivate like a ghost, thus forming an unparalleled true demon overlord who has achieved enlightenment in an unconventional way. Very well, then I will perform the ritual to help you be saved. The Kla clasped his hands together. You bald monk, you're all heads that have annihilated all living beings. You're traveling alone now. Do you really think you're my match? Liu Luo laughed and suddenly launched an attack. A demonic Ashura, condensed into black glue and wielding a steel fork, suddenly rose from his body and transformed into a vast ghostly mist giant, instantly growing countless ferocious arms and heads. resembling a thousand-armed, thousand-faced demon god. Then let this Buddha deliver you from suffering. The Buddha acted directly, his whole body radiating golden light, with a huge halo of Buddha behind his jet black, curly hair. Demon. Your power came too easily, your cultivation was achieved too quickly, you became stronger by eating people. It is even no less than my slow reincarnations, but this kind of demonic cultivation that loses its self, I advise you to turn back before it's too late. The two sides clashed fiercely and quickly began to fight. Far away, a large witch town tribe. A child, holding an ancient book, recited under a big tree, swaying his head. The ancient book records of strange people states that the people of Longbow Kingdom are tens of thousands of feet tall and live for 18,000 years before dying. According to records, the giant race that lived in the land of Longbow still existed in the time of Fuxi and Shenong. Now that I think about it, we are the land of Longbow. The child next to him laughed, showing remarkable maturity. Boom! Suddenly, the sky trembled violently. People stopped hawking their goods. The newspaper vendor on his bicycle stopped, and the pot-bellied owner in front of the nightclub still held the young woman in his arms. They all looked up at the sky, where a phantom of Buddha confronted a demon. That is, could it be that Buddha and the demon have made a move? Quickly! Don't go out! War has broken out. The streets were in complete chaos. Soon, that war developed an invisible force, like an invisible tsunami washing over the earth. In this battle of the fourth realm, the true Buddha and the true demon, their figures turning into afterimages, have already swept across the land, blasting up hundreds of meters of ground. Bang! Suddenly, the wind and waves subsided in the distance. The outcome was decided so quickly, everyone felt uneasy. But the next second, demonic energy surged into the sky. A maniacal, arrogant laugh rang out. After a bloody battle that lasted 7 days, the Buddha passed away, and the Buddhist realm suffered another great calamity, declining before it could even rise again. Who will save it? The reincarnation of the Buddha, who rose like a comet and led the Buddhist world to glory, has actually fallen. The entire world has entered an era of dark rule by the demon realm. The Chronicle of the Three Realms and Myriad Races, the Buddhist realm chapter states, at the bottom of the southwest is a great ravine, where there is the country of Mara. There is a woman named Tang Si who gave birth to Mara's son, Liu Luo. He was born with a demonic appearance, with 8 arms and 9 heads. He devours 300 mortals every day. Buddha was reincarnated but could not defeat him, so he slaughtered Buddha and established the demon kingdom. The newly reincarnated Buddha, who had just returned, ruled the world for only 67 years and was about to reach the peak of his life, was suddenly nipped in the bud. Disaster strikes again in the Buddhist realm, and all living beings and all races will face darkness and calamity. The reincarnation of Princess Xinjiang of Yingxu was just beaten to death like that. This result was not unexpected for Fu Qingjun. After all, the speed of Buddhist cultivation is very slow, steady and methodical, relying on the accumulation of time through lifetimes of practice. However, the speed of demonic cultivation doesn't depend on time at all. The more people a demon consumes, the faster it cultivates. Things seem to be getting complicated. Fu Qingjun shook her head. The Yin-Su princess who came to Miao Chuntang as a reincarnated being entered my demon kingdom to become a Buddha. She is indeed amazing. It's a pity that her time was too short. Her more than 50 lifetimes were devoured in one go, and her strength was completely lost. As for Liu Luo, because of such a nourishing substance, I'm afraid there will be no one in the world who can stop him. Fu Qingjun continued eating in the cafeteria. He was merely a witness, a guide to civilization, and had no intention of interfering. However, this great battle is expected to result in countless deaths and injuries, which will allow me to absorb another wave of the power of rebirth from the common people, and I will undergo a great transformation on the other side. Upon hearing the news, Kin Hong rubbed her temples. My sister is really hot-blooded and reckless. She's suffered a huge loss. The Buddha cultivates for 10,000 lifetimes. These reincarnations, accumulated generation after generation, will become incredibly powerful, but it is also a fatal flaw. If someone targets a reincarnated being, kills it, intercepts it, or devours its spiritual attainments, the person will suffer a great loss, and all their past reincarnations will have been in vain after the Buddha passed away. The Buddhist realm suffered a devastating blow and could only retreat to the heavenly palace, leaving Liu Luo to conquer the entire land. Meanwhile, in the celestial realm, countless true immortals still choose to descend to the mortal world to resist the invasion. This world is embroiled in battles among true immortals, with constant friction between the higher-ups, because Liu Luo's strength actually grew wildly during the war, using war to sustain war. Liu Luo was indeed a genius. Although he did not attack the Great Witch, he did dig up the graves of giants. The war in this new continent resulted in a large number of martial arts masters' corpses in various places. Liu Luo used the remains of a giant, combined with demonic energy to refine the corpse, and then integrated it with the flesh and blood of the breath soil to transform it into an invulnerable iron bone zombie. She then infused it with demonic thoughts, forming an external avatar of the giant. The era has fully entered the era of the corpse refining dynasty. I shall usher in the age of nature. Let the world return to its most primal natural laws. Liu Luo, along with a group of powerful warriors under his command, began digging up giant cemeteries and tombs everywhere. They even entered giant skulls, using them as palaces and controlling these 10,000-foot-tall giants. A giant is the headquarters of a sect. On the vast giant chariot lived countless disciples. The giant's overall combat power was comparable to that of a super true immortal. With an extremely terrifying appearance, it swept across the entire land, turning it into a dark haze, mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Kill! Kill! One after another, colossal giants stand tall on the earth. Alas, the people of the earth are still suffering from disaster. Oh, Heavenly Emperor, why don't you come out to save the world and defeat Moro, as you did back then? Unfortunately, Emperor Tai seemed to have vanished without a trace. According to news from the Heavenly Court, the current Heavenly Emperor is nearing the end of his lifespan. It is said that he left the Heavenly Court countless years ago to travel the world in search of a way to break through to the fourth realm and has since disappeared without a trace. An era of a Heavenly Emperor are we leaving now? How hateful! If this being weren't nearing the end of his life, how dare they act so presumptuously? The world wailed, for this was destined to be the full-blown outbreak of war. The demonic calamity of the past has been followed by the return of Moro, which is no longer something that can be easily dealt with as before. Wah, this world. Don't worry, the true immortals and loose immortals at the front are still resisting. They won't come here. In an ordinary town, countless people were discussing it. An atmosphere of unease permeated the streets, but the next second, a huge, ferocious head, covered with bright red muscles, slowly rose from the city wall and looked down at the entire mortal street. It's a giant. Children, adults, and the elderly on the street stared blankly at the sky. That colossal giant reached out and slowly scaled the tall city wall, as easily as if it were a railing, its feet, covered in black nails, crushing houses beneath its feet. Ah! The villagers fled for their lives, but the giant slowly stretched out his palm, grabbed the mortals on the ground, and slowly put them into his mouth. The Great Dynasty. Yingxu and the Kingdom of Hawks watched helplessly as the Kingdom of Eurytus gained the upper hand. This Third World War came too quickly. It was a true battle of gods, killing billions of people without batting an eye. They didn't even realize it until a day or a year had passed. Damn it, the demonic calamity is truly disgusting. Zi Ying took a deep breath. His sister had been severely injured. The Buddhist realm was facing a great disaster, and the most ancient and powerful heavenly emperor was absent. However, it is only natural. As the oldest being, the heavenly emperor's lifespan is indeed coming to an end. After all, he has lived for over 50 years and cultivated the myriad transformations heavenly scripture, which has given him a lifespan several times longer than that of ordinary celestial beings. As mortals, their insect lifespan is generally only a few days. Even if they become immortals, their lifespan only increases by a few thousand times. But it is still not as long as that of a great witch giant. The heavenly emperor will definitely have to go out and find a way to break through. Our Atlantis has also suffered heavy losses. Professor Nasica took a deep breath. Is there no way for the Western God and the Eastern Nuwa, two ancient beings, to intervene? Jiang Yang asked. I don't know, but they probably won't intervene. After all, it's still within the realm of mortal warfare. The development of the times is an evolutionary process, and it's impossible to interfere, Zi Ying said earnestly. Having witnessed the rapid development of the times, he understood the speed of civilization within them. Unfortunately, no matter how much they thought about it, the times still went in the worst possible direction. With the constant killing, Liu Luo's realm had reached an incredible level, making him the strongest person at the time. Some say that he was no less powerful than the heavenly emperor in his prime. All the true immortals and Buddhas in the entire heavenly palace were forced to retreat to the moon in order to barely preserve the last piece of pure land. The death toll has already reached 20 billion. Left with no other choice, all races under heaven could only outwardly submit to Liu Luo, but dared not call him a demon, and could only jointly venerate him as the heavenly venerable Liu Luo. Several days later, the heavenly emperor ascended the throne. Some of the surrendered immortals entered the heavenly court to pay homage, and then established their own court. Liu Luo kicked away the demon Luo who had rushed over upon hearing the news, exuding an aura of dominance. I am the great emperor of the true immortals of heaven and earth, ruling the land and symbolizing truth, goodness, and beauty in the human world. How can I possibly regard a demon like you as one of my kind? You people actually colluded with the emperor of the Kingdom of Italy to commit genocide. This is simply outrageous and treasonous. Bang. He shattered one of Moro's demonic mental bodies with a single punch. You deserve to die. Attend court. He strode forward and sat on the imperial throne, upon which sat a giant skull. He soon announced the establishment of the Great Freedom Heavenly Court, with the title, Great Freedom, Kindness, Benevolence, and Salvation Heavenly Emperor, who can be revered by the people as Emperor Liu. Liu Luo, an unparalleled and invincible being, looked down upon all living beings and the sects of immortals. I know that most sects in this world are fleeing, and only a third have submitted to my dynasty. Even Atlantis refused to submit to me and hid in the deep sea. They call me a great demon, but they don't know my good intentions. I have given them great freedom and transcendence, and given them meaning in life. Liu Luo's face revealed a compassionate expression. Having consumed the Buddha, He was now surrounded by a chaotic interplay of darkness and light. For the incredibly weak mortals, the meaning of life is the nourishment to become strong. It helps them escape from suffering and also makes them strong, which is a win-win virtue. The scattered immortals and sect leaders knelt on the ground, trembling. Only then did they realize the terrifying nature of this being. He was born without any feelings of guilt or anything like that, and he was even extremely shameless. Since you say I am a demon, then I'll just say, I am a Buddha. I say I am kind, virtuous, and beautiful. This kind of terrifying demonic emperor who doesn't follow the rules and does whatever he wants is the most troublesome overlord, the Witch King of the human realm. Your subject is here. A colossal giant slowly stepped forward. Zi Ying knew that this demon wouldn't kill the Great Witch, but a sense of unease still arose in his heart. I am ambitious and have the world in my heart. I know that you and I are like-minded people, and I am very pleased that you have killed that demon. Emperor Liu's eyes softened. I hope you can assist me in governing the world and creating a peaceful and prosperous era. Zi Ying no longer knew what this capricious and ruthless demon was thinking. Emperor Liu Tian remained calm, sitting on his throne, looking down at the ministers, immortals, and even the current giant, Prince Ying. In this world, I will establish the gods of mountains, rivers and streams, command clouds and rain, and create a peaceful and prosperous world. Emperor Liu pondered, how many members of the Great Which tribe are there currently? The population of Yingsu totals over 278,000. They came from the New World by large ships and have 28 core towns, one of which is Duguen town in the distance. Ziying reported truthfully. After all, people are so big, they can't run away. On the imperial throne, Emperor Liu Tian spoke. The 28 great witch tribes still live on the same land. They are rare, mythical species. They reproduce more, cultivate more, and expand their population. I will personally provide you with cultivation resources and strive for everyone to reach the third realm. At the same time, they should go out less to avoid being attacked by those villains. Ziying didn't know how to complain. If you have malicious intentions, who will kill the Great Witch? Lacking resources and being just an ordinary mortal, they would only anger Nuwa, a member of their own race. Little Emperor of the mortal realm, you should know that I have the world in my heart. Emperor Liu Tian spoke calmly, his voice brimming with domineering power, as he steadily descended from the skull, cupping his fists towards the sky and saying, the Great Witch clan is a rare species in mythology, and is the original clan of Nuwa. I shall seek blessings for them, take care of their cultivation, enfalf them as mountain gods and river gods, and assign them to govern the land in various places to benefit all living beings. I am also willing to prepare tombs for them after their death. My dear minister, look. He pointed into the distance and said calmly, this is my empire, that land, that mountain. I have specially allocated funds to allow the great shamans to rest in peace after their deaths. Ziying felt a chill run down his spine. He knew Liu Tiandi's plan in an instant. He coveted the giant's corpse, the grandmasters. Treat them like pigs for meat, urge them to cultivate, make them do hard labor in various places, serve mortals, and after they die, you can refine their corpses. They were laborers in life, and even after death, their corpses were used as raw materials. They're absolutely demonic. In this world, who can compare to such a demon? Perhaps there's no one left. Your Majesty is wise. Some radical demonic cultivators and rogue immortals actually agreed. Although the giant human race is small in number and poses little threat, once they break through, who among those of the same realm can rival these giants? Suppression is necessary. I am truly a mortal who cherishes the world and strives for its prosperity. Emperor Liu then promulgated various policies, establishing the basic principles for heaven and earth and rebuilding order. In his first court session, all these policies turned out to be good strategies for improving people's lives. Even Ziying, listening from the side, felt that this was not a great demon, but a wise ruler who brought blessings to the world. He couldn't help but exclaim, "He is so talented and resourceful. He is diligent in governing the world." This world-destroying demon who has devoured hundreds billions of people is so diligent and hardworking. In the following days, this great demon actually attended court diligently for the sake of the people. Gather refugees from all over the world and rebuild cities. He even issued a self-criticism edict, enumerating his own crimes with a sincere attitude and frankly admitting that he had been misled by Mara. Even the common people of the world are somewhat confused. With the arrival of this great emperor, the Dark Ages have not yet appeared. It is said that when Emperor Liu ascended the throne, he shattered Moro with a single punch. Various rumors circulated among the people. Some say Emperor Liu was kind by nature, but he was corrupted by demonic possession after accidentally eating a clone of Mara when he was young and lost his mind. However, Buddha cut off his own flesh to feed an eagle and reincarnated himself to be devoured by him. The two were neutralized and his true nature was restored. Some say Emperor Liu Tian has turned over a new leaf, which is a great blessing for our times. This peerless emperor may have a dark past, but as the second emperor, he will lead us to glory. Many people are praising it. Some people were even moved to tears, thinking they were going to die but had survived, and were extremely grateful. On this day, Emperor Liu Tian issued a decree to heaven and earth, vowing to kill Demon Luo without any leniency. The world is still ravaged by demonic calamities. The demons roam everywhere, affecting cities and towns. It is estimated that hundreds of millions of people are devoured by monsters in these calamities every year. The people of the world should vigorously promote martial arts and the path of immortality. In an instant, the number of voices praising Emperor Liu increased. New world, on a large ship. Ziying was sitting on the bed fishing, but no one knows that the so-called demonic calamity, which was blamed on Mo Luo, is the number of people you eat in a year. Liu Tiandi, standing nearby, was eating a huge bright red cherry. Glug! Despite its tiny ant-like body, its mouth suddenly expanded like a toad's, swallowing the cherry, spitting out the pit, and grinning. Although I eat people, am tyrannical, evil, and capricious, I am a good person. Has no one yet come to see the truth of this world? When a person who is generally considered a good person accidentally does something bad, he will be scorned by everyone. When a ruthless person who has destroyed the world and killed hundreds of billions of people suddenly does a good deed, everyone is immediately moved to tears of gratitude for his mercy in sparing their lives. Hasn't the history of the Gasha Sun dynasty already told us all this? He stretched, a mocking smile playing on his handsome face. Learning from history helps us understand what we've learned. How did Jiaxia deal with those mortals who attacked him time and again? It was a lie, a deception. Emperor Liu continued, to govern the world with evil, today I am genius enough to overthrow the world with violence. In the future, won't there be other even more geniuses who will overthrow me with violence? The heavenly court is still resisting on the moon, and the common people are still rebelling, but there is no need to be nervous. I will use truth, goodness, and beauty to gradually influence them and integrate them into this prosperous world where there are occasional demonic disasters. Ziying got goosebumps all over his body. He seemed to witness the birth of a new mythological era, one that was both evil and terrifying. The world remains unchanged. The only difference is the periodic demonic calamities. The heavenly emperor descends to the mortal realm, impersonating the demon king and devouring people everywhere. He was diligent in governing the world, kind and brave, and was praised by the world. In reality, the entire mortal world was a pasture for this demon, where fat and strong lambs were grazed. Times have truly changed. It can only be said that the mythological world has been completely revived, and he has gradually incorporated the settings of the Great Witch tribe, competing with these humans. Giant, you and I are very similar. Emperor Liu looked at the human emperor beside him, equally ruthless and decisive. When I heard that you plotted to kill Moro at night, I knew that we were the same kind of people. We all know when is the best time to kill Moro. Back then I was young, and on that night, just like you did, I dared to kill a third realm avatar of Moro on Moro's land. Why? Because I knew that if I killed him, he wouldn't kill me. However, it's still a little bit difficult for you to overthrow me. Just a hair's breadth away, Ziying asked. Yes. Emperor Liu stood up and pointed to the sea, the coastline. Ziying's face darkened. You might think he was a ruthless, cruel, and even uncommunicative tyrant, but in reality, he wasn't a true tyrannical remnant soul, but a human being. Upon closer inspection, although he remained tyrannical and unpredictable, he also gave off a human-like quality. Ziying then asked, "We've arrived in Atlantis on a large ship. What are we going to do? Those damned underwater civilizations are hiding so well it's unbelievable." Liu Luo shook his head, wearing the heavenly emperor's robe. I have two reasons for coming to Atlantis in the west. First, during my last visit, although the enemy escaped, I discovered that the world tree is a mutated tree man great wizard. He is enormous and is actually collecting the faith of hundreds of millions of people. If he breaks through, he will be a great threat to me. After all, even though they are both at the 4th level, ants naturally have a hard time defeating humans. Secondly, I want to see God. I've heard that their academy can travel to the distant past. Let's see if we can go to that time and see the dark fog. After all, the world is too boring. Besides eating people, I need to find something to do. Otherwise, there's no challenge at all. He held the Chronicle of Mayan Civilization in his hand, seemingly having read it many times, and spoke. With an air of unquestionable certainty, Empress Leona seems to be a very interesting woman from hundreds of thousands of years ago. She was a martial arts era all by herself, and she is exactly the kind of girl I admire. Truth and goodness are somewhat infatuated with her. As we sailed, we arrived at a deep blue sea, where all was quiet. Whoosh! Liu Luo slammed his fist into sea, causing waves to surge, and laughed loudly. Atlantis, you sorcerers, come out before me, or I'll slaughter another 100 billion of your people for fun. Z. Ying, the current emperor from Cheoj in the Yin ruins of China, rules and suppresses all the martial arts sects in the world. He has countless skilled imperial guards and can be said to be above 10,000 people. The emperor is one of the overlords of the entire land, but what about now? So, we can only be subordinate to certain beings. Ziying was speechless, a strange and fresh emotion spreading through his heart. He stood on the deck, watching Liu Tiandi wreak havoc on the ocean. A martial god on land. According to ancient records from Yin ruins, such martial gods shattered the void, moving between heaven and earth as if walking on flat ground, and could briefly survive in the void. Now that I think about it, the void is just a place where one can briefly exist in outer space. After all, the terms used by the ancients to describe things seem quite fitting. And yet, this tiny mythical figure is going to such lengths just because he finds that unknown, misty world interesting and has even fallen in love with a woman in that world? Ha ha! Come out now! He burst into laughter and frantically splashed water. Looking at this scene, Zi Yiying suddenly realized that this was the true, demonic path. Demon and evil are different. Evil is wicked, dark, and vicious. Demons are more like a different kind of carefree existence, doing whatever they want without regard for rules, drinking, killing, stealing women, and slashing anyone they don't like. They do whatever they want. This is the way of the demons. This person is the true demon. Such people are more terrifying than evil itself. Because he has no inner constraints or rules, he acts on impulse without any logic, and it is impossible to predict his next move. Think of it in a slightly exaggerated way. Who knows, in the next second, he might suddenly find the world too boring, abandon the heavenly court dynasty that even he himself envies, regard power as dirt, and fly alone into the vast universe. To Mars and Venus, embarking on a space trip that he can take on a whim. I never carry anything on my shoulders, and I even feel that life is as insignificant as grass. Through countless lifetimes in the human world, I know that I am a demon. But for some reason, I feel a little envious. Zi Ying stared at the other person. He vaguely sensed it. He possesses the spirit of a god and is a great benefactor who protects all living beings. Before them, however, stood an unconventional being who had attained enlightenment and possessed the aura of a demon. Boom! The seawater surged and rose, creating white spray. Great demon from the east, what brings you here again? A male mage in a magic robe projected his face through a magic stone, which revealed a crystalline screen. Their faces turned ashen. Atlantis, the most powerful magical dynasty, was humiliated like this. It's a disgrace to God. A disgrace to the world tree. A disgrace to our Mayan ancestors. They have countless magical artifacts. In theory, carrying hundreds or thousands of Rubik's cubes, their combat power could be infinitely strong. However, there is no such thing as a fourth realm magical artifact that can truly threaten a true immortal. The artifacts of the fourth realm must be made from the heads and brains of mechanical beings of the same level as true immortals of the fourth realm, which are then killed and transformed into magical items. However, Atlantis has developed to this point, but its foundation is insufficient, and the number of true immortals is extremely small. Each race had only a handful of individuals, and the mechanical race had none of the true immortals. The mechanical race that has reached the third realm of perfection are extremely rare animals. They are constantly hunted down before they have even had a chance to cultivate for long. How can they possibly grow to true God realm if they are making magical items for the third realm? Atlantis, exploiting resources to the point of exhaustion, while the true gods, whose strength lies entirely in magical artifacts, possess extremely low combat power at this level. At this time, with an invincible emperor ruling the world, they dared not make any rash moves. Hiding your head and showing your tail, you don't even dare to see my face? Emperor Liu was furious and sneered. Come out now, or I will surely exterminate your entire race. I have not come here to entangle with you Western clowns, but to meet the legendary god. What do you want to see, His Majesty? Someone asked hastily. God is on the same level as Nuwa, who created humans from clay in the east. He is the mentor of His Highness the World Tree. He revived the withered World Tree sapling, allowing the World Tree to once again nurture countless beings from hundreds of thousands of years. O dragons, angels, demons, the feathered serpent god. They even have the ability to travel through time. Previously in the underwater capital of Poseidonia, the highest magic academy had sent several batches of top students back to the distant prehistoric era to explore the endless dark mist. Despite being surrounded by countless evil beasts in ruins, the trial was arduous, but they did not encounter the prehistoric Mayan civilization. I too will uphold justice and change the fate of this prehistoric tragedy. Emperor Liu Tian, with an upright expression and righteous words, said, "I have discovered that the ancient predecessor, Empress Liana, is not comparable to you rats of later generations. I feel that I have known her for a long time." The magician didn't know how to answer, so he could only say, "I'm going to pay my respects to His Highness, the World Tree. Please wait a moment." After a while, a figure emerged from the sea. "His Highness is not here. Court death." Boom! Suddenly a loud roar erupted, and the entire seawater seemed to crack open. "Seriously, they're always causing us trouble." Fu Qingjun stared at the ripples on the sea, momentarily stunned by the gaze of this cunning and demonic heavenly emperor. A mythical kingdom of tiny people growing from their own hair. It's truly bizarre and wonderful. This is truly causing trouble for His Majesty the Emperor. However, it was precisely because of this unbridled overlord of the demonic path that the various powers of the New World dared not act rashly. After all, it would be too frightening to see those warrior soldiers' corpses dug up, turned into walking corpses, and transformed into zombies, wandering around outside the town. Fu Qingjun's expression was calm. However, it was indeed right for the heavenly emperor to die of old age, but his lifespan is not in a hurry. Because there are beings even older than him, such as Empress Liana and King Honki in the Mist World. They seemed destined to follow in Grace's footsteps and enter their final years. But wouldn't it be a bit too hasty to fully open up access? Fu Qingjun frowned. "I started this pilot program here to prevent any accidents or unforeseen circumstances. Moreover, in my opinion, this place has not yet truly reached its peak of development. Our Earth," Fu Qingjun thought carefully, "and a white feathered angel was traveling in a magical city on the sea. Small fish all around them pulled the magician on his back as they swam through the streets. Mommy, Mommy, look." Further away, a little girl waved a magic wand, just like the children on the roadside waving sparklers, showering down bursts of light. Suddenly, a loud rumbling sound came from above. In the distance, the city's lord, a powerful fourth realm god, announced, "The residents are moving. We are about to activate the entire city and relocate it to a distant place." Throughout Atlantis, many cities have already planned to evacuate. I wonder if that madman will break in. Although fighting underwater is very disadvantageous for this demon, he can be called a madman. Who knows? Fu Qingjun was eating in the cafeteria the whole time, so she didn't really feel the reality of it all. However, for the vast majority of ordinary people, this terrifying mythical demon is enough to bring endless calamity to all living beings. It is a truly terrifying shadow. "Run!" Shouts came from all around. The little girl waving her magic wand was picked up by her mother and carried home. Well, time waits for no one. Fu Qingjun walked on the ground. If this continues, Empress Liana and Hong Qi will also follow in Grace's footsteps. They will also be on the verge of death. He narrowed his eyes, as if he could see into the other side of the world. It seems that the two of them, like Grace, are also going to plunge into the dark, misty sky and write their final chapter of madness. That era is indeed about to be stirred up again. After a long period of calm, the cultivator remained stuck at the fourth level of the Tao-seeking realm. The scale had expanded, but there had been no significant changes. Therefore, Fu Qingjun paid no attention to it, as if he were trapped in a curse. And now, This final ripple is like the last firework in despair. The fourth realm is just as Grace said back then. It is the realm of nascent gods, born in the morning and dying in the evening, like a brilliant firework, a civilized infant in swaddling clothes. Almost dying in the womb, Fu Qingjun closed her eyes. No miracles occurred in the Mayan civilization. Since you're going to go crazy, I'll go crazy with you this once. Let's temporarily connect the two worlds and let you see your civilization's predecessors. The end of the civilization of those who have heard the Tao, the twilight of civilization. Fu Qingjun shook her head. I hope you won't regret it. You are also a newcomer to this land, a civilization that will soon face despair. Knock, knock, knock. The sea was still rippling. Deep in the ocean, Isaac fell silent. That devil is simply going too far. This kind of demon who disregards human life is the night's greatest enemy. He has already made a vow to kill this demon from the east and restore peace to the Western world. But then, the elusive master suddenly appeared before them. He was dressed in white, with white, sacred wings swirling behind him. The young man held a white tome in his hands, his expression conveying kindness and tranquility. The heavenly emperor of the Eastern Heavenly Court, he actually cultivates the corpse-bone demonic path. Let him in. But this world tree hesitated, its branches swaying, and some fruits fell with a series of soft thuds, which transformed into newborn babies in the seawater. To allow the most wicked demons of the world to witness the most sacred radiance of the Western world, symbolizing the omniscient God, is simply the greatest blasphemy. This is my own dereliction of duty. If you are strong enough, yes. Isaac took a deep breath, his expression solemn. Soon, a magician appeared on the sea. God invites you in. I knew it. Such an ancient and sacred being, comparable to Nua, would not stoop to the level of a nobody like me. Emperor Liu said solemnly. He also knows that I, the great free and benevolent emperor, have no intentions. I am doing this to save the distant past and contribute to the world. Having said that, he instantly dived into the sea. The seabed? Ziying had grown accustomed to this devil's shamelessness, but when you're under someone's roof, you have to bow your head. He was the shaman king of a mortal tribe, ruling over hundreds of millions of great shamans under his command. Naturally, he had to report to the heavens, which was only natural. Unless he can lead the Great Witch clan, they rebelled against the entire heavenly court. But is it possible? It seems impossible at the moment. Although there was an era in which the ancient great shamans were ruled by the mortal heavenly court, in later eras the great shamans also reversed their roles, becoming the world's overlords and ruling over mortals. After all, both humans and great shamans vie for supremacy in every era, with each side experiencing victories and defeats. In ancient times, there were indeed descendants of the Wu tribe who, upon seeing 10 suns in the sky, shot them down, thus defeating the 9 sons of the heavenly emperor, a legendary tale. There is also the story of Kwafu chasing the sun, drinking all the rivers he thirsted, and collapsing to become a mountain. The story of Xingqian fighting against the emperor for godhood needs no further explanation. On this planet, the battle between giants and mortals has always existed. Ziying's eyes burned with fierce passion. These were all martyrs and predecessors of the Great Witch, and their deeds were enough to make his blood boil. Unfortunately, the Great Witch is only just rising to power, and we are indeed a coastline behind the other side. We are weak, but we are still under the protection of Her Highness Nua. We are enormous, ancient, and long-lived species with long lifespans. Our cultivation speed is slow, but we rise to prominence later, and our combat power is incredibly formidable. After hesitating for a moment, he took a deep breath, intending to dive into the sea. After all, this is an ancient Western deity. They were very likely the creators of the Mayan civilization. An ancient being, as ancient as the descendants of Noah, said to have lived for hundreds of thousands of years. It should be noted that Noah's legacy was passed down through generations, but the being before us lived an entire era by herself. This is an opportunity. If one could enter, perhaps it could bring good fortune to the tribe of the current great shaman, and reveal more ancient mysteries, the truth behind those misty and dark secrets. All you need is a few feathered serpents to breathe. For most athletes, the maximum breath-holding time is 20 minutes, but for these grandmasters, who have mastered the tortoise breathing method, 1 or 2 hours is easily achievable. Moreover, it's always good to have a few feathered serpents with you, just in case. Thump! He jumped into the water as well. Splash! The sunlight overhead gradually dimmed. A transcendent azure world gradually unfolds before our eyes. He was surprised to find that as soon as he entered the water, just a few centimeters deep, it felt as if he had entered a gelatinous membrane. I see. Atlantis, Western civilization, should not be underestimated. They actually used the entire surface of the sea that is exposed to the sun as a giant glass mirror to collect sunlight. In this way, the sea is open and absorbs more sunlight than the land. At the same time, there is another advantage. When they lurk on the seabed, even powerful enemies are not as good as these aquatic creatures. Their sense of aura, or what the West calls spiritual power, is greatly shortened, making it very difficult to detect their whereabouts. Glug! He jumped into the water. Cities, fortresses, magicians riding on seashells. Sparkling magic stones adorn the city, scattered like stars, creating a beautiful scene. The deep blue ocean world. He quickly descended and discovered a submarine on the seabed. The submarine was decorated with coral, pearls and seashells, resembling a house from a fairy tale, with the words Hawk's Kingdom Library written on it. So, the Hawk's Kingdom, also known as the Platinum Behemoth tribe, with its fair skin and yellowish hair, has integrated into this world of Western mortals. Click. He went inside and realized he had been overthinking it. There was oxygen there. The submarine was relatively large and exceptionally clean, resembling a library. Rows of desks, next to which are stacks of English books. An overview of the Philosopher's Stone, the making of the Holy Grail, and the similarities between the Philosopher's Stone and modern computers. Several giant students were studying here, and Professor Sika was also here. In the very center, a young angel in white robes is sitting in a chair reading a book. It gives people a very ordinary feeling, as if there is always a smile on its lips, as if it does not exist in this world, and blends into the surrounding environment. The giants around it all stood respectfully around the white angel. God? He had imagined God to be radiant with light, possessing a powerful and terrifying aura, wielding a scepter, and spreading vast white wings comparable to the heavens and earth, but what he saw before him was completely different. He suddenly had a feeling. The absence of any aura is the most powerful aura, because there is only one thing that leaves no trace, the omnipresent nature and all things. I am one with all living beings. Greetings to the Western God. Emperor Liu bowed respectfully, his demeanor solemn and dignified. Professor Sika was stunned. How could he tell who God was at a glance? But Ziying shook her head. Professor Sika, being an ordinary person who didn't understand martial arts, naturally didn't know that this seemingly unimpressive aura actually possessed an overwhelming sense of oppression. Because a strong person's aura can cover the surrounding land, making every living being shine like a lamp. But right now, it's impossible to perceive. You can only see it with your eyes. It's a horrifying sense of incongruity, as if a separate space has been created. Fu Qingjun chuckled and closed the book. I know you don't want to talk to me much. You don't want to hear those long Bible lectures or the doctrines of the church that claim to save the world. Emperor Liu was taken aback, so it suited his taste. As expected of an all-knowing and all-powerful God, he laughed. Then let's not talk about doctrine. Fu Qingjun closed the book. He didn't know the answer anyway. He simply said, the current second-generation heavenly emperor of the East, your personality is so demonic that it is extremely rare, even in ancient times. You are just curious about ancient deeds and the mystery of tens of thousands of years ago. You are unrestrained, but you also have an extremely strong curiosity and want to change your prehistoric destiny. Fu Qingjun opened her palm, and the book in her hand vanished into thin air. A circular spatial tunnel slowly appeared before her, seemingly connecting to an unknown world. But can traveling back to the Great Flood era hundreds of thousands of years ago really change everything? This is? Emperor Liu's eyes suddenly lit up. How did that book disappear into thin air? It was actually a book that controlled space. Such mysterious methods are completely inconsistent with modern science and their understanding of the realm of existence. After all, the power of the fourth realm is actually an improvement in nerve reflexes and physical movements. Being a creature of the sonic dimension, it is 360 times faster than a normal person, so 1 day is equivalent to 1 year. But this is within the scope of what can be realistically explained. And what method is used to create this space? The disappearance of the books was only the first thing they witnessed. Afterwards, they saw a mysterious spatial tunnel, as if they had entered another world. The power that exists beyond the fourth realm, above the child gods, an adult god? Emperor Liu Tian was completely convinced that this being, who had lived for hundreds of thousands of years, possessed ancient power that was hard for him to imagine. May I go in? Emperor Liu Tian suddenly spoke. This force doesn't last long, but it can still be maintained for the next 7 days, Fu Qingjun said with a faint smile. As for the books disappearing, they were obviously thrown into the ship's subspace and used as a super-large spatial ring, which is perfectly fine. Even if you don't understand the principles, it doesn't stop you from showing off. Let their demon kingdom see the higher peaks of the world, that there are always people more capable than themselves, and that there are always higher realms to conquer, so that they won't be short-sighted, and will choose to continuously strive to explore and advance the realm of civilization. Fu Qingjun is quite honest about this. Then, I should make some preparations, Emperor Liu Tian said after thinking for a moment, not in a hurry to go in. Fu Qingjun was not surprised. It's normal that a lot of preparation is needed. Since you intend to go inside, deep in the sea, it will be open for a week, leading to the distant past of our civilization. Fu Qingjun spoke calmly. Speaking of which, the past on the other side has reached a certain point. If no one changes fate, that land will usher in the end of another form of civilization. The earth will be dead and withered, submerged in the waves of mist. Professor Nasika shuddered. Destiny? Empress Leona. She looked at the space tunnel, knowing that she could return to the distant past and see everything that had been destroyed back then. Can we change our fate? Ziying also spoke up, making his presence known. Who knows? Fu Qingjun smiled faintly and glanced at them. The little gods of this era, you have already tried your best, but you are still too weak. Perhaps you can only witness a tragedy, but it is difficult to change anything. Ziying clenched his fists. The expressions of the people around them were also unsettled. We, the enlightened civilization, the fourth realm, are stuck in a curse, living only a day and dying in a day. Indeed, they are too weak. They cannot even transcend their own limitations, let alone save others. Hundreds of thousands of years ago, Fu Qingjun stood with his hands behind his back, looking out at the ocean, and continued. It was a dark age, filled with ancient evils that descended from the outer sky. The fog of death and war covered the entire planet, pulling it into the old battlefields. Those indescribable filth and evil things descended from the heavens, making all living beings his followers. Everyone seemed to be witnessing a dark mythical era on Earth. The cities, everywhere, were shrouded in mist. One after another, evil, twisted, morbid, and insane mysterious creatures fell from the sky like willow catkins, and countless people were afflicted by death. An evil entity, similar to Moro? Emperor Liu asked. Who knows? Fu Qingjun said with a smile, her expression inscrutable. But in reality, he wasn't quite sure either. Based on the clues currently being deduced, a conservative estimate suggests that at least a civilization at the 5th level has invaded Earth. Now that I think about it, those evil creatures that appeared and disappeared in the mist, Moro was indeed similar. Moro is also a misty, spiritual being formed from the convergence of emotions. Perhaps that civilization, using this emotional energy as a weapon, would indeed be the best choice to attack and infect Earth. If you are unable to fight back, prioritize survival. This era needs you, Fu Qingjun said calmly, tossing the spatial tunnel onto the table and conjuring a book out of thin air from his palm. The young man smiled as he read his book and slowly left. The scene was completely silent. Splash! The seawater was surging outside the room. No one knows what this ancient being wants to do. Is it really just about letting them witness the destruction of history? You look down on me? I am the great free heavenly emperor. You are merely an opponent in the mist who saved a prehistoric past. The great demon Emperor Liu looked at the ball of light with curiosity and licked his lips. I have eaten quite a few Atlanteans from this world. I wonder what their ancestors tasted like. The others remained silent. Brother, you just blurted out the second half of the sentence. This great demon is at the height of his power. No one in the world can rival him. Zi Ying secretly observed the expressions of the others, thinking to himself, these great magicians didn't seem to hate this demon much, even though he had already devoured more than 10 billion of their people. They were as calm as if they had eaten the entire population of their village. As expected, the two sides have fundamentally different worldviews. Their high priests are few in number and have low reproductive rates, so they are highly valued. Their reproductive capacity as mortals is too strong. As expected of a super-vast world from mythology, where billions of mortals were killed and a vast sect domain was slaughtered by the gods, as if it were child's play, Zi Ying thought to himself in shock. Even if they killed the entire population of the Earth, it probably wouldn't be enough. Zai Ying, Professor Nasika, and the other giants of this world were all secretly contemplating whether to fight World War II or not, and instead planned to shift the battlefield to another side. Even if it was only for a short week, or 7 years, they intended to prepare some resources to travel back hundreds of thousands of years. The magicians of Atlantis longed to meet their ancestors, the Mayan civilization, Empress Leona. Many of the Mayan civilization's god-level magicians were filled with longing, holding a copy of the Chronicle of Mayan Civilization in their hands. The prehistoric ancestors, recalling this ancient being, were the fate they held in their dreams, night, during the banquet of gods and demons. Since her first reincarnation, when she was relentlessly exploited in the kitchen by that damned little wizard, Eudula has been living a bitter, first life, and has been evolving into her second life. For the past month, it's obvious that the difficulty has increased exponentially. Has my life always been this tragic? As for that mysterious senior, Kin Hong, although she has occasionally evolved her bloodline recently, the number of times she appears to chat with her has obviously decreased. It should be that her true self in reality is being held back by events of the times, Yudula said, and Senior is obviously very powerful. Even she is being held back by events in reality. She must be extraordinary. Her guess was correct. After all, Kin Hong was indeed busy in real life, preoccupied with her secret reincarnation and enthusiastically recruiting others into her cult. Recently, her successor, the Buddha, had also been attacked. Speaking of which, it's been a long time since I've seen my master. She took a deep breath and felt that the times were very decadent. After all, she was still imprisoned in the demon realm, the foundation of civilization, where life was bleak and hopeless. But she could also understand her master. After all, for beings of that level, several hundred years might just be a period of seclusion, right? On another note, Liana and Honky may also follow in Grace's footsteps, or perhaps their lifespans are numbered. Although I don't know much about the current situation outside, I can sense from the soldiers coming and going that the demon realm is in turmoil. She continued to evolve species at the god and demon banquet. Suddenly, a flash of light appeared beside them. An angelic figure appeared faintly in the spot. "Master," Yudula exclaimed with delight. "Yudura, it's been a long time." The figure emerged from the shadows and said calmly, "Times are changing. I will open the door between the past and the future and descend upon the distant past, to the era in which you live." What? These words completely blew Yudula's mind out of control. "Master, has your power already opened up a distant space-time passage, traveling through the past and the future?" Yudula couldn't help but ask. Fu Qingjun shook her head. "I do not possess this ancient power, but rather I borrow the power of the divine demon banquet. Haven't you noticed yet? This banquet brings together believers from different times and spaces, and even allows believers to reincarnate and travel to other eras, to the past or the future." Yudula was stunned. After thinking about it, he realized that it was indeed true. The night banquet of gods and demons inherently possesses the power to allow people to travel through time and space. The master, on the other hand, was clearly a being who had lived countless lifetimes during the banquet, and was of a very high level, perhaps possessing the authority to directly allow people to travel between worlds. "After all, she is my lifelong partner. If you are reincarnated several times and survive successfully, you will become a high-ranking member of the family. Like a teacher, you can take on disciples and recommend others to the banquet at a certain cost. Perhaps after a longer reincarnation, one will possess even greater authority. For a hefty price, people from one time and space can collectively travel to another time. How great are the ancient gods we worship!" Yudura exclaimed, crossing his arms and shouting with fervor. "Praise be the nameless God of the void." Fu Qingjun's face darkened slightly. You and Kin Hong, two best friends, usually chatted aimlessly at the banquet. When you were having a good time, you would suddenly blurt out a compliment to the nameless God. Now you want to drag me into this mess too. Don't even think about it. "Master, how many beings like you are there at the divine demon banquet?" Yudula asked. "The night banquet of gods and demons has experienced many great calamities, and many even more powerful beings have perished. Currently, only a handful of people possess such authority," Fu Qingjun said. "Be prepared, it will soon descend upon this era." Fu Qingjun smiled faintly and slowly left. "Master, you are indeed cold on the outside but warm on the inside. Udula looked at his master's back, not knowing how to describe the emotions in his heart. Previously, when he encountered a great calamity, his master came to comfort him. He is still imprisoned, and his master is so domineering that he directly leads a group of people to travel through this time and space of more than 100,000 years to save the Mayan civilization. It's unbelievable, like a dream. That nameless god in the void walks freely through time, traversing hundreds of thousands of years ago. What terrifying and magnificent power that is. However, I may soon find out my master's true identity. Udula felt a surge of joy, his face filled with anticipation and longing. Master, he guided the Mayan civilization. He must be an incredible being from mythology, perhaps having reincarnated countless centuries, leaving behind legends in many civilizations. In many civilizations, you may be the supreme god, with many footprints, which could not possibly be hidden. Master, who exactly are you? Even today, I still do not know your name. She sensed that she would soon learn the identity of her master. During this feast of gods and demons, Udula felt his depressed mood dissipate considerably. They withdrew from the divine demon banquet. Udula walked before Grace's grave, gazing at the gloomy sky shrouded in mist. Grace, can you see? Everything you hoped for may be about to be destroyed. By the side gate, a mechanical snail drinks the morning dew from the stone slabs in front of the cemetery. I know you've resented her all these years, but years later we understand that this decision was cruel and cold, but absolutely the right one. Honki. Udula narrowed his eyes. Over the years, Hongqiai has been creating mechanical clones that have spread throughout the Mayan kingdom. No one knows the true extent of his power anymore, or even whether he is still a living being. Is that so? Perhaps you are right. Udula said earnestly, I have always been in the third realm. You do not allow me, the progenitor, to break through, because becoming a Taoist in the fourth realm means an irreversible and accelerated death. One day is a year. Even the strongest immortals and gods would probably only last 2 months, or about 60 years. After all, insects have short lifespans, only a few days. To achieve this level of extension, thousands or even tens of thousands of times longer, is already quite extraordinary. Even a Mayan god could only live for 2 months in supersonic time. On Earth, that's a mere summer vacation for most ordinary creatures. This is the terror of the civilization of the enlightened ones, Hongqi said earnestly, born in the morning and dying in the evening. But if one doesn't live a day or a year, walking on time, living in bullet time, how can one be called a true god? He paused, and the snail's fair flesh bulged, transforming into the shape of a tall, strong man. Even for large humans, a grandmaster in the third realm can live for over 100 years in reality, and upon entering the fourth realm, they can actually live for over 1,000 years, but in reality, they can only live for 1,000 days. 1,000 days translates to 3 years. A primordial deity walked across the earth at the speed of a sonic boom. Watching other creatures move 360 times slower and almost still frame by frame, it's difficult to communicate with them. The whole world seems to be a lonely one. Living for 1,000 years in such a world of divine flow is only 3 years in reality. How lonely is that? That is why it is called the realm of those who hear the way. Lonely, pain, suppression, Hongqi continued. This primordial immortal god, perhaps due to extreme loneliness, chose to pass on his divine blood, enabling other third realm grandmasters to break through, thereby creating a large number of fourth realm divine blood to alleviate his loneliness. Thus, the civilization of the Seekers of the Way was established. But what about 3 years from now? the first ancestral god died of old age. Perhaps there will be geniuses who continue to break through and maintain the divine blood. But sooner or later, it will gradually dilute and fall from the fourth realm to the third realm. In other words, a civilization that has attained enlightenment can hardly survive more than a few years in reality. Our Mayan civilization is no exception, Hong Qi said earnestly. Over the years, his computing power has become terrifying, and he has long since figured out the logic of the civilization of those who have heard the Tao. Therefore, considering all of the above, bloodline is extremely important. No one allowed Udula to enter the fourth realm, lest he quickly meet his death. Another example is the ancestor of another race, the first angel empress. The speed at which the Wendo civilization multiplied was too fast, but the speed at which the Mayan catastrophe civilization multiplied was even faster. After the fall of the first angel emperor, tens of thousands of generations had passed in just 2 months, and the angel bloodline had become extremely diluted. If it weren't for the second-generation angel emperor, Empress Leona, who spread her bloodline through her own bloodline, the angel race would probably have been wiped out long ago. But what about the second-generation angel Leona, the Great? They'll grow old and die eventually. The angel civilization is on the verge of true destruction. Hong Qi said earnestly, according to this calculation, with each generation dying, at the latest a few thousand years later, the civilization of those who have heard the Tao will also come to an end. Due to various uncontrollable factors, we will regress back to insects and wild beasts. Tread. Tap tap. This mechanical snail, with its hands behind its back, walks on the damp stone slabs in the early morning. After all, it is said that we evolved from insects. In the early days, we had to develop wisdom and accumulate knowledge continuously before we could give birth to intelligence, which was very difficult. If they are golden behemoths, even if they degenerate, they can still remain ordinary giants with intelligence. But we are different. If we degenerate and fall into the fourth realm, we might really be, Hong Qi laughed, but there are gains and losses. Because of this, their reproduction rate is too low, which is why they cannot enter the fourth realm. Yes, the ancestor of witchcraft, Udula, paused for a moment, then finally closed his eyes. Slightly. Are you really going? Udula sighed, a deep sense of helplessness washing over him. What's the point of my life if you're like this? The great witch Udura. Your life is the greatest meaning of the Mayan civilization. Hong Qi paused for a moment, then bowed respectfully. Udula closed his eyes in pain. Even she, who was trapped, knew that the Mayan civilization had fallen into a predicament in recent years. It seemed to be thriving and becoming more and more prosperous, with more and more fourth realm gods appearing. The number of true gods had already reached tens of thousands, and the number of fourth realm beings stained with divine blood had already reached hundreds of millions. This is a tremendous force, one that even Grace's era couldn't match by even a fraction of. However, as a civilization that has heard the truth, it is now approaching its twilight years. Even if one were to extend their lifespan by imprisoning themselves like a protected animal, it would only prolong their destruction. She knows these people too well. Under this oppressive atmosphere, these two ruthless overlords of the era could not possibly wait to die peacefully. It's very likely that, just like Grace did back then, they will start a real war. This is the result. Even with her master's comfort, Udula suddenly felt breathless again, as if she couldn't do anything. You are choosing to emulate Grace. Choosing to walk the path of death she chose back then, Udura said, you two weren't originally like this. You wouldn't have been so crazy before you died, wanting to take hundreds of millions of gods with you, but over the years, that person's will has been invisibly influencing you. Who knows? Honki looked at the tombstone, at the angel statue with black wings. Even after she died, she still schemed against us, and we lived out the rest of our lives in her place. For a moment, the scene fell silent. Honki didn't speak again. He suddenly looked up at the sky. In the distant, misty sky, a huge white pillar of light shone brightly, shooting straight into the clouds. It has begun. The horns of war. Honki's eyes suddenly lit up as he looked towards the pillar of light in the distance. On the stage we have set up, civilization will begin its final feast. He gave it a hard shove. Enveloped in a dense mass of snail shells, Udula, amidst the roar of a massive spherical mechanical ship, sank into the earth. You will see everything that happens here. We can destroy it, but you cannot. No. Earn cash by reading. Follow our WeChat official account, Book Lovers Base Camp, to earn cash by reading books. Udula knelt on the ground, head bowed, tapping his surroundings, helplessly watching everything being transmitted from outside, unable to do anything about it. Perhaps we can only rely on our master. What would the Mayan civilization be like in the future, hundreds of thousands of years from now? Can they really be a source of hope in the Mayan lands? War is about to begin. I need to hide better. Tang Meng huddled in the air raid shelter, feeling a bit tense. Like Udula, all she had to do was stay hidden. It's useless anyway. Even if the Mayan civilization were completely wiped out and their stronghold was destroyed by their adversaries, this place, being far from the center, would have been almost impossible for their adversaries to find. Even if the Mayan civilization were completely destroyed, as long as Udula lived, there was still hope. Others also shared this strong awareness. Inside the room, Tang Meng, the golden behemoth, sat in a huge basement. Hello, Teacher Tang. Hello, Teacher Tang. Young high school students occasionally walked by. Tang Meng nodded, surprised that this person who studied single people actually had a group of students about 10 years younger than her, and that she was even teaching them classes. Today, we're here to practice martial arts, she said. As members of the Great Witch clan, now that mortals have been revived, we must also become self-reliant and not continue to live in their protected survivor camps. Yes, they were all students from a nearby survivor camp, where they worked as golden behemoths. They were a group of students from a key local high school, living in dormitories and adjacent school district buildings. Because the students were highly organized and disciplined, and very concentrated, their evacuation was orderly, resulting in a large number of survivors. They were originally going to evacuate to a more distant place, but their vehicle had an accident en route. The teacher leading the group was basically dead, and they could only stop at the nearest location hundreds of kilometers away. They asked other passing convoys for help, but no one paid any attention to them. Fortunately, the students were quite clever and managed to get through the time on their own. The smart ones, like Tang Meng, thought of using satellite phones to call for help. With Tang Meng's help and the intervention of the Mayan civilization, they were able to return to this place. At first, they were full of excitement. Am I not the chosen one of destiny? I'm back at school? How did the Mayan civilization end up near my old school? Perhaps it was destined. They believed they could save the world and possessed extraordinary powers, but unfortunately, reality was rather cruel, dealing them a heavy blow. After all, geniuses don't come easily. After class, Tang Meng sighed, looking at the young boys flirting with her and fawning over her everywhere, and couldn't help but feel speechless. In this world, where is there such a thing as young grass eating old cow? Aren't those pretty female students good enough? She naturally knew that these students knew that she, Tang Meng, was the disciple of that ancient being and Yudula's junior sister. They entered that ancient sect of the gods and demons night banquet, a powerful entity capable of traversing time and space, which is why they wanted to curry favor with them. She was amazed by what she heard. After she left, she overheard the students discussing it. Sigh, Teacher Tang is truly a chosen one. A legend has descended upon him to become a disciple of a saint. She's Yudula's junior sister. Her status is too high. They were discussing it. Others, however, didn't ask for much and started discussing other students. Speaking of which, almost all the dozens of families in our school district building escaped back then. But where is Fu Qingjun? I don't know. He didn't come to class that day. Maybe he skipped class to go to an internet cafe? That's even more impossible, isn't it? The top student in the honors class, given his personality, would he skip class to go to an internet cafe for the college entrance exam? There was a lot of discussion around. Tang Meng came back to get her things and casually asked, "Are you talking about the students who disappeared without a trace that day and didn't gather to escape?" What kind of person was that? Tang Meng tried to build rapport with her students by chatting about everyday life. Capitalist. Capitalist. The answer came in unison from those around them. Tang Meng was stunned for a moment, feeling somewhat confused. Is it appropriate for you to talk about a deceased classmate like that? After all, senior year of high school is the most carefree and innocent age. What did that student do to make everyone judge him like that? She calmed down for a moment, then packed her things and left. Suddenly, the snail-shaped Den Mushi she kept in her office received a message from Yudura. The night banquet of gods and demons is a place where only those who have not been reincarnated can transform into different species and communicate with each other. Senior sister, although I've been inside the banquet, I can't get in because I've already been reincarnated. Unless I die in this life and allow my second life to be formed within it, I can't see you again. Therefore, she could only communicate with this senior sister, Yudula, whom she had never met before, from afar. She looked at the message. Master, did he tell senior sister at the Divine Demon Banquet that he wanted to open a time tunnel to travel from the future to our past? Tang Meng was deeply shocked. The idea that she was a person from hundreds of thousands of years ago was still quite incredible to her. But after gathering her thoughts, she realized, indeed, the era in which I was reincarnated is hundreds of thousands of years in the future. As a child of the breath of earth, under Nua's command, I have already heard the news. The prehistoric Western god is going to open a space tunnel in the Sea of Atlantis, so that people can see distant points in time. The timing is right. In other words, she and her senior sister Yudula discussed their master's mysterious identity countless times, but they still couldn't figure it out. So, the master is actually the god of the West? She took a deep breath. Sure enough, I was absolutely right. The night banquet of gods and demons reigns supreme in every time and space of earth. That ancient, nameless god trades with all living beings, exchanging people's receding hairlines for everything. Many famous mythological figures in history, such as Buddha in the past and even God in the present, were all important figures in the historical banquet. They still hold high positions today, having been reincarnated countless times. She suddenly remembered the infinite flow in the main god's space, where one constantly reincarnates, grows stronger, and exchanges for various items. She paused, having confirmed her master's identity, and couldn't help but feel a sense of awe. After all, this powerful figure was one of the most exalted. Hello everyone, our official WeChat account, gives out cash and virtual currency red envelopes every day. Just follow us to receive one. This is the last giveaway of the year, so please seize the opportunity. WeChat official account, Book Lovers Base Camp. Furthermore, I am now under the command of Her Highness Nuwa Zirang. If it is discovered that I am a disciple of God, will I be killed by this descendant of an Eastern sage as a traitor? She felt a chill run down her spine. The tuft of hair on its head flicked and spontaneously curled into the Chinese character, danger. As she continued reading, Udula said, "Our mysterious masters summoned those beings. Although I don't believe that the civilization of the fourth realm of Tao seekers in later generations will be more prosperous than ours, I still hope that you can receive them. Let me receive you?" After thinking about it, she realized that this important task could only be entrusted to her. After all, she was also a disciple of that being. However, Udula was right. That civilization might have produced a few prodigies among its top experts, but on the surface, its overall strength was far less than that of the Mayan civilization, and it didn't even have 1/10 of the true gods. Because the civil war next door was too severe, the Mayan civilization continued to peacefully expand its army. "All right, I'll entertain them then," she thought for a moment, then suddenly her ahoj curled up, and a spatial tunnel appeared before her eyes, where one after another, true gods descended. Tang Meng's eyes widened in surprise. "I wasn't ready, and that godlike master, without even saying a word, just, is it true that Udula is the biological child, and I'm just a wild one?" Nearby, a group of high school students stared in disbelief. Could it really be true? The Mayan civilization from the future is going to lend its support in this era? Outrageous. That's outrageous. Even now, they still can't accept it. The end of the world has come, and the mist is filled with dark creatures infected by evil. The Mayan civilization has been revived in this era, and on this land, they are fighting against unknown enemies from the apocalypse. And what about us foolish modern earthlings? They could only tremble in fear, hiding in their own shelter, their own survivor camp, watching these tiny mortals from ancient Earth's mythical civilization come to save the planet. They were already feeling very resentful, and now what? Not only has the Mayan civilization of the past appeared today, but a Mayan civilization from the future has also descended upon this time and space. After her initial surprise, Tang Meng immediately said, "The other party is Atlantis, the symbol of light, hundreds of thousands of years in the future. They use the magnetite, their capital is Poseidonia. They live in the sea near the Pillars of Hercules, their magic king is Poseidon, and the world tree that nurtures all living beings is Isaac." These were all precious pieces of information she had collected during her time as a child of the rising sun, and she was sharing them with the students to avoid disrespecting the guests. Although Western civilization arrived first, the Eastern Heavenly Court will soon send people as well, but that one is not easy to approach, Tang Meng kept thinking. Their arrival was sudden, but we must greet them with the highest honors, Tang Meng said immediately and earnestly. Since they couldn't go to the front lines, they could only hide in the shelter, watching ancient Earth mythological civilizations descend from different eras to fight the enemy shrouded in mist. That was all they could do, because we are the ones receiving aid. Sing a song to welcome them, just like we rehearsed, Tang Meng solemnly said. "I know you feel a lot of pressure facing the true God, but treat it like a rehearsal at school. Yes, Teacher Tang. Yes, Teacher Tang, splash." These students were very well trained. After all, they were senior high school students, and their ability to withstand pressure was top-notch. They began singing songs on both sides of the tunnel, welcoming Atlantis, the mythical civilization of light and magic. Like sunlight piercing through the darkness, dawn quietly breaks across the horizon. Whose figure traverses the cycle of reincarnation? A resounding song, elegant lyrics, and melody appeared on the earth. Whoosh! An avatar of the world tree Isaac descended upon this land. He had just landed when he heard the melodious and passionate song. He couldn't help but frown slightly. It sounded like the language of Yin ruins, like a dialect, and he understood it instantly. This song, he loved reading and was naturally quite cultured. He carefully pondered the lyrics of the song, thinking to himself, the first line is sunshine, the second line is dawn. Isn't this describing Atlantis? As for the third line of the lyrics, a figure traverses through reincarnation, a night banquet of gods and demons. As expected of the prehistoric Mayan civilization, they truly understood the existence of the night feast of gods and demons through God. He became solemn. Every line of this song was packed with information. It was tailor-made for their arrival, showing that the other party was well prepared. To be honest, as a righteous and an upright knight, he was afraid of neglecting these ancient predecessors. But a smile crept onto his lips, tinged with a hint of pride. As expected of our ancestors, the prehistoric Mayan civilization was said to be exceptionally brilliant in poetry and astronomy, and it is indeed true. Several golden behemoths stood to the side, singing the next line of the song, "A new storm has arrived. How can we stand still? I will travel through time and space, and do everything in my power to come to your side. Claim red envelope. Your cash or points red envelope has been sent to your account. Follow our WeChat official account, ebook book lovers base camp to claim it." Good. Great song. Isaac's expression became completely relieved upon hearing this. These lyrics perfectly capture the entire experience of Atlantis. I will travel through time and space, and do everything in my power to come to your side. With lyrics like these, there's not a single flaw to be found. I had long heard from archaeological data that the Mayan civilization was a meticulous and perfectionist ancient civilization, and it turned out to be true. May I ask this great shaman, what is the name of this song? Isaac couldn't help but ask. Tang Meng solemnly declared, the song is called Miracle Reappears. It tells the story of a great civilization that symbolizes light, descending from the sky to save mortals from the darkness and defeat monsters. I see. Isaac bowed, looking apologetic, knowing that this song was indeed tailor-made for them. The lyrics are too much of a compliment. I don't deserve it. A miracle has occurred again. This is indeed very much in line with God's purpose. To recreate the past, change everything, and create miracles. Therefore, it is said that a miracle has occurred again. There is no more fitting name than defeat the opponent above the mist. But can I really shoulder the heavy responsibility of reviving civilization, as described in this song? Isaac hesitated, his heart constantly on edge, afraid of disappointing expectations. Whoosh! La la! Behind them, one after another, true gods entered this land. These true gods, as the first pioneers, sensed the unusual atmosphere. During this period, the earth seemed to be shrouded in a vast and boundless dark ocean, filled with evil, madness, and morbidity. All living things seemed to be swimming in it, being submerged. Is this the prehistoric post-apocalyptic world? An unease permeated the air, making one feel as if shrouded in some kind of evil. The magicians, their expressions sullen, spoke coldly. If it is a native species, born on this land from the beginning, it will not sense anything unusual. If you start out living in darkness and have never seen the light, you might think the world is all darkness. But only after seeing a truly clean, pure, and clear world will you feel a strong sense of unease towards this kind of filth. Let's begin. Click. The magicians of Atlantis took magic stones and tossed them into various nodes. Who are you? How come you look somewhat similar to us? At this moment, some geniuses from the Mayan civilization couldn't help but speak up. At this moment, a magician from Atlantis, who was also a god, approached. Even when facing Tang Meng, an ordinary person, he gracefully performed the Western noble greeting and said, "We come from hundreds of thousands of years in the distant future, and our descendants, the Mayan civilization. Our name is Atlantis. Atlantis. The refuge not only contained giants, but also remnants of Mayan civilization. Mayan geniuses had also secluded themselves here, their faces filled with astonishment. They knew almost nothing about it. After all, even Emperor Liana and Emperor Honki didn't know. I hope everyone can detect the anomalies of this era." Tang Meng's expression also turned solemn. After all, this was Earth. But their homeland, of course, hopes they can find something special about our world, why the apocalypse occurred. Fu Qingjun was also in the shadows, secretly curious. After all, he had prepared for so long, deducing the martial arts system and developing the demon kingdom, all for this moment. Soon, countless fourth realm true god magicians began to surge with spiritual power. Very special. Poseidon, the god of magic, has calculated some problems, said one of the leading magicians. Poseidon is the most powerful magical artifact, possessing astonishing magical computing power, and plays a crucial role in advancing the entire Atlantean civilization. In layman's terms, it's a super magical computer composed of countless mechanical magic stones with terrifying computing power, absorbing and analyzing information such as souls and energy from the air. Did you find out? Isaac said calmly. A magician specializing in academic research couldn't help but say, "This mist is similar to Moro's aura. But it's countless times more terrifying than Moro." Isaac frowned. Mara is not a living being, but a powerful, dead god whose soul and thoughts have coalesced into a form. Where there is God, there is also demon. In other words, the entire earth is shrouded in mist by the vengeful spirits of countless dead, unknown gods. If we really have to make a comparison, it might be a fifth realm demon, or even stronger, a mage said solemnly, offering his guess. Isaac pondered for a moment and said, "This land, hundreds of thousands of years ago, just experienced a cataclysmic flood. During the time of the sun god Gasha, the war between gods and demons caused the vengeful spirits of those gods to coalesce into aggregated creatures similar to Moro. Perhaps that's possible," Mage said. "I see." Isaac was astonished and said thoughtfully, "The sky collapsed, the earth caved in, the gods died, the demons perished. A hole appeared in the sky, and the pillars supporting the earth collapsed. No matter how you look at it, this isn't a feat that the fourth realm could accomplish. Those are beings beyond the fourth realm. They shattered the surface of a planet, and their resentment after death coalesced into a dark, aggregated mist that shrouded Earth, which is understandable. That's definitely not the fourth realm. Because it's the third realm." Fu Qingjun shook her head in the shadows, looking helpless. After all, they thought they had destroyed the entire Earth, but Fu Qingjun knew it was Jiaxia who destroyed her own desk. However, these people's analysis makes a lot of sense. Moro is also a ghostly creature that takes the form of a misty soul, much like a mist. At this moment, Tang Meng also felt something was wrong and said, "Your Highness, are you sure? This fog covers the entire earth. If it's the aura of a ghost, isn't that terrifying?" It's too powerful to imagine. The mage hesitated as well. After all, a gigantic ghost that shrouds an entire earth, comparable to a planet, is quite absurd. The magician continued, "It might not be the true form of a vengeful spirit. After all, something that large is indeed unlikely. But it's more likely to be a vengeful spirit mist similar to Moro's, shrouding the earth, perhaps some demon god, an evil, twisted, indescribable god. After all, this world is very strange. There are countless true gods and powerful beings who died without being reborn as undead. Isn't that very strange?" As soon as he said that, Isaac did indeed think that. Fu Qingjun also thought of it instantly. In another world after the gods fell, their souls became highly condensed. If left unchecked, their lingering evil will coalesce into evil creatures. Now, the evil remnants of the gods throughout the entire Shu Mountain land and Atlantis are being absorbed by Moro, but the gods died over there, so why didn't they appear here? There's only one possibility. This mist, like Moro, also absorbs the souls of the gods and the dead from all over the earth, which are then absorbed into the mist. Although it may not be a Moro, it has the characteristics of a Moro, absorbing the ghosts of the dead and expanding the size of the mist. That's a possibility. Isaac frowned. The absence of ghosts does indeed corroborate some of the information. This fog is very likely the biggest ghost. But we can't rule out the possibility that some terrifying magical civilization exists, with Moro-type monsters as its vanguard, invading Earth in this era. Upon hearing this, Fu Qingjun felt that the various speculations and analyses made a lot of sense. It seems, sending out a vanguard team of Mist, a demon kingdom born from hair, to fight against the mysterious invaders from the sky was indeed a very good move. Splash. A group of magicians from the ocean civilization of Atlantis are probing the mist in the air here, perform various meticulous tests. It is clear that although the Mayan civilization in this land was quite advanced, it lacked knowledge about Moro ghosts, because they had never experienced vengeful spirits and demonic calamities. The magician became even more certain. It's understandable that you don't know, but in our eyes, where there are gods, there are ghosts. It's impossible for them not to exist. The greatest ghost is probably this mist. The magicians were also discussing the mist among themselves. While they're still conducting their tests, could you tell me about the anomalies here? Time is of the essence. As you said, they're about to launch a war. Isaac, as the leader, kept discussing the current state of the Mayan civilization with Tang Meng. If he could, he would also like to meet Queen Leona. After all, he was the protagonist in the Chronicles of Mayan Civilization and their most revered ancestor. Now, they go back to the past, back to the ancient Earth hundreds of thousands of years ago. If they don't save their prehistoric civilization from tragedy and rescue their civilization's heroes, then it's all meaningless. Of course I can tell you, Tang Meng said earnestly. I see. After listening, Isaac said seriously, most of them don't know that we are coming. Only the ancestor Udura and you as my senior sister know. Unfortunately, I am still very weak, Tang Meng said with some regret, but she did not reveal her other reincarnation, the life of the Breath of Earth, who was also not strong. After all, you haven't grown up yet, Isaac said. Although this senior sister is weak now, he did not underestimate her. Since I have traveled to the distant past, and my senior sister is still in a weak period, isn't that normal? In the future, she will surely achieve limitless success, just like Udula. After all, he was a genius chosen by God. It was no accident. I know everything. Soon, Isaac took a deep breath. I have to admit, the Mayan civilization of this era was incredibly advanced, with tens of thousands of true gods far beyond our reach. However, we can provide support in terms of top-tier combat power. At this time, in the distance, magicians continuously used Poseidon's calculations to deduce some mechanism and possibility of mist. No, is that really the case? A mage's expression grew increasingly grave. If that's really the case, then this is terrible. Isaac turned his head. Have you figured it out? Who is the enemy above the mist? The magician displayed an image. If they were the enemy hundreds of thousands of years ago, then that would be terrible. Seeing all this, Isaac's expression darkened. The sky was overcast, forming a misty haze. Countless tiny snail-like parasitic beasts, their sticky, crystalline flesh and blood forming a colossal feathered serpent god. Whoosh! Quetzalcoatl burst out of the earth and flew through space. This is a suicide squad composed of true gods, repeating the journey of Princess Grace. At this moment, Quetzalcoatl was like a flexible spaceship, carrying them perfectly into space. Even outside the atmosphere, in a vacuum where there is no air, it is still shrouded in mist. A mechanical snail stood atop Quetzalcoatl's head, its hands clasped behind its back. Hong Qi's expression sharpened. This proves that the mist is definitely not composed of dust in the air. Perhaps it's some kind of aura, spiritual power. It was pitch black all around. It was shrouded in a thick, gray fog, so dark you couldn't see your hand in front of your face. The distant stars, sun, moon, and satellites are almost invisible. It's like the darkness of night near dusk, with extremely low visibility. Keep going. Hong Qi took a deep breath. It couldn't have been that quiet here. Grace must have encountered something extremely evil and terrifying. They broke free of the atmosphere and plunged completely into the endless vacuum. Splash! Like a giant feathered serpent, it travels through a mist-shrouded sea of stars, where nothing can be seen in front of one's face, yet the mist grows ever thicker. Suddenly, they seemed to see something. What is that? It was a huge, bright red sphere, towering high in space, filled with an atmosphere of terror, perversion, profundity, and evil. Its size is comparable to a continent on Earth. That's the moon. Suddenly, Hong Qi spoke up. Don't be too nervous. Although we've only heard about it from prehistoric civilizations' descriptions of space, such a large sphere is indeed too enormous for us. So that's what the moon is. No wonder. I've heard that there are many stars in the sky, and the planet we stand on is not the only one. The world is so big. Some of the true gods were filled with shock and amazement. After all, on the other side of Earth, when the great emperor and a group of tribal gods entered space, they were just as shocked. For any living being, nothing is more awe-inspiring than observing the moon from space and then looking back at the vast blue planet they inhabit. This allows one to intuitively feel the vastness of the universe and the insignificance of the stars. Let's continue. A true god beside him spoke up. Wait. Suddenly, Hong Qi's expression turned somber. Let's go to that moon. Ah? Hong Qi looked at the bewildered crowd around him and said, if the demon Lord Grace had suddenly seen such a conspicuous sphere, what would she have done? Hong Qi's expression darkened. We'll go up. We'll definitely go up. The group fell silent and decided to head to the moon. Soon as they approached the moon, they discovered that it was a giant, bright red sea urchin. It felt like a sphere studded with countless dark red spikes, a spherical virus covered in protrusions in a microscopic world, drifting in the cellular fluid. This is the moon? All the true gods present, upon witnessing this scene, felt as if something inside their heads had exploded and shattered. They had an irrepressible urge to run away and escape. It's as if I saw the reality of the world. The truth behind the fog slowly begins to unfold. Go up. Hong Qi glanced sharply around and said, The true gods present are almost all nearing the end of their lifespans. They are the oldest. What are you still afraid of? For the sake of our Mayan civilization, our families, our faith, and its continuation, sacrificing your lives is the greatest value of your remaining years. The gazes of the surrounding true gods instantly hardened. They were all old and dying, but they put on their armor again, picked up their spears, and went to the front line. Wasn't this what they wanted to see most? Don't die alone. Die on the front lines and greet the most glorious death. Grace's madness back then influenced the beliefs of far too many people. Unbeknownst to many, the belief of the being known as the Demon Lord has become the spiritual faith that guides this civilization forward. There won't be any problems. We, the true gods of the fourth realm, are already invincible. With so many beings combined, we can fight anyone. With unwavering resolve and a calming expression, they stepped into that land. A reader's perk, get a cash bonus. Follow our WeChat public account, ebook lovers base camp, to claim yours. Click! They rode in the feathered serpent god and landed on the uneven lunar surface. They looked at the towering spikes that seemed to reach into the clouds, but upon closer inspection, they realized they were actually rows of crimson towers, like layers of burning lava covering a rotting peak. It was just established. How could it be on the moon, in a vacuum? No oxygen is needed. They had never seen another planet, the heavenly palace and heavenly court, that had just been built on the moon. Otherwise, they would have been amazed by how similar it was. Tap, tap, tap. Suddenly, footsteps sounded in the distance. Everyone seemed to be enveloped in fear and slowly turned around. They saw a gigantic monster treading through valleys, leveling sand and stones, and crossing mountains, slowly approaching them. The opponent's skin was like clothes torn into strips of cloth, with countless bright red tumors bulging out, as if it had turned into the Hulk, a size even larger than the great wizard giant. They were not even as big as a single hair of the opponent. The other party has large, densely packed pores, like sieves resembling individual rooms where every mortal can live comfortably. This creature, no need to breathe. On his wrist, he still wore a watch from the human world, stained with blood, as if he had once been an office worker or white-collar worker on that blue planet. Boom! Gurgle, gurgle. He lowered his head and spoke with curiosity and calmness in a mysterious ancient language that was not from this planet and could not be uttered by a human throat. However, everyone inexplicably understood what he meant. Where did this little thing come from? On Earth, in a survivor camp. In a secret refuge, far removed from the Mayan civilization, even the most devastating wars or the complete destruction of the Mayan civilization would not affect them. It is indeed them. Poseidon, using big data, intelligent deduction, and combining all the current clues, it is indeed them. At this moment, the magician said, "Now we will describe their existence in the most intuitive way. This is a memory transmitted by Princess Tang Meng to help us better understand the apocalypse." Tang Meng was stunned. My memories? Having just collected data from the mist, Tang Meng proactively used the wizard's spiritual inheritance to transmit the images she had seen during these times, fragmented daily life. Within the mist, excluding any obscene elements to the mist. Fu Qingjun also looked on curiously, watching Tang Meng's memories. In the scene, Tang Meng wakes up from her drunken stupor and hears a commotion downstairs. She then realized that the announcement was for an emergency evacuation. What's going on? She hurriedly packed her things, wanting to go downstairs and catch up with the last group of people escaping. But then something unexpected happened. Downstairs, attack. A terrifying attack by mutated creatures, Swarms of rats, cockroaches, and flies emerged from the dirtiest corners of the city. Some humans even mutated, becoming like wild beasts with red eyes, moving incredibly fast and slaughtering insanely, terrifying everyone into running around in panic. "It's Li Kang. What's wrong with him?" "Ah!" He said that last night. When he was sleeping, he vaguely heard something terrifying, evil, and twisted in the darkness, talking wildly in his ear. This morning? At that moment, Tang Meng witnessed the start of the apocalypse, a scene she would never forget. That mentally confused man, his skin was like clothes torn into strips, with countless bright red tumors bulging out, making him look like the Hulk. Like a believer infected by an evil god, he roared out mysterious ancient languages from his throat that were not of this planet or human origin, constantly attacking the people in the convoy. Seeing the monster attacking people so frantically, she was too scared to go downstairs. She quickly blocked and nailed the doors and windows shut to prevent the mutated man-eating insects from getting in, and then hid. Upon seeing this image, Tang Meng was stunned. "Isn't this me, at the very beginning of the apocalypse?" "Yes," said the leader of the mages. "You mean those monsters in the mist, the monsters that attacked Empress Grace, might be like Li Kang?" Tang Meng said in shock. "Yes," this leader of the magicians said earnestly. "What is the function of the fog?" In fact, as everyone understands, its function is to mutate insects and animals, drive them mad, and turn them into certain evil creatures. Humans possess intelligence and strong mental strength. Although they don't instantly mutate like those animals, some people, driven by fear and on the verge of collapse, receive those evil whispers at night and transform into terrifying monsters that attack humans. Many of the high priests in the Survivor camp perished in the same way, so we're wondering, where did those mutated creatures go? Could they have developed intelligence? Could their so-called infection have been due to receiving some indescribable monster's inheritance, becoming its followers? Everyone continued to ponder. There is indeed a lineage. Look at Li Kang. He's muttering a mysterious, ancient language that doesn't belong to this planet. That's enough to prove that he has a language he's inherited. And if he's inherited a language, then can he also inherit a cultivation system? Everyone got goosebumps. Does this mean that the infected creatures have resumed their cultivation? Looking back now, this scene was indeed foreshadowed. In other words, this is a zombie frenzy, with zombies constantly infecting other creatures. The top-tier infected may have already begun cultivating and building their own zombie civilization. Like some post-apocalyptic stories, the zombie king has gained intelligence and become a new species. In other words, the entire Earth is indeed, as speculated, under the control of some ancient, evil force, which is assimilating all living things on the planet. If that's the case, then we're in trouble. Tang Meng took a deep breath. In other words, Princess Grace died at the hands of some mutated creatures on Earth. It wasn't necessarily an infected human who had gained intelligence. It could have been an evil mutated insect or rat that had gained intelligence. They had already begun cultivation, and their level was quite high. Relatives, creatures. Fu Qingjun's expression was solemn. As they continued to analyze, Fu Qingjun did indeed understand some of the truths about the mist apocalypse. Like me, I can also develop a retinue. So, I've become a specific member of this mysterious Cthulhu-themed evil god race that has invaded Earth. Therefore, one can develop one's own kingdom. Because he himself was also the leader of an evil god, he narrowed his eyes, touched the ancient ship in his hand, and pondered as if he had grasped something. The owner of the ancient ship was attacked by a terrifying demon god in the mist on a parallel Earth. The ancient ship was broken and shattered, and escaped to other time and space, but was also tainted by an evil aura. Therefore, I have received the inheritance of an ancient ship from Earth, which means that I have also been influenced by the aura of the ancient ship. I myself have become that evil species. Wrong. It must have been during those 10+ years, countless days of frantic reincarnation, countless times feeling like I was about to die. At that time, I was on the verge of life and death, simultaneously merging the righteous inheritance of the ancient ship with the evil inheritance of the evil god. It mutated. By combining the characteristics of both, I can also develop a retinue. No wonder, I felt the mist and I shared a similar aura. When Fu Qingjun first started studying the hair, she felt her ability was rather sinister. At the same time, it also confirms a certain guess in a way. As long as they become my kin, the creatures whose hair I insert, such as Tang Meng, will not go crazy in the mist. Because she is already my follower, it is naturally impossible for her to be infected by other evil gods. The fact that none of the Mayan civilization's billions of inhabitants went mad and were constantly plagued by darkness, as seen in the survivor camps, is enough to prove. Fu Qingjun narrowed her eyes. However, the degree of my mutation seems very strange. The characteristics are in my hair, and no one has discovered that I am infected. There is no evil aura, which makes it very inconspicuous. At the same time, I wonder how powerful the unknown evil god that invaded this earth in this multiverse is. Fu Qingjun's head had turned into a complete mess. Etc. Even if they're not strong, they shouldn't be people I can beat. So, I'll get beaten up again, gather information, and make a comeback in another world? He thought about it and felt that some things had become clear, but there were still many unknowns. No money to read novels. We'll give you cash or virtual currency for 1 day only. Follow our official WeChat account eBook Lovers Base Camp to claim yours for free. Click. While everyone was discussing it, Honky at the front lines has already sent a signal. The first team of true immortals, a full 100 of them, was completely wiped out. The entire Mayan civilization was shaken, and hundreds of billions of people were quickly mobilized. Meanwhile, images from the front lines arrived. It is a hideous humanoid monster wearing a modern watch, speaking a strange and ancient language that does not belong to this planet, and launching an attack on the moon. At the same size, more than 100 true immortals were killed as quickly as 100 cockroaches. The energy contained in one of their hands is thousands of times greater than yours. The spells you cast are only as thick as a single hair on a giant's head. How are you supposed to fight them? At this moment, countless beings of the Mayan civilization were discussing it. As expected, judging from the watch, it is probably a survivor of this 21st century giant civilization who died while fleeing in the city. At this point, Isaac's deduction was confirmed. Most of them were infected and turned into beasts, like those evil insects. They were tainted by divine blood, and their physical abilities increased 3 times. They attacked and ate people everywhere, but some of them survived the baptism and were born with intelligence. They also entered a high-speed time. Just like us, they developed in a few days and established a base on the moon. They have rebuilt their civilization. The people around nodded. The logic is meticulous, and the most probable possibility has been identified. Isaac thought for a moment and then said, "The mist on this planet is likely a consequence of the Great Flood." Gasha slaughtered the gods in the sky and the demons on the ground, and many ancient gods perished, causing a demonic calamity here. I just don't know how much of the cultivation memories of prehistoric gods and demons they inherited after being infected. Very likely. They were discussing. The logic seems to fit perfectly. Now is the time after the great flood. According to the ancient stone tablet, the god of wisdom Jiaxia taught all living beings to cultivate themselves, but the living beings killed the god, so a great flood was sent down. This mist is the resentment of the gods and demons. Fu Qingjun shook her head after hearing this. The logic in the beginning is indeed perfect, but although the analysis of the cause of the fog in the end is also extremely reasonable, I know it's fake, but it's not easy to say. Whether they explain or not, it won't affect their decision to launch a war. Fu Qingjun thought for a moment. If I hadn't appeared, Earth would have been completely overrun in just over a month. Shrouded in mist, all living beings on the planet would have been infected, and the infected creatures would have even been assimilated and begun to establish civilizations. But I myself appeared. The other party is developing very quickly in the Tao Enlightenment realm, while I myself have also been developing quite fast in the past month or so. I'm not afraid of him. Let's have a fight and find out what he's really made of. An angel walks through the ruins of the city, surrounded by abandoned cars and electric vehicles, and some shops have had their doors smashed open. At this time, Isaac remained calm and began discussing how to deal with the monsters in the mist, conducting a pre-battle analysis. Based on this reasoning, their development was also around the same time as the Mayan civilization. Giants are troublesome in terms of size, but it's not that we can't deal with them. Even a lot of ants can kill an elephant. It's not that we don't have a chance to fight them. The problem is, they inherited the method for breaking through to the fifth realm from the civilization of the prehistoric flood and from the mist. Everyone's expressions changed. This is the worst possible guess. They didn't find a way to open up the fourth realm, but what about others? It's very likely they'll inherit it. No matter what, we must wage war. Isaac took a deep breath and suddenly looked to the other side of his impulsive thoughts. Huh? The second batch, that demon from the Eastern Heavenly Court, is coming. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone looked into the distance, where the capricious fellow had arrived. As soon as he arrived, he scanned the area with his eyes, and suddenly raised his hand, killing a god-level mage next to him with a bang. Isaac was furious. They killed one of their true gods right away. I am the great free heavenly emperor, Liu Luo said calmly, kicking the corpse instead. You demon, you can fool others, but can you fool me? Did you really think you could possess me and do something evil? Splash. A plume of black smoke rose from the corpse. Moro was furious. Traitor. You are an absolute traitor. Everyone around was stunned. Moro is everywhere. He is utterly filthy and insidious to the extreme. But the one who could subdue him was actually his own apprentice, truly a case of one thing subduing another. I despise hypocritical devils like you the most. Liu Luo spoke up. Back then, when I slept with you for the first time, you said that this was the kind of person you, Mo Luo, had chosen, and that it was good. You Mo Luo's disciples should be as ruthless as demons, showing no mercy to even family members. Why have you changed your mind now? Moro's face turned completely black. Glug. Liu Luo swallowed it whole in one gulp, saying, even the most delicious food in the world is nothing more than this. He finished off the Moro with obvious enjoyment, looked around at the misty surroundings, and suddenly asked casually, judging from you magicians, you must have figured something out. Tell me about it. Isaac paused for a moment, then told him what had happened. So that's how it is. The fog after the great flood was left behind by gods, demons, and lingering remnants. He glanced at these people again, then suddenly looked up at the sky. Boom! Above the mist, a fierce war seems to have begun. Those giants on the moon actually possessed a mysterious magical heritage. An ancient, unidentified language drifted from the sky, as if illuminated by countless lights above the Mayan civilization. An unidentified bird-like creature plummeted to the ground, its eyes cold and bloodthirsty. Though its language was unknown, everyone understood its meaning. Last time, those little things that attacked us, we knew humans were still too weak to learn tracking spells. Now, you dare to provoke us again? Do you really think we can't find you? Boom! Various magical techniques emerged and attacked the earth. New humans? Tang Meng felt a chill run down her spine upon hearing this. These humans were infected by the mist that shrouded the earth, turning into zombies and beasts, calling themselves the new humans. To be honest, if the Mayan civilization hadn't emerged on Earth and helped this era, they would have been wiped out by the new humans very quickly. He, as expected of a mutated creature that inherited prehistoric civilization, Liu Luo narrowed her eyes, looking at these beings infected by the mist. They had indeed received the inheritance from within the mist. Their level of civilization is unbelievably high. Their magical arts are so sophisticated. This reveals the splendor and terror of the civilization behind them. It is extremely ancient, as expected of the divine and demonic civilization of the prehistoric Great Flood, as expected of the Sun Pagoda dynasty, taught by the goddess of wisdom, Jiaxia. Luo exclaimed in amazement, then glanced at them with disdain. The war has already begun, and you still haven't made a move, still whining? If you want to fight, then fight. Regardless of whether you can win or not, no matter how terrifying the enemy's resources are, today it's either you or me who dies. That's the awareness of the Mayan civilization, but you don't have that awareness. Isaac shuddered, a flash of shame crossing his face. At this moment, Empress Leona and the mechanical monarch of Hongqi, two beings whose existence is about to end, will lead the Mayan civilization to go mad with them. He started off with a do-or-die attitude, but now he's hesitant. I am indeed. Isaac's expression was somewhat unpleasant. Don't look at me, I'm here to eat people. Liu Luo stepped into the sky, divinizing the dead souls and giving rise to flesh and blood. His long hair danced wildly, and his pitch-black figure soared into the sky. The wind whipped his hair, and strand by strand, it fell out and transformed into individual lives. Amitabha. The Buddha sat on a lotus throne, his expression and demeanor magnificent. I am Moro. An Eve figure appeared, which turned out to be several Moro incarnations that had been devoured earlier, now merged together. Boom. One by one, the souls he had once defeated and devoured descended upon the earth, evolving from his long hair. The Supreme Emperor is missing, and I cannot find him. The true Buddha has vanished, and I cannot find her either. Only the Buddha of this world remains, and yet there is no one in the world who can fight me. He laughed wildly, blocking the path of the most imposing giant. Finally, I can find someone who can fight. This great emperor, with his hands behind his back, said calmly, I am invincible before heaven and earth, never having suffered a defeat. No one in the world can even match 1% of my strength. Bang. The next second, the giant slapped him to death, speaking in an ancient, unknown, and mysterious language. Where did this little thing come from? It's really cute. The spells are innovative, but the civilization on this planet is too primitive. At the same level, it's unimaginably crude, and the time difference between us and them is more than a few million years. Boom. A colossal hand, reaching to the heavens, crashed down. The incredibly powerful Emperor Liu, who could be said to have suppressed the entire era, suddenly died. Limbs and torsos were severed, and the flesh was mangled and bloody. Even the puppet clones he summoned were slapped to death. This is unbelievable. The people of Atlantis were shocked, and their expressions changed drastically. Emperor Liu is invincible in the world. He alone suppressed the Western magicians, making them unable to raise their heads. He was clearly serious just now, but he was defeated in one move. That's because the size difference is too great. Isaac's expression hardened. At the same time, the opponent's magic was infinitely more sophisticated, so he was instantly killed. After all, body size remains the biggest difference. Otherwise, if his magic was inferior to the opponent's, he wouldn't have been killed so quickly. You and Ant have less energy than a single finger. At the same level, it's truly like an ordinary person swatting an ordinary mosquito. Ah! I am not reconciled. The remains of Emperor Liu Tian gave a bitter laugh, looking at the astonished Empress Liana in the distance, and said, I am the great emperor of the Eastern Heavenly Court for hundreds of thousands of years to come, known to all as the great free, benevolent, and virtuous emperor who saves the world. Now, I travel from the future to the past, hearing of Empress Liana's tragedy, and want to fight for the past, but I never expected. He had an upright face, a halo of Buddha behind him, and a compassionate expression on his face before he breathed his last. The giant frowned slightly, revealing admiration, and said calmly, I wonder who this person is. So resolute and righteous, he is indeed worthy of respect. In this world, there are only names given by parents that are wrong, not nicknames given by the world that are wrong. Everyone says that he is benevolent and compassionate, which shows that he is deeply loved by the people. But, from the past to prehistoric times, he was somewhat puzzled. He traveled through time, even his inherited memories. There is absolutely no record of it. This is an impossible feat of power. After being infected, he was reborn with intelligence, but he still retained the memories of the body he had been in before. He was an ordinary office worker before his death. According to his memories from his 30s, the whole Earth was quite ordinary, and the widespread adoption of electricity in the 21st century was only about 50 or 60 years ago. Such a primitive and rudimentary civilization should, in theory, possess nuclear weapons at its strongest. But where did this extraordinary civilization emerge from amidst the mist? They call themselves the prehistoric Mayan civilization. Just now, that small ancient person dressed in ancient Eastern costume, wearing an imperial robe, had his hair transformed into countless clones, much like the magic of immortals in Eastern mythology. Could it be that the myths of this earth really exist? He looked down at these tiny, ant-like creatures, feeling bewildered and unable to process what he was seeing. He had only recently developed wisdom, and his accumulated wisdom and insight were not yet very high. We invaded, so ancient myths have resurfaced. It was hard to understand at first glance. In reality, he received the inherited memories, but not any further information. However, following the source of the mist, it seems to be an ancient cosmic remnant that has fallen into the vicinity. Even after countless trillions of years, the resentment emanating from it is turning into mist. That is a truly unknowable and forbidden existence. The mere remnants of the wreckage alone, emanating a resentment that could engulf the entire planet. That layer of mist infected all living beings, turning them into believers of some ancient, unknown being who kept raving in a frenzy, demanding that they resurrect the ancient him. Humans are all pitiful worms. Why not follow our Lord of the Grey Fog, revive his greatness, and return to glory? Bang! he stomped through the corpse of the heavenly emperor beneath his feet. The giant, covered in writhing blood and shrouded in gray mist, sneered, "On this weak, low-level planet, a mere fourth realm being, an embryonic infant still in its cocoon, dares to call himself God? Lord of all immortals, heavenly emperor. How pathetic." Fu Qingjun frowned. Indeed, Earth is not the only civilization with life. There are many other extraterrestrial civilizations. They can build spaceships, warships, and even forge flesh and blood. But that's understandable. After all, Earth only has a civilization of 5,000 years, and it was already able to launch probes to explore Mars. What about those civilizations that have been around for tens of thousands of years? However, while Fu Qingjun was focused on important matters, the others— "You are nothing but evil born from corpses, fooled by the remains of gods and demons from the prehistoric flood, and have lost yourselves." In the distance, Isaac strode forward, looking at Empress Leona beside him. "Ancestor Leona, we are descendants of the Mayan civilization, hundreds of thousands of years. In the future, the race of magicians from Atlantis have come to rescue our ancestors, have come." His gaze sharpened as he looked at the group of gray mist giants towering in the sky, and declared with righteous indignation, "Defeat you, my destined nemesis from hundreds of thousands of years ago." The giant looked puzzled. There were too many questions, and he didn't know where to begin. Are these lower creatures mentally challenged? They see us as some kind of native enemy on this planet. If that were the case, it would be one thing, but to travel across vast distances of time and space to come and defeat us from hundreds of thousands of years in the future, time travel? This is simply impossible. That little rascal from who knows where has gone mad, spouting nonsense, or perhaps it's some kind of conspiracy. However, these weak and ignorant civilizations may also be infected by the mist and become one of us, he said calmly. Although they are inexplicably small in size, their strength and numbers seem to be quite formidable. Splash, he rose slightly into the air, frantically chanting ancient, mysterious language, trying to infect the people of this land. This super miniature biological civilization numbers in the tens of billions. Even if only a small fraction of them are assimilated due to weak willpower, it will still be a huge addition to their numbers. Gurgle, gurgle, an invisible mad song spread across the land, injecting itself into the minds of all that exists. However, he was surprised to find that the mysterious ancient small creatures on this land were not infected at all, and became the offspring of that great misty evil god. You seem to be quite unusual in some ways. The mist giant's eyes shot out two terrifying beams of light, hovering in mid-air. Even the Death Lord above the gray mist cannot shake your hearts. The ruler of death above the gray fog, Isaac asked. The mist giant pondered for a moment, then laughed. Weak as you are, it will only take a moment to kill you all. Even your strongest heavenly emperor was killed in one move. If you don't want to die, you might as well submit to the great ruler and revive that ancient forbidden existence together. What is forbidden existence? Isaac asked again. That is the true forbidden god in the void. The mist giant was filled with sublime fervor. That is an unknowable cosmic existence that transcends the ability to transform all living beings with a single thought. A terrifying level that possesses the terrifying characteristic of immortality. From body to soul, their existence, even if they have fallen now, their remains will be covered by terrifying resentment, enveloping everything in the world, turning those around them into his believers, constantly chanting his true name and offering their own strength so that they can be seen to rise from the graveyard deep in the past. the crowd was terrified. Even in death, the spirit and essence remaining on the corpse still permeate, spreading divine blood, turning the surrounding creatures into children of the god, and trying to resurrect him. Isaac lowered his head. I see. I never imagined that the gods and demons of the prehistoric flood, during the great era of the ancient Gasha Sun dynasty, were so powerful. They were killed by Gasha, and their remains covered this land with mist, trying to be resurrected. The mist giant froze. My mind is completely blank. Did you understand? That's absolutely right. Leona spoke up. Although she didn't know Isaac's origins, she was indeed a branch of the snail people's bloodline. Her gaze was sharp, and she continued. The Sunflower Dynasty, the ancient Gasha built the Golden Tower of the Sun, a sun bridge that spans countless light years from Earth, connecting to the ancient Sun. The fact that such a bridge was built is enough to show how terrifying it was. The giant in the mist opened his mouth. I never imagined that the divine punishment of that time, which brought down the great flood, would still be a test for us sinners on earth. Honky's gaze was sharp, his heart filled with accusation. These little things, how dare you humiliate me? The mist giant roared in anger. He had no idea what they were spouting, but he felt insulted. You're all asking for death. His aura instantly swelled, and this creature, truly equal to or even larger than a human in the fourth realm, fiercely enveloped the land, launching its most ferocious attack. Boom! A terrifying aura covered the earth. His eyes were replaced by indifference, his murderous gaze radiating coldness. Kill them all, kill these damned insects all. Several deformed creatures nearby began to attack. Previously, with the fog shrouding the entire land, they did not intend to attack the human survivor camps. After all, visibility was extremely low, and even for them, it was difficult to find the various bunkers and camps in the ruined city, since the fog had the same effect on them, followed by, "No need. What are we doing searching for human camps of survivors? Those are places where companions are formed." Those pitiful ordinary lives, no matter how strong their will eventually suffer a mental breakdown in the apocalypse. Women are humiliated, food is scarce, and even celebrities are reduced to mere objects. In the face of death, the ugliness of human nature is fully revealed. In the end, their will falters, and they accept the ravings of evil gods in the night, becoming one of them. Just let things take their course in the fog. But now, a bunch of civilizations that have heard the Tao have suddenly emerged in the mythology of this earth. Didn't they say that it's impossible for such an advanced civilization to exist on this planet? They were completely dumbfounded. These advanced zombies, after awakening their memories, began to review documents just in case, confirming that their civilization level was very low and there was no prehistoric advanced civilization. Who knew? They were hiding so deeply. That's outrageous. There are actually native resistance fighters from the fourth realm who have kept up with our divine speed, which means they can resist us. Kill them all, the leading mist giant said calmly. Let's go! Empress Leona and the others knew they were no match for them. Even the lowest-ranking evil god giant soldier could easily kill them in a few moves. The levels of civilization, and even their physical size, differed far too much. They were like real ants, faced with humans wielding pesticides. Leona, however, found that escape was difficult. In an instant, the entire land wailed and blood stained the earth. Escape! Escape to Demon Realm! Many people immediately fled into the underground pipes, which were interconnected in all directions beneath the earth. The Mayan civilization had long been prepared for all-out war, even intending to wage war across the entire planet. Their underground shelters were naturally interconnected and extremely well hidden. You pathetic bedbugs, you actually think you can leave? One by one, the demonized earth life forms shrouded in mist spoke indifferently. Some of them are office workers, some are housewives, some are children, and even animals such as cats and dogs are among them. More than a month after the apocalypse began, most of the demons were turned into beasts by the mad babbling, but a small number survived the infection of the divine blood, awakened their intelligence, and began to cultivate. Just like Fu Qingjun's family, they were infected by the lingering resentment of that evil, forbidden existence, and within a month, they had re-established a civilization system within the Wendo civilization. Some powerful true gods ran with sullen and serious expressions. I originally intended to fight to the death, but who knew I wouldn't even have the right to fight? No wonder it's the prehistoric Jiaxia civilization, a remnant of the ancient divine and demonic civilization. Terrifying. This fog is the ravages of the prehistoric Sunflower Gasha dynasty. It has only revealed a corner of it, yet it has already terrified us. It's hard to imagine just how magnificent and dazzling the Gasha civilization must have been. Even the lingering thoughts of gods and demons created a misty aura, giving rise to a powerful group of divine and demonic followers who sought to revive the ancient gods and demons slain by Jiaxia. The prehistoric Sunflower dynasty was definitely not the Four Realms civilization, the Fifth Realm, even the Sixth Realm. No, the Third Realm. Fu Qingjun sat on the rooftop of a tall building, holding an umbrella, watching the war in the distance, quietly drinking tea, but her expression turned strange. It was all a misunderstanding. However, it seems that each realm represents a qualitative leap. This indescribable, evil being of unknown power was so strong that even in death, its remains drifted to earth, infecting other creatures and transforming them into its own divine offspring, attempting to resurrect itself. Perhaps this is truly the case. Destroying you is none of your business. Passing by unintentionally is like stepping on an anthill by the roadside. However, the passing corpses are also a possibility I expected. Fu Qingjun narrowed his eyes, looked at the network on Earth, and realized that he had been away in seclusion for more than a month, and immediately launched the first wave of attack upon his return. The various survivor camps were also very excited at this time. My goodness, the Mayan civilization. Oh my God, World War III? Now we've entered an unprecedentedly heated moment, with everyone discussing this matter. Even with extremely low visibility from satellite monitoring, the densely packed creatures were discovered, stretching from the moon to Earth. Moreover, Fu Qingjun was too lazy to pay attention to this matter, but over the past few days, foreign countries could no longer keep it a secret. They also joined the satellite communications and gradually learned the truth about the fog here. Tang Meng is taking a picture. Some students at the survivor camp are also taking screenshots. In the mist, the various survivor camps were all observing. They're even discussing it. It's making them restless. But no one dared to go out. They could only watch the war outside, the civilizations from those myths and legends resisting the invaders, and pray silently. The Mayan civilization really existed. God, thank you for saving us. Our Eastern mythological heavenly emperor has also descended, because of Nua from another time and space, who is watching over this place. We absolutely have to win. I want to cultivate immortality. I want to fight. This is insane. A fierce battle is already raging outside in the mist, an ancient Earth civilization locked in a bloody struggle with its adversaries. This could very well be the Third World War. The Mayan civilization wiped out over 10 billion people in the blink of an eye, more than the entire human population of Earth. These people are talking nonsense. However, some people are discussing it seriously. No wonder the camp next door was suddenly attacked. We went to check the ruins. It was breached from the inside. I'm afraid some people have already been infected by the mist, awakened their intelligence, and joined that evil mist civilization. The fog is practically a super weapon, comparable to a nuclear bomb. No, it's far more advanced than a nuclear bomb. A nuclear bomb destroys the enemy but leaves you with nothing. It's a weapon of our inferior civilization. Their weapon is a large-scale soul weapon, ideal imprint. Assimilate you. This is terrifying. It's a super weapon we never dared to imagine before. According to this logic, if the Mayan civilization hadn't emerged, wouldn't we have been completely at their mercy? We would all have died and been assimilated. Inside an underground supermarket, a burly man with a scar, holding a phone, watched this scene and exclaimed, Myth, it actually exists. They've already started fighting over there. That was so much fun. Those screenshots are absolutely amazing. I've heard that the speed is different there. We mere mortals can't see the scene over there at all. We can only see the afterimage of the sonic boom, moving rapidly. The reason they were able to take photos and screenshots is that those lucky survivors were taken in by the Mayan civilization. They have now been imbued with divine blood and gained extraordinary powers, which they are cultivating. They are projecting their mental energy into the mechanical magic core phone and uploading it to the internet. That's incredibly advanced. A few thugs standing nearby were also looking at their phones, their faces full of excitement. The mist is actually the remains of some super cosmic life form approaching this place. This is too outrageous. When this creature was alive, wouldn't its energy be comparable to that of a sun? What's so exaggerated about that? Aliens have myths, and so do we on Earth. It's just that we mortals can't imagine them. The Heavenly Emperor from the future has already come here to help in the battle, although he was slapped to death with one blow. Damn, I've seen the sci-fi movie The Wandering Earth. It's so damn amazing. The apocalypse can also be an opportunity if several burly men looked at the picture and burst into laughter. Holy crap. Bro, he can actually cultivate, become a god, and even travel through time. That's awesome. This apocalypse was great, though. Those high and mighty beautiful women, throwing their weight around, we've gotten tired of them. This supermarket is great. Eat and drink our fill and play with women, but life's boring, maybe. Smack. A slap turned the thug's face red. You're really getting cocky, the burly man in the lead sneered. You haven't been having a good time for so long, killing a few cops, and you actually think you're some big shot, have you? Besides the large camps maintaining order, the smaller, private camps, after a month, have already revealed the ugliness of human nature in many places. Food shortages due to fear of venturing out, spiritual emptiness, and various other issues. His expression softened. Anyway, let's take another look. Although he refuted it, a burning ambition had already flashed in his eyes. This scene made him green with envy. The Sunflower Movement, God's Gasha, the Great Flood myth, the Mayan civilization, Nua created humans. This is too decadent, these ancient myths and histories. In the apocalypse, people lived like dogs. Although he was living comfortably, he was also very unwilling to accept it. Knock, knock, knock. Suddenly, the roar of a wild beast came from the warehouse next door. What's all the noise about? Those vile women, they need a beating again, don't they? The room was where women were being held. Kill all the men, but spare the pretty women. Amidst the cursing and swearing, a thug went to open the door. Something's not right. This isn't a human's roar, it's just a gurgling sound. That's not a human's Adam's apple. It's not the syllables and language that a human could produce. Suddenly, as if struck by a thought, the burly man exclaimed, "It says that the fog can influence those with broken minds and weak wills, turning them into evil, crazed monsters." Could it be the people in that room perfectly matched description? Could it be that he suffered a mental breakdown in despair and accepted those delirious ramblings? Those damn women. They're not going to. He was about to stop. Bang! The door suddenly opened. A monster burst out, its snow-white skin torn like strips of cloth, its bright red muscles bulging. It lay on the ground with bloodshot eyes, like a licker from Resident Evil. Kill him! That guy reacted very quickly. Bang! Bang! He suddenly opened fire, but the opponent was extremely fast. After a few leaps, it hooked onto the ceiling, took several bullets, pounced on the men in front of it, and began to bite them wildly, like a real zombie, devouring them alive. After a while, the floor was a mess, and the whole room was covered in splattered blood. The surroundings were empty, exuding a sense of desolation. Suddenly, a hazy, misty shadow slowly solidified, looking down at the now inhuman, crimson muscular monster. "I am Mara." The figure gazed upon the newly corrupted members of the evil god race, infected by the mist, and spoke calmly. "I have finally arrived in prehistoric times, hundreds of thousands of years ago, to save my people." The newly born evil god looked completely bewildered. What are the ghosts of this foolish planet saying? They also inherited the techniques, and some vague memories also appeared in their minds along with the cultivation methods. Did he mistake someone for someone else? Why doesn't this person believe me either? Moro muttered to himself. "I clearly said the main text of history. How come they've all forgotten?" Unbelievable. Even Gosh doesn't know you've forgotten too much. He couldn't understand it, but he still said seriously, "Yes, that's right. Those two civilizations, Atlantis and the Eastern Heavenly Emperor, attempted to change the prehistoric history that led to our victory and travel to this time and space. But how could I allow them to trample on the dignity of our ancestors from more than 100,000 years ago?" With a compassionate expression, he bent down and said, "So I have returned to save you, to help you, and to preserve your history of defeating your opponents in the fog." The licker looked completely bewildered. Gibberish. The other party began, full of questions, speaking in a language that did not belong to any human understanding. The syllables were not those that could be produced by a human's Adam's apple, but rather like the roar of a wild beast. Gibberish. Moro responded calmly. After all, it wasn't difficult for him to learn the language in secret. In fact, how could he, a mighty demon king and a figure of immense power, not come when those self-proclaimed righteous people traveled to prehistoric times? Furthermore, after secretly eavesdropping on the analyses of the Atlantean magicians, although he was killed by that wicked disciple, he finally understood. So this prehistoric fog was formed from the lingering resentment of the corpses of prehistoric gods and demons. Does that mean they are my kind? If Atlantis was as a descendant of the Mayan civilization, and thus related by blood, so, if Moro was born from the remnants and evil thoughts of gods and demons on the Shu Mountain land, wouldn't that mean he has a blood relationship with these evil thoughts of gods and demons from the prehistoric flood? Am I also their junior? Unfortunately, he wanted to acknowledge his ancestors and return to his roots, but they didn't believe it. After being killed by that wicked disciple, He secretly sought out several mist giants who were engaged in battle and told them the truth. They were completely bewildered and repeated the same things they had said before. Are you lowly creatures out of your minds? Do they see us as enemies of some native inhabitants of this planet? The remnants of some gods and demons destroyed by the so-called Great Flood, their corpses transformed into obsessions. They killed Moro with a single slap. This infuriated Moro. They weren't lying about the Mayan civilization. They genuinely didn't know. They have forgotten the truth of history. Despite the destruction caused by the Great Flood, the gods and demons killed by Gasha were born from each other's remains. But they have betrayed the history of their ancestors and forgotten their origins. Even though is a demon, one must know who gave birth to me. Although I am Mara, the demon of demons, a shadow feared by hundreds of billions of beings, I also know that I was born from the evil corpse of Buddha. This is the bottom line of a demon. Moro suddenly felt a heavy sense of responsibility and mission on his shoulders. Let these ancient, mysterious companions from prehistoric times know the true face of history. At the same time, help them defeat the Atlanteans and the Eastern Heavenly Court, who attempted to change history by traveling through time, and he himself was able to rise to power and inherit the civilization of the prehistoric Jiaxia Sun Pagoda dynasty. After all, he was very envious. The fact that the opponent killed one of the traitor's clones in just a few moves and forced the opponent to fake his death truly demonstrates the terrifying depth of their civilization. It is conceivable that the opponent possesses an incredibly powerful civilization system. As expected of the Jasha kingdom before Great Flood Anunnaki, if I could cultivate gibberish with a serious expression, Moro patiently explained in the survivor camp. You sense my presence. Is it similar to the presence in your mist? The muscle licker looked puzzled. They are somewhat similar, yet completely different. They are both classified as ghosts after the fall of gods, but they are not the same creature at all. After all, the opponent was too weak, merely a crippled demonic thought conceived from unborn gods in their embryonic stage. Yes, I am not of the same aura as the mist, but you are my ancestors. Moro's words left the other party even more bewildered. Actually, you might not believe it, but this world is terrifying. I come from the distant future and have traveled to this era to acknowledge my ancestors. Moro patiently began explaining the historical canon to the other party. Do you know why you were born? The remains of gods and demons, let us revive him, the other party said. The other party's memory was vague, but there was an unwavering goal. Because of that mad babbling, constantly murmuring and bewitching him to resurrect him. This is the terror of this ancient life form, which, even in death, can be reborn through a kind of blood resurrection. As long as the people chant its true name and remember its terror, they will gradually revive from the graveyard of death. Yes, from the remains of gods and demons, allowing you, their infected followers in the mist, to resurrect him. So the question is, what is the origin of this god or demon? The other party looked bewildered. This is something I really don't understand. Because they are too weak, they have no right to know. You really didn't know? Moro sighed and transformed into an old man offering earnest advice. This time, he changed his approach to accepting disciples, using compassion as a means of enlightenment. He recalled those folk tales from the streets, where demons would always disguise themselves as kind old men to bewitch others. It seems that the prehistoric beings have forgotten many things, which we only learn through archaeology in later generations. So let me tell you the true text of history. Moro patiently took out a book called The 3 Days of God and began to talk about the ancient canon of gods and demons. Come on, little one, repeat after me. On the first day, Amiro created everything. The next day, Hermes bestowed knowledge. Moro was very patient, continuing to recount history. The other party has just developed consciousness, like a newborn baby, and is unfamiliar with the world around them, so it should be easy for them to... Unfortunately, the other party was determined and simply did not believe it. Hateful, Moro was utterly enraged. Those powerful guys are one thing, but this newborn one hasn't cultivated at all. He's just a newborn baby, and he can't even accept the truth of history. Does their heritage make them disbelieve these things? Does it make them instinctively think they're fake? He, Moro, doesn't believe it. He even used his mental power and various spells to constantly brainwash and manipulate the other party. He persisted, continuing to recount that ancient history. Gasha, the god of wisdom, saw that the people on earth had committed heinous crimes, so he turned the world upside down and destroyed all living beings. That day, the whole world tilted. The earth began to crack. Buildings collapsed one after another. Pillars began to crumble. People began to run and wail, and the gods of the sacred mountain and the demons of the earth fought in that chaotic world. He recounted the scene of Fu Qingjun's desk a month ago and the bucket of water that had been poured out at that time. As the other party repeated themselves more and more, they gradually began to believe it. Moro was greatly pleased. Indeed, those stubborn demons have forgotten their ancestors, been ungrateful, and gone astray. They have forgotten the glory of their forefathers and their origins. We must start to correct them from childhood. Fu Qingjun's eyelids twitched violently. Moro, he's really pulling off some crazy moves. On the side of justice, it's understandable that they believe the fog caused by the Great Flood. Unexpectedly, Moro, a native of the Shu Mountain region, also believed it wholeheartedly. Even as a villain, he secretly led these infected individuals to seek revenge on the feigning dead Emperor Liu. Everyone's a cunning bastard. Fu Qingjun sighed, momentarily at a loss for words. Moro is such a despicable person. Even Fu Qingjun had to admit his cunning. As a great demon, he is dedicated to overthrowing the Shu Mountain land in the east and the magician civilization of Atlantis in the west, and establishing a dynasty where monsters enslave, domesticate humans. Even after traveling back hundreds of thousands of years to the past, they are determined to join the evil mist civilization and bring destruction and disaster to their adversaries. Although he decisively joined the villains and became an enemy of my Earth Demon Squad, I have a feeling something's not quite right. Fu Qingjun scratched his head. I have a feeling that the world is about to undergo some kind of subtle, even extreme change. We're completely outmatched right now. It's quite possible that Moro is the most influential one, constantly infiltrating and manipulating them, cultivating a group of spies, reminding them of the history of the Great Flood, and making them realize they are descendants of the gods and demons of the Great Flood. His eye twitched. Thinking of this, Fu Qingjun suddenly stared blankly at the sky. Is that? Boom! The sky in the distance instantly darkened. Countless thunderous explosions echoed in the sky, sweeping through black clouds and creating an oppressive atmosphere that made it hard to breathe. Giant? You call us giants? Countless wisps of black smoke covered the earth, and in the center stood a tall, imposing figure with bright red muscles. You have utterly enraged me. You treated us like insignificant natives, demanding from the beginning that we acknowledge history. You have to admit it, because that's the truth, Isaac roared, although we may seem weak enough to elicit your pity. It is because we have lost our heritage. Our power is far less refined than yours, and our civilization is millions of years behind yours. Yet we will still defeat you. Ridiculous, the giant in the mist sneered. Click, a bright, dazzling sphere of light converged. The light illuminates the terrified faces of most of the fleeing Mayan people below. The sphere of light was like a sun, pressing down heavily on everyone's hearts. They saw a dozen giants in the sky forming a strange array, with a huge sphere of light converging at the center. Then, you ants, hiding underground is of no use. The giant will weigh your sins upon your backs. Repent, you ants. A giant sphere of light crashed down on the entire city under Mayan rule. Ah! The whole city will, screams, roars, and cries of grief mingled together across the land, as if everyone were facing the final apocalypse. The stronger one becomes in the fourth realm, the more one knows the terrifying power that no one can withstand. Mommy, on the balcony, a little girl nervously hugged her winged. It won't hurt. It won't. The mother forced a smile, but the next second she couldn't hold back anymore and sobbed. It's all as it should be. We Mayans were prepared long ago, our billions of people. On this land will face whatever the war may bring. Everyone is prepared to lose their loved ones, their families, and their once wonderful lives. Everyone can understand that it's for the continuation of the species. For mortals to survive such an agonizing, foggy apocalypse is already a testament to their greatness. Even the supreme emperors and gods, united in their resistance against the undead behemoths of the Forbidden Zone, and the great heroes of each era, have shed their divine blood upon the earth. They paved the way for the future of civilization with their blood, so why can't ordinary people do the same? But just because everyone can understand doesn't mean everyone is willing to link. But so what? That was something that ordinary people in that era could not resist. Once the war started, all they could do was send away a group of geniuses who represented hope ahead of time, and they could do nothing else. Everyone knew how terrifying the scene in the sky was. Even the most powerful heavenly emperor could not withstand the arrival of the apocalypse. Such a sudden and terrifying coverage, could it be a remnant of a prehistoric forbidden zone within the flood mist? Mere undead behemoths are hardly worth mentioning. Even true gods might not be able to escape many of them, right? The mother stood under the balcony murmuring, and the feeling was suffocating. The emergence of true overlords made everyone realize their power. The splendor of prehistoric civilizations, even the remnants and lingering thoughts of the gods and demons of that time, were beyond the resistance of humanity in this era. Everyone knows that it was a force that no one in the entire history of the Maya could resist. Even if the first angel emperor of Gilreli, the ancestor who created Mayan mythology, and the ancient heroes who resisted the dark forbidden zone in every era were alive, they could not resist. No one is praying for a hero to save them. They even prayed that the aging Emperor Leona and the monarch Honki would leave quickly and leave them alone. Their wisdom enabled them to make the most rational decisions. The first century, the second century, suddenly, someone in the entire building started reciting in a low voice the song recorded on the stone tablets of the ancient sunflower movement. In the 3rd century, Gasha told the creatures on the earth what wisdom was, and then descended to earth and was reincarnated as a creature on the earth. He dwells in the black and white coffin within the ancient golden tower of the sun, and when the people awaken him from the cradle of heroes, the omnipotent deity will call out and lead the people of the earth toward glory. Everything for humanity. Whoosh! Light fell. A dazzling white arc of electricity fell across the land. The entire world was covered in white, as if there was no view at all. Everything for humanity. On the earth, hundreds of billions of people couldn't help but weep bitterly. Everyone knows that under such terrifying power, blood stained the earth, and all living beings were to perish completely. Click. A sharp arrow of light shot out. Everyone stared in disbelief as the tomb of the Angel dynasty exploded, and a dazzling light emanated from the inscription, Tomb of Emperor Jireli. A white angel descended, seemingly awakened by the will of all beings suffering. Holding a long spear, he suddenly launched a surprise attack, piercing the sphere of light in the sky. Bang! The enormous sphere of light suddenly exploded. The surrounding mist giants suffered a significant backlash, all letting out a muffled groan. This wide-range spell required a long charging time, but unexpectedly, this weak indigenous civilization possessed extremely ingenious martial arts techniques that disrupted the spell's central control point for their powerful warriors. The mist giants looked at what was happening before them, and their expressions changed. Who are you? How could there be such a talent among the natives as you, using countless bodies to create a colossal form no weaker than ours? The magic of this civilization was crude, but he sensed a terrifying, intimidating power emanating from them. With their limited knowledge, they could instantly see through any magical tricks and crumble their defenses. But the creature before them doesn't use magic. It specializes in martial arts and physical strength, relying solely on its flesh and blood. It's straightforward and direct, and sophisticated martial arts techniques pose a threat to them. Countless people were horrified. The people gazed at that familiar face. Even across countless eras, his great achievements still stood atop the statue's monument. Could it be? I am the first angel emperor, who came from the river of time to fight for the future. The woman holding the spoke, her gaze looking down at him, filled with a terrifying aura of killing and bludged like a killing emperor descending upon the world. Her provocative fighting spirit, extremely intense to Qin Hong, also smuggled herself to this land. Seeing the suffering of the people of the Mayan civilization he had once guided, he resolutely stepped forward and used his countless reincarnations over the years to create a single body. Comparable to the original Tai Di battle body, its size has reached 2 meters in height, revealing the appearance of the Angel Emperor to protect its former people. However, she knew she had to keep her identity a secret. I can't tell them that I, like Mara, secretly smuggled myself here, and that the Buddha of the Shu Mountain land is actually the first Mayan Angel Emperor. This is too astonishing. She then re-entered her first life identity and even fabricated a backstory. I am the first Angel Emperor, who came from the river of time to the distant future, solely for the sake of fighting for the people of future generations. The woman holding the spear spoke again, her figure imposing and her killing intent overwhelming. Coming along the river of time, looking up at the sky, all living beings on this earth trembled violently. The earth faced an unprecedented disaster. Corpses piled up like mountains, and blood flowed like rivers. The entire Mayan civilization was about to be destroyed. Perhaps it was the wailing of hundreds of billions of people that moved heaven and earth, awakening the will of the ancient emperor, who miraculously revived against all odds. No one would doubt his identity. That's a unique quality. In countless squares, that statue of the Mayan emperor, with its familiar face, identical posture, and aura, is unmistakably the same. Ah! It's the first emperor, it's her. She's really returned. It really is our human race's first emperor. That was the empress who once fought in the dark forbidden zone all her life. She suppressed the world with just one spear and left a pure land for all living beings to thrive in the early dark ages. Many elderly people began to wail and cry. No one expected that the legendary hero who pioneered the history of Mayan civilization has returned. At the most desperate moment for the Mayan people, when this unprecedented dark forbidden zone descended, she traveled through time and space to arrive in this land. At this moment, Empress Leona, who was in the distance, was extremely excited. I longed to rush up and meet my former teacher, the one who entrusted me with the mission of civilization. Welcome back to the Emperor's resurrection. Welcome back to the Emperor's resurrection. Some elderly people roared, tears welling in their eyes. From the past to the present? What incredible power this is. In the distance, Isaac watched in utter astonishment. This era, what a terrifying, nightmarish era of disaster. Not only did they come from a distant future to this era, wanting to save humanity. Unexpectedly, even that legendary Mayan ancestor, the great hero and emperor of history, has traveled from the distant past to this era. We came here from the future. She came here from past. In both timelines, we return to this pivotal point of destiny. An overwhelming sense of vastness washed over me. Everyone felt as if they were witnessing a distant epic of civilization, a time of great sorrow and suffering, when ancient heroes carried the weight of myths on their shoulders. That ancient mythical emperor's achievements are timeless, opening up a magnificent chapter in the history of Mayan civilization. At this moment, his lingering will transcends time and space, awakening in this era, determined to fight for all living beings once more, to resist the catastrophe of this century, and to save the Mayan civilization from disaster. I will travel through time and space and do everything in my power to come to your side. Isaac suddenly murmured the lyrics of that song. That face, in the distance, across time and space, watching from the shadows through the live broadcast, the reigning emperor Ziying was equally excited. There's no mistake. That face confirms that they are descendants of the prehistoric Gasha, and the Mayan civilization is also one of the descendants of the Gasha. We've traveled through time and space. A battle for future generations. Regardless, this scene was horrifying. According to ancient legend, a heroic emperor, an immortal behemoth who fought against the dark forbidden zone throughout his life, stood in front of all living beings and forced the dark forbidden zone to retreat. At this time, even greater dark and evil beings descended, and the Black Hand came in person. How could this ancient emperor, who once protected all living beings in the darkness, not come from the past? At this moment, the giant shrouded in mist in the sky asked coldly, "What exactly are you, time travelers?" One claims to be from the future, and the other claims to be from the past. Even he was somewhat doubtful, wondering if time travel really existed. But if this planet possesses the most incredible power in the world, time travel, how could it be so weak, rudimentary, and primitive? From any perspective, it is a low-level planetary civilization that has just entered the threshold and stepped into the embryonic stage of a young god. No matter what you are doomed to die, the being coldly said. You have gathered countless bodies of your own, and your size and energy level are comparable to one of ours, but that's all. You are still far from being our enemy. Coming out here is just suicide. So what? Qin Hong said nonchalantly, I am not afraid of death. As long as I can fight, that's enough. Back then, before I died, I knew that the Mayan civilization would have this battle in the future. So, in my twilight years, I came to this future time and space to fight the evil overlord in a dark and misty forbidden zone one last time, she said calmly. I have killed many low-level infected evil creatures in my life, but this is the first time I have seen one with intelligence. I hope to have a good fight in my final years. Boom! Kinhong made her move. She actually set her body ablaze, unleashing unimaginable flames. You all go, I'll hold them off here. Retreat to the deepest part of the earth. The people on earth were listless. Is it really worth burning your body for these poor mortals? The mist giant opposite him was somewhat surprised. I came into this world for this very reason, she said. There's no question of whether it's worth it or not. This is the Buddhist path. Cultivate for thousands of lifetimes, each one a tragic and glorious death. Live life to the fullest. What I'm seeing now is merely one of those lifetimes. Although all the bodies she had reincarnated in over the years had instantly burned to ashes, the price she paid was quite severe. Kill, I cultivate the way of killing. All things can be killed with a single spear thrust. Kinhong spoke coldly and sharply, soaring into the sky. Her body surged with boundless killing intent, displaying the martial arts skills she had honed throughout her life of battles and killing enemies to an unimaginable degree. She wasn't particularly talented, but she always dedicated herself to martial arts. This is a path that, as long as you work hard, give your all, and keep killing enemies, you will always reap rewards. It is the purest, most upright path, forging your martial arts skills, and the spirit of a killing god. The surrounding mist giants were also somewhat alarmed. He's just a dead man, yet he's gone mad like this. He might have actually replaced one of his clansmen. Although thousands of RP people have awakened their wisdom, only 100 have come to this land to cultivate and reach the fourth realm. There is no need to waste time with her. The sound kept ringing out. The voices of those beings shrouded in mist were calm. The people of the Mayan civilization could only retreat gradually with tears in their eyes. This was the time that the ancient emperors bought for them. Boom! The sky kept exploding. The fleeing people looked up and saw the empress gradually wither away, turning into a frail old woman, still wielding her spear. Finally, she fell to the ground, sat cross-legged, burned her entire body, and lost all life. You are not a true god, and have no obligation to protect the people on earth, a giant said coldly from the mist. It is precisely because I am not a god that I protect the people on earth. Her body withered rapidly at a visible speed, gradually melting away, like a blurry statue cast from a melting candle, leaving only a long spear stuck in the ground. Splash, was it worth it? All those countless lifetimes of cultivation I just completed have been destroyed in an instant. She leaned slowly against the wall of a building, her gaze passing through the gray fog as if she could see the most glorious era of the Mayan civilization. Leona's face gradually appeared before my eyes. There's no question of whether it's worth it or not. Just enjoy yourself to the fullest. A gentle breeze blew by, and she drifted away, leaving a long spear lying on the ground. Wah! All the mortals on the run wept. Master, Empress Leona choked back tears, but could only walk away into the distance. Everyone knows that the ancient emperor spent his entire life fighting and trying to protect this land. Even in his final moments, after pacifying the chaotic world in his old age, he could have lived a peaceful life, but before his death, he chose to travel through time and come to the future. Just because she knew, here, there is true darkness. Therefore, he chose to shed his last drop of blood in his later years here. Your Majesty, everyone was screaming in their hearts. This is the first angelic emperor who initiated the spirit of the Mayan civilization. She was once the angel emperor with unparalleled talent, who ushered in an unparalleled era, and whose achievements could not be surpassed by any warrior. She could have lived an incredibly long life, but she spent her entire life fighting, neglecting her cultivation, and suffering hidden injuries all over her body. all to protect them. This is a selfless emperor, a true hero. Everyone who looked at that long spear felt the hero's final loneliness and desolation. In the underground escape tunnel, someone shouted, suddenly reciting the stone tablet from the Gasha period, "When the people awaken him from the cradle of heroes, the omnipotent gods will call out and lead the people of the earth toward glory. If you seek me through color, sound, or desire for immortality, you are using the divine wisdom to follow a heretical path and cannot see the truth. If you use your pure heart, you will see this for yourself." They lined up in the tunnel, reciting ancient Joshua myths on stone tablets, seemingly as a tribute to the ancient times and the long sleep of their king. People choked up from time to time. Ruins battlefield, a building in the distance. A fierce wind howled through the gray fog. This is the history of prehistoric civilizations. Professor Nasica, separated by time and space, silently controlled a mechanical snail-like figure in the distance, watching that heroic figure fall and turn to ashes. Sobbing, she reopened the Mayan Chronicle, beginning a new chapter. We have returned to the distant past, to that tragic prehistoric dark earth. But we are so weak, we can't change anything, Isaac, and we can only watch silently as history is driven forward by tragedy, as the people of the era cry out, as those destined events unfold, and as great prehistoric heroes rise up to save everything. Professor Nasica knew. This scene was a historical event that was destined to happen more than 100,000 years ago. The Mayan civilization survived because of an unimaginable upheaval that occurred during that era. A hero emperor from ancient times, in his later years, traveled through time and space into the darkness to resist the common people and seize the opportunity for the Mayan civilization to escape. He is a heroic figure. She witnessed the weight of history, which brought wonder and remembrance. A vast historical tapestry written in blood. She remained silent, yet resolutely chose to record it. When people in the new era opened the book, they found that in the Mayan chronicles, written hundreds of thousands of years later, were the subsequent myths and legends of the prehistoric Mayan civilization, as excavated by Professor Nasica. At the end of the Mayan civilization, a hero and emperor from the past traveled to the future to save all living beings. Tap, tap, tap. They soon departed as a small group of Mayan civilization members fled. Back then, it was just like this. On the way, Professor Nasica took a deep breath. She was a historian. She could not change anything, only record it. She finally understood. History is there. When we go back to the past, nothing has changed. Isaac started to sob, feeling utterly powerless as he watched the tragedies of the past repeat themselves. Nothing is more heartbreaking than watching our ancestors die hundreds of thousands of years ago. Is everything fate? We are seeing history repeating itself. We are not involved in this era at all, which means this scene is the inevitable outcome in history. Darkness descended, but the ancient first angel emperor saved all living beings. Their faces were full of bitterness. This was an inevitable historical tragedy. In other words, the first tragedy has occurred. So what about the second tragedy? When will humanity be defeated? When will the Mayan civilization be destroyed? When will Empress Leona fall? I dare not think about it. I don't want to think about it. That was so dark. But this is the desperate history of hundreds of thousands of years in prehistory, the trajectory of which was already predetermined. Even the most powerful god could only travel hundreds of thousands of years into the future, hoping to change this tragedy with a sliver of hope. But can we really change the past? They were initially full of confidence. but they discovered that they couldn't change anything, not even the ability to intervene in the war. Only now do I understand what God meant by their weakness. Our era was too short. We cannot change the beginning of history, allowing the first emperor to sacrifice himself as always, but leaving behind a portion of the Mayan flame. Beside him, Professor Nasika said earnestly, "We need to cheer up. Since we can't change things from the beginning, let's try and start thinking of ways to help them now." "I know," Isaac said earnestly. "The current situation is not as dire as it once was. We have survived that life or death crisis." The Mayan civilization itself never imagined that its opponents were so ridiculously powerful that they would join forces and use that wide-range spell to wipe out the entire Mayan civilization in one fell swoop. The tens of thousands of true gods and hundreds of billions of false gods with divine blood present were almost all facing annihilation. Although they left a final flame outside, it also meant that the Mayan civilization was completely close to destruction. Now, most of our fighting force has been preserved, and we must prepare for a protracted war. This is a bloody battle between civilizations. Fu Qingjun sat on a chair in an abandoned high-rise building, sighing. Qin Hong is as crazy as ever. She only has one life, and she fights frantically, but this time the price seems to be very high. But his brows gradually relaxed. So what if they're strong? They are ultimately earth creatures transformed by evil. The remains of that evil, forbidden being have lost consciousness. They could never have imagined that the strongest creature on this earth is not the soaring eagle with dreams, nor the terrifyingly powerful and enormous prehistoric dinosaur, nor the most intelligent an incomparably clever modern human, but rather, Fu Qingjun bent down, grabbed a handful of mud and sand, and said, "Insects that live at the bottom of the food chain, adapt to any link, and live in any dirty and dark corner. As for those modern humans on Earth and online, perhaps it's best not to interfere." Fu Qingjun stopped in front of an internet cafe in ruins, looking at them. The tragic love story of that myth had ignited the entire internet. Wah! The Mayan civilization on our planet suffered such a devastating fate. The first angel emperor fought a life of bloody battles, fought very hard, and in the end, they are writing the chapters of their own civilization, protecting our Earth home. And what about us? We are the protagonists of this solar age. We are the great sorcerers of mythology. Modern people of the 21st century, can you really tolerate this? The world is doomed. The end of the world is coming. It's like a zombie apocalypse. But we must rise up. Many people spoke. Fu Qingjun shook her head, which was quite rational. You can just stay quietly in the shelter and watch. After all, we won't kill you, and the other side will treat you like harmless pigs to be kept in captivity. This is a war of civilizations, the war of civilizations that seek the truth. One day a year, upon waking up, the humans hiding in the shelters will witness the entire Earth. A world transformed beyond recognition. Fu Qingjun gazed into the distance, pondering how to continue deducing the system of the civilized demon kingdom and how to fight this battle. Boom. The earthlight spheres that followed fell instantly, descending upon the entire massive ruined city. The first angel emperor could only hold them off for a short time with his last breath. After the emperor's death, they decisively joined forces again to create that huge sphere of light, which destroyed the entire land. Run! There were simply too many people. Of the tens of billions of people, a large portion still cannot be completely dispersed. In an instant, the earth crumbled, and the entire city was as if covered by a giant beam of light, like a giant comet crashing down. Most of the Mayan mortals were submerged. The light quickly faded, and everyone was horrified to discover ruins remain ruins. The building, the steel bars, the soil all remained firmly in place, without collapsing. However, all the mortals had melted away, their flesh and blood decaying and rotting. Is this a barrage of soul projectiles? Is that a soul impact projectile? As expected, so-called magic is difficult for the soul to directly interfere with reality, using wind, fire, thunder, lightning. Magic in reality is all soul-level magic that kills the soul. In other words, there are inaccuracies in mythological stories. It's impossible for humans to actually create a fireball. You need to know some basic physics and chemistry. The orbs of light we see, the lightning and flames they condense in their hands, are all formed by drawing out their own soul energy and arranging them. They are enormous and intense, allowing us to directly witness their aura. Isaac, a team of true god magicians, is fleeing far away. They were experts in the study of magic, and at this moment they were astonished to discover that even these prehistoric civilizations of gods and demons, even if you're millions ahead of them, you can't use your brain to interfere with matter. For example, a fireball they cast. It is not a fireball produced by the actual conditions of combustion in reality. Combustible material, 2. Oxygen, 3. Ignition point. Rather, it is a fireball directly condensed from the energy of the soul. However, that powerful aura allowed the nerves and senses of all living people to see that highly concentrated fireball. This fireball has virtually no effect on real matter. It might even burn a coin. Indeed, reality is just like reality. No matter how powerful a creature is, it is impossible to create a real fireball or lightning from mythology without modern chemical and physical reactions. Isaac murmured, "This is the true extraordinary in the universe, the so-called gods that are very real and reasonable in reality." This makes sense. The idea of controlling wind, fire, thunder, and lightning is impossible. Even these super cosmic beings that exceed the speed of sound abide by the basic physical rules of the universe. Only by combining these developments over the years can we realize that they are, in essence, biological advancements further developed based on modern science. Tang Meng shook her head and said, "Although they are called gods, in essence, they are super life forms, superhumans. Their biological characteristics are vast souls, super-fast brain nerves, and movements comparable to the speed of sound. A kind of animal, that is, a kind of biological evolution. If modern science advances, humanity on Earth may well evolve its own species in the future. Furthermore, as scientific society inevitably develops, humanity will study its own weak body, and evolution will somehow break through to the fourth realm. Gene Serum, The Hulk. These films are already considered quite forward-thinking. Sonic life forms are child's play in movies. In the Marvel Universe, you'd be embarrassed to show your face if you didn't break a sonic boom. But Tang Meng really didn't expect that they would be so terrifying in reality. As time went on, Tang Meng gradually realized that none of this had overturned their worldview. Even it unfolds a certain future possibility for human society. This is the next standard of civilization. Only today have I realized that I haven't broken through the knowledge I've accumulated since childhood, Tang Meng said. The so-called gods are nothing more than powerful individual beings, products of civilization built up by knowledge. They cannot violate the laws of physics. Now that I think about it, although it's terrifying, it's not so unknown and scary after all. Senior sister, you have seen through the divine in your heart, Isaac said with a smile. Tang Meng scratched her head. But how is this any different from a real fireball or lightning? Professor Nasika asked earnestly. We've already seen all of this, and when the fireball comes crashing down, we'll die too. The fundamental principle of magic is that consciousness interferes with consciousness. Isaac hesitated for a moment, then felt his thoughts gradually becoming clearer. Indeed. We truly witnessed that enormous fireball, which engulfed and destroyed the entire Mayan city, creating a massive impact that shattered the souls of all living beings, even causing their souls to suggest to their bodies that they too were heading towards decay and collapse. Absolutely ingenious. This method is simply an extremely ingenious application of the soul. They had been groping in the dark, like blind men touching an elephant, until now they truly saw other people's techniques, how they used their super souls to crush the souls of inferior beings like giants. Turn out to be, this is what higher life forms are like. It's not just about using your superior physique to crush the physique of the weak, or using muscle to beat whole. You can also use your powerful soul to crush the souls of the weak, and use your consciousness to destroy their consciousness. Arranging the structure of one's own soul cluster, setting up the structure, and cutting off a part to launch it out are like various magical projectiles, with different forms and functions, possessing infinite possibilities. Compared to them, they are indeed too primitive and too weak. Isaac looked helpless. According to this theory, their civilization is millions of years behind ours, but now that we understand this, we've closed the gap by 20 or 30,000 years in one fell swoop. Right? This moment, as outsiders, they realized that they were not the protagonists of the era, but merely a ripple in the vast torrent of history, driven by history and powerless to control their own destiny. As before, we can only witness history, but we can't do anything about it, Professor Nasika said softly, sensing a deep sense of destiny. Even God says he can change the past. However, truly changing that torrent and breaking free from the unseen forces is far from simple. Let's put everything else aside for now. We've already learned the truth about many spells from those powerful figures in the mist. We've also heard that this era has many mechanical creations that we can learn from, a mage said. They plan to visit prehistoric research institutes and laboratories around the world to study the crystallization of civilization on this prehistoric Earth. After all, they were the Atlantis civilization. Although they claimed to cultivate themselves, they were actually cultivating external things and following the path of mechanical technology. Magnetite is essentially equivalent to a supercomputer of this era. They use magic, which looks terrifying. In reality, it's just attacking our souls. Although their bodies are strong enough to tear metal apart with their bare hands, they are still very afraid of superalloys from the real world. After all, they are just sonic animals, still mortal beings. Even so-called gods are afraid of physical attacks, which means that machines can cause them great harm. We Atlantis have always relied on external aids. We are magicians who follow the scientific path. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call us a scientific civilization. High-grade alloy metal mechs, warships, going to smash through the flesh and blood of those gods and giants. This might be our fastest possible counterattack, Isaac said. After all, they are incredibly intelligent and know exactly where their strengths lie. Let's focus on the technology side. They are a civilization that is technologically advanced. Only by leveraging external resources can one better improve oneself. They had previously considered using this method to kill Emperor Liu. However, they come from the era of World War II and ultimately lack a solid foundation. Their alloys and machinery are very outdated, and they are inferior to modern humans in many ways. If they could learn from the knowledge base of humans in this era, they would surely usher in a huge leap forward. I know a laboratory that has the strongest alloy, Tang Meng said without hesitation. After all, this is all that modern humans can do to help prehistoric mythological civilizations. Fu Qingjun raised an eyebrow. Modern Earth's mechanical technology and craftsmanship? The technologies involved, such as alloying and smelting, are naturally quite advanced. If this is the case, it would mean that all the humans in the survivor camps across the entire Earth have begun to accept the protection of their Demon Kingdom civilization and stand on a united front. This is undoubtedly a great thing. It is very likely that the sacrifices and tragic deaths of the first Mayan emperors caused the country to completely lower its guard, which is why Tang Meng was allowed to take over their laboratory. However, I'm losing my hair again. Fu Qingjun was sitting cross-legged in Miao Chuntang's room, his gaze calm as he looked out at the dark frontline battlefield on the other side of Earth, where the fighting was fierce and bloody, and the people were filled with sorrow. Meanwhile, he himself underwent a tremendous change. In the end, too many people died. He slowly closed his eyes. Boom! Rumble! It resembled an invisible vortex of stars, slowly swirling. Fu Qingjun sat in the spiritual space, like an ancient and eternal giant in the void, surrounded by a vast chaotic current that fluctuated the fate of the world, created billions of lives, and was the supreme and great ruler. In an instant, the souls of countless mortals returned to the ancient abyss of death and back to their own brains. My single thought is the source of all life. My sea of consciousness is the place where death and the fall of life return. Fu Qingjun vaguely sensed this, and couldn't help but close her eyes, count the number, and sighed. Too many have returned. That one sphere of light destroyed a full 90% of the Mayan civilization's population. They were just ants before. But now they are living, breathing beings, experiencing pain, joy, sorrow, family, and friends. He walked to the windowsill and looked down at the bustling traffic of World War II below. He could clearly sense countless true gods of the Fourth Realm, they all perished within it. As for the hundreds of millions of pseudo-gods who broke through to the Fourth Realm with divine blood, their strength was weak, and almost none of them escaped. The Mayan civilization, the ant kingdom he had painstakingly developed by splitting his soul, was completely destroyed in an instant, all of his previous frantic accumulation. The losses were devastating, but what seems like destruction is actually a process of rebuilding from the ashes for oneself. Splash! A bicycle rode by, and a newspaper vendor, braving the daily newspaper, shouted, "Newspapers for sale! Newspapers for sale!" Today's news from the New World. God has opened the gates of the past apocalypse. Where should our great witch tribe go? Times are truly changing. It has already subtly changed the entire world of World War II. Amidst the noise, he looked up at the dazzling sunlight streaming through the window. The extraordinary has been revived. My demon kingdom, through the deduction of civilization, is leading Earth out of the earth and into the real world. The sun is shining brightly here. Unfortunately, on the other side, immense darkness descended. He lowered his head, looking at the people, and suddenly felt a strange sense of heaviness, as if he were carrying a heavy mission. Whoosh! Am I the very essence of civilization, or perhaps the very essence of all life on Earth? He chuckled. His hair, which previously granted insects intelligence and aided in the development of civilization, but now it's not just insects, even humans can give. This means that all of humanity on Earth will also be shrouded in their own luck. Enough, enough. The deaths of hundreds of billions of people, the fall of countless true gods. What kind of change will my hair undergo this time? Fu Qingjun closed her eyes slightly. My brain is racing. Fu Qingjun didn't know how much time had passed before she awoke from her dazed state and looked at the data provided by the ancient ship. Fu Qingjun, 5th realm perfection, sealed, character cards. SSR level Jiaxia, missing, S level Yudula, A level Qinhong, S level Hong Qijin Bank, 1. The original Ant-Man prototype, an animal head and a human body 2. Advanced Ant-Man angel species, red-winged angel, ant dragon, feathered serpent god, black-winged angel, 3. Snail people, native snails, parasitic beasts, mechanical snails, 4. Living soil organisms. He narrowed his eyes. Previously, he was at the early stage of the 5th realm, but now he has reached perfection in one go. However, it seems to be stuck at the great perfection stage again, just like before. It looks like I need to consume a 5th realm soul as a catalyst to break through and continue. Unfortunately, the 5th realm seems to be a long way off. He kept fixing his hair and noticed something was wrong with him. He started trying to lift things in the room with his hair tables, teapots, notebooks, and was horrified to discover that his hair had the strength to cut a knife. Each hair could lift a kitchen knife. Holy crap! Fu Qingjun was somewhat stunned. This is a qualitative change. A pen and a kitchen knife are not even in the same league. He also discovered that the hair was as tough as steel wire. It can constantly stimulate its own hair growth, causing it to expand wildly. It seems that as long as it has enough energy, it can grow its hair endlessly, eventually growing into a colossal giant. In other words, my safety is basically guaranteed. If someone attacks me, my hair will grow instantly and turn into a steel ball hedgehog that covers my whole body. However, after continuous research, he regretfully discovered that, apart from the overall enhancement of his abilities, no new hair-related abilities had emerged. It can only be said that it still falls within the scope of the 5th realm. Fu Qingjun sighed. However, the upper limit of one's own hair population has been raised significantly. Previously, the limit was 50 billion, but it feels like there's a limit of 300 billion. This is a terrifying qualitative change. This way, I can launch a war with more confidence. Fu Qingjun looked towards the other side of the earth. We lost 90% of the population at the very beginning, but I became stronger because of it. Logically speaking, I should become stronger with each failure. If this continues a few times, my population will explode again. Unfortunately, that's not the case, because I have already reached the limit of the 5th realm. Unless a breakthrough to the 5th realm occurs in the Demon Kingdom civilization, serving as a catalyst for me to break through as well, I can only have a population limit of 300 billion. If too many people die, it will be of no use. Fu Qingjun remained vigilant. If we can't defeat the other side with this population, then we might really be completely defeated. Because no matter how many more die, he will remain stuck at the great perfection of his cultivation realm. However, we do have an advantage. In fact, their population is small, and they all broke through with the help of divine blood in the mist. Even if they are large in size, they are still at a relative disadvantage when they break through to the 4th realm of pseudo-gods with divine blood. At present, they do not have any true gods because of a severe shortage of population. In reality, there are countless undead behemoths cockroaches infected within the fog. But these low-level zombies have no intelligence and cannot be considered mortals. How can they provide faith and spiritual connection to help those high-level zombies who have developed intelligence break through. Therefore, they all broke through using divine blood. Nevertheless, its enormous size and exquisite civilization heritage are enough to make even a fourth-level god blood mist false god despair. Fu Qingjun continued to organize intelligence on both sides and said with a wry smile, "But isn't this our only advantage? They can't become true gods, but we have a slight chance." But the next second, Fu Qingjun's expression gradually stiffened. Inside an underground supermarket. Repeat after me. The great god Gasha killed the gods and demons, and we were born from the corpses of the gods and demons. Moro continued reciting history. The misty creature that exudes an ancient and mysterious language recites along with it. Moro stood with his hands behind his back, looking at the muscular giant monster before him, and said, "Those remnants of gods and demons in the mist have forgotten the glory of their ancestors. They are merely false gods, pseudo-gods, relying on divine blood from the mist to break through. They are quite lowly. And you, don't worry," Moro said earnestly. "Our demon race has countless beings who will help you break through to the true god realm. Your size is enormous, but we can easily help you achieve spiritual connection with hundreds of millions of grandmasters." Fu Qingjun's face darkened. "Is this the Japanese invaders entering the village? You traitor, you've ruined our only advantage and helped them become true gods," etc. That newborn child shrouded in mystery was actually persuaded to believe in ancient history. Could he be the mole? Fu Qingjun pressed his temples, remaining calm despite having a headache. "What's going on? These two traitors, is it your Japanese soldiers invading the village, or mine?" Fu Qingjun felt that Moro's actions were very complicated. Whose mole is it? That seems a bit hard to say. Moro was indeed filthy and treacherous, and his actions were indeed the perfect solution, cultivating companion to give them extremely prehistoric memories, allowing them to rise again, crush Atlantis, and even kill his treacherous disciple, Emperor Liu. "Fine, I'll let you off this time." Fu Qingjun thought about it and decided not to interfere, choosing to wait and see. After all, it was their own lives that were used to help them give birth to a true god. If anything unexpected happens, the decision is in my own hands. Those grandmasters are all under my command. At worst, I can stop this operation and prevent them from cultivating true gods. Fu Qingjun's eyes turned icy cold and ruthless. "Kill us all? Impossible, unless we reach the unknown fifth realm. Otherwise, at the same level, it's like an ordinary person facing ordinary cockroaches and ants. Although you can kill them with one slap, these insects are everywhere underground. Using this pressure, we can develop a new sandbox-era world and a new civilization. Yes. The presence of external enemies may be a form of oppressive motivation." Fu Qingjun tried to comfort herself. Since things have come to this point, they intend to develop a civilization for the next era, using it as a testing ground for their wars. The Mayan civilization, the Shushan civilization, and Atlantis are merely prototypes. Since they have already appeared, we should absorb their civilizational knowledge and steal their essence, so that we can bloom into even more beautiful flowers. Talent. It's just getting started. On this planet, a great civilization capable of exploring the universe may flourish, pioneering science, martial arts, immortal techniques, magic. Countless civilizations, ultimately possessing the potential to defeat their adversaries. One day a year, a long protracted war? Fu Qingjun asked calmly. 300 billion people is enough for now. At this time, the Mayan civilization was destroyed. Empress Leona, the mechanical monarch of Hongqi, led a group of elites in an escape. Instead, the losses were still extremely severe, so the Mayan civilization decided to use this as a dividing line for its civilization, calling it the Dark Titan Era, and to calculate a new civilization calendar. The era of extraordinary civilization has ushered in a new chapter in history. Everyone knows that in the misty, dark age following the Great Flood, after a brief period of development, they continuously slayed the dark, undead behemoths lurking in stairwells, streets, and sewers. The true forbidden existence of darkness, the ruler of the undead behemoth, the advanced undead mist overlord who has awakened direct wisdom, has been born, revealing its ferocious fangs. Year 1 of the Dark Titan Era. The people multiplied and spread across the land to prevent attacks. They mostly live in scattered small tribes, hidden underground. Empress Liana knew she could not die, so she chose to fall into a deep sleep, allowing the mechanical monarch, Emperor Honki, to rule the entire world. Am I here to rule this world? No one knows that I have already died once. The me now is just another me with my consciousness uploaded and possessing Honki's memories. Leona is still barely alive, while he actually died of old age several years ago. He achieves immortality in this way, but his memories can be passed on to the next person. Is this truly immortality? He didn't know, but he knew that the entire land depended on him. Back then, Leona, Grace, and I vied for supremacy, but alas, today, all three of us can now unconditionally hand over our backs to others. Honki seemed like an old man in his twilight years, reminiscing about his youthful days. Grace never uttered a word. But that arrogant woman, before she died, had already made arrangements for their afterlife, forcing them to proceed according to the plan, which was also a kind of absolute trust in a different way. It's a pity that once Leona fell into a deep sleep, the angel race completely lost its ancestral bloodline. This race will gradually disappear and can only survive by interbreeding with the snail people. Is the civilization of angels destined to grow old and decay? The Eastern Heavenly Court has also taken root again in this land, and Buddhism and Taoism have begun to develop anew. In Atlantis, magicians traveled directly to this distant city, an elegant energy civilization, and began to re-examine magical artifacts, intending to use the magnetic stone, a vortex magic stone, as an energy source to create ingenious mechanical armor and mechanical spaceships. Civilization is developing rapidly amidst the fog. Of course, civilizations everywhere were quickly destroyed as the mist giants swept across the land, surviving in the cracks. The civilization of those who seek the truth develops amidst adversity, one day a year. As Fu Qingjun opened the wormhole tunnel, a large number of new forces poured in, and the civilization on the other side began to fully support the prehistoric war. The first emperor was a hero of his time, fighting for the common people. How can we not go to save him? Both Eastern and Western civilizations are descendants of the ancient Jiaxia civilization. Our ancestors had similar faces. We should save the era before the Great Flood and protect our ancestors from disaster. Many people were moved by the story of that great emperor. They all witnessed that invincible Western emperor, adorned with snow-white wings and wielding a long spear, battling the forbidden beings in the darkness, the remnants of prehistoric gods and demons. He fought with his life, ultimately falling into eternal slumber. The ancient heroes of prehistoric times fought bloody battles, and today, hundreds of thousands of years later, our descendants' lives such happy lives on the land paved with the blood of our martyrs. How can we not lend a hand? Bai Yu took a deep breath. Unfortunately, he practiced witchcraft and followed the path of physical cultivation, not Buddhism, and was reincarnated as mortals, so he was unable to help. The Buddhist and Taoist systems, which involve continuous reincarnation, with one incarnation traveling to prehistoric times, are currently the most helpful systems. At this time, Miao Chuntang, Qin Hong, and all the heroes and heroines of Sihang Jing's High, I entrust this to you, Bai Yu said in a low voice. I know. Qin Hong's face was somewhat pale. She lost almost all her previous savings and could only stand on the same starting line as the other women from the martial arts world. However, her background and experience are still there, and it's only a matter of time before she can rebuild them. Kill. To the front lines. Everything. For humanity. Everything for the earth. We will devote the entire nation's strength. Countless people roared and howled, the warmth flowing in their blood making them all know that they were family in both worlds. The 7th year of the Mist Era. Countless people have undergone 7 years of migration, and those who chose to go to the front lines have mostly passed away. During this year, God closed the time tunnel that he had previously promised to open for only 7 days, and those who entered will remain in this past era for a very long time. The 8th year of the Mist Era. New generations of creatures emerged one after another and began to reproduce anew. The world is restarting, and they have reassembled the Dark Titan world in the ruins with various races, civilizations, and beliefs. The underground cave world, an underground cave city. On the high platform, a teacher is instructing students. The Mayan civilization perished, and now we are in the post-Mayan era, also known as the Dark Titan era. The after-effects of the Great Flood have fully erupted. The lingering resentment of prehistoric gods and demons has infected the ancient giants, turning them into Dark Titans. Those giants walk on the earth. They are incredibly evil. We must defeat them and take back our home. The students below listened attentively. Is it the sunlight outside? They had never seen it before because the surface was dangerous. Even if they encountered an immortal behemoth, those behemoths would rule over those terrifying forbidden beings and besiege the location of their civilization. They have almost never seen sunlight since they were born. Many people clenched their fists as they listened to the tragedies of history and the stories of heroes. We will write a new myth. My era will give birth to new heroes, and we will unveil the fog of darkness. The world's Kukyuk is being established, but where will civilization go? Fu Qingjun, this angel, walked calmly in a laboratory, observing the most advanced scientific research data here. The Atlantean civilization, building mechanical spaceships and mechs, gradually evolved into a highly advanced race of magical artifacts. Meanwhile, the Eastern Heavenly Court also began to develop again. All races are vying for supremacy once again, but none can catch up with the dazzling Dark Titan civilization. The difference in civilizational scale is at least 1 million. All the peoples of the world are still living a wretched existence underground, 10 years into the Dark Titan era. On the moon, the sun built a giant palace and continued to ignore the various survivor camps, allowing them to continuously breed new companions and join them. Those natives are nothing to fear, a powerful being said coldly, but then something strange happened. Some new Dark Titans have also begun to enter an unknown Titan mist force and gradually grow stronger. This force claims to be descendants of gods and demons, having awakened the memories of their ancestors and already knowing the origin of the god and demon that gave birth to them, the god and demon of the great flood that was slaughtered by Jiaxia. On the first day, Amiro created everything. The next day, Hermes bestowed knowledge. On the third day, Gasha guided wisdom. They read ancient history, calling on those who, though demons, should revive the ancient gods and demons, but must not forget their origins. In the distance, the Mayan civilization, unaware that Moro was secretly behind it all, was completely certain. Just as I thought, Emperor Hongqi spoke, coldly saying, "Those evil creatures in the mist have finally remembered their prehistoric history. They have admitted that they are the offspring of gods born from the remains of those ancient gods and demons during the era of the Golden Pagoda of the Sun in Jiaxia." Previously, he still had doubts. Why don't they admit it? Could it be that there are some special mysteries surrounding the Great Flood? Now they've admitted it after all. It seems there are no issues with this part of history. If you've already admitted it, what problems could there possibly be? At this time, you are people who have turned your backs on your ancestors. A dark titan roared, striking first. They read history with righteous indignation and began to rebuke those ungrateful people on the moon. These giants in the mist have begun to fight against themselves. You have forgotten your origins as gods and demons. An infected, bright red, monstrous old man rebuked with heartache. We are gods and demons killed by Jiasha during the prehistoric flood, gathered together with the intention of resurrecting after the flood. A being of mist spoke righteous words. Who do you say has betrayed our ancestors? What are you all? The dark titans on the moon were utterly shocked. What the hell were these things? This is so frustrating. They couldn't understand it. It's one thing for those natives to spout nonsense, but you were infected by the mist, accepted the mad babbling in the darkness, and gained inherited memories. You should be quite clear-headed. Why are you going along with their nonsense? They even began to vaguely suspect that some of their memories had been lost. This inferior planet is not inferior at all. We also come from a certain era on this planet. Their weak civilization was millions of years behind us, simply because of a gap in civilization. They felt that recent events were making them question the meaning of life. Regardless of the circumstances, the two sides still went to war. You're all just good for talking. I think there's something wrong with your brains. Your knowledge and skills are lacking. They are not easily fooled. These newly formed Dark Titans were weak and far inferior to their opponents, and could only flee constantly. Moro, gloating from the shadows, laughed. The world is unaware that I, Moro, have been hiding in the shadows, reviving my race to contend for supremacy. The era of my demon race has finally arrived. Moro began selecting the Dark Titan geniuses from among them. He selected one of the office workers who had been transformed into a dark familiar, named him Bruce, and made him the leader of this group. Moro's talent for recognizing people was indeed terrifying, and Bruce was indeed a man of great talent and ambition. At this moment, the earth had been nurtured, and looking at the countless demon mortals scattered across the land, each one was as small as an ant. The other side lacks reverence for their ancestors and is not even concerned for the common people. They broke through to the true God Rod realm and are already satisfied with false God realm. I must defeat the powerful enemy on the Moon Palace to set things right. Bruce, a giant with bright red muscles, released his immense spiritual power, making the world seem blood red. At this point, he was only at the third realm, and it was wishful thinking for him to defeat those false gods. However, if he broke through to the fourth realm of true God, he would no longer be afraid of his opponents. Moro showed a hint of relief. To hold reverence in one's heart, to never forget the martyrs, and to remember the deeds of those who died in the past even in death, I am already very satisfied with this understanding. In stark contrast, Liu Luo's wicked disciple acted recklessly and without restraint, showing no respect for anyone, disregarding rules, and being ungrateful. Year 15 of the Dark Titan era. In the blink of an eye, 15 days had passed since the Mayan upheaval. For the survivors in the camp, it had only been half a month, yet so much had changed. A breathtaking aura emanated from it. I have broken through to the realm of a true god in the mortal world. On this day, Bruce went to the moon alone. The misty creatures on the moon dared not fight him alone and joined forces to defeat him. Bruce was just defeated, but he was in high spirits. I will surely rise like a comet and reign supreme over the world. The entire earth was doomed, and the world entered a transcendental era, with the Titans rising to rule. The Sixth Sun Age, the first chapter of the Titan era. Time flies. The Titan era has been going on for 36 years. For the Maya people, whose lifespans are as short as insects, it was simply too long. But for the mist giant, whose size and lifespan are similar to those of modern humans, it is a real 30+ years, even though in reality it is only a little over a month. After a long period of reproduction, the population of the new Dark Titans has reached 200. They all followed the elite soldier route. We are a small population, and it would be a waste for us to take the path of false gods and break through with divine blood from the mist. We should strive to make everyone in the world a true god. Only with an extremely large number of true gods can the ancient gods and demons be revived. This is indeed the best course of action. It is the best option to revive that wreckage. The true god has far more potential than the flawed false god. And that is why Moro is indeed wholeheartedly trying to revive that ancient god demon, truly believing it to be one of his own kind, having returned to hundreds of thousands of years ago, to bring glory to his ancient kin. That's why I wasn't suspected. For these fog giants, distinguishing between lies and truths is far too easy. At this moment, all 200 people were already experts in the third realm, and 7 of them had broken through to the true God realm and formed a spiritual connection. Following Moro's orders, Bruce incorporated Moro's civilized practices into a ruined office building, using it as a base to issue the new human decree, with the goal of reviving the great ancient God of the Mist. First, slaughter those time-traveling disruptors, and prepare to change the history of our era's victory. Atlantis, the Eastern Heavenly Court. The Mayan civilization is destined to be the loser, enslaved by us. Second, capture and enslave the Maya people, making them slaves of our ghost race. Let them reproduce, and then kill them, so that our own kind will appear, and then reproduce to worship us, so that a true God will appear for us. These are 2 of the best decisions. Moro indeed came up with the best solution. As a strategist, he secretly advised his disciples to deal a heavy blow to Maya, Atlantis, and the Eastern Heavenly Court, to exploit and enslave them relentlessly, and to give them no chance to resist or turn the tide. Furthermore, Moro used his talent to possess members of various tribes to report their whereabouts. As a result, tribes hidden underground were inexplicably and frantically slaughtered and captured for enslavement. In an instant, countless underground Mayan tribes were terrified. Fu Qingjun's face turned ashen when she heard the news. You damned Moro. This Earth spy is incredibly dedicated. As an inside man, he did indeed know detailed internal intelligence about these 3 civilizations, and his act of informing the enemy of this information played a significant role. At this moment, the Titans on the moon were also filled with utter awe. This unknown, dark tribe has developed too rapidly. Their population numbers in the thousands, and the number of false gods has grown significantly over the years, now reaching 7 or 800. After all, with the divine blood of that remnant existing as a breakthrough point having no limit, Their numbers and combat power at the fourth realm still overwhelmingly surpass their opponents. However, if this continues, the situation is extremely dire. Their potential and ceiling are far inferior to their opponents. If things continue like this, although we can still crush our opponents, it's tantamount to a slow death. I see. On this day, a follower of a dark, misty evil god on the moon also burst into laughter. So that's how it is. We were foolish. The natives of this planet thought we were their prehistoric natives, so why don't we just call ourselves prehistoric natives? On the contrary, we can use their numbers to achieve true godhood, unknowingly enslave them, lead them to their death, and then revive our ancient gods. He burst into laughter, feeling that he had finally understood. The true essence of strength lies in the principle that no one gets up early without a reason. On this day, he also announced to the world, "We have also awakened prehistoric memories." They announced to the world that they had awakened their lost memories. On the first day, Amiro created everything. The next day, Hermes bestowed knowledge. On the third day, Gasha guided wisdom. They also began to read ancient history and learn from the other side's call. Although they were demons, they wanted to revive the ancient gods and demons, but they could not forget their origins. On that day, the sky collapsed, the earth caved in, the gods died, the demons were destroyed. A massive flood swept across the land, destroying all living beings. They began to solemnly recite Fu Qingjun's bucket of water. Puff. Fu Qingjun sat eating in Miao Chuntang's canteen. He almost spat out his water. Goodness. Fu Qingjun exclaimed, "Wow! You invading aliens, bringing apocalypse and zombie hordes to Earth, also recite. That bucket of water I once poured on my desk. Is this okay?" That was just a bucket of water I casually poured on my desk to put out a fire. What kind of cataclysmic flood is this? They don't know, but you aliens and invaders don't know either. You know the truth better than anyone else, so why are you pretending? His eyelids twitched violently, and he finally sighed, continuing to shovel rice into his mouth. Sigh? A bunch of people scheming against each other. The tricks they use are just too dirty. However, they actually did just that. They began to claim that they too had awakened memories of the prehistoric Great Flood and that they were descendants of ancient gods and demons. They then began to attack some underground Mayan tribes, using this language to enslave them. Wherever there are people, there is good and evil. They said to the captured Mayans, "You are also human descendants of prehistoric gods and demons. Those gods and demons may have made mistakes and been punished by the heavenly Jiaxia, but they have already repented and hope to work together to revive our ancestors and move towards glory. Humans are such strange creatures." With a reason and legitimacy to surrender, many of them actually began to surrender. Originally, the Mayan civilization was filled with righteous indignation and vowed to fight to the death because of the death of its first king, but their fighting spirit was gradually eroded. I must say, this was a good plan. Winning hearts and minds is the best strategy. Some Mayan tribes, fearing death, chose to become spies, becoming mortals under the enemy's command. They quickly began to multiply their population, helping them break through to the level of true godhood. They truly believed they were gods and demons from before the Great Flood, who after being killed, had awakened to their true nature and, as mortals, were helping them to be resurrected. Yes, we are born from the remains of ancient giants and gods of the Great Flood. Follow us to revive that forbidden cosmic being, the giants in the mist said with compassion, but a cold smile crept into their hearts. It's done. Ha ha ha, foolish earthlings. We are not native to your planet. If it's an ordinary, low-level civilization that hasn't broken through to level 4, then it can be easily manipulated. But if a civilization with enlightened beings emerges, then some tricks will have to be used. In this way, we can enslave a group of primitive, backward planetary native ant-like mortals, develop them into hundreds of millions of grandmasters, and have them worship us to achieve spiritual communion. In this way, we can also break through to the fourth realm of true gods, the leader said calmly. They remained remarkably clear-headed and chose to turn the tables on them. This is a true war of civilizations. It's not about being reckless. While powerful force is essential, wisdom and combat strength are equally important. Unparalleled strategy is the strongest means of survival. At this time, the new Titans received the news. They also began reciting the prehistoric stone tablet history, the 3 days of God. Moro was unaware of the intricacies of the situation, but he was very pleased. They truly believed they had remembered the prehistoric history of the sunflower movement, and said to their disciples, "Look, they have finally remembered their prehistoric memories, and the legacy has been completed." Moro, with a look of great accomplishment, stood with his hands behind his back, gazing at this prehistoric era from hundreds of thousands of years ago. If it weren't for me, you might gradually recall some prehistoric memories in the future, but certainly not quickly. This is all thanks to me. I come from the future, hundreds of thousands of years from now, and you are all my ancestors. It is only right that I help you. Bruce also became solemn. He had some doubts at first. He initially found it somewhat strange. After all, why is it that none of them have inherited any memories? But now, the other party has begun to admit it. This means that this period of history truly existed on this land. We are indeed. However, Bruce said, although they have acknowledged and remembered their prehistoric history, our race only needs one leader. We are bound to have wars to determine who will rule. Time flies. The forces at play across this land are complex and intertwined. After the Great Flood, the Sixth Sun Age, the Titan Age, was fully ushered in. This is the Age of the Titans. The demon kingdom raised by Fu Qingjun was no match for the opponent, and was brutally crushed. However, a certain unexpected event occurred, splitting them apart. The two races clashed, each vying to revive the ancient evil god and fight for dominance. The battle between the two races intensified. On the contrary, those Mayan mortals who belonged to the other side, although they lost their glory, were able to benefit immensely and become extremely powerful by the occasional glimpse of the dark Titan's legacy in order to win them over as mortals under his command and make them worship him as a true god. Joy, anger, sorrow, happiness, and hatred. This is the emotion of a living being, and also the energy emotion of the soul. If it is extracted and transformed into magic, it will have various different attack effects. Fire magic is the color of red emotion, its hatred, crimson hatred. Lonely, powerful cultivators who practice demonic arts, with their evil hearts, often twist this emotion into a crimson fireball, using anger as a weapon to crush their opponent's nerves. Electric magic is a golden emotion, it is joy, and it also symbolizes freedom and happiness. Many people have a free and happy mindset, living freely between heaven and earth. One by one, we popularized various scientific concepts. They then discovered that all spells were based on condensed emotions. They were at the 0 stage of soul magic, unable to even separate their mental energy. They simply churned it into a ball and launched it out in a crude and brutal manner. The first step is to separate the 5 types of emotions and cultivate one of them first. The second step is to use this pure emotion to construct a kind of structure in the mind, forming a turret. Launcher to bombard it. This is called a talent ability, which can attack instantly and cast spells instantly. Each young god, at the fourth stage, condenses innate divine abilities in their mind. Ordinary gods generally have about 2, while powerful true gods usually have about 5. Our extraordinary civilization, on the other hand, generally focuses on refining offensive divine abilities. As for technological civilizations, the supernatural powers they condense from their souls are generally the ability to control spaceships and various weapons with their minds. Although their physical bodies are weak, they have too many tricks up their sleeves and are quite frightening in the universe. Through various popular science explanations, including information about extraterrestrial civilizations and occasional revelations about the soul, everyone realized that Fu Qingjun's civilization, which had developed in such a short time, was indeed millions of years ahead of its time. The application of this soul is profound and extensive. No wonder they were previously described as an inferior civilization of those who have attained enlightenment. My own fourth realm is like someone holding a gun, but not even knowing how to use their immense power so many stages behind. We just launched a direct attack with our soul-destroying bombardment. What about them? They use the soul mass to separate pure awakening energies into various forms, creating an energy structure, a unique innate ability before unleashing it. However, it is only natural that we are weak because we have only been developing for a short time. Fu Qingjun narrowed her eyes. The current situation is, the two factions of those dark Taitans took in the rebellious Mayan humans, kept these mortals as captives, and used them to cultivate their own true gods. In order to win over these ant-like demon kingdoms, they even went so far as to reveal some benefits, the orthodox cultivation method of the fourth realm. I strongly suspect that this soul stratification, the establishment of innate supernatural abilities, is related to breaking through to the fifth realm. After all, they say this is the orthodox method, and they can use it to break through to the fifth realm. But they keep revealing this to these natives. Aren't they afraid we'll break through to the fifth realm and surpass them? Qingjun thought coldly. No. I understand what they're thinking. They think it's fine to tell us some clues. We can't deduce the real breakthrough method in a short time. Even if we deduce it to the fifth realm, they will have already broken through to the fifth realm and even successfully resurrected that ancient being. Wouldn't the creatures on this planet be like turtles in a jar? That being has been resurrected. Who can stop it? In other words, I'm still doomed unless I can somehow accelerate the deduction of civilization through these clues and break through to the fifth realm ahead of schedule. Fu Qingjun narrowed her eyes. Moon. In the darkness. The endless crater was deathly silent. The world seemed to be shrouded in a dark brown blood mist, within a mysterious, writhing palace of flesh and blood. This place is too eerie. I must go to the flesh and blood to worship the ancient forbidden existence, a leader spoke up. As his divine bloodline descendant, I must offer my life as a sacrifice to awaken a trace of the will of the ancient starry sky. You want to, an elderly man, whose flesh was writhing and who appeared to be European, with blonde hair and blue eyes but an eerie aura, couldn't help but say, "Isn't this a bit too cautious?" The chieftain spoke up, his hands behind his back, saying, "What great flood, what jiaxia. It's all too bizarre. It's clearly just a ridiculous myth from the natives. Chief, if we go among the flesh and blood to worship that being, your life," someone exclaimed excitedly. I have no fear of death. The mist giant spoke. Back then, I was indeed the most talented, but times have changed. The geniuses of the new era can now break through to become true gods. No matter how strong my talent is, my potential is now limited, and I am just a false god. So I will risk my life to explore. Whether it is a lie, but this is clearly a joke made by those natives. It's impossible, someone said. Just in case. The leader slowly stepped into the palace. He was too cautious. They were also completely bewildered by that being shrouded in mist. All those who follow the blood of God must make the resurrection of him their primary task, even at the cost of their lives. If you investigate further, this lie will fall apart on its own. What does it matter if I give my life? If Fu Qingjun were here, he would be utterly helpless, since the other party wasn't giving him any chance at all. Splash! Great, ancient, and immortal being, I will dedicate my life to, the leader whispered to the wreckage floating in the void. That is not something that can be seen with sight or intuition. It exists in another space-time, floating in another parallel universe. Woohoo! An invisible gale was howling. It sounded like the murmur of some evil being, like a sound of disbelief and astonishment mixed with immense hatred. The Xia Emperor, it's him. Is this planet his home after his fall? His voice carried a chilling, unbridled killing intent. But he woke up briefly and then fell asleep again. Everyone heard the few sounds they heard, and goosebumps rose all over their bodies. This resentment, that familiar tone, could it really be? The bloodline followers exchanged glances, filled with horror. Was the prehistoric Great Flood real? The sky collapsed, the earth caved in. God is dead, the devil is destroyed. Their god is truly one of the gods and demons on this planet. But before that, it was simply impossible for them. Only they, his retinue, knew the terror of this being's existence. Even the remnants of his fallen body and a portion of his remaining divine consciousness transformed into endless resentment that enveloped the entire planet. How powerful was this being in life? It is a true forbidden existence in the starry sky, stretching out tentacles that writhe in the void, evil, dark, and indescribably terrifying. Even a planet could be easily crushed like a glass bead with one hand. Could the ocean of a mere planet drown him? It's ridiculous. But they were also shocked, and these beings were one of the gods and demons. At this moment, Fu Qingjun blinked. Moro may be despicable, but he fooled them with those stories. However, they're clearly not stupid. They've remained skeptical until now. I wonder how long he can hold out. We still need to adapt to the times, Fu Qingjun said helplessly. I just don't know why this calamity has struck our Earth, or who exactly brought the Japanese. Here, Fu Qingjun always felt that it was too incongruous. Why would an advanced civilization come here? This isn't a sudden accident. It can be explained. Fine, I guess I'll have to save the day. Fu Qingjun scratched his head. He used the tip of his pen to write a line, the breakthrough plan for the fifth realm. First, we must rebuild a sandbox civilization, throw some powerful individuals into it, and hide them so that they cannot be discovered by the Moro and the Moro cannot see the progress. Second, time must be fast. In normal circumstances, it would be absolutely impossible to deduce the fifth realm. If someone dares to leak information to you, even if you find the slightest clue, it will probably take 1,000 years or 1,000 days. By then, it would be too late, which is why the other party was so emboldened. Fu Qingjun also came up with a solution, the spiritual time chamber. The ship's interior space can be manually propelled to accelerate the passage of time. However, Fu Qingjun's current abilities are too limited to utilize it extensively. It can only accommodate a small number of people. However, it is still feasible to develop it into a cultivation retreat for people in civilized society. As for the candidates, of course we'll bring over a group of the most qualified people. Yudula, Liu Tiandi, Qin Hong, Fu Qingjun tapped her fingertips and drew a list of people. You are the specially selected cultivation talents. Fu Qingjun finalized the plan. However, the Emperor Tai has been missing for some time now. Fu Qingjun frowned. She couldn't find any trace of him for no reason, and there was only one possibility. That means it's too far away. My communication has been cut off. Could it be that Emperor Tai really flew out into the universe? Fu Qingjun couldn't figure out the reason. So he quickly summoned these beings as God. They stood to the side with expressions of awe. We humans are in imminent danger. If we don't break through to the fifth realm, we may face total annihilation. I wonder what God will do? It's very likely that we've been summoned here this time to help us break through to the fifth realm. They are discussing it. Tap, tap, tap. A white-clad angel approached and said calmly, "If I were to tell you the method to break through to the fifth realm, it would be too easy. You still need to have a sudden enlightenment. If you can't even understand this, then that is your fate, and you will never have to talk about the truly terrifying opponents in the future. However, I can allow you to enter the secret realm." The time gap to cultivate and deduce the fifth realm. Everyone was stunned. Fu Qingjun ignored them. Go and achieve enlightenment on your own. If they're going to die of old age, I'll release them beforehand. With a wave of his hand, they were sucked into the space inside the ship. Fu Qingjun began to use his mental power to slowly advance the time of the entire ship, allowing them to discuss and study together inside. I hope that you can be like Sun Wukong, able to break through your limits and save the entire situation as soon as you emerge from the spiritual time chamber. Fu Qingjun sighed. Each push requires an unknown amount of mental energy reserves. However, I have quite a lot of reserves. The Mayan civilization lost tens of billions of people. Tens of thousands of true gods have fallen. I still have a lot of energy left after my breakthrough, which should be enough to keep going for a while. Only by standing amidst mountains of corpses and seas of blood could they possibly have the possibility of pushing forward this secret realm within the ship's hull. The sails went back to the past. The ship's hull propels the future. The sails have been taken by Jiaxia. I wonder when we'll be able to get them back. In fact, as Nua, she had hinted many times that she commanded the world to find the divine object, the sail, and that a great reward would be given. Countries like the Kingdom of Austria, if they found it, would surely find it. Could it be that Gasha didn't die on Earth? Fu Qingjun stopped thinking about it. However, once these people are sent away, the underground civilization will be leaderless, and for a while, it will likely be like headless flies. Fu Qingjun sighed. But the next second, his face turned slightly unpleasant. Wait, you stupid earthling Tang Meng, I didn't call you in. What are you up to? In fact, forums across the entire planet have completely exploded. More than 3 months have passed since the supposed end of the world. At first, they could tolerate it. However, the 3-month lockdown, along with food shortages, nutritional deficiencies, and water scarcity, had brought them to the brink of collapse in all aspects. In particular, a recently emerged signal that has caused utter despair. Hydropower, electricity, and other infrastructure are basically in trouble. We humans, we great witches, are about to enter an era without electricity. They managed to hold on for 3 months, which is actually quite good. This also demonstrates the Earth's formidable infrastructure capabilities. It is worth mentioning that most of the artificial satellites have also malfunctioned. In 10 days, we will enter a completely communication-free era. As soon as those words were spoken, everyone's mood soured. Is the internet about to be disconnected? Don't underestimate human technology. Anyone who pays attention will know that 2020 was indeed the breakout year for satellite networks, and it was originally expected that we would enter the satellite phone era within a few years. There are thousands of satellites above our heads, densely covering the sky. Elon Musk, who recently became the world's richest man, has launched over 1,000 satellites for his Starlink project alone. In the coming years, he plans to launch a total of 12,000 satellites, enabling a global satellite network era. Therefore, it is only natural that satellite network communication is possible in the apocalypse. However, in just 3 months, thousands of satellites overhead have already gone out of service. Is the technology still immature? That's the most terrifying thing. Without communication, we can't get any intelligence from the outside world. Who can withstand being completely in the dark? It's over. It's over. We're completely finished. Countless people were in an uproar. This is a very real problem. In the past, modern people were always with their mobile phones by their side. I can still use my phone while hiding in the camp, and to put it in a better light, I can accept being a shut-in for 3 months. But I can't stand not having electricity or internet for even 3 days. Cough, cough, cough. Tang Meng said, "Everyone, I believe you can already guess what terrifying developments are about to unfold. Without spiritual nourishment, we are all afraid that our spirits will weaken, and we will be infected and aggravated by the delirious murmurs in the mist, turning into zombies and greatly accelerating the extinction of mankind. Now, they all call those wild beasts zombies. Zombie cockroaches, zombie tigers, zombie humans. Those that awaken intelligence are intelligent zombies. That might not be the most accurate way to put it. But for most people who don't understand the complexities of the situation, even elderly people without much knowledge or education can instantly understand what zombies are. Logically speaking, if we are disconnected from the internet for a month, the probability of us having a mental breakdown and being infected is extremely high. If too many infected people emerge in a camp, we simply cannot resist them, and most camps will be almost completely wiped out. The apocalypse will last for 4 months, and we're all going to die." Tang Meng's words silenced everyone. Humanity's technological development is too slow. We haven't even truly succeeded in nuclear fusion. The world is now dominated by the spiritual pollution virus, and we are powerless to resist it. It seems that the rulers of our fifth sun age are truly doomed. The end of the world isn't in 2012, it's in 2021, someone said with a wry smile. I feel that humanity has suffered so many misfortunes. The Mayan civilization emerged at this pivotal moment in history. The first female emperor fought valiantly on the front lines, defending the earth against enemies shrouded in mist and ordering the evacuation of the people. It was a magnificent and tragic story, deeply moving. This isn't a movie, but something that actually happened. But on my own side, I haven't accomplished anything. Humans are so damn weak. They couldn't help but berate themselves so harshly. It's worth mentioning that the magicians of Atlantis have already built the first generation of mechs and spaceships, using magic stones as their energy core. Their technology is now far more advanced than ours, but I estimate that their level of civilization is still countless levels lower, so we still can't beat them. No wonder it's the prehistoric Gasha era. The legacy they've inherited is terrifying. Gentlemen, there is no need to worry. Why rely on prehistoric mythological civilization? Even if the odds of victory are slim, we modern shamans will create contemporary myths to strike back at the visitors. Those who offend China, no matter how far away, will be punished. Everyone was having a nice conversation when something strange suddenly popped up. Tang Meng, however, everyone, don't worry. In about 3 months, the basic infrastructure will be paralyzed and food will be scarce. This was expected from the beginning, which is why I couldn't wait to go to a certain era to find opportunities. Originally, it would have been very difficult for me to help you across time. But God opened a time wormhole, allowing me to return to this era, so I can now help you. Everyone's eyes lit up with excitement. Yes. Is Tang Meng now an ordinary person? She was the Breath of Earth's child under Nua's command, and she must have sneaked over from another time and space, right? This means that she can help here. Tang Meng, there was no actual smuggling, we just sent out a clone. To solve the predicament you are facing, first, I plan to implement the Survivor Assistance Plan, which will send a bunch of sonic aircraft gods to drop second-generation, high-purity original breath soil creatures on you. Send me your address privately, along with your reasons for applying and your advantages. I will assess you, and those who meet the requirements will be airdropped. The gods should be able to do it. You all know this omnipotent creature, the breath of earth, which can be used to cultivate life and develop a mortal kingdom. You are all great witches. At the same time, I will also release mechanical snails. Once they arrive at your camp, they will multiply on their own and can be used as mobile phones to connect to the mental network communication. The camp that accepts the package must shoulder mission as a great witch tribe to begin cultivating a mortal kingdom. As for the reason, I've already figured it out. This is Her Highness Nua's donation to the prehistoric Great Shaman. Nua was also a member of the Great Witch clan, so how could she abandon her prehistoric people? Therefore, she released the 9 heavens breath soil to every Great Witch clan, allowing them to create humans from clay. The Great Witch clan nurtured mortals and immortals. We are shamans, not humans. Therefore, let the prehistoric Great Shaman tribe help support the mortals of later generations and support all mankind. This also presents an opportunity for the Great Witch tribe to rise again, to revive the legends of the ancient Great Witch tribe, such as Hui shooting down the sun, Kuafu, and Sing Tian. These words sent everyone into a frenzy. Isn't this just a civilization building game? Civilization moves at a pace of 1 day to 1 year, changing every day. In the blink of an eye, a year has passed, just like the button in a game that advances to the next turn. If that's the case, then it would be extremely interesting for us, as great shamans and mythical giants, to witness the changing times and the ever-shifting landscape of the earth. Praise be to Her Highness Nua. Praise be to Her Highness Nua. Show compassion for the suffering of us prehistoric shamans. They specially sent over the original breath soil. Let us also create humans from clay. Fu Qingjun's face darkened. When did I say those things? I'm here working hard to resist the enemy, and you're causing trouble behind my back. At this moment, Tang Meng smiled. The life-giving soil organisms are the essence of our Earth's civilization. Based on the flatworm as a template, they possess countless possibilities. They are single-stranded RNA organisms, with clay fusing with the other half of the gene sequence of other organisms, allowing for countless possibilities. Eating an angel will turn you into a breath of earth type angel. Eating an immortal cockroach will turn you into a breath of earth type cockroach. So everyone, the embryo of civilization is now in your hands. Each of your survivor camps can ask me for a civilization embryo. Whether it lives or dies, and how it develops, is up to you. This was an idea Tang Meng had come up with long ago. The creatures of the breath of earth possess limitless potential, which is why they can provide opportunities for great shamans to rise to power. I want to apply. The mortal kingdoms I nurtured are all heroes of their time, and the creatures I fused are simply the strongest in the world. I want to build a mechanical civilization, the Transformers spark. Countless people were excited. This is equivalent to Pokémon or Digimon, possessing infinite biological possibilities. Some people now even believe that the end of the world is not entirely a bad thing, but a crisis and a huge opportunity. Harry Potter's wizard, Eastern fantasy, and martial arts civilization? The world of Digimon, Ultraman, both seem to be possibilities. They were also deeply shocked and finally understood. It turns out we've always been the great sorcerers and giants of mythology, immortal for millennia, watching the evolution of mortal civilization. On Earth, even daring to interfere. Tang Meng, those with relevant biological knowledge will be given priority, as will those who are closer to the camp. She had actually already prepared several lists. She and the sword are from the past, the Mediterranean barber, the Blood Knight, and several other official scientists. These talented people who have been actively participating in the forum are all quite intelligent and have been guiding this place. Moreover, these three people also seem to have a sense of destiny, as they all coincidentally satirized the mysterious person who predicted the end of the world. But it's only natural to choose them because of their talent. Fu Qingjun was able to find them as her masters, because she had sifted through countless people online during the cycle of reincarnation to find just 3 of them. However, you must also stand up. Do you want to gain power? Fu Qingjun's eyes went black, but upon closer reflection, it makes perfect sense. This is the best approach, and although it may seem absurd, it is actually the optimal choice for the current surviving humans. Upon closer inspection, it became clear that whether it was the Mist Giants or anyone else, Moro and his ilk were all acting in a way that was most advantageous to themselves. Of course, Qin Hong was an exception. She committed suicide right away. She is an emotional person, which makes her seem carefree and indifferent to gains and losses. Perhaps this is the reason why her martial arts will is so strong. Fine, my population limit has finally reached a point of explosive growth. It's no problem for you to help me raise some mortals. Fu Qingjun chuckled. I have no idea what kind of weirdo my hair has become. The ant civilization cultivated in their minds is so popular that countless people are vying to help raise it, believing it to be some kind of prehistoric civilization of ordinary people. However, the times have truly changed across the entire Earth. The apocalypse has arrived. Under the influence of my hair demon kingdom, humanity has entered the era of the great witches, helping to cultivate various demon kingdoms. It was as bizarre and fantastical as a scene from a dream. Fu Qingjun narrowed his eyes. What's this? A global population of gods, cultivating a civilization among mortals. He couldn't figure it out, so he stopped thinking about it. However, he now understands perfectly well that these are just a bunch of brats, a battle for supremacy among all races. Countless great shamans led countless civilizations to rise on this planet, where 100 schools of thought contended, creating an unparalleled brilliance. It seems promising, but unfortunately, Fu Qingjun doesn't believe that any powerful civilization or strong individuals will emerge in a short period of time, as it requires accumulation and countless trials and errors. However, it would be good to keep them relaxed and prevent them from having nothing to do at the camp. After all, Tang Meng was genuinely thinking of their best interests. But I still have to keep busy with my own things. Fu Qingjun spoke calmly, looking up at the sky and frowning. It seems the other side is making some unusual moves. Could it be that they've discovered that history is all fake? The Dark Titan Era, Year 40. After passing through the altar, between flesh and blood, and questioning the ancient remnants of gods and demons, they finally confirmed that the gods and demons knew Gasha. Judging from the hatred he displayed, it's highly likely that this deity was killed by Gasha. In other words, the era of the Great Flood was real. Thus, all suspicions were cleverly confirmed. They began to believe in God's 3 days. They were born on this planet, and they began to spread their doctrines. This group of extraterrestrials integrated into the Earth's natives. Of course, he still hadn't forgotten the mad ravings in his ear. As a descendant of divine blood, he had to risk his life to revive that great forbidden being. If Fu Qingjun knew about this, she would find it both laughable and absurd. What does being an alien have to do with my Earth? Earth is not your home, so please stop making up blood ties. Fu Qingjun would also be surprised at how fierce Jiaxia was. He sent Jiaxia back hundreds of thousands of years, and she had already developed to an unknown level, had already gone into space, and even killed a strange cosmic creature. The truth has come out. The Japanese devils were actually brought here by Jiaxia. This time paradox suddenly appears. A mist descends, Earth faces crisis. I fled to another world, intending to save Earth, but accidentally teleported Gasha back. Gasha killed a being hundreds. Thousands of years ago, the remains approach for revenge. A mist descends, Earth faces crisis. Which came first, the chicken or the egg? However, that's all there is to it. After all, Fu Qingjun knew that a war must have taken place elsewhere, and that Jiaxia, who had traveled far away, had killed the enemy. However, the deity was not fully conscious, and his brief awakening only revealed his hatred for Jiaxia, which led his followers to mistakenly believe it was real. They believed they too were the source of the Great Flood, born on this planet. If that god-demon truly revives, he would just be completely bewildered, realizing that his blood relationship was clearly wrong, and that they weren't even the same species. It was quite a coincidence after all. Who told me to pour a bucket of water on my desk? At this moment, Earth is indeed powerless to resist Jiaxia's enemies, even if it has been reduced to wreckage by Jiaxia. Fu Qingjun's demon kingdom is indeed still weak and far from being a match for them. Soon, the Titan kingdom, nested on the moon, and the corrupted Titan kingdom led by Bruce, are two opposing mist kingdoms that are frantically multiplying the mortals on Earth. They are beginning to break through to true godhood, seeking to revive the glory of the great god. A large number of Mayan mortals were seduced by them. The sky was grayish-black. Black clouds rolled and surged, covering the ruined city, internet cafes, streets, and pedestrian areas with a black theme. Strange vines covered the area, and countless black tumors rose from the ground in the forest, forming an eerie dark world. Splash! Countless black, ferocious armored knights galloped across the land. They were handsome and tall, carrying huge, sharp spears, riding on black, ferocious cockroach-like unicorn monsters with huge black wings on their backs, from which slime would occasionally drip. Splash! A sleek, black mechanical disc flew across the sky. Damn it, it's a flying saucer. Those Atlantean magicians are always probing us. It's disgusting. A gray-robed knight frowned. We're reviving the great flood god from before the myths, and they're interfering with us, monitoring us, preventing us from our annual pilgrimage to the towering giant in the mist, the Dark Titan. At this moment, the strongest beings from all civilizations are rushing to the annual ceremony for the birth of a new god. Hundreds of millions of grandmasters flock to the center from all directions to worship and connect with the ancient Dark Titan, helping them to break through to godhood. This is a golden age of civilization. They don't want to resurrect prehistoric gods and demons, the leading archbishop in gray robes spoke. Those gods and demons, though they offended Jiasha and made mistakes, have already repented. We will help them be resurrected so that the great ancient gods can once again guide us to the starry sky. Clearly, they were truly deceived and mistook a thief for their father. It's important to understand that this person harbors immense hatred towards Jiaxia, and upon being resurrected, their first reaction is to kill the creatures of Jiaxia's homeland. On the front lines of the Earth's battlefield, the mortal ant civilization, which has recognized its enemy as its father, is now everywhere, spreading across the entire surface and oppressing the underground civilizations that are still resisting. But so what? Fu Qingjun can easily deal with these civilizations that have switched sides, but this only alerts the other side. Meanwhile, in order to win over these traitorous civilizations, they would continuously release some cultivation inheritance systems, which Fu Qingjun secretly learned. They even helped them raise people, so who ultimately benefited is another matter. Fu Qingjun looked up at the sky. However, with their help, my demon kingdom has begun to occupy some territories on a large scale. The news of the annual breakthrough of a true god in the Titan Kingdom's lunar lair, attracting hundreds of millions of grandmasters to pay homage, has spread throughout the kingdoms of all regions. At the same time, some newly developing, modern Great Witch tribes also learned of this news through communications. The Dark Titans were growing stronger. Iron Moon City. This is the land ruled by the kingdom of Bruce Titan, a disciple of Moro. Fu Qingjun walked along the streets of this city, a tiny person on the street, occasionally glancing at the enormous giants that passed overhead. If I hadn't blended in with these ant-like mortals, these true gods of this level would definitely have discovered me, right? Fu Qingjun asked earnestly. This was the first time he had ever been so close to those high-level zombie giants. Full of bright red muscles and torn flesh, this indescribable demi-human creature was infected by evil and even possessed some of the qualities of an evil god, with ancient tentacles growing on it. In fact, after looking through them, Fu Qingjun discovered that the human species seemed to have extremely high resistance and made up a very small number of these monsters. More often, it is cats, dogs, cockroaches, tigers, and birds. These creatures, which are not inherently intelligent, develop intelligence after being infected, and a small number of them become offspring of the gods. Even among the followers of evil gods, the human race is at the very bottom. Well, since they believe in history, then as a native, I can also deceive them for a while and stir up trouble. Let me also take on an enemy disciple and let him contend for the world, thus delaying their progress and overall situation. Unbeknownst to her, Fu Qingjun had stopped in front of a little boy. The boy was being bullied by a group of bird monsters and was lying on the ground covered in blood. In the world of evil gods' servants, the strong are respected and the weak are bullied. Why? Why can't I beat him? The boy wiped the blood off his body. Emperor Jiaxia slaughtered the gods in the sky and the demons on the ground. We are the followers of gods and demons, but we should also admit our mistakes and correct them. After reviving the gods and demons, we should not commit any more heinous crimes, lest the great flood destroy the world a second time. He loved the mythical history of the great flood. On the third day, Gasha arrived and bestowed upon the creatures of the earth wisdom and deception. The heavenly Jiaxia descended, guiding the creatures of the earth toward prosperity and bestowing upon them the wisdom to think. Unfortunately, having learned to think, she also learned to deceive. The gods and demons are extremely wicked. They wielded their swords at Jiaxia in the sky. The great flood had just destroyed the world, yet they were still not on guard. How evil they are. The little boy took a deep breath, feeling very unwilling. Fu Qingjun was speechless. She hadn't expected that an alien race that had developed intelligence from the remains of Earthlings could read this part of my demon kingdom's history so fluently. Do you want to cultivate something else? A magnetic voice rang out from beside the little boy. Even if you have inherited the memories of the ancient gods and demons, those are still their things. Directly cultivating those heinous god and demon inheritances is a sin. Since you want to change, why not change the inheritance first and turn it into your own cultivation method? Who are you? The little boy looked around warily. I am an ancient god demon who survived the great flood of Jiaxia. You were born from that god demon, who was also my old friend. We once discussed the Tao together and planned to assassinate Jiaxia, Fu Qingjun said calmly. You are a lingering remnant of a god or demon from the same era? The little boy exclaimed in shock. What are you going to teach me? I will teach you the methods of cultivating immortality. The voice was calm and gentle. Follow the path of key refining, foundation establishment, golden core, and nascent soul. Cultivate the great freedom of heaven and earth, and you can attain immortality. Key refining, foundation establishment, golden core, nascent soul. The boy was stunned. What level of skill was this? Fu Qingjun smirked. This is the level of my nonsense. Of course, there are also some wild ideas mixed in. Little one, let's sit down and talk, Fu Qingjun said. The little boy giant sat by the street, watching the ant. Fu Qingjun also sat down cross-legged and said, in the ancient times, the combat power of each realm was 10 times stronger than it is now. They could fly and escape into the earth, and were capable of anything, 10 times more powerful. The boy's eyes widened. Before the great flood, the ancient cultivators were 10 times stronger in every realm than they are now. Those were the true immortals and gods. Fu Qingjun nodded. The first stage, key cultivation, corresponds to the current muscle weight. Muscles are the source of human strength and the foundation of key cultivation. The second realm, foundation building, corresponds to the current bone-weighing realm. Bones are the supporting framework of life. A person cannot stand without bones, hence the name foundation building. Fu Qingjun continued. The third realm, the Grandmaster realm, is when one proves who they are and condenses a round particle in the brain, which can be called the soul golden core. Hearing this, the little boy felt, I feel that the first two levels are just called by different names. The third Grandmaster realm, known as the golden core realm, begins to branch out. The third realm, Grandmaster, involves cultivating the soul and proving the divine within, then forming a sea of consciousness in the brain. It possesses the aura and pressure of a grandmaster. One could say that a grandmaster has a giant basketball of soul in their head, and they condense this giant basketball into a golden elixir. Is it really possible to condense the soul into such tiny particles in the third realm? The little boy said, with such compression, the foundation of this realm seems even more solid and terrifying. Everyone's soul count is 100, but you've condensed it into a grain of rice, while he's a huge sphere that can easily pierce through the opponent. His combat power is indeed 10 times stronger, or even more. Fu Qingjun raised an eyebrow. Yes, the realm of ancient times. It's much stronger than it is now. The boy nodded seriously, but that the souls of ordinary living beings cannot withstand such compression. The soul of a normal living being cannot be compressed to this extent. After all, the soul also has a genetic sequence, DNA. If you look closely, it is composed of individual DNA chains. If you forcibly compress it, wouldn't the soul collapse and turn into a mess? That's how the little boy explained it. Fu Qingjun understood. So even they can't compress the soul structure, he was trying to get information out of me in secret. After all, the other side's system is more mature. However, it is precisely because their systems are mature that they cannot be completely unrestrained in their thinking. Unlike when they have nothing, they cannot let their imaginations run wild and explore all sorts of possibilities. That's because the organisms have different structures. Following his words, Fu Qingjun argued, prehistoric people and modern organisms have different structures. Their soul codes are special and not spiral structures, so they can be highly compressed into a sphere. The little boy pondered, that's because the structure of living things is different. We, the people of later generations, will not be able to cultivate the divine and demonic techniques of that God before the Great Flood. But what if we gave you soul programming? Fu Qingjun said. Rewrite my soul? His eyes widened. Is that altering my physical structure? How is that even possible? I can give you a chance, Fu Qingjun said. Others can't do it, but I can. Hair possesses a special ability. It can adjust the structure of the soul. If the soul is reprogrammed to become more flexible and evolve into a special humanoid creature, it can condense into a soul elixir. Having previously undergone soul modification and genetic engineering to create new races such as angels and snail people, it's not impossible for me to create a super race with highly compressed and condensed souls. This was the result of Fu Qingjun's painstaking thinking. He has been reincarnated for 17 years, and his own qualifications and talents are not low. However, he has too many things to manage, so he cannot personally participate. In his view, this is feasible to some extent. However, our own foundation is certainly insufficient, so we need to rely on the millions of years of civilization of the other party to build our own foundation. Fu Qingjun continued to express her thoughts. The fourth realm is the young god, the Tao attainer realm. How do you cultivate to reach the Tao attainer realm? The little boy has certain limitations in his mind, preventing him from answering certain questions, but the fourth realm has been gradually revealed, making it possible to discuss it. He said, the structure of the soul is divided into the ocean of spiritual power and the origin of the soul. The origin of the soul resides in the middle of the ocean of spiritual power. Fu Qingjun nodded. The spiritual power emitted is called spirit by martial artists, magic power by the Shu Mountain sect, and brain juice by Fu Qingjun, all of which mean the same thing. It can be consumed and then slowly recover. Our fourth realm is to separate the ocean of spiritual energy and to construct a soul demon palace in the mind, like building blocks, by taking each of the 5 emotions, joy, anger, sorrow, happiness, and hatred. This realm is the young god realm. It requires reconstructing the spiritual sea, changing the essence of one's soul, and giving birth to a new and incredible existence. In fact, each soul demon temple possesses a unique innate divine ability. There are 5 great demon temples in total. Our soul essence resides in its strongest main temple. Each demon palace has countless blueprints for its construction. For example, the Joyful Demon Palace alone has 320 different blueprints for specific cultivation techniques that we can choose from. Upon hearing this, Fu Qingjun took a deep breath. Even though she had known about it before, she was still shocked. Gap! That's a huge difference. No wonder they say it's a difference of millions of years in cultural heritage. Our fourth realm is about unleashing our ocean of spiritual energy as spells. We have this fourth realm, but no corresponding combat power. They know how to use the Sea of Souls to build a palace of souls. Where are they? It's the result of generations of accumulation. Even within any one of the 5 systems, there are hundreds of mature palace cultivation techniques to choose from and combine. No wonder they aren't afraid of you surpassing them at all. Even if you are told how to cultivate, you still have to start from scratch and study the diagrams of each palace yourself. No matter how talented you are, it doesn't matter. In a lifetime, one might only be able to open up 1 or 2 such opportunities. Only by having the 5 palaces of joy, anger, sorrow, happiness, and hatred can one achieve perfect fulfillment. Otherwise, even a powerful figure like the Supreme Emperor, who has reached the pinnacle of his cultivation, would only possess the outward appearance of a great master. Upon hearing this, Fu Qingjun said, "Yes, this is your modern method of breakthrough." How did the ancients construct palaces for the 3rd realm, Golden Core, and the 4th realm, Nascent Soul? Hearing this, the boy frowned. They separated the 5 emotions and turned them into 5 palaces. But this ancient cultivator did the opposite. He compressed and twisted the 3rd realm into a knot. How could he reconstruct the Sea of Souls in the 4th realm, Nascent Soul? Could it be that it has hatched from an egg? Instead of building palaces from 5 separate structures, they were connected together to form a body and limbs, becoming a single human being. His pupils suddenly contracted. The little boy said excitedly, "The nascent soul breaks through the golden core of the soul, and within it is nurtured a super palace infant containing joy, anger, sorrow, happiness, and hatred. Our consciousness resides within this palace infant." "You are a promising young man," Fu Qingjun replied with a smile. "That's still a highly unified system. A single, highly compressed palace is definitely stronger than ours, which are divided into 5. He said excitedly, "No wonder it's from ancient times. It's amazing." "Yes, of course it's amazing," Fu Qingjun answered with a smile. "This is also my own idea. After all, if even Yudula and the others are working so hard, how could the mastermind behind it all not try to use his brain? What can I do with my abilities?" Of course, he wanted to create a new race, so he started thinking in that direction. Ordinary people cannot compress their souls, and it has been confirmed that even the offspring of this alien god cannot do it. So why did Fu Qingjun create a race that can compress souls? Don't forget that you also have advantages in this area. In this vast world, every race has tailored its own cultivation methods according to its physical structure. Fu Qingjun, however, did the opposite. He first idealized the strongest cultivation method and then created a race based on the essential physical structure required by this method. I think I finally understand how to use my hair. The divine and demonic banquet has also unlocked a new way to use it. As Fu Qingjun sighed, she also looked at the other person. "I'm giving you 3 years to develop a plan for the evolution of life, based on the ancient traditions and knowledge of the prehistoric flood that have been passed down for millions of years. You only have 1 chance, if you want to change this stagnant world." "Yes," the boy exclaimed excitedly. 3 years is just 3 days. It's gone in the blink of an eye. Fu Qingjun came over again and guided the little boy into the night banquet of gods and demons. "The first time we guide outsiders in," Fu Qingjun narrowed his eyes, watching as the others began to use their special abilities, but none of them were his own familiars. He tried it out, and if the other party didn't resist, he could forcibly infect them, insert their ahoj, cowlick, and make them his familiar. However, there seems to be some kind of mechanism in the other party's mind that will self-destruct once it is hacked, and the little boy will die. Therefore, in any case, the other party can only be one of that mysterious creature's people. It's not as easy as you think to hack into it. But that's precisely why, as someone from the other side, he's able to possess those inheritances. Fu Qingjun, a young man in white with white wings, smiled faintly and said, "Whether you are my person or not, what does it matter? As long as you work for me, that's enough, even if he turns against me in the future. Right now, I'm using their millions of years of civilization as a foundation to have them stand on the shoulders of giants and help me deduce a race and its cultivation system. Since he can't reveal his own lineage system, he can simply use his accumulated knowledge to deduce a new system and hand it over to me." Fu Qingjun smiled. He's exploiting loopholes. Indirectly, they steal the essence of their civilization. Moro and his companions are acting in the best possible way. Aren't I the same? Although it's my best method, it's also a bit dirty. However, he prefers to take big risks with small investments, acting as a hidden mastermind who occasionally places a piece on the world's chessboard to drive global instability and development. The world is in resistance, and so is he. This is the first time someone who isn't mine has benefited from my generosity. You little guy with the thick hair, I hope you can live up to my expectations." Fu Qingjun looked at the little guy in the divine demon banquet. Several hours have passed. The little boy finally deduced a new version, directly modifying himself in his mind. He looks no different on the outside, but the arrangement of his soul has changed in some way, allowing it to be compressed and condensed at a high density. "You succeeded," Fu Qingjun said. "Yes, master." The little boy, a tiny giant, bowed deeply and respectfully. "Master, may I ask your name? You are my fourth disciple, but only an unnamed one. I will not teach you anything, and I have already given you unlimited potential," Fu Qingjun said. "After all, I am an old friend of that ancient god and demon, and you are his bloodline descendant. I am just giving him some small help." The little boy still bowed respectfully. "I am too weak to be accepted as a disciple by an existence comparable to our ancestors and gods. But I will strive to change this world. I do not yet have a name. Please bestow one upon me." "A name?" Fu Qingjun looked up at the misty sky and said, "The world is gray. I hope you will bring light." "I will name you Bai Shi." Bai Long bowed earnestly. "Fu Qingjun has gone far away. I'm sorry. I specifically chose someone with an extremely strong sense of justice to stir up trouble in this world." Fu Qingjun sighed inwardly, feeling somewhat guilty. "I hope to witness the rise of the next era. Time flies. The 48th year of the Dark Titan era. 48 years at the speed of God is a considerable period even for giants. Many have grown, broken through, aged, or perished. They found that, for over a month, those prehistoric Great Witch tribes and survivor camps have begun to cultivate a mortal civilization. At first, they observed it with curiosity, noting the extravagant names like primordial civilization and cosmic civilization, but later they realized it didn't matter, as it was too weak. Even the Mayan civilization couldn't match their depth and heritage, let alone these guys. Although they have spiritual nourishment and solace, they are still being infected and assimilated. Their numbers have increased to the point that they are too lazy to pay attention to their petty actions and continue to be slowly boiled like frogs in water. Meanwhile, their attention was also focused more on the smaller creatures. Incredible. Absolutely incredible. The mortal race on this planet is simply the most convenient tool for the birth of true gods. Originally, these outsiders did not hold any hope of breaking through to become true gods. They simply used divine blood to break through to become false gods. After all, to break through to the true God realm, one needs the spiritual connection of tens of thousands of fellow clansmen, which means that at least 1 billion people in a race would need to cultivate simultaneously for there to be a chance of producing a true God. But what about now? Their population is growing too fast. What a magical land, full of mysteries, truly worthy of being the ancient soil from which this god-demon corpse was born. They opened a new path, accompanied by the continuous appearance of true God's victory was within their grasp. As for the resistance of those mortals, they haven't even figured out a method for constructing the sea of consciousness of a soul demon palace. It should be known that the accumulation of foundation for this fourth realm requires an extremely long time. I didn't take it to heart at first. Moro, mingling among them, was also deeply distressed. It's hateful that they only told me the diagram and technique for building the heavenly palace, and then they made me build the main hall out of hatred, and that was it. Now I have built a burning resentment divine power in my main hall, which is a technique for suicide, but I have many clones, so self-destruction is suitable. Next time, I'll break one of that wicked disciple's teeth. Just as the Titan Kingdom and the corrupted Titan Kingdom, nested on the moon, were vying for supremacy on this misty land, a mysterious young man appeared. He appeared in the corrupted Titan Kingdom. The mere breakthrough to the third realm of Grandmaster caused a surge of wind and clouds within 100 meters, as if the entire land was being covered, with souls sweeping across it. What is that? Is it Bailong? That guy, isn't he an idiot? He's cultivated for over 30 years and is still only at the second stage, the bone-weighing realm. He's the slowest idiot in history. Is he about to reach the third realm now? It's hilarious. We inherited the divine blood of the great gods and demons, making us powerful from birth and able to cultivate at an extremely fast speed, while he is slower than even a mortal. But how can its aura be so powerful? This aura, despite only having broken through to the third realm, is surprisingly similar in energy concentration to that of a Taoist who has just entered the fourth realm. It's incredibly condensed. Moro and Bruce arrived. Little one, what's wrong with you? After several checks, they finally confirmed the strangeness in the little guy's mind. His soul, somehow compressed, transformed into a golden elixir with an extremely high concentration, even surpassing the soul concentration of the fourth realm. I don't cultivate the traditional method of differentiating the sea of consciousness. I cultivate the method of the golden core. Once I swallow a golden core, my fate is in my own hands, not in the hands of heaven, Bailong said earnestly. Moro was surprised. Cultivating immortality? So, this evil demon actually inherited something like this? Bruce was dumbfounded. Where did you get this inheritance? How can your soul be so abnormal? Bailong naturally wouldn't reveal the existence of that mysterious being, only saying, I obtained some special ancient god inheritances and awakened an alternative cultivation method. This system consists of key refining, foundation establishment, golden core, nascent soul. Everyone was stunned. What did you get from the remains of that dead demon god? This further confirms that the remains of this god and demon came from this planet. After all, there are legends about this place, and it is also so classified in this system. If this remains of a god or demon still possessed any sense, it would surely be heartbroken and throw all sorts of accusations at him. Ha ha ha, what a great fortune for our country. This time, let's see how the neighboring Nest Kingdom will defend itself. Moro laughed, and Bruce also chose to secretly keep the news of this genius under wraps, providing him with the best conditions for training, hoping that he would rise to prominence quickly. The 67th year of the Dark Titan era. Decades later, Bai Long, who had finally broken through, remained calm and composed, cultivating every day, yet his realm showed no signs of improvement. This greatly disappointed Moro and Bruce. Because the resources consumed were simply too many, it seems that great power and a terrifying foundation also require an equal price. Moreover, Bai Long was exploring each realm breakthrough on his own, and even standing on the shoulders of giants was extremely difficult. 75 years of the Dark Titan era. The fighting on the front lines is extremely tense. Moro and Bruce were ultimately only temporary monks and couldn't stop the orthodox ones. Since they also started taking in mortals themselves, they lost their advantage. Bai Long still showed no signs of breaking through, which made Mo Luo suspect that the inheritance was flawed, and he gradually reduced the cultivation resources available to him. The 79th year of the Dark Titan era, Bai Long has cultivated more than 70 thoughts, but he is still stuck at the third golden core stage. Many powerful figures of his age had already broken through to the true God realm, and some had even died on the front lines, their bodies turning into skeletons, with generation after generation following in their footsteps. Some of the tribesmen, looking at Bai Long, couldn't help but feel utterly disappointed. Some even thought he was afraid of dying, which was why he was holding back his cultivation level and not going to the front lines. Coward, scoundrel, he has lost our honor in the face of that forbidden being. 80 years into the Dark Titan era. Even with the lifespan of a normal modern person, it has already passed. Even in the divine time, where a day in heaven is equivalent to a year on earth, more than 80 days have already passed. Bruce was gradually showing signs of aging. Years of battles had left him with hidden injuries all over his body, and even someone as powerful as him was beginning to falter. Alas, we are in a period of transition with no successors, Moro sighed. On the other hand, the Moon Nest dynasty has produced an extraordinary genius who has ascended to the throne as a new god and has already quickly built 5 great soul demon palaces, the strongest of them all. He wants to slaughter us, enslave us, and sacrifice our flesh and blood to the great god. This is a real war. The gods who died on both sides were sacrificed to the forbidden remains, but neither of them wanted to die, so they began a war that lasted for years, with each side sacrificing the other. Just as Moro sighed, suddenly an extremely arrogant voice echoed across the entire kingdom's sky. 80 years have passed, and you've tolerated this much? It's a testament to the weakness of previous rulers. A figure towered in the sky. This god has descended. You weaklings, why don't you hurry and greet me? You can search for "My Hair Can Create a Demon Kingdom" novel cool notes on Baidu to find the latest chapters. Those arrogant and domineering words, that haughty attitude, led to a direct invasion of this land and an attack on the dark mist-infected familiar kingdom on the other side. The other party turned out to be an infected cat, a zombie demon cat, which had awakened its intelligence. Another internal strife. Moro is really something. Fu Qingjun watched with great interest. Arrogant and domineering, I love this kind of villainous demeanor. With arrogant big demons like Liu Tiandi and Moro appearing on my side, it's time for you to cause some trouble and chaos. It would be best if they fought. Even if Bai Long doesn't rise to power, it's still a good thing for Fu Qingjun. Damn it, that Miles is indeed a genius. He has actually built 5 soul demon palaces by layering the Chaos Soul Sea, and his own soul has entered into the palaces in the Sea of Consciousness. Damn it, even His Majesty Bruce only has 4 magic palaces. It's true that the new generation surpasses the old. Such geniuses are a once-in-a-century phenomenon, and unfortunately, they're not from our side. Many of the elders and heretical gods in the Mist had extremely ugly expressions. If it weren't for that guy Bai Long who consumed too many of our resources, we wouldn't have had to save time on discovering geniuses all these years. Each time a portion of the sea of consciousness is peeled away to build a soul palace, the process becomes increasingly difficult. Just as everyone was stunned, a voice came. "Senior, you want to kill us to sacrifice to the evil god so that you can become heroes after the god awakens. Your intentions are truly malicious." A young man in white stepped into the void, his eyes peaceful, yet seemingly containing countless galaxies within them, giving people a sense of ethereal freedom. Mill's pupils contracted slightly. This creature, despite only having just entered the fourth realm and not even having condensed a single innate divine power palace, gave him a strong sense of crisis. The other side actually has such a young prodigy hidden away. However, he didn't seem to care and said calmly, "You seem quite extraordinary, but you haven't even condensed a palace in your sea of consciousness. You haven't even made it to the first level of the 5-layer demon palace. How can you be my opponent?" Bai Long calmly said, "Why bother? I am no match for you now, but I am about to break through. Killing you would only take one punch. Your retreat is the only way out. Ha 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 ha." Mills was arrogant and furious. "You want to break through? How? Do you want to break through the first level of the demon palace and condense the first divine palace to defeat me? That's ridiculous." Morrow and Bruce exchanged glances. When did Bai Long secretly accept offerings from all living beings and break through to the fourth realm of true God? However, he hadn't even condensed a single palace, so how could he be a match for the other party? Many people emerged from the ruins, bewildered. Why are they locked in a standoff? Could it be that we also have a hidden expert here? Comparable to a god of the 5th-layer demon palace. When they saw the truth, they were quite surprised. That's Bai Long? That cultivation failure? While everyone was still stunned, the opposing deity had already launched an attack. "So be it, so be it," Bai Long said calmly. "I originally wanted to continue to build up my strength and accumulate resources, but unfortunately, it's no longer up to me." He suddenly stretched out his hand, break through the core formation, condense the nascent soul. Everyone felt enveloped by his vast sea of consciousness, and in a daze, they saw a golden, chaotic sphere of consciousness, covered with layers of wonderful and intricate Tao patterns, exquisite and profound. Boom! The next second, the golden core in his mind cracked. Within the countless golden, shimmering cracks of the tortoise shell, people seemed to see a giant wielding a giant axe, splitting open the heavens and the earth, cleaving open the chaotic sea of consciousness. A figure in the shape of a boy stands tall among them. He stood alone in the center of the mind, his entire body covered in white gold skin. Majestic and vast, it seemed like the only true God in the beginning of the universe. The entire land seemed to be covered with that platinum gold radiance. What's this? A humanoid soul with a human face? A demon palace? No. He cultivated 5 demonic palaces simultaneously and condensed them into one great demonic palace, a celestial being said. That's not true at all. Beside him, Bruce exclaimed excitedly, "That's not our clan's demon palace system. It's not about condensing the sea of consciousness into a building with the soul residing within it. It's about condensing the sea of consciousness into a living being with the soul residing within that being. This is the nascent soul realm. What's going on here?" Mills looked terrified, instinctively wanting to flee in the face of the vast, ocean-like aura. This person is absolutely insane. This is an absolutely insane system. To condense 5 heavenly palaces at the same time, how long would that be? What if you were beaten to death along the way? Unfortunately, he was no longer able to think that much. Bang! A giant, ethereal hand struck out from afar. Mill's entire body rapidly cracked and collapsed, defeated the enemy in one move. Moro was incredibly excited, but quickly said, "Don't kill him." Such a genius, if we can subdue and suppress him, but the next second, a golden nascent soul surged into the other's brain and strode forward. Unlike ordinary people who have a spiritual ocean in their minds with a ball of consciousness in the center, this spiritual ocean has condensed into 5 magnificent demon palaces. Enter directly into the main hall and look at the soul sitting high up inside. "You?" their terrified palace owner began to speak. Before Mills could react, his true spirit was instantly. "This body is now ownerless." Bai Long spoke calmly, striding up to the palace in the main hall. "I build people, you build palaces. I can just beat you to death and move into your palaces. In this way, I have 2 C's of consciousness. This move is called nascent soul possession, which is a perfect counter to the evil god." "Demon Palace clan in the mist," he said calmly. Splash! When he opened his eyes, he saw his own body, Bai Long, which had lost its soul. Bang! He killed the original body with a single blow. Under everyone's astonished gazes, he manipulated this new body and said calmly, "I am Bai Long, the nascent soul of the Demon Palace, a civilization system that is a nemesis of the ancient universes. Demon gods. From now on, the cultivation of this heaven-defying person has been completely seized by me. Having all the accumulated knowledge of this civilization, he can naturally find its weaknesses and defeat it." Everyone stared in astonishment, their faces filled with shock and admiration. What kind of ancient god's legacy is this? That's outrageous. This isn't the same race as the heavenly clan. They suddenly became inexplicably panicked. Nascent soul possession. Wouldn't all my cultivation be used to benefit someone else? Bai Long didn't know how to explain his system, so he could only say, "You all don't know, this is also the inheritance of that demon god's remains. This inheritance is divided into the servant chapter and the main chapter. What the common people inherited was mostly the servant's chapter. Now, I will teach you the main chapter of this technique. Their practice of that technique is just paving the way for us. Naturally, it can suppress the Titan Kingdom, their lunar nest. We are the masters, and they are the servants. Suppressing them is extremely easy. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone on this side became extremely excited. Wouldn't that guarantee victory in future wars? Our nascent soul system is the ultimate counter to the Demon Palace system. They are doomed to defeat. Everyone became excited. By continuously enslaving them, we can naturally revive the ancient demon gods. After all, they are offspring of divine blood, descendants born from the remnants of the corpse and fresh blood. It is inevitable that they would go through fire and water and spare no effort to resurrect that forbidden life. We welcome the return of the demon god. He has seen us, his loyal offspring, and has revived him in this way. He will surely regard us as his meritorious subjects, praise us highly, and bestow upon us tremendous opportunities. Fu Qingjun was speechless. Whether you can revive the demon god is unknown. However, when the demon god wakes up and sees that the divine bloodline followers responsible for resurrecting him are not cultivating his demon palace heritage, but instead practicing strange and modified techniques on this planet, completely altering his civilization's essence, and even becoming his natural enemy, he will definitely be dumbfounded. Find the latest chapters of the novel, My Hair. Can create a demon kingdom. Having killed the enemy's great emperor god with a single palm strike, Bai Long glanced around and said calmly, More than 30 years ago, I accidentally obtained a divine and demonic opportunity before the Great Flood, and vowed to reopen the path of immortality and establish the golden core and nascent soul system. Over the past decades, I have never been negligent. Day and night, I have worked tirelessly, combining the fragmented inheritance with the complete inheritance of the demon palace to create the immortal path system. Now that I have ascended to throne, it is only natural that I must preach to the world. It is time to fulfill the wishes of the gods and demons of the prehistoric flood. Bailong then proclaimed himself emperor. 80 years after the end of the flood, the demon palace remained, and the immortal ancestor rebuilt it to seize the life force of heaven and earth, thus giving rise to the immortal path. The Dark Immortal and Demon Era. 80 years into the Dark Titan Era. Boom! A vast, ethereal melody resounded across the land, clear and majestic. I have restored one of the ancient divine and demonic lineages, the immortal path, and shall establish the order of heaven and earth, and preach the way to the world. This sermon will lay the foundation for the immortals for the world. It will elucidate the principles of the world. There will be a total of 8 sermons, lasting 16 days. After that, the gods of the world will be appointed to hold power over heaven and earth, and to preside over divine duties, to stop war in the world, and strive for a peaceful and prosperous era. On this day, he summoned heroes from all over the world to the Heavenly Court Council. Aside from not inviting the Lunar Nest Kingdom, they even invited the prehistoric Mayan civilization. Bailong was ambitious. After hearing about the deeds of the Sunflower Movement, he wanted to rebuild the order of heaven and earth, proclaim himself emperor, and establish a White Moon heavenly court. Although it cannot compare to the Sunflower Dynasty of Jiaxia, it should still be considered a magnificent myth in pursuit of this ancient god. I not only wish to revive the remains of the ancient gods and demons, but also to revive the mythical glory of Gasha from that era. A figure with an air of otherworldly grace sat serenely on a futon in a celestial palace. The ancient immortals and gods rebelled against Jiaxia, bringing about the destruction of the world by a great flood. The ancestors of gods and demons did indeed make a mistake. As we restore his remains, we must also learn a lesson. He fully immersed himself in history, analyzing it from that perspective. Initially, these followers of the Mist Demon God referred to themselves as a tribe. However, after accepting the historical setting of the Great Flood, they truly believed that they were the natives of this land, and began to use the titles Emperor and King of the Sunflower Jiaxia Dynasty of the prehistoric Great Flood, and even built a divine palace and a heavenly court. It even incorporated classical fantasy architecture. He sat in the palace, on a futon, dressed in the style of a Taoist immortal with his hair tied up and wearing a crown. If that god or demon were to see this, I wonder if it would burst into tears. Of course, as a descendant of the divine bloodline, this evil god's entire kingdom of subjects still rules the world and seeks to revive the ancient gods and demons. Fu Qingjun could only say, "I can't defeat you in a fight right now. You still rule this earth in the misty world. But you invaders, you insist on taking on these roles yourselves, and there's nothing I can do about that." At this time, the ancestor of humanity, Hong Qi, Emperor Bailong said calmly. Below, Hong Qi walked out. He was only an avatar, so naturally he dared not descend with his true body, which had already entered the time realm long ago. We'll see what this evil adversary is up to and whether he's truly sincere. You may sit down and listen to the teachings. Bailong, with a leisurely expression, spoke to Hong Qi. There are 36 futons for my sermon. As the ancestor of humanity, representing the mortals of this era, you are entitled to one of them. Ancestor of humanity, Hanki remained silent, deeply moved by the name. He was not the strongest of his time, but just one of them. However, when all the other geniuses of his era had passed away, he became the representative. The old man, now very old, sat on a prayer mat, sighing, eager to see what he would say. The sermon began quickly. The first realm is the key refining realm. This realm trains the muscles and opens up the blood and ki. This realm is the muscle strengthening realm, yet these contemporary gods listened with rapt attention. The differences in the details were due to the fact that it was a cultivation method tailored to this race, containing endless mysteries and various principles. This lecture lasted for 3 whole days. The second realm is the foundation establishment realm. This realm is about bone refining. Bones are the support of living beings, and the foundation is built upon bones. Several more days passed, and this stage of the story was completed. The gods beneath Puxian were all able to endure the loneliness, their expression solemn as they sat on their prayer mats, waiting. The third realm, the golden core, is where one proves who they are in their heart, condenses the spirit of divine, and compresses the spirit and consciousness into a golden core. As soon as he said that, everyone held their breath, their eyes burning with anticipation. The profound method of soul compression seemed to open the door to a new world. They didn't know when the explanation had ended, but they were still pondering it carefully and were unwilling to get up. The fourth realm, the nascent soul. Within the elixir, the chaotic sea of consciousness nurtured is like amniotic fluid, shaping the infant, with the 5 internal organs representing the 5 great innate supernatural abilities. Upon hearing this, everyone's breathing became extremely rapid. This was a true opportunity. Even Hanki listened with rapt attention, feeling a sense of blissful intoxication. The exhilarating feeling of hearing the truth in the morning and dying content in the evening. Even he was amazed that this descendant of an evil god and demon, who had defied Jiaxia, was such a magnanimous person. But the next second, just when everyone thought the fourth realm was about to end, a voice rang out. 3 days later, we will discuss the fifth realm, the nascent soul stage. Boom. The whole world seemed to fall silent instantly. Are you talking about the fifth realm? Moro and Hanki were excited and breathing heavily. Sure enough, the demon god's inheritance of the prehistoric Great Flood civilization contained records of the fifth realm. Previously, those misty god-demon giants, although they kept mortals as livestock and exchanged them for some fragmented knowledge of cultivation techniques, never mentioned this point. Is it really that generous? Your Majesty, you mustn't, an elder beside him exclaimed. This is the core inheritance. It cannot be revealed. There are limitations in our sea of consciousness. Even uttering half a word will surely lead to our death. It seems unlikely that the other party will reveal the core inheritance. It's all right, Emperor Balong said calmly. I will not reveal the inheritance of the demon palace system, but I will reveal the breakthrough method of the immortal nascent soul system. He's exploiting loopholes. If you don't reveal the ancestors' secret method for breaking things through to the fifth realm, then revealing the secret method you created yourself means there are no restrictions. Moreover, he wasn't unprepared. What good would it do to tell them? Whether or not one can cultivate it is a huge question. But when he said it, regardless of whether you could cultivate or not, it meant that he had a broad mind, great courage, and the ability to teach without discrimination, thus subduing all races, mortals, and even the surviving tribes of this era. What I want to talk about is the fifth realm, the transformation into a deity. The fourth realm requires 1 day to complete a year's worth of cultivation. This is the limit of what a living being can perceive. The fifth realm cultivates space. The inner world encompasses everything. Boom. As soon as he finished speaking, it was like a thunderclap that shook the heavens and the earth. The people in the mortal world who were observing from the shadows were all horrified, and the whole world was shocked. The time for cultivating life forms in the fourth realm. The fifth realm, a space for cultivating living beings, they had a vague feeling that they had grasped something. This method of breaking through to the fifth realm involves reshaping a chaotic ocean of consciousness from the fourth realm, establishing a nascent soul, constructing it with the five great supernatural powers, connecting a region, allowing the nascent soul to grow into a deity, influencing the world with consciousness, and constructing a void within the mind. Whoosh. As soon as the words were spoken, everyone suddenly understood. The fifth realm is to connect all the mental palaces that have been constructed together, which will eventually form a stable and mysterious structure, becoming an inner space. Actually, everyone had already guessed some of it beforehand. After all, the orthodox method used by those mist giants is to build palaces, and everyone has vaguely guessed that this is one of the entrances to breaking through to the fifth realm. The fourth realm of civilization is the civilization of those who have heard the Tao. They are born in the morning and die in the evening because of the passage of time. The fifth realm of civilization is the spatial realm civilization, which has begun to master space. Civilizations at this level have already made preliminary progress in technologies such as space construction and space jump. In the Earth survivor camp, countless people stared in disbelief. But thinking about it, it makes sense. Once you grasp the concept of human time, you get human space, the embodiment of the brain's conscious space, which comes from physical space. Everyone secretly pondered this, finding it quite amazing. And what about the sixth realm? Moro asked bluntly. Bai Long hesitated for a moment. He hadn't even broken through to the fifth realm yet, and he was already thinking about the next realm. However, he still answered honestly. That was a true level that only existed when our ancient ancestors were alive. That is the great forbidden overlord, the great eagle that roams the entire world. It is said that it can traverse countless multidimensional spaces and dimensions, and even create small branch nodes of space-time. It can create the planet in this parallel universe, and is close to immortal. Everyone was nearly horrified. Traveling through parallel universes? Could it even create a planet in a parallel universe? So, the parallel universe theory is true, and there are countless Earths. Honky's eyes widened. I don't know the specifics, only some fragmented memories. Emperor Balong looked calmly at the sky. In short, the world is very chaotic. Everyone seemed to be completely absorbed in the moment. At the same time, the more I think about it, the more terrifying it becomes. From the realm of this god and demon in his previous life, we can infer some things. How devastating was the prehistoric flood? The gods and demons that Jiaxia killed at will were all beings of the sixth realm, forbidden beings capable of traversing parallel universes and even creating a small section of a parallel universe. But Jiaxia killed so many. In other words, that great flood submerged countless multiverses, Moro murmured, his mind filled with the utterly awe-inspiring visuals. It was world-destroying, absolutely world-destroying. Fu Qingjun's face darkened, and she secretly corrected him again. My bucket of water really only destroyed the entire desk. On the other side, in shelters around the world, in nuclear-proof underground structures, countless researchers are moving rapidly. It's extremely urgent. This is an unprecedented upheaval for the entire planet. Great flood, Kasha, the end of the world, the mist caused by the remains of gods and demons. A barrage of information also caused them to lose their composure. Did prehistoric mythical civilizations truly exist on Earth? However, this is already an undeniable fact. The information about these civilizations is terrifying. They had developed for an unknown period of time and were incredibly sophisticated. Naturally, they were extremely excited to study the results of their research. However, even with Noah's gift, the breath of Earth was still scarce. Even for them, it's difficult to obtain a batch. Currently, only a small number of national research institutes have managed to acquire them, and they can't produce any significant results in the short term. However, as they looked at these tiny figures in astonishment, nurtured in Petri dishes and glass bottles, a strange emotion welled up within them. Is this the creation of life? So, when technology and civilization reach a certain level of sophistication, they will inevitably evolve into a kind of godlike civilization. Is our era about to witness a major explosion? Like in the three-body problem, so Amiro, the creator of all things, is real. But was the universe really created? One scientist couldn't help but ask, his face full of disbelief. An elderly, white-haired scientist said, "If someone asked you that the universe was created by a creator god, you would certainly refute it as impossible pseudoscience. But if I asked you, from a scientific perspective, what was our universe like before its birth? What was the first movement of the universe? What drives it? How would you answer?" The scientist was stunned, opened his mouth, but couldn't say anything. Can our current science prove that a creator god does not exist? The elderly, white-haired chief scientist asked again. Cannot. The scientist next to him thought about it carefully, and this time gave an affirmative answer. Humanity's current understanding of the universe is far from extending beyond the solar system, and we may never even be able to leave it in our lifetime. We still know very little about black holes, white dwarfs, dark matter, the true reason for the constant speed of light, and quantum mechanics. Look, that's the world. The elderly, white-haired scientist looked intently at the sky above the mist and said, "If we cannot use science to determine a reality that is definitely impossible, then deny its possibility outright. That in itself is pseudoscience. Precisely because we do not know the truth about the universe, there is a possibility. A higher dimensional being created everything in this universe." All the scientists stood frozen in place. They suddenly had a feeling that they had been born in a great era, an era where even if humanity was facing its end, it was still an era in which we would journey towards interstellar travel. Or rather, the age of mythology. Because when science reaches a certain level, and biological evolution reaches a certain level, it is essentially a kind of deity. Just as people 200 years ago, when they looked at airplanes, cannons, telephones, and computers, they must have been amazed and thought we were gods. Is it done? One of the scientists asked. We've obtained the biological atlas of the breath of Earth. I heard it was developed by scientists from China. It can actually create life in the night banquet of gods and demons. That's truly a wondrous place. We've seen the molecular biological gene coding map of the Qirang. It's many levels above our biological cloning technology. This kind of technology is simply unbelievable. A blonde-haired, blue-eyed man sighed. This is simply unbelievable. Now, the heavenly emperor, the gods, these superhero-like beings, are ruling this world from within the mist. Regardless, let's quickly record these realms. This sermon is not to be taken lightly. Countless scientists were on high alert. At this point, the sermon finally came to an end. Everyone was captivated by that wonderful world, completely immersed in it. In fact, Even Fu Qingjun was captivated by it. If it weren't for this mysterious extraterrestrial visitor descending upon this planet, she might never have had the chance to witness such a dazzling civilization and knowledge in her entire life. Even though we've disguised them with our clothes, clothing, and names, making them think they're natives, they still want to kill us. Fu Qingjun sighed, unsure how else to describe it. The majestic and magnificent heavenly palace. Emperor Balong sat calmly on his throne, looking down at the beings on the prayer mats below. Now, after the Great Flood, at a pivotal juncture, an era that should usher in new changes, it is as if the world has been reborn, and everything is brand new. I do not wish for war. Although the image of my ancestors who revived the remains of gods and demons still echoes in my mind, I will still grant this land justice and prosperity when it is revived. From this day forward, the world is at its peak, and mortals may freely enter and leave. I have great courage. The Mayan civilization resists us, but they are also loyal and righteous. Because our ancestors did indeed make mistakes, we will no longer issue arrest warrants for you, and if you still wish to kill us, you may do so. He had great courage and did not care about the hatred of the Mayan civilization at all. With a single command, he ordered the reconstruction of the entire world and the cultivation of immortal civilization. The path to immortality is the path to longevity. Although the early stages of cultivation are difficult, the golden core and nascent soul stages are more than 10 times more difficult, and ordinary people often perish along the way. Once a breakthrough is achieved, lifespan becomes exceptionally long, and one becomes invincible among those of the same level. I am only in my 80s, still in my prime. This path of immortality involves cultivating longevity and comprehending the universe. The future realms are very long. Bai Long is only in his 80s and has a long lifespan to change the world. As long as nothing unexpected happens, he can collect the energy of countless living beings and revive that forbidden multiverse existence in his lifetime. This is just the beginning. In the end, he still ruled and colonized this planet. He spoke calmly, his heart coldly, saying, I have already reached the 4th realm of perfection and cultivated the nascent soul stage, but it will be an extremely long time before I can enter the divine transformation stage. Even if there is a lineage and knowledge of the path to breakthrough, the inability to achieve that breakthrough is another matter entirely. He began to govern the world. As the ruler of this land, the great witch tribe, the survivor camp shrouded in mist remains ignored. However, he began to romanticize this infection, calling it awakening as a new kind of human, while creatures that failed to awaken would become monsters and invade everywhere. Dogs, cats, cockroaches, and birds in nature are all examples of this type. He then began to command the ancestor Hongqi to rule over the mortals on Earth, who would regularly come to worship their gods. However, he wasn't always aloof and superior. He spent most of his time personally descending to the mortal realm to observe the various races on Earth and experience the world of this planet. After the Great Flood, there are still so many special races: mechanical races, snail people, angels, Nua's race. It is truly magnificent. If this Earth is so special, then what about the Earths in other parallel universes? Is there already a technologically advanced Earth? A transcendent, immortal-themed Earth, or perhaps some other unimaginable Earth civilization? 10 years have passed in the blink of an eye. The Earth and its people prospered and flourished, gradually cultivating the immortal civilization. However, the path to immortality is long and arduous, and cultivation is extremely difficult, dozens of times more difficult than before. Most cultivators who achieve great success eventually stop at the foundation establishment stage, and even golden core experts are extremely rare. Refining the golden elixir is a matter of life and death. However, after 10 years of trying to break through to the nascent soul stage, most of them died suddenly, and not a single one was able to break through to the nascent soul stage. The arduous path to immortality brought a sigh of relief to the powerful figures of the Titan Kingdom, a lunar nest that was originally hostile to them, who still cultivated the Demon Palace system. With few natural enemies and a small number of powerful individuals, they still had the power to resist. At this time, Bai Long had traveled to every corner of the world, in the Great Witch tribe. Inside the room, a group of great wizard giants, each wearing pendants on their ears, seemed to be observing information from afar about a town that was flourishing across the land. According to the laws of heaven, I have been promoted to city god and now possess greater land. At this moment, a pale-faced man pursed his lips and said, "It's time to take the throne." After all, although we created our own civilization, according to the Heavenly Emperor's requirements, we can only call ourselves city gods and manage the races we created. He was originally an ordinary office worker in the apocalypse. I barely survived the zombie apocalypse and beast horde outbreak, but little did I know that the world would change so drastically with the emergence of the Mayan civilization and the mythology of the Celestial Empire. That's outrageous. Mythology revived? It was immediately obvious that they were not human, but a clan of great witches. Because of their small numbers, the Heavenly Emperor assigned them to manage towns. This moment excited him. Didn't he have a chance to transcend? Times had really changed. He was just an ordinary office worker. It wasn't so bad to be the city god and go to work every day. Is this what they call receiving racial welfare? He had previously fantasized that working so hard every day would be wonderful if he were born a giant panda, or even born into a wealthy family, unexpectedly. That's really true. Modern humans are all reincarnated as great shamans, born sacred, with a very high starting point. Now, in a bustling town, there is a city god temple where countless ordinary people kneel in worship. Countless mortals knelt in worship, and the town prospered. He continuously checked the data using the city god's decree issued by the Heavenly Emperor and the mechanical computer modified by the ancestor Honki. It's all right. I used termites and soil to create new life. Although the fusion technology was poor, a race that wasn't bad still emerged. My civilization already has 7 million people. He kept organizing his thoughts. His wife had become a city god judge under his command, helping to manage affairs. But they dared not slack off in the slightest. The great shaman is in charge of mountains, rivers, and land. I had heard before that there was someone even more powerful than him who had already reached the level of a river god, and even had the potential to become Gonggong, the water god among the great shamans. This colossal giant, capable of moving mountains and filling seas, carried a large water vat on his back every day, called Hidden Dragon Pool, which housed a host of dragons who drank water from the vat. This immense giant traveled to various mortal towns, kingdoms, and immortal sects to bring rain. However, due to a bet with a fortune teller on the roadside, he delayed the rain and was punished by the gods of heaven, sent to the execution platform to be beheaded. But people will die. No, they will die from the death of witches. Candied hawthorn berries. Candied hawthorn berries. Below, many people were hawking food, including scholars in blue robes, swordsmen in white, and beautiful girls, all sorts of people, forming an ancient town world. He kept observing inside the city god temple. A day is like a year. Most of the time, he only controls the general direction of civilization. At this point, more than 40 days had passed, and 40 years had gone by. These mortals reproduced at an incredibly fast rate, and their population is already enormous. Wait, I will descend as the city god and issue a divine decree. I remember last year, the wealthy man of Lee family village had a son who seems to have good aptitude. I will guide him in his cultivation. He continued to organize his thoughts. Only in this way can my civilization prosper even more. Geniuses are hard to come by. If a heroic figure can emerge, he can guide the civilization towards prosperity. The great shaman is born holy and lives a long and immortal life. They have gradually integrated into this vast and magnificent world of immortals and heroes, becoming an overwhelming and immeasurable giant of immortality, subject to the rule and jurisdiction of the Heavenly Emperor. The great shaman is born sacred, a deity from birth, destined to become a local earth god, but suddenly, several masters entered his city god temple. Where is the city god of this land? A handsome young swordsman in blue robes, with a little girl behind him, said calmly, "There were traces of a powerful demon from the demon palace here not long ago. I led my junior sister to kill him, and the distant mountains and rivers were destroyed. Go and clean up the mess." Yes. Inside the city god temple, a phantom figure bowed respectfully. Snort. The swordsman in blue thought for a moment and then said, "While you're at it, move the mountain next to us. I don't like the look of it. You are mountain-moving giants, and although you are slow, your large size makes it convenient for you to do this kind of thing." Yes. The city bowed. The weak will be bullied, and one must yield to customers. After all, I've been working for so many years. But he also knew that he would definitely outlive his opponents in the future, and he could slowly outlive these cultivators. It seems that these prehistoric shamans also have ambition, Bai Long said calmly. These shamans developed various tribes on Earth, which can be considered as obeying the orders of the Heavenly Emperor. Bai Long looked at these great shamans with a calm expression. They were not unruly and had already integrated into this immortal world and entered the land of these mortals. Fu Qingjun watched calmly and quietly added, "Not only have they integrated, but even you aliens have integrated into this world of immortals and heroes." He had also heard of the great shaman who had been beheaded. A person who holds a position but fails to perform his duties shall be executed. Bai Long walked across this land once more and spoke softly. The great shaman's lifespan is not the same as that of mortals. One day of his duty to control the clouds and rain is equivalent to a year for mortals. For 12 whole months, more than 360 days, not a single drop of rain has fallen. The earth is parched and the soil is cracked. The number of mortals who have died or been injured in this disaster is unknown. For the great shamans, a day in heaven is equivalent to a year on earth. These long-lived giants can hardly see the afterimages of mortals on earth, witnessing the rapid changes of time. The plants stained with divine blood also grew rapidly at a rate 360 times faster. Their reproductive capacity is comparable to a natural disaster. Humans consume a huge amount of water, and if it is not replenished in a short period of time, it will be a major disaster. Such a tyrannical sorcerer, who disregards human life, must be executed. Emperor Balong toured the land, marveling at its mysteries and the splendor of its countless races, yet he stood with his hands behind his back. Although the myth of this land and all living beings has been revived and risen, developing like the sunflower movement of yesteryear, the path of immortality is still insufficient. The demon palace system cultivates joy, anger, sorrow, happiness, and hatred. There are 5 divine power demon palaces, each with countless construction methods and a wide variety of innate divine powers to choose from. The Hate Palace alone has various talent-based demon palaces built around the emotion of hatred, such as Bloodstained, Hate Steps, and Between Blood and Hatred. The Immortal Cultivation System involves cultivating joy, anger, sorrow, happiness, and hatred, and condensing the 5 internal organs into a nascent soul. However, there are countless cultivation methods to choose from for each attribute organ. Every expert who has reached the peak of the 4th realm possesses 5 innate soul abilities, but that the types available are too few, and almost none are suitable for them. Therefore, the lack of cultivation techniques for building the 5 internal organs and 6 bowels makes it difficult to reach the nascent soul realm. Not everyone can use the ancestral method of constructing a demon palace to convert it into a method of constructing organs. After breaking through to the nascent soul stage, my lifespan is a full 9,000 years, which, even converted to reality, is about 30 years. I originally thought the nascent soul would surge forth like a tidal wave. Achieving godhood is within reach, and the revival of our ancestors is just around the corner. But it's still too optimistic. Bai Long seemed to sigh. Time is running out. What's the point of living a long life? I hope to see a true golden age soon. So be it. I will spend time transforming the heavenly palace little by little, turning it into individual organ cultivation techniques, in order to perfect my path to immortality. This involves converting the image format, similar to converting a JPG image to a PNG image. One involves building a palace, the other a nascent soul, yet the essence of each technique is somewhat similar. Unfortunately, if I were to use my own strength to master thousands of supernatural techniques, wouldn't I be exhausted? He sighed, but that was all he could do. Most people in the world stop at the golden core stage and do not reach the nascent soul stage because their cultivation methods are insufficient. At this time, the path of immortality had not yet truly been revived, and he could only devote all his energy to it. On this day, Bai Long announced his seclusion. The whole world was in an uproar, but no one dared to refute it. Even the lunar nest kingdoms in the standoff, and the cosmic young god overlords of the demon palace system, dared not approach. Whoosh! A pterosaur-like bird flew by. This is a castle kingdom built on alien lands. On the moon, dark blue plants resembling those in Avatar covered the entire land. The buildings and palaces here were actually palaces in the sea of consciousness, giving people a strange and eerie feeling of a foreign universe. This cosmic civilization possesses its own unique aesthetic architectural style. They are an evil alien race that worships architecture and considers it an aesthetic. But at this moment, some demi-human creatures with slimy tentacles were speaking strange languages. Who would have thought that this peerless, invincible powerhouse who killed our God Lord with a single palm strike would choose to go into seclusion? Although it's difficult for one person to fight against 100 people of the same level, he can still take us down one by one and eliminate us. The White Emperor ascended to the throne, overlooking all living beings, and in the prime of his life, he actually chose to go into seclusion. The way they spoke no longer sounded like their own language, but rather like a language from Earth. The path of immortality, what exactly is it? The indescribable ancient god in the forbidden void of our universe built a demon palace, but there is no such inheritance. It's very strange. This was something no one had anticipated. The White Emperor always defied expectations. The year 201 of the Dark Titan era. In the blink of an eye, 200 years have passed, and the changes of time are not so tangible that the giants feel it much. The entire land has already ushered in the overlapping of one era after another. 100 years have passed. Passed down from generation to generation, the Tao of immortality has gradually developed its own profound foundation. During Bai Long's reign of over 100 years, there were occasional frictions on the land, but a rare period of peace and prosperity was ushered in. Even Tang Meng and other beings from the underground sanctuaries of the Mayan civilization, the creatures of the Civilization Fire Project, have begun to gradually emerge from their sanctuaries and attempt to live on this land. The zombie apocalypse has only been half a year, and it has turned into this. I never expected it, Tang Meng murmured. She always felt that the original apocalypse, the imminent destruction of mankind, had been transformed into such a magnificent and prosperous world by a huge black hand. Several years have passed. Bai Long has revealed one transformation technique after another to the world, and there are already as many as 137 different ones. He was surprised to find that it was more difficult than he had imagined. The structures of some demon palaces and nascent souls are mostly not interconnected. These are two different systems, two different biological structures, and they are incompatible. Of the thousands of types, only a few have been effectively transformed. Going forward, we can only tailor-make them according to the soul structure of the immortal Tao lineage. Difficult, difficult, difficult. The fact that Bai Long used the word difficult 3 times in a row shows how much bitterness he felt. This is a civilization technique accumulated over generations, with countless geniuses and prodigies emerging. How could he alone accomplish such an astonishing feat? The foundation of immortality has never been created by one person alone, but I am willing to be the first. Bai Long continued his research. However, this period of endurance lasted only a short century. He already had a few gray hairs and was exhausted, which perfectly matched the name of the White Emperor. He still yearned for the golden age of the sunflower movement, the myth of Gasha, the splendid gods and demons, and the prehistoric past, which constantly stirred his heart. Just like Lord Yi's love of dragons, that was the Tao in his heart. If I hear the Tao in the morning, I can die content in the evening. 17 more types have emerged. This time, they are tailor-made. The nascent soul method has several more sequences. The middle-aged man sighed repeatedly as he sat calmly in the palace. Suddenly, a tiny plant vine in the distance of the palace seemed to undergo a genetic change, transforming into a young face. The path to immortality is long and arduous. You have exhausted too much of your energy on it. Do you really not regret it? More than 200 years later, the voice of that master who discussed the Tao under the shade of the tree on that day rang out before my eyes once again. However, this voice carried a hint of regret. Regret? The white-haired old man hesitated for a few seconds. He was originally the first nascent soul cultivator in the world of the Taoist civilization on Earth in this misty era. Relying on the millions of divine and demonic inheritances in his mind, he personally re-established the prehistoric immortal path and the golden core and nascent soul system on Earth, becoming the strongest person in the world. Perhaps he should regret it. Any overlord would choose to enjoy the glory of being worshipped by the masses, the pleasure of ruling the world, and the power of life and death over all living beings. But he, on the other hand, was immersed in the tedious path of immortality. Master, there's no such thing as regret. Bai Long shook his head. His heart was pure, and he had never felt lost. He simply pointed to a mural next to him. That was a prehistoric Sun Tower dynasty recorded in Mayan civilization, the very origin of all civilizations, an ancient supreme deity, awakening from the coffin and looking down upon all living beings. Because I admire him. Bai Long's expression was more serious than ever before. The principles of God. Fu Qingjun paused for a moment. Bai Long put down his deductions after a long absence, as if speaking to an elder. The third realm, the golden core, proves who I am in my heart. What kind of person I want to become, and that's all I want to become. Yes, this was not unexpected for Fu Qingjun. In fact, it was something she had anticipated all along. The reason he chose Bai Long was because this pure and innocent boy was an outlier among the demon god's followers, yearning for the distant myth of Jiaxia's brilliance. Did he yearn to become a god like Gasha, a great ancient hero who brought glory to all people? The reason he was chosen was because he possessed a similar air to Jiaxia's refusal to indulge in worldly glory, a life dedicated to civilization, and a selfless pioneering of a golden age. You are not a god, but a mortal. Fu Qingjun looked up at the mural, following its outline, towards the history of the earth. This history does indeed belong to Earth, but not to hundreds of thousands of years ago, not to the desk in my room, and certainly not to you. But things changed to a degree that even he himself could not have imagined. Master, the prehistoric gods and demons blasphemed Jiaxia, and the gods sent down a great flood to destroy all living beings. I am now doing this to atone for the sins of our ancestors and to revive the Sunflower Dynasty. Bai Long said nothing more. Fu Qingjun remained silent. When a false history is accepted by many people, it becomes the truth. After a long silence, Fu Qingjun suddenly spoke up. I am not your master. Yes, I am not worthy, Bai Long said earnestly. No, it's me who's unworthy, Fu Qingjun said. The divine thoughts attached to the plant relatives gradually disappeared. Unworthy? So, Master is also a lingering remnant of the gods and demons from the prehistoric flood, and he has already repented. Otherwise he wouldn't have helped this place. The old man was still in the palace, sitting on the ground alone, drawing monotonous lines, constructing a new soul-building technique, his expression monotonous and stubborn. A devout and solitary seeker of the truth, Fu Qingjun suddenly felt somewhat dirty, having deceived this civilization into using its millions of years of accumulated knowledge to create cultivation techniques for its own earthlings. But she didn't know what to say. After all, this is a war of races, the dark forest law of the universe. They came with fog weapons, intending to destroy you. Boom! Civilization is advancing. Unlike Fu Qingjun's small-scale Tao-seeking civilization, this place was extremely splendid and magnificent. Another 30 years have passed. The White Emperor continues to rule the world. The great era of immortals has arrived, and a glorious dynasty has begun. The world is sincerely convinced and reveres the immortal ancestor. Bai Long felt that continuing this line of reasoning was not a solution, so he summoned Zhu Hongqi to discuss methods of reform. Even the ancestor Hongqi, looking at this white-haired old man, was impressed by his demeanor, knowing in his heart, this is the offspring of gods and demons. Although they rebelled against Jiaxia in prehistoric times, they also have the intention to repent. Hongqi also joined the discussion. Then, the White Emperor modified a large portion of the mechanical species and constructed them using the soul-nascent soul technique, creating a supreme artifact of the immortal dynasty capable of predicting the general trend of the world. This divine artifact is disc-shaped, with countless exquisite circular vortex patterns, boundless Taoist charm, and contains the profound methods of the 3,000 great Taos and the origin of the soul. It is named after a myth, the jade disc of creation, the eye of creation. With this divine artifact, he began to record the changes of the major city gods and land deities in the world, control the clouds and rain, the alteration of mountains and rivers, the changes of immortal sex, and the general trend of war. With such a divine artifact, my deductions are much easier now. He was now completely white-haired, looking at the cultivation technique he had deduced with satisfaction. Unfortunately, I am not far from my end. The lifespan of a nascent soul, immortal Tao system is supposed to be countless times longer than that of ordinary systems, yet he only lived for a little. Over 300 years and has already aged to this extent, which shows how exhausted he is. To develop martial arts techniques, one must even experiment on one's own body repeatedly, causing countless hidden injuries. Jiaxia back then also aged so quickly, for 300 years. Bai Long gradually took in some disciples and taught them cultivation. As his cultivation techniques continued to improve, more and more nascent soul realm cultivators appeared on the earth. With the construction of over 100 supernatural abilities and the combination of 5 nascent soul, supernatural abilities, countless possibilities have emerged. The immortal Tao system has been initially perfected. My lifespan is coming to an end. I have lived long enough, witnessing the rise and fall of the immortal path. Yet I still wish to seek a breakthrough and continue the glory of the next era. Emperor Balong laughed heartily. He stopped perfecting his nascent soul realm and began to focus on his breakthrough. He was not a pedantic person. He knew that as long as he was alive, he could bring the entire era to its fullest and push the immortal civilization to its next peak. Although he spent a lot of time studying the nascent soul cultivation method, he also gained a new understanding of the realm and a thorough understanding of the soul shaping of the nascent soul. The breakthrough from nascent soul to deity is achieved by combining and perfectly integrating 5 supernatural powers to form a spiritual seed, which then opens up a spiritual domain. How to integrate them is a difficult problem. Subspace is inherently a mysterious thing, interfering with matter with the soul, transforming the space of the soul into material space. This is very complicated. Even when cultivating to the nascent soul stage, one must consider whether the 5 chosen supernatural abilities match in terms of attributes and whether their fusion is harmonious. Unfortunately, the 300 years from nascent soul to deity transformation has given me too little time. I don't know if I can succeed. He began to go into seclusion, attempting to break through to a new realm. Meanwhile, undercurrents were swirling and storms were brewing outside. The news that the immortal ancestor, who sat high on the futon in the 9 heavens immortal palace and held the divine artifact of creation, was nearing the end of his lifespan gradually spread throughout the world. Some powerful figures with ulterior motives did not want this being to continue living, regardless of the fact that there are some new generation experts in the nascent soul realm within the heavenly court. Their hearts are filled with complex emotions. Although they admired this immortal ancestor who opened up the era, he was always high above them, pressing down on them. They could not rise up in their lifetime and would die of old age in the mortal world. Their great ambitions could not be realized. How could they be content? Although they knew it was wrong and heartless, no one wanted to be crushed and unable to hold their head high for the rest of their lives, in the depths of a vast abyss. An ancient Taoist temple, Yunshen Guan, is nestled deep within a bamboo forest. Inside the Taoist temple, there is an ancient immortal tree that produces countless Tao fruits, which are rare treasures of heaven and earth and have a considerable reputation even in the entire immortal realm. A middle-aged man dressed in ancient style sat in a chair, raised a glass of wine to the air, and said with a complicated expression, I am fortunate to have been born in the era of the immortal ancestor, and thus able to cultivate the path of immortality. But I am also unfortunate to have been born in the era of the immortal ancestor, as no one can compete with me for the world. This is naturally the best moment, Lunar Nest Kingdom. The current Demon Palace Master spoke in a deep voice. If the opponent breaks through to the nascent soul stage, we will never have peace. We will be completely powerless to resist. The consensus here is that the immortal ancestor must be killed. Although both sides are descendants born from the blood of that god demon's remains, they belong to two different factions. Regarding the other party's immortal civilization, Emperor Bailong believed that the ancient god who gave birth to him had already realized his mistake. He should not have betrayed Jiaxia during the Great Flood, and he was ungrateful. He was even willing to atone for his sins. But they had once communicated with the will of that ancient remnant of a god or demon. Although we don't know exactly what happened during the Great Flood, we can tell from the endless resentment in the phrase, Xia Emperor, that the two sides were still enemies. This ancient god demon, who had been killed by Jiaxia, had no regrets whatsoever. This is due to the difference in their philosophies. The moment we've been waiting for has finally arrived. A tall and imposing man slowly emerged from the shadows. Supreme Elder? Supreme Elder. The surrounding area held its breath, respectfully. Behind the tall man followed two powerful figures, whose lips occasionally curled into eerie smiles. They are all at the great perfection of the fourth realm, beings of the same level as the immortal ancestor, and may have the opportunity to break through to the fifth realm at any time. However, they didn't even dare to try to touch that barrier, and could only suppress their cultivation level. Because once they attempt to break through and reveal their aura, they will inevitably be sensed by the immortal ancestor, who will come to kill them in one blow. After all, the immortal path is the natural enemy of the Demon Palace system, and they are far from being a match for those of the same realm. The immortal ancestor alone suppressed the world. Therefore, they have been waiting for the right opportunity, waiting for more experts at the peak of the fourth realm to emerge. Now is the perfect time. Bailong is old and his combat power has declined. He is also facing a breakthrough in an emergency, fighting against fate. Now is the best time for them to make their move. Can we win? The immortal path is flourishing thanks to that person. It's a pity that he neglected his own path in order to ensure the prosperity of all living beings. A fair-skinned and beautiful woman said softly. I don't know what trump cards he has left, given how old he is, but his chances of winning are probably no more than 30%. A black, ferocious behemoth said in a low voice, like the roar of some kind of misty beast. They built the jade disk of creation. Although we are not as good as them, over the years we have combined the knowledge of these natives, snail people and machines, to create the primordial demon palace, even if it costs us our lives to activate this magical artifact. We absolutely cannot let Bailong live. The fair-skinned woman's voice was low and deep. They have misinterpreted the oath of their ancestors and still hate Jiaxia too. This day without any remorse. At the same time, they still do not know whether the origin of the immortal inheritance is real, or whether they have been deceived by other evil gods of the mist and are using their lineage. All three of them have their own ideals and aspirations. Bailong, who created the immortal path, went against the wishes of the ancient god's remains. Although both were trying to revive him on this planet, their initial intentions were different. The Americas. In the ruins of the city, this is the land of the Western barbarians, where most of the people are blonde-haired, blue-eyed shamans. In the city, a tall, petite blonde woman, arm in arm with a tall, handsome swordsman, sat on a rooftop watching the sun rise through the mist. I never imagined that any of the little people I created would reach this point, the woman said softly. They actually transformed themselves into giants, stepping out of the dimension, just like a scene from a story. The Lilliputian kingdom suddenly took over the entire earth, and we became great. Shamans living in mythology. Doris gazed at the man before her, who resembled a hero king, with rapt attention. They emerged from the mortal land she had cultivated, helping her rise to civilization and establish a great mortal kingdom. Even across the entire American continent, she is the strongest American player on the leaderboard, all thanks to this incredibly powerful man. Reality is always more bizarre than stories. The tall, handsome swordsman held the woman in his arms tightly and said gently, "Since ancient times, great shamans and mortals have been unable to fall. In love, for gods and mortals are different. But I have finally broken through the limitations of physical size. This time, if I succeed, I will ask the Heavenly Emperor to grant me marriage." "Can you not go?" Doris said softly. "They don't need you. We can't not go. If all mortals think that way, it will be terrible." The swordsman gazed at the sky in the distance. The Heavenly Emperor created the path of immortals and treated all living beings with compassion. Others don't have the magnanimity to accommodate you and me together. Then, the blonde woman was still hesitant. "Do you still remember what's on the Jasha stone tablet?" the swordsman suddenly asked. "Remember," Doris said softly. That was the era when both gods and demons wanted to kill Gasha, but only the mortals on Earth chose to help Gasha. At that time, the heroes of mortals said, "As..." Doris spoke, tears suddenly streamed down her face. The swordsman gently kissed her forehead, and then his entire body split apart, turning into countless tiny figures of mist that dissipated. History will remember this greatest moment in human history. Humanity chose wisdom, refusing to associate with gods, demons, and beasts. On the land of the east, a colossal giant, piercing the clouds, slowly walked by carrying a water vat on his back. He trampled mountains and rivers, countless dense forests and lands collapsed, and countless birds and beasts scattered. Every day, every year, I may seem to be destroying the flowers, plants, and trees, but these trees will grow back in the blink of an eye. A great shaman carries a huge water vat on his back, wearing a raincoat and holding a parasol, while holding a bucket in his other hand. Countless feathered serpent-like dragons swim freely in the water within the vat. When they arrive near a town, the dragons will spit out water from their water tanks to bring rain. The spiritual energy has revived, the folded earth is stretching, and in a sense, our land is expanding 10,000 times. This was a giant with slightly receding hairline, who murmured, "Just." Described in those novels, rising from ruin, reviving from desolation, oceans turning to dust, lightning drying up, that wisp of mist once again approaching the earth, the shackles of the world being broken, and a completely new world unveiling a corner of its mystery. The Mediterranean-looking barber smiled and silently texted the other two, "The world is about to change. It's time for our apprentice to come out of seclusion. Blood Knight. Yes, she and the sword are things of the past. It may be very powerless. We great witches are still very slow, and it is very likely that we cannot interfere with the progress of this era, although we still have to try. Although our disciples have reached the great perfection of the fourth realm after 200 years, their size is too small. Blood Knight, no matter what, we have to struggle. Trying is still possible, not trying is just waiting to die." As if by a twist of fate, The three of them got along very well and ended up taking on another apprentice. They seemed to have had this feeling from the beginning that they were meant to have a disciple. We have finally become part of the historical mythology. The path to immortality has been established for 200 years. In this extraordinary world, the immortal ancestor cannot perish yet. The woodcutter carrying a water bucket continued walking across the mountains and rivers early morning. The celestial palace, the land of the celestial ancestors. Fu Qingjun inserted her consciousness into a potted plant, which then manifested a face that quietly looked at the disheveled old man. "They're coming," Fu Qingjun kindly reminded him, "but apart from that, he can't change everything." He was weak in combat and used Bai Long to cause internal strife, but he hoped that Bai Long could win. Is all of this destiny? I seem to see the malice of destiny. Are mortals always destined to kill gods? A faint smile appeared on Bai Long's face. Fu Qingjun remained silent, not believing in such ethereal things. Suddenly, he spoke. Mortals don't necessarily want to kill gods, but the largely similar fates of this world are a kind of law. The current law is, to reform and promote certain things, one must face obstacles from the common people. For example, the lunar nest kingdom. Bai Long remained calm. He promoted a system of restraint, which was a sign of progress and a renewal of a new civilization. But this progress comes at the cost of eliminating them. How could they possibly willingly be destroyed? Bai Long's expression turned serious as he began to ask the question that had long been on his mind. The Atlantis civilization and the Shushan civilization both claim to come from hundreds of thousands of years in the future. Do they really have the ability to travel through time? He had secretly traveled to both civilizations, steadfastly and without any trace of lying. Not only did he become suspicious, but even the lunar nest kingdom on the opposite side secretly probed and had to question the possibility of time travel. Yes, it can travel through time, Fu Qingjun replied softly. He naturally cannot travel through time. But there is indeed a power in this world to travel through time, that ancient ship and Jiaxia, although he cannot explain the principle behind it now. Bai Long raised his head, gazing at the sky, his eyes seemingly piercing through the gray mist, and said softly, "So, they really do come from hundreds of thousands of years in the future. In other words, the future is predetermined. How will my fate unfold? Like Empress Leona, Tang Meng, and others?" When he learned about the extraterrestrial visitors from hundreds of thousands of years in the future, his first reaction was definitely to ask the time travelers of the future what his future fate would be. How many years have I lived? What is the ultimate state? Where did he die? This is a question that any normal living being would think about, and he was no exception. After all, time travel is just too tempting. Civilizations like Atlantis, because of the vast distance in time, no longer know their past history, but you certainly know my fate to come. Because you are God, it was you who sent them back to a distant past to save this tragic era after the Great Flood. Fu Qingjun did not answer. He did indeed meet Bai Long as God and even accepted him as his fourth anonymous disciple, because this is the most suitable. The identity of God has always been suspected to be that of a surviving god or demon from the prehistoric flood, who once lived in the era of Gasha, which corresponds to the recognition of this remains of a god or demon. What tragedy are we trying to save by traveling through distant times and spaces? He seemed lost in thought. To save the Mayan civilization? To save the chief disciple, Euphrates, and Queen Leona, Atlantis and the Shu Mountain civilization both believed that it was the rescue of Empress Leona. They read the chronicle of Mayan civilization and fell in love with this emperor. believing that she was the key to the entire era. Clearly, he had also read Professor Nasika's Chronicle of the Mayan Civilization. But now that I think about it, that's not the case, because they didn't need saving. With the passage of time, I have already saved them, and they are doing quite well now. So, what exactly do you want to save? Bai Long looked at that face with utmost seriousness for the first time. Fu Qingjun remained silent. The Mayan civilization as it is today certainly doesn't need saving. Because he orchestrated a war within the White Dragon realm, he helped the Mayan civilization withstand immense pressure. It was precisely because he had relieved his stress and had some free time that he sent important members of his demon kingdom, including Empress Liana, into the mental time chamber to begin their secluded cultivation. So who exactly are we saving? The key figure who could change the entire era and trigger the Dark Ages. This person should have had countless connections with you and had the greatest influence on the era. After much thought, could it be that your true purpose is to travel back hundreds of thousands of years to save my fourth disciple? Someone as tragic as Jiaxia, the old man, Bai Long, still wore a pure smile, his calm eyes filled with laughter, and his whole being exuded a sense of inexplicable cleanliness and clarity. You may seem to disapprove of taking me as your disciple, but in reality, I am the one you care about the most. So, does the true tragedy of fate begin with my demise? Bai Long looked up at the sky and said, in other words, I am destined to perish in the upcoming Great War. I am the beginning of all the dark and tragic eras. So you have traveled through distant time and space to change everything that is happening in this era, and to change my death. Fu Qingjun's heart tightened instantly, a sense of unease rising within her. What do you want to do? Fu Qingjun's voice was a little hoarse. The fate of the past is not unchangeable. I came to this prehistoric world so that you could live, regardless of the circumstances. He genuinely wanted to save Bai Long. The entire celestial palace seemed to be imbued with an inexplicable aura, like a vortex of stars, with wisps of particles swirling around it at high speed, like the eye of a storm, but the celestial palace in the center was unusually peaceful, like a paradise on earth. Everything in the world has its own destiny. I have seen your efforts. Just like now, I am about to be killed by the common people. I am too old and almost powerless to resist. I have spent my whole life trying to improve my cultivation level, and they have spent their whole life trying to kill me. This is unstoppable. This is fate. Bai Long lowered his head. From the beginning, I used the jade tablet of creation to calculate that my chances of surviving were less than 30%. In terms of future fate, 30% is just a theoretical possibility. In reality, the probability should be 0. Fu Qingjun said, then you should change things even more. You yourself clearly know that your fall is the dark beginning of the fate of all living beings. Everything that travels through time and space is to save you. Your importance is greater than anyone else's. But I have an even better way. Bai Long revealed an extremely pure smile, to change the future without changing my own destiny, even if I walk towards death. The future will not usher in true darkness. Fu Qingjun remained silent. He didn't know what Bai Long was thinking, or what he was planning to do. However, he disagreed with Bai Long's ideals. He was too naive and too idealistic. He hated war, avoided everything, and did not want to be an enemy of the common people. He originally had a 30% chance of winning, but he believed in fate and chose to give up even his last hope. Perhaps this is also my own problem. He initially chose Bai Long because he was exactly that kind of ideal person. He remained silent, and in any case, He held in high esteem this martyr who yearned for Jiaxia and disregarded everything for his ideals. Where he walked, there were piles of bones. Where he left, spring was in full bloom. He grew up reading Jiaxia's stories and always dreamed of becoming like her. Click. The entire palace seemed to freeze in time. An immense aura began to brew. Under Fu Qingjun's watchful gaze, the white-haired old man, with faltering steps, walked out of the palace. The entire immortal palace is like an academic tower of time and space, with texts on the walls describing the world and coordinates that construct time and space. They are all calculated coordinates of certain fixed points. Those coordinates seem to be gradually erased, disappearing into the palace, until the palace collapsed with a roar. These coordinate patterns inexplicably appeared in Bai Long's brain and covered the nascent soul. The fog outside the palace was completely still. It was a huge, jarring sense of tranquility, a sense of oppression, as if even the sounds of insects chirping, plants, and flowing water were being suppressed and rendered immobile. Fifth realm, nascent soul. He felt that as he built and merged, the nascent soul within his body underwent some strange changes. The nascent soul was actually constantly collapsing, splitting, and falling. Like the primordial life, it grew continuously, conceived from the golden elixir of the primordial egg, eventually breaking through the sphere, supporting heaven and earth, and then began to fall. At this moment, the nascent soul seemed to be a giant like Pangu who created the world, having completed its mission. Boom! The nascent soul in the sea of consciousness collapsed, transforming into a stable chaotic space. The various supernatural abilities and talents within the remnants of the nascent soul actually transformed into the mountains and rivers of that space, into the sun, moon, and stars, and into pure and turbid energy as it collapsed. This is the true revival of the immortal path, which is in line with ancient Chinese mythology. The series of events in which Pangu created the world is a perfect metaphor for the stages of cultivation, qi refining, foundation building, golden core, nascent soul, and deity transformation. The fifth stage, deity transformation, is actually the collapse of the nascent soul giant who supported the heavens and the earth, transforming into a stable world. He said calmly, "This is the meaning that the ancient Chinese gods gave us. The fifth realm, the divine transformation, involves condensing a small inner space within the sea of consciousness, which can store items and even evolve into a Sumeru cave heaven." Rumble. He was frantically consuming the matter of the entire world, sweeping up the surrounding dust like a black hole, pulling matter into the material space he had created with his body. The surrounding soil and sand were pulled into the space within his body, forming a huge howling wind that made even the nearby gods unable to open their eyes. Amidst the wind and sand, this ancient and sacred being sat cross-legged and spoke. "Today, I break through to the divine transformation realm and will preach the Tao for the second time for all living beings. Thus, we will thoroughly lay the foundation for the path to immortality." A majestic and ancient voice resounded throughout the heavens and earth. As if the heavens and earth had shaken, countless people who were rushing to the scene were stunned. In the face of such a siege by the common people, with the earth before him, the immortal ancestor actually chose to sit and discuss the Tao. I speak of the true path of immortals. The so-called immortal path is the path of Pangu. What is the golden core realm? It is related to the time before Pangu created the world, and there are ancient records about it. He uttered a Taoist chant, as if a magnificent primordial scene of chaos appeared in the heavens. Earth. The primordial chaos began, and from this nascent stage, heaven and earth were separated, establishing the universe. Yin and yang interacted, distributing primordial energy, thus giving birth to harmony. Heaven and earth were in a state of chaos, like a chicken egg. All living beings only see it from afar. Pangu is the most powerful god in Chinese mythology. The golden core realm, which nurtures the golden core of the soul, perfectly aligns with the idea that in the beginning, heaven and earth were a sphere. Just as everyone was carefully pondering, the ancestor Bai Long, sitting amidst the storm, calmly spoke again. What is the nascent soul realm? It is related to Pangu's creation of the world, as recorded in ancient times. The universe was a chaotic void, like a chicken egg, from which Pangu was born. After 18,000 years, heaven and earth were separated. The clear yang became heaven, and the turbid yin became earth. Each day brought 9 changes. Gods rose in heaven, and sages descended to earth. Each day, heaven rose 1 zhang higher, and earth thickened 1 zhang. The gods were all shocked. He split open the golden core, transforming it into a nascent soul. This is indeed Pangu's experience. The concepts of golden elixir and nascent soul are recorded by ancient alchemists in various dynasties, the most famous being in the Dozheng, Taoist canon, specifically in the Wuzhen Pian. Understanding truth. Having swallowed a single elixir, I realized my fate was not determined by heaven. The magnificent golden elixir was formed in a single day. The words of the ancient immortals are truly worth heeding. The concept of yuanying, motai, has been recorded in ancient times and is actually referred to as the yang shen in Taoism. The character moto is particularly significant. The Shui Ji records, Ayuan means origin, She means beginning, the primordial energy. This energy transformed into the person who created the world, namely Pangu, and into the ancestor who governs the heavens, namely Yuanxishi. This nascent soul is surprisingly similar in meaning to Pangu. Therefore, it is difficult to consider this a coincidence. The group fell into deep thought. Most of them were well-read scholars, as cultivation required cultivating the mind and refining the Tao in the mortal world, which gave them a vast ocean of knowledge in their hearts. These ancient records of Pangu's 2 stages actually reveal the 2 realms of core formation and nascent soul. An ancient terrestrial immortal strode over, his expression showing surprise. In the sky, Bai Long continued speaking. Today, I wish to break through to the divine transformation realm, and I have profound insights to share with all living beings. He began to explain. Current state of the nascent soul realm. What is the nascent soul realm? It also corresponds to the 3rd stage, Pangu creating heaven and earth, which is recorded in ancient times. The resounding voice once again echoed through the sky, transforming into a powerful, resonant Taoist chant that swept across the entire land. In the past, when Pangu died, he transformed into various forms as he lay dying. His breath became wind and clouds, his voice became thunder, his left eye became the sun, his right eye the moon, his 4 limbs and 5 body parts became the 4 cardinal directions and 5 sacred mountains. His blood became rivers, his veins became the earth, his muscles became fields, his hair and beard became stars, his skin and fur became grass and trees, his teeth and bones became metals and stones, his essence became pearls and jade, his sweat became rain, and the insects on his body, moved by the wind, transformed into the common people. Boom! The people listened with rapt attention, and before their eyes, they actually saw an ancient being transform into the entire world. That was an unimaginably vast scene. It was a mythical giant with a white face, bathed in endless, brilliant primordial energy, as if it had traversed countless years. The giant grew taller and taller, as if it supported the 9 heavens, and finally pushed the world to its limit, but fell into a hazy chaos, and the surrounding area transformed into the rules various worlds. This is the image of immortal ancestor Bai Long's sea of consciousness as he broke through to the nascent soul realm. The nascent soul transforms heaven and earth, solidifying the entire space. At that moment, everyone was stunned, filled with unimaginable shock and awe. The nascent soul dissolves. Only in this way can it be called the transformation into a god. He is breaking through this realm, and in such a difficult and tense moment, he does not use his energy to accelerate the breakthrough, but instead shows everyone the process of breaking through and talks about the concept of breakthrough. What a great spirit he has! Everyone was stunned. Meanwhile, the 3 stages of Pangu described in the story correspond to 3 realms of cultivation. This truly overturned their worldview. Even Tang Meng and other modern people on the internet, such as She and the Sword Are Past, suddenly realized that it was as if the ancient myths had been completely revived before their eyes. Citing classical texts, their ancestor Bai Long was more well-versed in the ancient Taoist scriptures than they, modern people, and they vaguely felt an unimaginable sense of shame. At that moment, everyone was filled with unparalleled shock. The creation of the world by Pangu actually foreshadowed the cultivation system, but their level was too low to see it, and they couldn't help but feel ashamed. I have just finished expounding the Tao, and I am currently in the process of breaking through to the 5th realm, where heaven and man are in harmony, a state of profound mystery. In this special state, I am forcibly deducing the 6th realm. High above, the immortal ancestor Bai Long uttered even more terrifying and earth-shattering words. All living beings, you may wait a moment and follow me to deduce the 6th realm and glimpse the true face of the world. Everyone was completely dumbfounded. Even Fu Qingjun was somewhat stunned. How dare Bai Long do such an outrageous thing today? But the next second, from all directions in the sky, streaks of black shadow shot out. These were actually several powerful figures who were breaking through to the 6th realm. They were absorbing the surrounding matter, but they couldn't wait to completely break through. They descended with a roar and said loudly, "You were quite bold as you were about to die, still preaching." Boom! Suddenly, countless dark clouds rolled across the sky, and mist surged, blurring the distinction between day and night. A flash of black light and a muffled explosion reverberated through everyone's hearts like sonic waves. 3 powerful beings who were breaking through to the 5th realm fell from the sky and surrounded Bai Longxian Emperor in the center. They arrived before they even had a chance to fully break through their current limitations. Because they clearly knew that this was their last chance. Bai Longxian was nearing the end of his lifespan and his vital energy was depleted, which was why they had the strength to fight him. If we wait for him to successfully break through, his lifespan will surely be extended, and he will regain his youth. At that time, his combat power will return to its peak, and no one will be his match. You 3 are about to reach the nascent soul stage, and there are some 4th realm perfected true gods hiding in the shadows. Is this all you have to offer? Bai Tiandi said calmly. Boom. In the distance, a large number of powerful figures descended. Besides these 3 enormous humans, there were hundreds of tiny ant-like creatures, undead behemoths, and even various medium-sized birds and wild beasts, all perfected true gods. It has to be said that the Demon Palace system is very mature, and there are a great many 4th realm true god powerhouses. Bai Long looked at the dense crowd in front of him. They are all at the great perfection of the true god realm. Although there aren't many that are large in size and high in energy level, their sheer number is enough to pose a significant threat to him, since he hasn't truly succeeded in breaking through. The nascent soul realm is special. It is not achieved in an instant. because a space needs time to settle, stabilize, and absorb external substances. Where are the various departments of our heavenly court? Bai Long asked. His Majesty, immortal ancestor, in the distance, several powerful figures from the fourth realm of the celestial court also appeared. They are all true gods at the great perfection of the fourth realm, but unfortunately, there are no half-step nascent soul level experts who can break through immediately. Because the foundation of immortality is insufficient, the cultivation speed is too slow. Even with 200 years of experience and drawing upon the foundations of millions of years of civilization, our cultivation system is still far less mature than that of the powerful beings in the other side. The Great Witch tribe has also come to fight. I have been ordered by the city god to come and assist in the battle. One by one, powerful figures who had never appeared before or were rarely heard of gradually emerged. I see. Bai Long lowered his head. Those great shamans secretly cultivated many powerful individuals. My Digimon civilization, Digimon, has come to help the current emperor. A black-armored dragon slowly walked over. I, Ultraman Tiga, have come to help the great emperor of the Eastern Heavenly Court. A giant wearing a feathered serpent god suit slowly walked over. Some bizarre civilizations also emerged. After all, in the process of nurturing all living beings, there are also some mentally unstable city gods and land gods who have created some special civilizations in various survivor camps. Of course, most of them did not develop their own cultivation system. They were just traditional cultivation systems disguised in a different guise. One powerful figure after another emerged. Bai Long was completely astonished. Surprisingly, these great shamans, though inept at cultivation, were quite adept at nurturing civilizations and raising mortals. Even internally, they created things like levels, experience bars, skill descriptions, gacha-style breeding of all beings, and the rarity of SSR heroes among ordinary people. Although most of them barely reached the great perfection of true God, their sheer numbers still constitute a formidable and powerful force. A battle between true gods at the great perfection level, true gods at the great perfection level. And what about my battles with the three of you who are about to break through? Bai Long swayed slightly and floated in mid-air. Very well, while continuing to preach, let's also show the world the methods of immortal combat. His gaze swept over the various true gods before him. He looked at the three nascent soul realm cultivators who were also absorbing the surrounding matter, just like him. Kill. In an instant, three powerful figures attacked simultaneously. Various innate talents and supernatural abilities were unleashed, shining with dazzling light. Bang, 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 bang. Bai Long fought against three opponents single-handedly, creating a spectacular display of skill and wit. With them at the center of the battle, a large number of gods gathered and began to wage war. In an instant, the entire land was transformed into the most brutal and bloody battlefield. And further away, a mysterious red figure made a move in an instant, breaking through half of the fifth realm and secretly attacking the Heavenly Emperor. So it was you, the progenitor of Earth immortals. Bai Long's figure flickered. On our side, there are also people who have reached this level, holding back their attacks. Do you intend to kill me and take my place? Boom! At that moment, 7 enormous auras emanated from afar. Your subject has come to fight. A tall dragon god walked over. I've also come to lend my support to the Heavenly Emperor. A blonde swordsman dressed in Western attire slowly walked over. Turned out to be a 7th level half, step 5th, realm cultivator. However, most of them were tiny ants at the 5th level of cultivation, small in size and low in combat power. A mere 7 ants. The Earth Immortal Ancestor frowned and looked down. Your ability to break through so quickly is truly astounding. Indeed, with such a large population, there are all sorts of monsters, but if you try to stop me, I'll kill you first. Kill? The intent to kill was earth-shattering. Almost instantly, all beings used their power. Everyone knows there's no way to delay it. Once Bai Long successfully breaks through and regains his youth, all those who plot rebellion will face certain death. Therefore, the trump card was revealed instantly, with absolutely no concealment. Victory or defeat can be decided in just a few moments. Someone growled. In the distance, at the various survivor camps, everyone silently prayed for everything. They all knew what the fall of their ancestors would lead to, but they were powerless to do anything about it. A tall building. Fu Qingjun opened her palm and looked at the patterns on it, the patterns of the Eye of Holmes. People call it the reincarnation of Holmes, but what can it do? There's nothing we can do. Hermes symbolizes knowledge, but what can he bring to the world? Jayaxia could, but he didn't believe it. He said somewhat somberly, even if Bai Long is a member of their family, an enemy, he is still my disciple. Boom! The space was stretched open. Several powerful beings slowly emerged, including Emperor Liu Tian, Liana, and even Yudula, who had broken through to a new level. Fu Qingjun stood with her hands behind her back, her complex expression returning to calm as she looked calmly into the distance. You've always wanted to ask me what history I want you to change by going back in time. The group simply followed the gaze and looked towards the distant sky. Boom! The fog seemed to have been cleared away in a short time, and the crimson burning clouds tore through the sky layer by layer, dividing it into countless battlefields. The 3 evil gods unleashed their divine powers, transforming into some ancient beast-like monsters not belonging to this planet, their ferocious attacks penetrating everywhere. What needs to be changed is what's right now, Fu Qingjun said softly. With the fall of the immortal ancestor, the world of hundreds of thousands of years ago will usher in the official start of the Dark Age and will face true destruction. Yudula, Leona, and the others followed the gaze. In an instant, Hong Qi, who was standing next to them, transmitted a massive amount of information, allowing them to understand what had happened over the years. I see, Leona said softly, seemingly admiring such a person. Boom! Dense ripples rolled across the sky, and a tornado shook the ground. The entire earth seemed to crack instantly, and countless energy waves distorted the view, just like the hot air formed after a nuclear explosion, bending everything around it. Go, save the world. Fu Qingjun lowered her head. Although this term sounds old-fashioned, it's something we have to do. Change the source of all the tragedies from hundreds of thousands of years ago. Whether we succeed or not, this is all we can do. Qin Hong, Yudula, Liana, Hong Qi, and the others nodded. In an instant, he unleashed a completely new aura, breaking through to the 5th level of the half-step realm. We understand. It's just that the courage of the Mayan civilization in the beginning, which was to fight a decisive battle against the mist, has been extended to the present day. The first angel. Emperor bought us time, and you are buying us time too. Over the years, Fu Qingjun has been passing on certain knowledge to them. Although he did not impart the immortal bloodline, they have developed their own 4th realm system based on the Nuwa bloodline, the cultivation method belonging to the snail people. Martial arts. Instead of cultivating the nascent soul or the sea of consciousness, one cultivates only an indestructible golden body, ensuring eternal immortality. Leona said calmly, as for you, Liu Luo, you can go back now. After all, we need the spark and to take back everything we've developed over the years. Hee hee. You look down on me? Liu Luo looked at the resolute crowd in front of him, then suddenly looked up at the immortal ancestor in the sky. I see. Our ancestor from hundreds of thousands of years ago. His death led to the beginning of the Dark Ages. What a fool! He was told he would die, yet he still succumbed to fate, Liu Luo said. Such weak people were the ones he despised the most. But it also inspires admiration. Liu Luo laughed hysterically. Fate. He initially rebelled against Mara, against the condemnation of all living beings, against everything. Whatever they opposed, he insisted on doing himself. Wasn't it because he hated being told what to do? Being controlled by fate is the most detestable thing. It's a deep-seated aversion to it. Bai Long, however, succumbed to fate, which was a complete betrayal of his greatest belief in life. Perhaps right now, that's what I really want to change. I'm going to change my destiny. The destiny of hundreds of thousands of years ago, if I change it, our future generations will be completely different. My fate is not predetermined, he murmured, feeling his blood boiling. Countless bodies converged into a giant willow tree, and it roared towards the sky. Good night, the Mayan civilization. Countless Mayans watched the battle in the sky, the terrifying fight between Emperor Leona and Emperor Honki, and felt a chill run down their spines, praying that the two Mayan gods would not perish. The great perfection of the fourth realm. We have finally reached this level of recovery from prehistoric times to the present. Many Mayan beings harbored a deep-seated sense of pride. Empress Leona and others joined forces to develop their own unique cultivation method. The immortal clan possesses a unique soul. Every inch of their soul is elastic, allowing them to compress the golden core and cultivate the nascent soul. The Breath of Earth clan has a special body. Each piece of flesh can split and possess self-awareness. This allows them to transform into a clone by detaching a single hair. The Shu Mountain lineage, the fourth realm of the Sea of Consciousness, cultivates the myriad transformations true martial scripture. They divide their soul into 5 parts, all of which reside in the mind, while the Shu Mountain lineage divides the soul into 8.4 billion parts, distributed in every particle of the body. The greatest characteristic of our race is that each particle body can store consciousness. By condensing all 8.4 billion particles in the human body into the heavenly palace, we can naturally become immortal and reborn from a drop of blood. In the distance, Zi Ying spoke earnestly. This is an unimaginably optimal plan. It is also the only technique that could potentially surpass the opponent's millions of years of accumulated experience. Bai Long possesses profound knowledge and can naturally develop an equally complex path to immortality, deducing hundreds or even thousands of supernatural powers that can be combined with each other. But what about them? I can only rely on myself. So, they were forced into this situation and chose the most simple yet ingenious approach, utilizing their own species' characteristics to create the simplest and most primitive heavenly palace of consciousness, constructing more than 8 billion heavenly palaces. Winning by sheer numbers. No need for deep knowledge or experience. Take the simplest path, prove your principles through hard work, and avoid all the fancy tricks. These two are practically two extremes, Tang Meng sighed. One compresses the soul palace tone, while the other splits it to its maximum size. One is the limit of numbers, one is the limit of quality. Zi Ying spoke calmly. The two extremes are just like the yin and yang of heaven and earth. Aren't Taoism and Buddhism just like that? Taoist cultivators know who I am, and Buddhist cultivators know that I am him. Everyone was shocked. The two opposing forces are incredibly mysterious and astonishing. The battlefield in the sky has completely collapsed. With the arrival of Leona and the others, they also unleashed the power of the fifth realm, absorbing the surrounding matter and condensing space. You have done your best. Leona and the others stepped forward, dismissing the countless young generation nurtured by the great witches who had died or been injured, and together they stopped the traitor of the immortal path, the progenitor of the earth immortals. Boom! It was as if the whole world had been destroyed. The scene in the sky had surpassed the limits of everyone's imagination in the present world, a true mythological revival. Everyone looked up. It was no longer a battle between ordinary people, but a war belonging to the true mythology of this planet. So, the one we're supposed to save isn't Empress Leona, but the celestial ancestor. His fall hundreds of thousands of years ago marked the beginning of the entire apocalyptic era. Professor Nausicaa gripped the building beside her tightly, gazing at the battle in the sky. This is the real history. Nausicaa clenched her fist, her nails digging into her palm. She couldn't imagine what kind of future tragedy that would be. But the fall of the immortal ancestor, such a heroic figure, was indeed the greatest loss in the history of civilization. Boom! Bai Long was fighting with the three men. The earth was crumbling, but he was at a disadvantage. After all, he was already too old, and the foundation of his immortal cultivation had been greatly damaged. It was extremely fortunate that he could have survived this long with his terrifying power, having fought against three monstrous overlords of the same stage in their prime. White Emperor, you still have the mind to be distracted? A ferocious black shadow said. He spoke despite being covered in blood from his severe injuries. All three of them knew very well that no matter what, as long as they killed Bai Long, even if it cost them their lives, it would all be worth it. Bai Long, with a calm expression, spoke softly from the center of the triangular circle formed by the three. With the opening up of these things over this period of time, and after fighting with several people of the same realm, I have finally understood some of the possibilities of the sixth realm, and once again preach to all living beings. You! The menacing black figure was enraged. While engaging them in combat, this person was still distracted by deducing. In fact, in Bai Long's eyes, everything was still within the scope of his sermon, and fighting them was to demonstrate the possibility of the fifth realm. However, two people next to him pulled him back. The immortal ancestor ushered in a new era, and they all harbor a vague sense of awe towards him. Now, exhausting their minds to deduce the truth is actually a good thing, as it weakens their blood and energy. The likelihood of killing him becomes extremely high. The three of you may also listen. Education should be provided to all without discrimination. Bai Long remained calm, his aura like a dragon coiled and a tiger crouching, exuding immense power as he sat in the sky. Our inherited memories do not contain a sixth realm. Today, time is too short to establish a specific breakthrough method for the sixth realm, but we can guide the world and ignite a beacon on the path, offering a guess and direction for the sixth realm. The three of them stared at Bai Long. Having only broken through to the fifth realm, he's already thinking about the sixth. Doesn't this person have anything else on their mind? For a moment, I didn't know what to do. They now truly realized that this stubborn man before them had never intended to defeat them and return alive. Instead, he had exhausted the last vestiges of his potential to break through the fifth realm of communion with nature and glimpse a corner of the sixth realm. They suddenly fell silent. Even the most foolish person wouldn't do that. Suddenly, a possibility occurred to me. He knew he was going to die, but how could he know he was going to die? The only possibility is that they learned about the future through those future civilizations. Just as Moro, who was running around trying to claim kinship with them, shouted loudly outside his palace, "Those future civilizations are here to change history." To change the tragedy of our missed clan's victory turn out to be, have we really wronged Moro? Is he truly on our side? In other words, we are destined to win. Therefore, the immortal ancestor must die. They stared, stunned, at the man sitting high above, preaching incessantly. In that instant, they felt not intense joy at his victory, nor at the powerful man's apparent lack of fighting spirit, but rather a strange bitterness, as if trapped in a cage of fate, powerless to control their own destiny. Fate? Is fate truly predetermined? They are the offspring of the gods. It's like a few drops of blood falling from the remains of gods and demons, turning into countless lives to save themselves. Just like the pitiful maggots growing on the remains of gods, the pitiful mites in the dander, their fate was predetermined from the beginning. Their entire lives could only be dedicated to reviving the ancient gods and demons. Cough, cough, cough. Bai Long sat cross-legged on the ground, his white hair streaked with silver, coughing up blood continuously. Ignoring the three people surrounding him, he calmly proclaimed to the world, "My inherited memories have always been contradictory. There is no such thing as a multiverse in the world, only a multi-civilization. What does this mean? If there is only one universe, then how can civilizations inhabit other multiverses and form multiple civilizations?" The white-haired, heavenly emperor, with disheveled hair, suddenly sat down on the ground, using the sky as his canvas, and began to write and draw, filling the sky with various graffiti. What is real, and what is fake? Where do we come from, and where do we go after death? Can time travel really happen? Is the origin of the world spirit or matter? Is the world knowable or unknowable? Are we a dream of other beings? We know who we are, but are we really ourselves, or just a dream of some other being? As if he had seen something, he revealed a simple, pure, and clear smile, yet it was mixed with a complex, fervent, and sincere expression. However, with the condensation of space, I completely understood that there is no multiverse at all. The world is a single universe. His voice gradually rose, but there are parallel universe civilizations. What is a parallel Earth? He pointed to his brain. It's the inner space of a sixth realm forbidden being. Everyone shuddered. It's unbelievable, a parallel universe. Inside the brain of a being at the sixth level, mortal ancestor Bai Long, holding the jade disc of creation, spoke eloquently. At this point, we have entered the fifth realm, established space, absorbed matter, and continued to expand. It will inevitably become a small plane. Although we do not know what kind of great power the sixth realm will possess, it is certain that this plane will undergo a qualitative change and expand, perhaps even being able to contain a star. Upon hearing this, everyone felt that it was inevitable. This is only natural. As it continues to grow stronger and make breakthroughs, all aspects will naturally undergo qualitative changes. Each stage represents a qualitative change, and the qualitative changes become more exaggerated as you progress. If this powerful being were to place a new Earth into this space and control the birth and death of this planet, wouldn't that be an Earth in a parallel universe? Everyone froze instantly. This kind of parallel universe? For example, if there were 7 such beings on Earth, wouldn't that mean there are 7 parallel Earths? We could call Earth a multidimensional civilization. Everyone was stunned. So this is what multidimensional civilization means. There is no multiverse in the world. The universe is singular, but countless subspace civilizations have been established and overlapped. They can be called civilizations that span countless multiverses. Splash. A map appeared in the sky. It was a map of the solar system. Bai Long began by describing the universe as a flat map, with civilizations building blocks on it, like on Earth. On a map of the solar system, Earth's location is indicated by a series of Earth-shaped coins that begin to accumulate and gradually transform into a towering Earth structure. One Earth after another piled on top. Diverse civilizations are hidden very, very deep. If a forbidden universe at the integration realm existed, it might truly be possible to create a parallel universe, pluck the sun, moon, and stars, traverse countless times and spaces, unleash immortal techniques, travel to other star systems, roar down stars, and cleave the sun and moon with a single sword strike. Bai Long said, it would be very difficult for a civilization of forbidden existence at the integration realm level to be destroyed by a single main plane planet and countless multi-planet planets. Their coordinates are very well hidden. Everyone fell silent and held their breath. In this way, the mystery of the multiverse seems to have been solved. In other words, the number of sixth realm integration realm experts that our Earth civilization has produced corresponds to the number of parallel Earths it has created. For example, if 7 forbidden beings of the sixth realm have been born, then this civilization has 7 parallel planets. It is a 7-dimensional, multi-dimensional civilization. Even if this powerful figure falls, his subspace still exists, and the civilization remains there. Everyone suddenly realized, as if this moment had truly revealed a corner of the world's ugliness. Perhaps, is our Earth just a parallel Earth? It is not the real Earth of the true main plane, but was created by some great being. We are all fake, living in a time-space bottle. Thus, the sixth realm is the integration realm. Bai Long Xianzu said calmly, it also coincides with the story of Pangu. Ancient records state that Pangu was the creator god, and his final achievement was indeed the creation of a world, namely, a parallel Earth. A sudden realization dawned on everyone's minds. It matched perfectly. The third realm, the golden core, is where heaven and earth were not yet created, and the world was in chaos, like a chicken egg. The fourth realm, the nascent soul, is the creation of heaven and earth, where a giant supports the heavens and the earth, with the sun rising 1 zhang higher and the earth becoming 1 zhang thicker. The fifth realm, the transformation into a god, saw the giant fall and transform into mountains, rivers, sun, and moon. In the sixth realm, Pangu merged with his original form, becoming the supreme god of a parallel Earth. It perfectly matches the entire chain of stories about Pangu creating the world. Everyone chewed carefully, but before they could react, now that the foundation of the immortal path is solid, I can depart in peace. Bai Long breathed a sigh of relief, his expression relieved. The immortal path, since my revival, does not wish to perish with me. However, this speculation is based on the expansion of space from the fifth realm to the sixth realm. How to break through, what kind of superpowers the sixth realm possesses, and what earth-shattering power are still unknown. That concludes today's sermon. Bai Long stood up, his body completely exhausted. He looked at the 3 people before him and spoke calmly. Killing the 3 of you is my last stand. Everything I have done today is with all my might, and in the hope that I can completely change the history of the decline of the immortal path in the future. He reached out and clapped his hands, revealing all sorts of brilliance. Kill. His expression was sharp, filled with overwhelming arrogance, as if the stars themselves trembled. He forcibly swept the 3 of them into a storm, intending to drag the 3 nascent soul realm experts before him down to the Yellow Springs together. Immortal ancestor! Immortal ancestor! Countless people shouted, their expressions incredibly complex. You're insane! A furious roar came from the storm, filled with shock and rage, cursing that he was a complete madman. Run! He's dying. He'll die anyway. We can't let him drag us down with us. A woman's furious shout came from inside. The immortal path. The revival of the immortal path. Amidst countless storms, people seemed to see a vast, golden figure in the center laughing wildly, spreading its arms wide as if to welcome something. The sound was like the howling of a gale, transforming into a sacred, ancient celestial melody of some kind of faith, impacting the hearts of everyone present. Boom! The center was covered by a raging sea of energy. Countless crimson tentacles and fleshy, demonic arms relentlessly pounded against the storm's barrier, like humans in a car that had plunged into a river, frantically pounding on the glass in a life or death race. Suddenly, the world was covered in blood red. The world seemed to have fallen silent. The ruins and battlefields were eerily quiet, and no one could hear a sound, trapped in a strange stillness. Bang! The vortex storm caused numerous cracks to appear. Immortal. The next second, Bai Long let out a heavy roar that echoed throughout the world. No one knew what had happened in the storm. He appeared and disappeared intermittently, then suddenly plummeted down, like an eagle flapping its wings and falling. The smile on his lips revealed a hint of brilliance. I tried my best. He crashed heavily to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Everyone stared at the figure lying amidst the vibrant red blossoms, like a red flower fallen to the sun. Whoosh! Empress Liana, Lord Honki, and Demon Emperor Liuluo suddenly turned their heads to look, their faces filled with disbelief. The figure lying in the pool of blood let out its last soft breath. Defeat them and go to the sixth realm for me, to see what's really there. Everyone paused, listening to the heavy breathing. A celestial dynasty as dazzling as the Jiaxia Sunflower dynasty, that's my only dream. The scene was deathly silent. Everyone stared in disbelief at this man who preached for the common people until his death, as if they were seeing the martyr's glorious dream, a colorful butterfly that died for its dream splash. A gentle breeze howled and whistled, and the entire wreckage vanished with the wind. Kasha, the sunflower movement. Everyone finally understood that the man who stubbornly sought the truth longed for the kindness of the people in that era, and for the sunflower movement era when everyone bravely forged ahead. It's like a beautiful garden of truth. Many people took a deep breath, feeling the heavy weight on their backs. Professor Nasika's face turned pale. We couldn't have changed the fate of the immortal ancestor's demise hundreds of thousands of years ago. But although the immortal ancestor still perished, he gave us another hope. We must win this war. She continued to brave the fierce winds, lying on a high mountain, writing furiously as she compiled the Chronicle of Mayan civilization. Although this was no longer the era of the Mayan civilization, it still uses the Mayan civilization as a perspective to record ancient history. Everyone knew that this war absolutely could not be lost. Bai Longxian's demise heralded the final battle, signaling the inevitable end of the Mayan civilization's long-delayed decisive day. Kill. Empress Leona, wielding a long spear and with a pair of shimmering parasitic wings behind her, charged towards the enemy. Click! A bolt of lightning flashed across the misty sky. Thunder streaked across the silence. A large number of true gods at the fourth realm of perfection from both sides were fighting, and countless remains fell. The Mayan civilization, and even the Atlantean sorcerers, and the land of Shushan have seen a massive extinction of their accumulated civilizations and people over the years. Meanwhile, the gods of the Dark Titan Kingdom, their lunar nest, are also rapidly dwindling in number. The people continued their fierce battle. The entire land was stained with blood. Cries, shouts of anger, roars, everyone was enraged, their faces contorted as they charged forward. Let's continue to join forces and kill this traitor who is plotting against the path of immortality, the guy who calls himself the ancestor of Earth immortals. High in the sky, Emperor Honkiki spoke. Calmly, they actually secretly contacted the enemy and betrayed their faith. It is different from the path of immortality. They cultivate martial arts, and their bodies are like snails or living soil, capable of splitting to expand their size and compensate for their advantages. Although their current size is far smaller than that of an average person, they are still the size of a normal child. When they join forces, they can easily suppress their opponents within the same realm. At this moment, the man was covered in wounds. It was only a matter of time before he killed the other party. Clearly, the White Emperor has already taken the final step for us, dragging those 3 monsters down with him by himself. Our combat power is overwhelming. If we can't even handle this last half-step nascent soul expert together, it would be laughable. As soon as Emperor Liu finished speaking, he gradually became dazed. To his horror, he discovered that amidst the blood-stained storm, a heavily wounded figure was slowly emerging. You didn't die at the hands of the immortal ancestor. Hongqi's expression changed drastically. The shadowy creature, resembling a wild beast, its body shattered and only half of its skull remaining, slowly spoke. He was ultimately too old, and he underestimated our resolve. If he could sacrifice his life, why can't we? The remaining 2 have already perished while protecting me. Everyone looked at him. Unfortunately, you're already at your limit, Liu Luo sneered arrogantly. I haven't yet encountered a powerful figure in the nascent soul realm, even though you've only just broken through and condensed space. Hee. The shadow couldn't help but laugh. The 3 of us came here with the intention of dying together. There's no sense of loss or joy. Now, killing me would be incredibly easy for you. We thought that after slaughtering the immortal ancestor, our inside man in the immortal path would handle everything for us. But I never imagined that your indigenous Mayan civilization would grow to this level in such a short time. I wonder where you went into seclusion to cultivate so diligently that you could easily kill him together. Pity. His gaze pierced through the distant mist. We still have a last resort. The Hall of Eternal Immortality, he murmured, stretching out his palm, and an exquisite black palace floated in midair, a temple to summon the ancient gods who once ruled between flesh and blood. Yes, immortal ancestor Bai Long is right. You have no hope at all. Everything is already a predetermined fate. No matter how hard he tries, he cannot change it. Boom! A ring of dark demonic energy spread out, as if gathering the endless mist around it. The wind howled. The vast fog that covered the entire land quickly receded. The entire earth seemed to transform into a clear morning after the rain, with incredibly clear air. What about the mist? Everyone felt a vague, intense unease. The overwhelming black mist condensed into an elegant, ferocious, and terrifyingly long phantom which gradually descended from the sky. Behind it was the boundless starry sky and Milky Way, which had been invisible since the mist was born. Arrival! 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 The great Lord of Demons, Anasi, is His Majesty Moore. The dying figure was filled with fanaticism, speaking in an ancient cosmic language that did not belong to this planet, like the roar unknown ancient beast, giving people a great sense of unease. Boom! A mist swept in, transforming into endless phantoms as the fog descended. Use me as your body, descend. The mist is the blood mist of my Lord. He bestows divine blood upon his offspring, giving birth to all living beings. If it is condensed from blood, the enormous mist corroded his entire body. A fierce wind arose, and his entire body quickly turned into a skeleton. An ancient being of immense pressure slowly descended upon this world. Twisted and disgusting, countless muscle tumors covered the skin, like an ugly fishman creature from the deep sea, slowly crawling out of the slime, carrying the cold and evil atmosphere of the ancient universe. Chirp, lie, gurgle. This figure seemed to be devoid of any consciousness, with only some lingering resentment remaining. Yet the pressure it exerted on everyone was unbelievably immense. Even if the opponent is merely possessing someone and is only at the 5th level, they are still far from being a match for them within the same realm. Great ancient demon god, you have finally descended. The ancestral earth immortal who was being frantically attacked scrambled to his feet. Bang. The next second, the smile on the face of this middle-aged man with an air of otherworldly wisdom froze, and his whole body seemed to have been cut by countless fine lines, instantly shattering into pieces. Ijia, descendants. Die. That figure, its fragmented consciousness still emitting faint, random thoughts. He trod upon the bones beneath his feet as if driven only by instinct. You abandon me, choose other betrayal. This is ultimately just a portion of the power condensed from the mist, and it does not possess the rationality and consciousness of the original remains, since even the original remains have almost lost their sense of self. Despite this, she still harbored a deep-seated resentment towards Jiaxia. Is this just a wisp of remnant spirit from an ancient god or demon? The ancient forbidden being slain by Jiaxia, even a mere wisp of its remnant will, even with the last vestiges of his will, he could feel such overwhelming hatred. Everyone was stunned, with an expression that said, I knew it. Fu Qingjun was dumbfounded. At this moment, he finally understood why the aliens in the mist existed, why they agreed with the obviously nonsensical desk flood, and even thought they were natives of this planet. Because that remains truly knew Jiaxia, and were actually killed by her, it was you, Jiaxia. My strongest SSR hero card. You're the one who brought aliens to Earth? Fu Qingjun's heart sank uncontrollably. Judging from this ability to cause trouble, you certainly haven't disappointed my high expectations of you, but despite having prepared himself mentally for all sorts of things, knowing that even Moro, an ancient hero who ruled over hundreds of billions of people, was cunning and treacherous with a constant stream of backup plans, how could an ancient being of this level not have left any backup plans? How could I possibly overthrow the other party so easily? However, it was ultimately more terrifying than expected. The overwhelming aura before him was overwhelming, and he only had Leona and a few others under his command. Could he really win? Perhaps it was already a certain death. Without hope, how can there be miracles? Professor Nasika, witnessing this scene, revealed an incredulous despair, murmuring as she looked at dark cosmic deity in the sky. This is the destiny of history. Even if we go back to the past, we can't change anything. Good night. As the mist swept in, a truly terrifying cosmic being descended upon us. The sky was completely clear at this moment, with blue sky and white clouds, and dazzling golden sunlight shining down from the sky. This is the clearest sky since the fog broke out, the sky before the end of the world. All living beings on this planet, which has existed for more than 5 billion years, seem to be facing the greatest fear in history: insignificant, powerless, despair. A pale, morbid, and insane murmur swept over everyone's minds. Everyone seemed to see a huge, unknowable cosmic behemoth in the endless deep sea of the universe. The whole Earth seemed to be in the hands of this behemoth, like the tentacles of a soft-bodied creature, binding everyone's pounding hearts. What exactly is this thing? And the colossal creature shrouded in mist, is this its true form? All living beings on Earth watched this scene in a daze through the network of the mechanical snail. We're doomed! It's destiny! Help! I don't want to die! Countless people cried out in despair. This is a battle that will determine the course of the entire world. Professor Naxika, Jiang Yang, Bai Yu, Xiaolaba Ziying, and all the other beings who had traveled from hundreds of thousands of years in the future